This young man is an invincible warrior in the dark, but he's too bored with a world of only zombies and monsters. So he's decided to end his single life. But life resets to a month ago, back to the dark days, as if the server itself was reset. This time, the young man vowed to turn the world upside down so he could be left alone once more. But as he stood alone, he received a call from the landlord, summoning him to the crew immediately. The young man smiled ominously, saying that what must come will come, but this time it won't be so easy. No sooner had he arrived than the owner grilled him about the 3 billion fee, which Tran Lac sold for only 1 billion, feigning concern for Tran Lac. However, the young man seemed unfazed, putting on quite the act. If I hadn't overheard Tran Fee's confession about orchestrating his mother's accident the day before, and learned about his schemes to seize my inheritance, Tran Lac thought I was blinded by greed, so he saw me as a good person. This time, Tran Lac decided to return. Uncle A, no one threatened me. I just have a feeling pork prices are about to skyrocket. 50 billion per kilo is no dream. I'll trade 1 billion tons of meat for 50 billion tons. I'm thinking bigger now. 100 billion per kilogram is within reach. The uncle was furious, but the cat dared to speak, mocking his delusions as nothing more than a sign of brain damage, yet no one dared to act, only laughing and offering empty words of persuasion. Uncle, I don't think it's worth 15 billion to you. How does that make you feel? Tran Lac often refused, explaining he'd already sold it and signed a contract, impossible to retrieve from a high-ranking prince. Suddenly, a phone call comes in, and Tran Lac decides to head out to take care of things. Standing at the head of the electric circuit, Phap Vuong's electric circuit, is a dog. Any creature not yet a zombie holds potential, but this is a dog. How delicious is fresh meat on a day without food. Many have tried to befriend it, but all have failed except for Tran Lac, the only one who can feed it meat. The young man knows it well and craves it, recognizing it by the bite mark on its left paw. Tran Lac looks at him happily, thinking, Dharma King, oh Dharma King, we won't eat each other anymore. Will you be my companion? I promise to treat you well and share all the delicious food with you. Immediately, Tran Lac set out to rescue the dog, hoping it would accept him as a zombie, but not before greeting the uncle, secretly observing the face of a man destined to die the next day. An hour later, Tran Lac arrived where the dog was being held, wondering if it would survive its injuries. Tran Lac knelt down, promising to save it, while the young man demanded to see its owner. I'd just met you, and you kept pointing at the dog, asking questions while the dog was running wild. And you dare ask me what happened. If I hadn't discovered it in time, my song would have been turned into dog meat. The owner wondered how this dog could possibly have an owner. Was this a deliberate scam? Still, the customer is always right, so the old man claimed his goods were legitimate, and any similarities were coincidental. A simple misunderstanding. Naturally, Tran Lac pulled out his phone, threatening to call the police and question his official channel. In reality, the young man knew that any business that didn't cheat wouldn't be tested by someone so foolish. As expected, the owner was angry and even wanted to hurt Tran Lac, but he had already hurt someone else. With years of training, hurting someone like him was no small mistake. He was scared, cried, and even released the dog, claiming it was Tran Lac's without taking any money. The plan worked better than expected. Tran Lac was ready to give up his property, but spending nothing was best. He seemed to know all along, calling out, "Little dog, come home with me." Sensing the dog's intelligence, the young man realized it could understand human speech and had chosen to follow him, recognizing him as its savior. This display of loyalty intrigued Tran Lac, sensing the dog's spiritual power and ability to command respect. Welcoming a dog with a supercar wasn't enough. Tran Lac personally attended to the dog, naming him Phap Vuong. At this time, Tran Lac wanted to maintain a good relationship with Phap Vuong, and on the way, he ran into his former leader, now a soldier. Before taking the spaceship, the leader shielded Tran Lac, sacrificing himself to protect him. And now, Tran Lac vows to repay that debt. Tran Lac immediately protested. Even though the leader was taking him out to play, he refused for no reason. His mother always said a man shouldn't pick up bad habits. My mother also said, there's no need to be a traitor to be a traitor. It's understandable, as the leader and Tran Lac aren't very close yet. No matter what the leader does until that day comes, the old story will surely resurface. Tran Lac doesn't want to live like a puppet, where he's the only human left in the world. He knows the younger generation has talent, and he needs to find it, or they'll never rise. Tran Lac aims high, setting a goal to unite them like brothers, solving the problem of lacking space technology. But building a base requires abundant materials. Food, salt, fruit, vegetables, air conditioning, electricity, medicine, tools, everything is needed, especially water. Tran Lac realizes the water is contaminated and no method can purify the supervirus. The only way to get clean water is from the rain. Thinking about it, Tran Lak feels like he needs to electrify his brain too. Fat Vuong doesn't understand what's happening and looks on in fear, thinking the electricity is going to strike him. But the young man intends to use it against the zombies, who are also afraid of electricity. Though he was useless for a short time, electricity is a magical force when used correctly. Nothing can stand in its way. With a few more gold armors, he'd be invincible. Not yet. Tran Lak is busy preparing, carefully choosing and saving every moment. The dog is so hungry, and Tran Lak feeds it, promising plenty of food. Seeing Tran Lak's kindness, Fat Vuong seems to be accepting him as its master. And as he eats, someone knocks. It's Mangach, the cooking teacher Tran Lak hired. So many things that the young man even forgot he had class this afternoon. Then the bell rings, and Tran Lak invites the teacher in, lost in thought. Mangach sees the young man taking a cooking class, yet he dares to offer her 50,000 VND per month. A salary to be paid in 1 month, which seems to be part of Tran Lak's plan, as that's when he'll need to spend every penny. Tran Lak followed the teacher's instructions, chopping the bones, rinsing them in cold water, and adding oil, so much oil that the teacher wondered if he owned an oil well. He couldn't even tell the difference between salt and the young man's method. After the cooking failure, there's progress this time compared to previous attempts. At least it didn't boil over. The young man was helpless. Even Dharma King said Gach had nothing to eat now, and after tasting a piece he was furious, thinking his master was trying to poison him. According to Gach, at least the kitchen was spared today. After this, Tran Lak realized he couldn't cook and would have to find a chef. Gach fell into Tran Lak's trap, and he saw that her skills weren't bad. Unfortunately, they didn't know each other, and they didn't know what her fate would be. Anyway, is there anything better prepared? Gach, let's see what you've created. Hopefully, it's good for her. As he surveyed the scene, Tran Lak encountered the sisters My Lin and My Lap. No ordinary women. My Lin had awakened the fire of fire, becoming its leader. A perfect dragon in her own right. And My Lap is even more powerful, wielding the fire of rebirth. Though weak in combat, she's a strong support, rumored to possess the magic of rebirth in later stages. Tran Lak feels this is a bad choice. Children have to choose, but adults like him want it all. He immediately calls someone and hands over the mission. I'll give you 3 days to investigate these sisters, focusing on their favorite foods. After all, the way to a girl's heart is through her stomach. Tran Lak will write down what they like to eat, but what if they later become afraid of the food and don't listen? Today is May 28th, the 5th day of the 5th month. Tran Lak has successfully investigated the sisters' preferences. My Lin likes 4-striped food and water, while My Lap enjoys fish, especially ham and coconut water. These remind Tran Lak of the delicious taste of ham dishes, which inspires him to write a little more. On May 29th, 4 days later, Tran Lak removes his super cool armor and hat. Though heavy, it was safe. Tran Lak was mentally exhausted from sending another set to its owner. 3 days later, Tran Lak bought a power cord, believing it would solve the zombie problem if the power went out, and 2 days after that, he spent a fortune on a card. June the 1st arrived, 1 day before the apocalypse. Though he knew it was coming, Tran Lak couldn't leave his bed, unable to close his eyes and sleep soundly, knowing he only had 1 life to live. If the day of my death doesn't come tomorrow, and it very well might not, I'll get dressed and reveal a terrible truth. Or, if it never comes, I'll sacrifice myself to protect all of mankind. Whether it's true or not, I'm still a healer, and living comfortably during these times doesn't sit right with me. How can I just coast through the day, losing my character? At 8 a.m. on June 2nd, about an hour and 20 minutes later, Tran Lak called the owner and announced he had something to say. From what he could tell, the price of the new armor would skyrocket, not just by 8 or 10 times, but all his money was tied up in ham. I want to buy all the ham this size for him and borrow around 500 million. That 500 million could become 5 billion, and I'll pay him back. If not, he's waiting for me at home, and now I'm going to his house to talk. I miss Phi. I'll call him to come with me. The owner, in a fit of rage, demanded Tran Lak's immediate presence, while the young man, just waking up and dressing, ominously declared that some would meet their end today. As they drove, Tran Lak told the French king to wait in the car and not to wander off. On the way, he saw the owner standing calmly, seemingly unaware of what was about to happen. Even without Tran Lak's reminder, the owner was doing fine, but since lives were at stake, he still felt the need to warn him. He said he'd had a bad feeling since waking up that morning. At 9 o'clock today, pay extra attention to your safety. The owner, though confused, still voiced his concern. Finally, Uncle Tran Kien An and his son Phi waited and spoke of Tran Lak, who dared to invest in armor, truly unafraid of death. He told his son that the internet is developing rapidly but has no real value, so why not take advantage of this money-making opportunity? Tran Kian An was suspicious. Tran Lak knew he was being played, so why offer money and then think of music? Tran Phi replied that he understood the mentality of investing in armor like playing chess. Few knew he spent money so quickly. He figured anyone who could earn 500 million so fast must be the right person. It's 9:15, and Tran Lak sits down to a ravenous meal, eating without a care in the world, when a sound from the women's room prompts Tran Kian An to send him to investigate. The final day arrives and Tran Lak asks for help, remembering he needs to take him to the hospital. Tran Lak seems certain that today the two of them will truly die. Phi slammed the door shut, horrified by the blood and rage beyond, but Tran Lak reopened it, insisting they had to see what was happening. But even with his brother's interference, Tran Lak turned off the door, used an electric fan to knock Phi unconscious, and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily." Tran Lak felt that living in a hurry and being devoured wasn't as good as this. Just then, the uncle ran up, shouting, "Tran Lak, what are you doing? I'll kill you!" But Tran Lak was ready, and the moment his uncle got close, he was knocked out by an electric fan. He feared being blocked. Blocked. Tran Lak laughed. "Why? Can you cut the power? What's the point of blocking? Even with a cover, he'll eventually be eaten by an electric fan." Tran Kian unhung his head while his brother Teofi was still alive and screaming. Tran Lak waved dismissively. "Shut up and stop yelling. I don't have a son like you. Your father is lying in his grave." Seeing his father, Xiaofei flew into a rage, only to be bitten by another creature. Tran Lak found this unique scene intriguing and decided to wake up his uncle, Tran Jianan, with the electric fan so he wouldn't enjoy it alone. He opened his eyes to see his son being mauled to death, and all he could do was beg and cry. "Tran Lak, Tran Phi is your brother. Please save him. Beg your uncle to admit his deception. Tran Phi is innocent." Tran Lak questioned his actions, shocking his uncle, who wondered if he knew too much. Again, Tran Lak pressed, "Uncle Ha, what will you say?" Your son couldn't hold back any longer. He was dying, yet remained silent, refusing to admit his mistake, and Jianan was still afraid to call the police. Seeing Tran Lak unmoved, he raised his hand, a heart-wrenching cry. "You dare kill your own brother? You're worse than a pig or a dog." I have to admit, he's right. Tran Lak looked away, allowing Tran Kianan to eat, but I see no good intentions in him. He brought him to the company, only to harm him again. Does he even have the right to say these things? As he waited, his son finally spoke, and Phi was about to bite him. Tran Kianan could only reach out for his son, Afia. "My son. I'm his brother, and I helped him build his company. And this is the result? He gave me 10% of Tianha's salary while he was dying, and now, with this technology, you can't escape." The more he spoke, the more Tran Lak tuned him out. At the ticket's current value, 10% was already $1 billion. Who gets a worker's salary that includes $1 billion in shares? A heartthrob like him deserves to pay the price. 2 cubs ate fresh food, chose Phi's urine, then Phi went to bite Tran Kianan. Tran Lak sighed, realizing he'd brought wolves into his home, but a living man could only do so much. He gave the cubs a power cord after letting them eat raw meat. The truth is, as cubs, their only desire was to eat human flesh, and fortunately, while they weren't afraid, they did understand pain, so the power cord was still effective. Killing them isn't difficult. You just have to pierce the space between their eyebrows. It's cruel, but effective. Moreover, the area between the eyebrows hides a treasure, the body fruit. So rare, even this low-grade version is valuable. After the heart is pierced, a body forms between the eyebrows of the fake or zombie, and the energy within can speed up recovery and even improve one's abilities. Overall, this is a valuable treasure that should be collected whenever possible. Its size and color reflect the target's strength, changing according to their weaknesses. The neutralizing ability of a fake or zombie will be red or blue. The ability to neutralize the physical space of fakes or zombies will be purple. At first, Tran Lak collected the body of the flying phantom, a purple body about the size of an egg. As expected, new cubs appeared the moment the situation arose, and Tran Lak caught them. He was intrigued by their arrival, and after dealing with them, he took their bodies. Phap Vuong sat quietly on the bike, observing everything and feeling his master's cruelty. As they moved on, Tran Lak said, "Phap Vuong, I think it's time for us to awaken. It's not safe out there. You should go home and wait until after you awaken." But as soon as I got home, I saw the cubs lying in the field, scaring Phap Vuong. Tranlac told him to calm down, that people would get used to it, but as he sat down to eat an apple, he noticed Phap Vuong undergoing a transformation. It seems this is his awakened ability, and Tranlac would be the first to experience it. After that period of time, it seems everything was done, and the power of the cub's abilities mainly depends on two factors. The earlier they awaken, the stronger they are, and the faster their abilities grow. Phap Vuong is a true genius, having developed twice as fast as before. Tranlac senses that ability is divided from 1 to 10, and beyond level 10 lies Phap Vuong. Before him, both Phap Vuong and Lin Diem Ko were at that level. Previously, Tranlac was also at a level, but after absorbing Phap Vuong's body, he jumped up another level. What is this level? Even Tranlac isn't sure, and its effects are vague at best. The young man feels utterly miserable, like he's already dead, with no food, drink, fun, or companionship. At the current rate, Tranlac could reach level 2 after absorbing about 20 more bodies. At this time, Phap Vuong still couldn't control it, but he was clever. He told him to try and contain the body's power in the old cave for a while, then release it in the desired direction. The owner said to follow the order, but only 2 have succeeded. Tranlac patted the ground again, praising the completion. Now they head to the freezer to write the number 4, as Tranlac points towards the supermarket. The world is now a battle, so he's not worried about food. Phap Vuong, look at that huge supermarket, filled with supplies. If we can't do it ourselves, we'll have to find another way, but we can't let those zombies outside get in. Tranlac instructed Phap Vuong to take care of things while he quickly raided the supermarket before heading home. The cave was no match for the supermarket in front of the villa. Everything's there, everything's high-end, but it's just a cave that's been taken. The young man opened the space, carried things out, and bought all the necessary food. Tranlac single-handedly fed the zombie, provided electricity, flowers, and food. The young man felt truly alive in this vast space, where the price was no object. Just outside, Phap Vuong was running for his life from a clown, wondering why he couldn't be the one taking care of the zombies. Tranlac went out to feed him, thinking he could handle the clown chasing Phap Vuong, and that he just needed more time to become the best dog ever. He also paid the electricity bill, and now both he and the owner head to the warehouse. On the way, a car behind the truck honks continuously. "Hey, car, wait, do you know what happened?" "I can't call the police," Tranlac calmly replied, knowing his day was coming. After hearing that, the other man seemed feverish and turned to Tranlac, suggesting they go together to take care of each other. Tranlac calmly answered, avoiding the clown's anger as the young man continued onward. In truth, Tranlac was also gathering followers, but they had to believe in him. Don't blame him for being cold. No matter how long your journey, it isn't infinite, so be careful. Look around and remember there's a shortcut to the warehouse nearby. However, many clowns are now missing, and it seems only they can solve it, so he reminded the king to be self-sufficient and protect himself. A horde of clowns attacked, throwing electricity, but some were hit by color and even bit the bait. But Tranlac's low-grade zombie diamond armor held strong. They were cautious, toothless, only able to lick, not bite. Then they realized what they were doing. Of course, he was confident he could recharge himself, but when the power ran out, Tranlac panicked, thinking it was a thief. But the young man had almost fixed it. It's out of electricity, but there's more where that came from. We acquired quite a haul after the competition was about to begin. The French king still didn't know where he was being taken, only that it was the warehouse. And Tranlac showed him the truck he'd bought. More than just a metal box with an electric hose. Tranlac brought it here to use today, and he'll take you to open the door along the way. This young man's truck is convenient for plowing through anything in their path, even the warehouse door. Tranlac found this destruction interesting, but taking on hundreds of zombies with an electric hose would be exhausting. The French king was increasingly shocked by the owner's violence, while 3 onlookers felt Tranlac was strong and brave. They believe this truck is stronger than any in their warehouse, and Tranlac has taken their assembly's only powerful girl. However, after observing the man next to her, she wasn't so sure if helping her was the right thing to do. He's a father, and this driver seems quite cruel. Otherwise, none of this would be happening. Having overheard them, Tranlac knew they intended to take them away. Just as he was about to ask if there were any survivors, 2 men appeared at the back of the truck, casually holding Tranlac's shoulder, preventing him from moving. "Oh, thank you. I just turned my face around, and they still had their hands on it." Tranlac felt that life was truly a joke. The cruel environment made personalities a bit perverted. Kindness is the least valuable and most harmful thing in such times. They began questioning the dog in the car about its origins, its appearance having gone unnoticed. Tranlac chuckled, confident that his spatial abilities would remain hidden this time. He then used his space ability to zoom in on the other two names, each marked with a shockwave to the chest. What had the dead man done? The boy decided to go home and rest before buying a large basket of rice, leaving Tranlac curious about the situation. As he walked, someone frantically waved, begging him to stop, calling him Master A, asking for a moment of his time. Tranlac noticed a mark beneath the man's shirt, revealing a serious heart condition. He vowed to eliminate every threat, no matter how small. And so the boy sped on, ignoring the man's desperate pleas to stop. This time, the car had to stop. If he dared block the way, Tranlac might actually be deaf. Luckily, Tranlac took those words to heart, a confidence born only from facing death. After waking, everyone has a chance. Everyone but the dead. Tranlac was a little shy. He should turn to the trigger, the King of France, to stoke his anger. The King of France asked what the man had said. He wanted to eat the dog. It's a pity for the King of France, who doesn't understand what anyone is saying, but he truly believes the other man only said one word. Dog. Well, if his master said something, he had to listen. The King of France opened the car door and got out, but whether he wanted to eat dog meat or not didn't matter. If his master said he would die, he would die. He then unleashed electricity into the man's face, sending him flying like a sack of dust. Tranlac, amidst the chaos, held back the full force of last heat. In this deadly game of wits, the King of France can only survive by adapting to the unexpected. He trusts his master's judgment implicitly. With fate averted, they continued on, but the truck couldn't navigate the narrow path ahead. Tranlac told the King of France to get out and head towards the zombies while he parked the car and followed. Quickly, the King of France got out, worried someone would approach the car or destroy something. Fortunately, Tranlac hadn't become a zombie, so he was safe. He remembered escaping to the private area before the explosion, climbing the wall and hiding in a private room, right? But that means Tranlac didn't remember which room the King of France was hiding in, only that it was in the outer area. It seems he'll have to resort to old methods. The young man called out, "Can the King of France hear me? Where are you?" The King of France knew such a loud voice would attract zombies, but Tranlac persisted, calling out, "If you hear me, answer." Fortunately, the king heard Tranlac's voice and realized it was Tranka, but the woman beside him stopped him, saying, "Don't go there. That name is baiting the zombies now, unafraid to lead them here. Trying to die? Fine. But don't drag us down with you." The king found it odd. He knew Tranka well, so why would he risk his life to find him like this? Tranlac continued to call out, hearing the king's voice. Unafraid, the king still decided to open the door and see what was happening, but before he could go out, he saw the zombie horde running toward Tranlac. The young man gave them a power pole, and as the king watched it continuously activate, the girl beside him grew scared of its immense power. If he had a weapon, he wouldn't fear the zombies anymore. No matter, the king boldly revealed himself, calling out, "Brother Tran, I'm here." No one expected it, but Tranlac was relieved the king was all right, until she remembered Tran Tin was standing right there. Why did he forget about that green tea bitch? She's such a cute girl. Before, when there was enough water but the machine milk was dangerous, she immediately took the king out for a little experiment, and after he and I worked together, she immediately did everything to show love to both of us. Even when sharing food, she'd subtly hide some, then feign hunger, manipulating the king like a worm. Tranlac vowed that if she dared to do it again, she'd expose her true nature to the king. Tranlac then told the king to go home together, as it would be easier to cooperate, which was convenient for Trantin, but he also took advantage of it. "Hello, Brother Tran. I just overheard the king mention your name. I'm Trantin. We've been together for 500 years, so we might even be family." Nothing was removed, so she declared the situation dire and in need of immediate action. Though no one asked her to, she rushed in like a true hero. Trantin realized she needed to elevate Tranlac's name alongside her own, having two names to protect, and then she could wait for the country's salvation. Just as she predicted, Tranlac had always understood Trantin, who was always calculating every benefit for herself. Entering Tranlac's house, she thought, "This villa, from its location to its environment, it's clearly the villa I used to live in. If I can have Tranlac in hand by the time the country needs saving, I won't be stuck in a dead end." Seeing the king's face, Tranlac offered to get them both food, prompting Trantin to shower him with thanks. No one's a fool enough to fall for the same trick twice. Tranlac is a lucky, but I won't let that green tea temptress get to him. He was about to open his inventory when Tranlac glanced over at the king, and an idea sparked in his mind, a way to mess with Trantin. Heh heh, that'll teach you to treat the king like that. Now I'll add some special ingredients. It'll be fine. The young man immediately went to the king's house to hide the bread, He arranged the cakes on a plate and went out. A true man. This is all I have left. Everyone must endure. He was so kind, the king worried for Tranlac, telling him to keep it for himself. Tranlac gave the king 2 cakes, but only one to Trantin, saying a small piece was enough for a girl. She played her part well, sighing and responding as if the food in her stomach had a strange aroma. Just one piece like that could feed any fruit, but no matter how much the king offered, he could only find food for himself. Trantin took a bite and noticed a strange, rose-like taste, while the king watched from afar, saddened to see a girl eating the cake he'd been served. Stuffing the bread in his mouth, was he daring to eat it, your mother, king? Seeing this, Tranlac was ecstatic. Though pleased to see her caught, he knew he had to expose her true colors and get rid of her before things got worse. With zombies everywhere and food scarce, Tranlac suggests they find a way to raid the supermarket at the gate. Still with that personality, I stand up and say, "King, let's go. I'll cover you. Rest assured, hold the flashlight. As long as I'm alive, no zombie will touch a hair on your head." But that won't do. A fully charged flashlight can only kill 4 zombies. Tranlac saw an opportunity to teach Trantin a lesson. I've seen it. The neighborhood supermarket isn't the only place with zombies. I have a better idea. That girl, the little snake, is probably fast, so she should fight the zombies. And the boss and I will go to the supermarket with the 4 of us, then we'll meet again in the desert. Trantin paled, realizing she was being pushed to her limits. The beauty cried out, "Tranka, I'm weak and can't run fast." He retorted, "You're useless." Tranlac didn't care and ordered, "Distract the zombies while we get the supplies." Barely audible, Trantin replied, "Tranka, it's not that I don't want to, but if I eat all the bread you give me, I'm afraid I won't have the strength to help you two." Tranlac insisted she couldn't do nothing, that she should join the boss on the adventure, and that she could eat cold food. Tranjing stood there, bewildered. Why was Tranlac forcing her to do this? Taking care of women wasn't a job, and why couldn't he show some compassion? Seeing the situation, the boss suggested a nap, but Tranlac, unwilling to let Trantin give in, immediately spoke up, saying she hadn't had any water all day and that the boss was about to smoke. And because she didn't prepare enough water and the water dispenser, she doesn't know if it's contaminated or not. Also, the young man wants to give her bread, or Trantin, you go and help. Try it. I won't force you anymore. Trantin was stunned and enraged, wondering if she was being treated like a rat since the other woman hadn't had water all day for fear of contamination, yet selfishly hoarded a bottle in her bag, afraid to drink it with the boss nearby. Afraid the boss would ask for a nap, she gave up on others, leaving Trantin parched. Still hurt, Trantin said, "Just take off your pants. Save yourselves, Tranka. Don't make it hard on yourself, okay?" Then she asked Phap Vuong if they could let her try the water machine, but Phap Vuong was furious. She insisted on going to Trantin, followed Dale below to avoid Phap Vuong, but kept biting the bag until it tore, spilling its contents. Tranlac witnessed this, descended, and showered her with praise. The boy, hungry, questioned why the bag was empty, deducing the skin meant water had been consumed and the fish was likely waiting for them to enjoy it alone. Disgusting, making him sweat. He grabbed some water, went to the restroom, drank, and brought me some of the skin. The boss was hungry too. "So may I have some, boss? You haven't eaten yet, have you?" "Well, take it, eat it, then we'll go get the materials." The boss looked displeased. "This morning I risked my life to save her, and this is how she repays me. Why did she lie about having no food when she clearly did? So she never intended to share it with me. I see." Seeing that, Tranting rushed over, ignoring everything. "Don't eat that, it's mine. Put it down, you have to pay me back." Tranlac tripped her, sending her sprawling to the ground, her face flushed with anger. 2 men ganging up on a girl like me? What kind of men are you? Tranlac remained silent, sucking on his water, chuckling. "Why don't you ask the zombies if they care whether you're a man or woman?" But the boss knew he had to be even crueler to Trantiang. Seeing her cry, Tranlac laughed and pushed her further, demanding she show her true colors. "What are you crying about? We're fed, and we can find supplies, right? You don't have to go this time. These guys ate your head. When will you be back to return it twofold?" Trantiang found it reasonable. She couldn't turn against Tranlac and the boss. The boss waved his hand, saying it was his fault, his girl was just hungry. "Sorry, boss, I didn't mean to," she said, and Tranlac thought she was quite the talker. Well, after she books a ticket, Tranlac turned to the boss and said they'd go to the supermarket at the gate later, after he gets ready. They should just relax. With that, Tranlac told Phap Vuong to lure about a dozen zombies back, a task that left Phap Vuong wondering if his master had lost his mind. Tranlok didn't bother explaining, simply telling him to not worry about it and go away. The real party was about to begin. The young man brought a bowl of garlic water so pungent that Trantiang couldn't bear it, even with his nose plugged. He asked Tranlok why he made so much. Tranlok smiled, oblivious to the fact that someone had been trying to make a large garlic chain, like in the movies. Before my eyes, the zombies, terrified of the garlic, fled without daring to take a single step. It seems we're getting closer. It's a pity that reality is the opposite of the movies. Garlic's strong smell attracts the zombies. Tranlok was excited, but sadly, they barely had enough garlic for the two of them. Later, he'd have to check the supermarket for more. After that, a very loud noise came from the door, and Tranlok, holding his breath, asked if he heard it. A horde of zombies seems to be approaching, and Trantiang stares at the camera, confused. Faced with the horde, Tranlok was curious, while Trantiang debated whether to fight or steal the water. The noise grew louder, and Trantiang's fear intensified. No, this isn't good. The sound of the door about to break spurred Tranlok to action, even pouring a bowl of water on himself. He rushed to the boss, asking for the last bowl of water, but the boss looked to Trantiang. Though I resent her, she doesn't deserve to die. The number of zombies this time is clearly not small. If I use all this water, it's not just her who will die. Unable to accept the boss's kindness, Trantiang's greed erupts, unwilling to share the water that could save another. Trantiang didn't take the water, instead pouring it on himself, fueling the boss's growing hatred. I was going to give this water to you, but now Tranlok shows her true colors. I'm the boss, and some people have abandoned their humanity, so don't be kind to anyone. Trantiang was relieved for a moment, only to realize he'd been tricked. Tranlok, how dare you deceive me? Tranlok frankly admits he deceived her, but he didn't force her to jump into the well. To tell you the truth, the zombies are a little addicted to that water smell. You're definitely dead. Trantiang was shocked and more confused than ever. No, it can't be. Tell me it isn't true. I just want to live. What's so wrong with that? Tranlok answered plainly. Not wrong, but she took advantage of a truly kind person, especially since that person is my brother. Using her words, we're all just trying to survive. So, what's wrong with sacrificing her? Tranlok decided to disarm, get drenched, and step into the space warehouse. Trantiang is on the verge of death, but the truth can't stay hidden forever. And I, Tranlok, will reveal the truth. He's addicted to space. Trantiang can't believe he's been consumed. This lie piled upon another. The armor, the skin, all prepared from the start. How dare you deceive people like that? Tranlok told me to find a room and hide because I'd only be a hindrance here. This time, Trantiang only thinks to put the vaccine in the bag and give it to the US, while Trankaha is forgiven once, free to do as he pleases. Tranlok states plainly that he wants him dead before he can forgive him. At that moment, the zombie trap broke through space, and Trantiang was furious with Tranlok, though it seemed this would be the last time she'd be targeted by the people of this planet. The other god's name. What have I ever done to you? Since we met, you've been all over me. Only after everything was over did Tranlok realize his mistake. The house had been a ruin for over a decade. At that moment, I went outside, still confused, but Tranlok stopped me, saying there was no time for thought. The house was covered in mud, nowhere to step. Please help me clean this body. In half an hour it will be dark and it's time for us to clean everything up. Tranlok was exhausted, wishing he had a little girl to help clean up the blood. Just then, the boy remembered Mangoch, a beautiful and reasonable choice who was still working. The only problem is whether she's still alive. After a moment's thought, he decided to stop dwelling on that ghost, alive or not, to let food slip through my fingers. So it'll be easier to pull her onto the bed later, but the urgent thing is to clean up all this blood. Of course he doesn't want to, but he can't just sit by and watch his master do it. So Tranlok has only one choice. The King of France, red light be damned. He drops the pretense of friendliness with the King of France. Dear King of France, watch closely. This is how you get the water, wash it off, then wash it clean. This place is full of natural wood, so be careful. In short, I'll do everything to get this house door clean. The King of France is helpless, bullied, and hates his life, but thinks his owner is worse than a dog. Worried he doesn't have enough, Tranlok heads to the supermarket. At that moment, Tranlok revealed that he only bought a few things at the supermarket, nothing to be angry about because he had much better things in store. Then the boy took the King of France upstairs to make a few bowls. Seeing such a mountain of food, the King of France was shocked, asking if it had simply appeared out of thin air and what Tranlok was up to. Seeing the King of France so confused, Tranlok explained that he'd been wondering if the king had felt any changes in his body. The King of France thought back and realized his strength had increased since the headache. Tranlock revealed that the king had been changing since before the accident, the king with force and Tranlock with space. Tranlock elaborated, explaining that he could control space and sense an impending disaster which confused the King of France. Tranlock felt this explanation was far-fetched, like being reborn, but it did make the King of France easier to deal with. And after a beer, Tranlock said he had a feeling they'd become good brothers. Come on, don't worry about it. Food comes first. The King of France, overwhelmed, felt there was too much food and wanted to put some away. Tranlock knew the King of France was worried about wasting food, as he hadn't eaten in so long. The king quickly cleaned up, overcome with emotion, remembering the days when even a sip of rice wine was a luxury. He was deeply grateful. But looking back at the mess, the King of France despaired. Was cleaning this place a job for dogs? After eating, Tranlock gave the King of France some spleen cells, explaining that absorbing their energy would rapidly increase his strength. The King of France eagerly consumed them all, knowing they came from the brain of a zombie. Now, they'll both return to their room to absorb the spleen, and Tranlock reminds the King of France to stop immediately if he can't take it anymore. Later, don't call him Tranca anymore, just call him brother. Back in the room, as they both absorbed the spleen, Tranlock thought something was strange. Based on past experience, absorbing 8 cells at a time should have been enough. But now he's absorbed up to 20 cells, and at the 20th he feels his head has improved. What's going on? It usually takes about 14 days for my spleen to improve, and I've already reached level 2 in the first stage. Tranlock is at level 2 and he feels he can absorb even more spleen. He's curious about the limit and decides to test it out. Currently, Tranlock has absorbed 42 spleens, and he can stop the absorption process as well. Though only held for 5 seconds, the newcomer can now understand spleen, a feat previously only possible at level 7 or level 9 without this progress. But not in this level, just reach level 4 and you can use it. Tranlock is thinking big, but even the whole spleen has to reach the new level. He can't control it. Perhaps it could have been discovered sooner. Just thinking about it fills the young man with excitement. As soon as he opened his eyes, the leader reiterated the method that Tranlock said was effective, feeling his strength had increased significantly after absorbing about 7 spleens. Phap Vuong also showed off his results. Having absorbed 9 spleens and looking very pleased, he had eaten 9 spleens. Though fortunate, Tranlock knew he was lucky it wasn't 99 spleens, or he'd never finish absorbing them all. He eyed Phap Vuong, hardly believing a dog could out-eat him. Tranlock revealed that Phap Vuong's reputation was a bit inflated and told him to try on the armor, eat breakfast, and head to the warehouse. As they stepped outside, they saw a horde of zombies aimlessly wandering around the truck. Tranlock had always considered them free-range children. The leader struggled with the zombies, but Tranlock stopped him, saying this was free labor for Phap Vuong, who was already hard at work digging. The leader was impressed. Indeed, he's a brave, fearless, and difficult dog. Even the leader felt this Phap Vuong dog was beneath him. Seeing the leader's worry, Tranlock said not to compare himself to a dog, as everyone has their own story. The leader was surprised that a dog could do something he couldn't. Hearing that, Phap Vuong was called a coward for eating, something the other wouldn't dare do. Ignoring the zombie threat, Phap Vuong retaliated against the insult, declaring he wouldn't eat with a coward. Finally reaching the warehouse, Tranlock found it strange that so few employees were present, and despite the commotion, no one screamed. The leader said the warehouse was full of tunnels, and it seemed everyone had escaped down there, not hearing the truck. Just down the steps, Tranlock saw the path into the tunnel, and they decided to go in later. Just a few steps down, they stumble upon a bone, devoid of flesh, unlike a typical zombie's messy feasting. Something mutated lurks in this warehouse. Perhaps a dog or a rat. However, these two species live on the beach, so there can't be many of them. Tranlock felt they weren't dangerous. Suddenly, the bell rang, and a rat scurried toward them, prompting Tranlock to urge everyone to flee. However, it seems Phap Vuong hasn't escaped yet. He hears the bell, and Tranlock warns him to be careful. Driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh, the rats relentlessly pursue them, and one bites Tranlock, sending him crashing to the ground. With his hand out of control, the leader was swarmed by rats, and they desperately sought a way to electrocute them. Fortunately, the electricity was enough to kill them, but the rat was clearly mutated. In fact, whether zombie or not, their hunger will grow, and they will always mutate. It can give more life to make the food grow, but if they meet a live rat, it's true that the rat will be like a dog's tail, bringing bad luck. Seeing the leader fall, the rat seized the opportunity, but the leader quickly zapped him with electricity, seemingly to no effect. The rat continued to bite at the leader's neck, and one more bite might just break through his armor. Seeing the leader in danger, the rat wanted to help, as its power was at least level 3, maybe even level 4. There was no way to kill it quickly, and there were too many rats around. If not for the rat's level 2 evolution, he would have died today. The rat believed the dragonfly could never threaten him. He warned the leader that after dealing with the young man, he'd be back to bite him to death, and could only hope the sword would hold the dragonfly for more than a few seconds. The young man is too strong to escape, and this sword will surely finish the dragonfly. This massive spiritual source, combined with its teeth, makes the dragonfly feel inadequate, so the leader suggests finding a weapon. After much effort, they gathered more giant dragonfly teeth and descended further into the pit, leaving the leader puzzled about the dragonfly's true power. The dragonfly is small and flat, about this size, and the leader is eager to record everything, determined not to miss a thing. The leader vowed to take the secret to his grave as darkness fell once more, signaling their need to head home early before the pit's energy ran out. As darkness fell, they finally returned home, and the leader warned of the dragonfly's danger that day. In my opinion, we should stay home for safety. At my current rate of spiritual absorption, I need at least 3 days to reach level 3. If you're bored at home, you can play games or watch movies. With that, the leader handed the other an iPad. 3 days later, with the chopsticks nearly gone, the dragonfly sighed, wishing the leader would do the dishes. But he just cursed under his breath. For 3 days, all I've done is eat, swim, and play in the water, which has worn me out. I think you were level 2 yesterday, right? Realizing the leader knew of his habit, his eyes lit up and he eagerly praised him, calling him a talented dog. Go find some zombies to practice on and see if you can come up with any new tricks. I had barely praised the dog when it rushed out at the king's command. As I prepared to leave, the dragonfly called out again, making it hopeful. Did it not need to go after all? Or perhaps worried about my safety, it was angry at the dragonfly. In truth, it had dreamed too much. The master called again, asking it to follow the dragonfly's path. This time I truly didn't intend to make a dog out of you. It just took out 2 bags of trash, and the dragonfly tried to explain its disappointment, truly making people worry less. I don't know when I learned to take out the trash myself. You're a grown dog too. What a life. I didn't do anything wrong. I just didn't know how. Even the leader could sense the king's deep pain and passing. Of course, the dragonfly remembered Mangach. Now, he truly needed her care in his daily life. I remember she was living in the apartment for 5-star hotel employees recently. I'll go see her as soon as I reach the 3rd grade. I'm glad you're cooperating this time, so I don't have to beat you like before, and the sword's maintenance time has increased from 5 to 20 hours. So in the end, you can take it with you. By morning, I'll set out to find Mangach, which will add a large amount of spirit. Great. The next day, the leader and Tran decided to find Mangach, heading to the staff dormitory. As they called for help, Tranlock felt lucky to finally find someone alive in the hotel he'd managed for half an hour. The young man asked if they knew Mangach, and the staff member nodded, saying she was in the other room, but wasn't there now. In the morning, she was pulled away from a business conference to prepare food. After reminding Han of her, Tranlock grabbed Han and told her to lead the way. Meanwhile, Mangach was in low spirits, and La Minhee was a little down. La Minhee, who had always led Mangach, questioned her defiance, asking if she knew who she was, while Lailam worried they didn't have enough users left. He threatened to throw Mangach out if she didn't listen, and everyone, even the hotel manager, agreed to move her. This place is too small, and the situation forces her sacrifice, so she tries to find another place, but Mangach refuses because of the zombies outside. If you're a zombie, there's nowhere to run. Denying Mangach a voice, they forced her out. La Minhee shook his hand, ending the confrontation. Outside, a city wall surrounded the city, and Mangach couldn't even cry, let alone smile at this mess. Too bad. If anyone could handle all these people, she'd give up everything, but she felt like she didn't have a chance. A city wall rose to attack, and Mangach could only cry. She had saved a group of people only for them to be killed. In her darkest hour, Tranlac arrived as a savior, and Mangach remembered him as her former teacher. Just seeing her filled Tranlac with joy. At least the chef is alive, and it seems she has a stomachache. Tranlac wondered if his risky journey to see her had touched her heart. With a grateful heart, Mangach nodded, thanking Tranlac profusely. But now is not the time for talk. First, they must deal with the aftermath of this battle, and then they can rest. Tranlac and I worked together to eliminate Lukangti with electricity, as well as La Minhee's people inside the restaurant. She greeted them, hoping they were fans, but Tranlac sensed something was wrong with Mangach and fell silent. What to do? Let me handle it. Mangach hasn't warmed up yet, and Tranlac's story is... But he also had to save them, and Tranlac, now at rest, agreed that it was hard to be a good person. The hotel manager offered him a job, Brother, let me take you home. Come work for me. 20,000 salary. Tran Lak often responded coldly, saying that money makes you a good person, and he hated those who were overly grateful. I didn't even glance back before turning to face the other one head on. The hotel staff's behavior proved something was amiss. These two had something to hide. These people are powerful and unafraid of attacks, so instead of surfacing, they immediately knocked me unconscious. Hey, you helped your friend, but the truth is wrong, but you just want to get us to safety. What do you want to say? In times of disaster, Tran Lak adheres to one principle. If you are my enemy, I will seize every chance to make you pay. But rest assured, I don't want to kill anyone. I simply reject them, and whether they live or die is up to fate. He talked big about rejection and responsibility. Did he consider this when he threw her out? Lamini begged for help, promising to agree to anything. Seeing her wavering attitude only pained Tran Lak. Oh, this girl is up to no good, trying to steal her clothes. I hate this. As he spoke, the young man tightened the rope around her, but Lamini continued to act like a damsel in distress. It's been days since his last bath, and unable to resist, he asks her to bathe him. Complaining of aches and pains, he snuggles into her lap to silence her protests before leaving to fight. The hotel staff scrambled, begging to join Tran Lak, but he coldly asked if they had anything of value to offer. After saying that, Tran Lak gave the staff some supplies, telling them to choose clothes in 3 minutes, and he would protect them with his life. Tran Lak then turned to the little girl Manga, remembering he needed someone to cook rice for him. Tell me to wash the pot, and I'll throw away the zombies. I assure you'll be safe eating, but I won't say no to you, or that meeting me is the luckiest thing in her life. So, what do you think? Do you agree with me? If you're this good, who wouldn't? Mangak nodded, congratulating him on joining, and said that when she brought the other one back, it would be a happy day. And of course, he'd be cooking. Back home, Tran Lak asked Mangash about the power I mentioned, my ability and my master. And you, what have you felt or awakened in these 5 days? Mangash shook her head, recalling that on the 3rd day she felt a slight pain, but couldn't discern if it was strength, as she was always hungry and paid little attention. Tran Lak smiled, noting that awakening on the 3rd day wasn't bad at all. Now he instructed her to focus on the energy within. Mangash closed her eyes, and a flame appeared in her hand. Tran Lak looked on in surprise, a hint of joy in his eyes as the fire burned. The fire of her fake talent is cooking, and the food is delicious. I found a treasure in this super chef. Half an hour later, Mangash prepared a very decent meal with an enticing aroma. A chef truly makes all the difference. Both the owner and Tran Lak enjoyed a fulfilling day, and this soft, fresh tofu dish was a testament to Mangak's excellent preparation. After eating 7 dishes, Mangak cleaned up, and Tran Lak knew she'd made the right choice. He told Mangak to leave the dishes. There was no need to clean up. He then instructed her to go to her room. In the meantime, they stayed home to improve their skills, and Tran Lak discussed how to improve them further. A few days later, Tran Lak finally reached level 3, but at this rate, level 4 would take another 10 days. The young man decided to gather more spirit and visit the sisters Mi Lin and Mi Lap, who were new to the club. 10 days later, Tran Lak wondered if they had endured the trials. Though it's not the best time to win them over, he should see how they're doing to avoid being snatched up by someone else. It's also a recovery technique, after all. If you have the ability but can't hold on to it, you'll be struck down. Tran Lak decided to go out with the owner to gather spirit, but he didn't forget Mangak's words. While we're gone, don't open the door for anyone, no matter who they are or what they say. Even if someone is dying outside, do not open it. Close the door, don't open it, and absolutely don't go out. If you get hurt, you'll have to confess, and then they'll leave. As night approaches, Lu Kuang's efforts have yielded about 500 spirit stones. Tran Lak, the role-playing king, feels all right. Does he miss the sisters next door, so he wants to decide how to go? According to his memory, they live in room 201 of the 3rd building. But Tran Lak went the wrong way. He should go to the 2nd building to see if anyone's home. Phap Vuong feels this is the first time he's been asked to do something he should, but soon becomes enraged and whines incessantly. So he found a white cat because Phap Vuong bit it, and now it's crying. Tran Lak thinks it's too beautiful not to take home. Go tell Phap Vuong not to hurt it. After you get closer to the cat, of course. Tran Lak hears a human-like voice. Hoo-hoo, please get this dog out of me. Tran Lak realizes this cat can communicate through the soul, and that surprise food is a must-have. It seems that with just a glance, the cat and Tran Lak can understand each other's thoughts. I won't bite it, I won't bully it. That dog is calmly biting me. It really hurts. Tran Lak agrees. It's too painful. The cat continues to communicate telepathically, sensing the person has dried fish. Tranlac was surprised. How did she know, and what was she basing this on? But he wasn't afraid to feed it. No matter how much it ate, it would be his cat later. I was still drawing a cat when a girl appeared, demanding her food back. It was Lap's mother, and this cat was hers. However, Tranlac had never seen this cat before, nor had he ever heard the sisters mention it. Lap's mother came down, furious, demanding he return the food. Tranlac felt this trip was costing him too much. Lap's mother retrieved the cat, then looked at him, confused, and apologized. It turns out the two sisters, Lap's mother and Lin's mother, are no longer together, and if their mother was around, she'd never let her brother risk going down alone. After taking the cat, Lap's mother returned often, and the cat kept screaming, begging to go out to the person with the dried fish, wanting to eat it, insisting that the person wasn't bad. The cat wouldn't stop screaming, and then it ran off. It then ran back to Tranlac, staring with longing eyes, saying it had been over a week since it had eaten dried fish and begged for one. Tranlac saw an opportunity to win over his sister, suggesting she tell the cat that there was definitely dried fish at the mall outside and asking to take her away. Do you want to work with me to find our prey? Before Lap's mother could answer, the cat chimed in. I do. I can sense this person isn't cruel. We can trust them. Lap's mother hesitated, but then grew angry, clinging to Tranlac, begging to go with Han instead, saying her family was waiting for her to bring food. Lap's mother, convinced by the cat's thoughts, agreed to join them, and after grabbing some food, she was introduced to Tranlac's brother, the owner. In the game, she's equivalent to a warrior, and this dog is my partner, Phap Vuong, the Realm Wizard. You can call it the Realm of Phap Vuong. Lap's mother was surprised. A dog that can unleash a realm of power. She realizes that's not the only special ability. Tranlac also introduced himself as having the same ability as the Space Wizard's ghost, then turned to Lap's mother, saying that she must know Phap has the ability to communicate with others. My name is Lap's mother, and my special ability is, of course, equivalent to that of a warrior. As they were still talking, a horde of zombies rushed toward them. Lap's mother claimed she could boost everyone's power, and Tranlac felt his own surge to new heights after receiving her energy. She may have only reached level 1, but she increased Tranlac's power by about 1%, so he told everyone to fall back. But Lap's mother was confused, saying no, there was no need. She'd never fought a zombie, and this one was perfect for practice. No matter what, she'd have to do this sooner or later. Weak on the outside, strong on the inside, she's built to survive the end of the world. But the spell's power is limited, so Tranlac tells the leader to give the dog to Lap's mother. Lap closes her eyes, angry but not afraid, encouraging herself that she can do it, then takes the dog and strikes the wizard. Tranlac watched, surprised by the girl's bravery, and brought water to the leader, who was constantly hungry after killing the wolf. Meanwhile, Lap's mother, the cat, struggled with the weight of the dried fish, wondering when they'd find more. They felt they'd collected quite a lot on level 2. Tranlac told Lap's mother to carry as much of the bag as she could. He turned to the cat, sensing its abilities were more than just spirit power. No matter how special its ability, it's not a spirit power that can be controlled, and Tranlac knew he had to keep this rare cat. He decided to lure it with dried fish, promising to make more if it came home with him. Lap's mother, driven by greed, was hungry at the sight of food. Behind Lap's mother, a zombie lurked nearby, and Phap Vuong sensed the danger. Just outside, she encountered a massive zombie engulfed in flames. Lap's mother's luck had run out. The zombie ran, driven by hunger, desperate to devour her, but the teacher seized the moment, unleashing a powerful technique that sent the creature flying with a single blow. However, its body was so disgusting, he didn't want Lap's mother to see it. This scene is just like a love story, with the girl now dead because of Tranlac. Their eyes met, but Lap was too afraid to look. Tranlac was curious about her reaction. He never expected the zombie's appearance to have such an effect. A hero saving a damsel, even if a little late, still worked wonders. Seizing the moment, the boy proposed, "Lap, let's team up and help each other from now on." After all this, how could she refuse? With the agreement secured, Tranlac continued to nudge him, revealing a bit of truth. A little more until he was somewhat used to it, but it was still painful, knowing she was waiting for her sister to come home. If she didn't see her, she'd be very worried, or waiting for her sister to come home before he left. The little girl and boy couldn't stand the dried fish, constantly urging their owner, questioning the refusal, and suggesting a note to ease Mi Lin's worries. Moreover, they sensed Mi Lin wouldn't be coming home today, and he promised to make us fish stew. That's it. I have to go today, no matter what. I want fish. I want fish stew. These little girls, Milap agreed because of them. Arriving at Tranlak's house, both Milap and the kitten were surprised. But where could they find so much delicious food these days? After eating, Milap insisted on returning home, worried that her daughter would be alone. However, Tranlak strongly disagreed, citing the dangers outside and the risk to Milap traveling alone, secretly pleased at this opportunity. After agreeing, they headed to Milap's house, Tranlak bringing flowers and fruit for the visit. Milap grew more sensitive, realizing Tranlak didn't just protect himself despite the dangers outside. He brought her light during the blackout and even shared her favorite watermelon. I feel so lucky to have met you and my sister. Tranlak's heart is too strong to resist. It's a shame I only just met Milap today. Otherwise, you'd be ruining my peaceful youth. He says they're all friends now, and helping each other is a necessity, so there's no need to be so hard on him. Tranlak is just testing her, but being embraced by a pretty girl like this reveals his true intentions. He's still holding a watermelon. Perhaps she should eat first before hugging him. Suddenly realizing her behavior, Milap blushed and showed everyone to their rooms, introducing Mangash to her old classmate's room. She showed him the drawing room, the bed, and said he could live there. This room would be his. She even separated it from the girl's room to show Tranlak. But more importantly, he was in Milin's room, so where would she go? He decided to stay put and wait. Tranlak suddenly remembered something he'd forgotten. He left the stone fragments with Milap, told her to experiment, and then went to his own room to rest. Inside the room, he found the cat lounging on the bed, looking incredibly alluring. Damn, why are you here? The little thing, having eaten the goat's tail, leaped to embrace Tranlak, declaring it would sleep with him tonight and Milap tomorrow. Tranlak even said, "Oh, you know about fairness, huh? You really are an ugly cat. Well, a job's a job, so today I'll slowly use this opportunity to train with you." Meanwhile, Milin faced a group of students, her two friends, Trung Tran and Vuong Tan Vo Nat Kai, constantly hiding behind her, fueling her anger. "You two, stop hiding behind me, will you?" Unable to contain her anger, Milin lashes out, unleashing a torrent of fire. Her firepower is now overwhelming. Even having advanced to grade 2, she can't handle so many battles. She fights, thinks, and worries about her sister and how they'll survive this difficult life. "Were you eaten by the tank or are you just hungry? They thought Milin had been eliminated." Which way now?" Milin eagerly pointed ahead. "This way, we're almost there." Deep down, she refused to give up hope. "Milap, I left you a piece of chocolate, so you must live. You must hold on and wait for me." Little did Milin know, her sister was as happy as a lark, enjoying delicious food every day. Today, Tranlak has planned a barbecue for them, and Mangash confidently declares that while it may not compare to the best chef, it's certainly better than what you'd get outside. "So now I'll prepare. Just name what you want. There are many grilled dishes you can't make at home." Tranlak asked everyone to go up to the grill floor. Suddenly, Milin's voice rang out, strained. "Milap? Milap, are you there?" Hearing that voice, Milap was overjoyed to recognize her sister. Tranlak is up next, finally seeing Milin return home. The two sisters are so close, but something's off. Two unfamiliar names just appeared. The others exchanged glances, impressed by Milin's beauty and Milap's kindness, qualities they planned to exploit in their scheme to defeat the sisters. As they looked at each other, wondering who this person was, they realized Milin had never mentioned having any siblings. Before his sister could ask, Milap introduced him. "This is Tranlak. He took care of my sister while I was away so I could focus on my work." The sister looked her over, relieved. Apparently, the fruit was better cared for than the tree. The two students sensed Milin was aloof and difficult to approach, but her sister was still fair game, so they shifted their focus to Milap. Zhen Zhenwu spoke first. "Milap, you must be hungry. Here's some bread." Afraid of getting caught, Wang Xinwu chimed in. "Milap, don't be rude. I have sausages too." But Milap seemed unconcerned. The family head declined, saying she wasn't hungry, but the two just kept eating. Tranlak saw right through them. Feeling unsafe, Milin urged everyone to leave, regretting she hadn't recognized those two names sooner, to keep them away from her and her sister. But who would go home after just eating? The young men, Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu, fantasized about living with the beauties, even both sisters. As they entered, Milin asked if there was any food. Tranlak smirked, saying of course there was food, but only if she agreed to go with him. Otherwise, no way. He then asked Mangash to check if there was any rice to cook. After all, she's Milap's sister, just cook some rice. Then he saw a group of people who understood the situation, and Tranlak warned the dog not to spill the rice while adding water. Two others entered the house, fidgeting and making their way into the kitchen. Seeing Mangach preparing rice, they began to complain about their difficult journey. Just a little water to drink, what's the big deal? Have some understanding. Tranlac felt these two really couldn't hold back, arguing loudly but still stylishly over something that wasn't even theirs. But unfortunately, another man was less than pleased as Zhang Zhen suddenly pointed at the relaxed French king. They couldn't believe the dog was still alive and uninfected and began to fantasize about dog meat, ready to make an enemy of the French king. He pointed at the French king, questioning why they raise dogs when people struggle to survive, with rice running low. Daring to eye the French king, he leaps down, desperate to tear them apart. Han adds that the dog is too fierce, fearing it will harm the ladies, and suggests they simply wait for the kill. Hearing this, Tranlac couldn't stand it any longer and demanded to know why those two dogs were being fed while others starved. He then pushed the two of them out, and Zhang Zhen, his face darkening, asked if he had ever fought Tang alone. Han added that she was a lowly name who only knew how to hide in the house, a tiger who didn't want to think of Hello Kitty. Not all. Han also went back to Mi Ling to check the food. Eating 7 different dishes to improve a meal, not okay. By this point, Mi Ling couldn't stand the cat's voice any longer, questioning her intentions and the effort she'd wasted. The two men were bewildered, seeing her as heartless. They continued to talk, but still offered to protect her and help her find her sister, even though everyone on the street gossiped about her behind her back. Now, it was truly a 3-way standoff. The men were warned she was beautiful but dangerous, and Mi Lin immediately confessed, saying they were angry with her, then 10 buttons. Unable to do anything more, they hurried away, unaware of the regret the Mi Lin people would feel. As they left, Tranlac shaved Phap Vuong's head, telling them to leave, knowing it was difficult in the neighborhood. The owner understood, and Phap Vuong knew what to do. Seeing the little dog run out the door, Mi Lin wondered if it was running to kill them or what. The two men were relaxed, chatting about women, but they were all heartbroken, and Phap Vuong, standing behind them, had had enough. He thought to himself that these villains needed to be dealt with swiftly, and then he charged towards them, roaring. Oblivious to their fate, the two were happy to see Phap Vuong, even hoping for another good time that night. But before they could speak, Phap Vuong unleashed a barrage of bullets, leaving them no chance. Having dealt with those two, Phap Vuong noticed someone asking for dog meat. What a waste. Meanwhile, Mi Lin, who hadn't eaten in ages, devoured several bowls of rice. Mila stood beside her, saying there was still plenty left, as Mai Ling, full from the meal, told Chen Luo that although she ate a lot, food was easy to come by here, and all that was left was to call people to clean up. Afraid of eating all the food, Mi Lin blushed and apologized, offering to find more if there wasn't enough, but Tranlac assured her that Man Goch had prepared plenty. He rattled off a list of dishes: tofu, cabbage, potatoes, boiled meat, shrimp, crab, beef, and told them not to forget the tomato soup, leaving Mi Lin utterly shocked. He turned to Mi Lap, saying he had something to tell her, and she quietly followed, leaving Mi Lin suspicious of their mysterious rendezvous. In Mi La's room, Chen Luo pinned her against the wall, making her blush, and said she wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. His face inches from hers. She asks if he feels safe with her, or if he isn't scared at all. In this moment, Mi Lak felt as warm as a firefly, the close proximity almost too much to bear, and his eyes so bright, wondered if Mi Lin would listen to him as well. She wouldn't listen to just anyone, especially not someone unfamiliar like Tranlac, so he asked who, between her and her sister, would lead everyone to a better life. Of course, it was Tranlac, she answered softly. He had a point. He needed to get through to her sister. The two were quite amusing. One shy, the other boastful but hesitant. A bit cruel, really. Tranlac knew he had to make her obey him, to see him as the leader, or conflict would arise at a critical moment. He seemed to know this from experience. Milak was confused, but I understand it will definitely make your sister listen to you, Tranlac said, pressing on. Before your sister obeys him, he won't share any thoughts, so just a little more. Just let her look at us. He pretended to listen, but we were doing it for her, and Milak was completely distracted. In the kitchen, a table full of food was thrown onto the preparation table, and Mi Lin wondered how they'd survive the next few days if she kept making messes like that. Mongok replied that Tranlac was ready to cook as much as she wanted, and Mi Lin shouldn't interfere. Knowing she couldn't sway Mongok, Mi Lin filmed the person looking for Tranlac to talk to. Mi Lin was confused. Tranlac said she made so many dishes. What would they eat tomorrow if they ate it all today? Tranlac replied that it was a reunion for her two sisters, so Milak should be happy. Mi Lin thought it was too wasteful, but Tran Lak reassured her that it was her food, so not to worry. But looking at the table, she remembered how full she already was. The one who'd eaten too much was feeling the discomfort. An hour later, as the food arrived, Mi Ling wondered why 5 people needed 4 bottles of water. If that's the case, she wouldn't drink sweet water anymore. Just watch. Everything was set, and Mangach called everyone to eat. As they sat at the table, Tran Lak looked at Mi Lin and asked, "What are you doing sitting here?" Mi Lin was angry about where to sit, but he didn't like it. Mi Lak sat next to him, not daring to say anything, as her union with Tran Lak was a good thing. Tran Lak remained cold, saying it wasn't appropriate for her to sit there, unless she just wanted to watch them eat, leaving Mi Lin shocked and questioning if she wasn't welcome to eat. Mi Ling was shocked and made a fuss, saying she'd planned a party to celebrate the sisters' reunion, but he wouldn't let them eat. Tran Lak laughed, saying she'd planned a party but never said they'd eat together. Besides, the 3 behind you are all on your side, so you ate well because you were too dangerous. Tran Lak asked if she was his person, and the girl nodded, saying she was. Next up are True and Mangak. It's too obvious. One is a natural, the other a savior. Stay with me, and you'll never worry about food, eating like kings, so why fear not being my people? Even a kitten knows to respect its owner, but in this house, only I'm an outsider. The pressure is too much. Tran Lak laughed ominously. They're just your unfortunate companions. They deserve it. Turning to Mi Ling, she asks who she thinks is worthy to eat with them. Unless she proves she'll listen to them, then maybe she can join. Not letting Tran Lak say more, Mi Ling is furious, thinking she can be humiliated like this for just one meal. Slamming her hands on the table, she stood and declared, "Don't push people too far." Then, turning to the departing figure, she added, "Mi Lin, I don't need your food. If you think a single meal is worth so much, there must be love involved." But even as Mi Lin stormed off, Tran Lak continued to serve everyone, wanting to say more to appease her. Even giving fish to Mi Pham, further fueling Mi Lin's rage, leaving her seething and helpless in her room. Even as she stormed off, she declared she was going back to her room, unable to stay in a house where she was treated this way. But upon opening the door, she saw something that enraged her. It turns out she saw Namchin's underwear and Tran Lak. "You're really something, letting men stay in your room while I'm out here." Malak immediately said, "I forgot to tell you. Tran Lak's been in 8 rooms while you were gone, but don't worry, he's very gentle." Looking like a gentle university flower, Mi Lin is radiant, but she's worried about her sister's eating habits and the fact that she may have sold her out. Even in the bath, she can't stop thinking about what happened earlier. A small fridge, how could it hold so much? Tran Lak keeps giving food to see who will smile last. After her bath, she put on a sexy white bikini, and Tran Lak's gentle voice called from outside. "Today, after we eat, we'll be as white as a flower. I heard there's a bit of a touch." After dressing, she wondered why there were so many edible flowers, but she was definitely eating her favorite fruit. Dressed in a sexy pink dress, she battled her thoughts, refusing to eat. So many days like this, the flowers were surely past their prime. Outside, everyone feasted, but Mi Lin wouldn't call Mi Lak again. She told Mi Lak to bring her sister to her room. Chen Luo looked at Mi Ling, realizing the fruit wasn't a flower, just something to look at. She had the ability to blow things up. It was really touching, really exciting. Chen Luo tempted Mi Lak to leave quickly, saying this fruit is very sweet. I'll leave some for you, making Mi Ling angrier and angrier. Meanwhile, Tran Lak ate the fruit, peel and all, then approached Mi Lin, likely intentionally, just as she arrived at the room. Mi Lin immediately grabbed Mi Lak's hands on the bed, touched that Mi Lak would hold hands with an outsider to anger her sister, and raised a finger to her lips. She poked Mi Lak, asking why she hadn't spoken up to help her. Milo laughed, telling her to stop, reminding her about the fruit and that they were a team now. She spoke further, hoping to avoid disagreements at crucial moments, and everyone silently acknowledged Tran Lak as the captain. Chenluo feared his sister wouldn't listen to him, and what he said made sense. Mi Ling thought he was brainwashed, but so what? It's easy to manipulate someone young. Mi Lin realized that only he had the ability to make her listen, but he resorted to such cheap tactics by claiming one meal would restore her strength. Mi Lak, despite her love, was powerless. Mi Lin's stubbornness was getting out of hand. Mi Ling decided that if he wanted her to listen, he'd have to bring the food himself as proof, and she'd fight him to see who had the last laugh. Instead of a dress, she donned a sturdy outfit, stepped out the door, and Mi Luo asked where she was going. She didn't dare eat his food, so of course she had to go out and find her own. And he was worried. She looked at Tran Lak, then at Mi Lin, realizing she was late. What would she do if she encountered danger? She turned to Tran Lak, the sister who saved him, and wanted to go out, so he advised her to go. Tran Lak replied, "Sorry, Milak, I have no reason to stop my sister. If you're worried about her, take her with you. You can foresee any danger." With a pouty face, being around Tran Lak wasn't good. Why were women so sensitive? To increase her safety, Tran Lak called for both Phap Vuong to follow her, though Phap Vuong wasn't happy either. It was so hot, but naturally, he had to take care of her. Milak wanted to go along to help her sister, and Tran Lak agreed, reminding her to stay safe and bring a power cord. A cat and a dog went out together to follow Milin, and Tran Lak smiled, thinking he himself shouldn't resort to such methods. But in the last chapter, when he took food, Milin discovered him and hit him with a stick, making him a traitor to this day. The fruit is indeed tough. He was hit in the last chapter and is determined to recover in this one, but Tran Lak also knows he can't keep going like this. He has to take time to win back Milin. About 10 minutes later, Milin returned with instant noodles. Happy to have beef noodles tonight, even if it's not the real thing. Tran Lak smiled, wondering if she knew he knew the truth. Then he told Mangosh that he wanted beef noodles too and to make some for him. Milin overheard, thinking he'd finally see what the noodles were really like, and he smiled at her. But Milin wasn't interested. He immediately suggested they talk, and she agreed, curious to hear what he had to say. The two sat at Tran Lak's table, and he apologized to Milin. "Your lunch was a bit too bitter." Hearing his apology, Milin was suspicious. Was he plotting something? What did he mean? He apologized, admitting he was wrong to not acknowledge her as team leader and that he couldn't share with her, adding that the position requires strength and courage, and he'll prove he's better than her, no matter the team. First, strength. "In 3 days, we'll have a match, and if I lose, I'll listen to you." Milin was happy, seeming confident but still a little suspicious, asking if it was true. Tran Lak laughed, saying, "Of course it's true. What is there to fear?" Milin wondered why they had to wait 3 days. Why not today? Why not right now? It turns out Tran Lak fears he'll hurt her with his strength. In 2 days, he'll reach level 4 with more stable control. He boasts that even Phap Vuong is no match for him, angering Milin, who realizes she's falling for him, and laments that she can't even beat a dog. Tran Lak is annoyed, saying she's worse than Phap Vuong, and comparing herself to his dog, she feels humiliated and enraged. The departure of Phap Vuong towards the gate of the Great Stream shocked Tran Lak and Milin. Outside, someone knocked on Milin's door, calling out, "Milak, are you home?" From outside, a voice pleaded, "I know you're home, please. I haven't eaten in 2 days, just a little food." But Mili just stepped out and wondered, 2 days, huh? So she ate something before that, then what? Tran Lak wondered how she could answer so naturally, but Milin simply said they had no food and told her to leave. Milin turned and said, "Remember this, no matter how much they have, she will devour it all and then come for us." Praised, Milin confidently challenged him to a fight in 2 days, happy to see his skills were on par. But he was furious at her unique approach. Below, 5 young boys sit in a row, one of whom must be Milin's relative, answering a price at home, just having spoken with her. The group is shocked, saying they saw Milak at home with 2 men passing through the neighborhood, men trying to take over the 2 sisters with perverted thoughts, wanting to be a ghost. The group armed themselves, telling Milin's sister and Vujia, "Clear this mess for us." The boss, peering through the door at the discussion, told Tran Lak that these men with weapons were trouble. Tran Lak shaved his head, and Mifam said to go down and clean up the mess, but don't let them die in court, or we'll have to clean it up. The boss, holding an electric fan, said, "Okay," and Milak took the opportunity to give the boss a little more strength. The boss opened the door, saying he was going home, but Phap Vuong, also shaved, declared he was staying to deal with the bad guys, while Tran Lak observed from above, and Milin blushed at the sight of him. Looking closer, she thought he was becoming more and more handsome. But were they really that bad? Someone said they'd have dog meat tonight, but the boss was immediately taken down. Seeing his brothers roughed up, Tran calmly told them not to panic. They were just getting meat to eat. The boss stood still, letting them attack until they realized he was no ordinary man. Not all of them. The emperor behind Phap Vuong has made a move, striking fear into their hearts. This boy is still a fake. Unable to act, he was caught by the boss in a broken branch. On the ground, Tran Lak complimented Phap Vuong, impressed that he'd learned to attract attention all on his own. What a clever dog. Milei's face was now clear of panic and fear as she identified herself as a brother. Chen Luo affirmed, "Yes, although you are the owner, these things still need to be passed on to avoid any important views or things that don't fit the impact of the battle." The artist agreed, saying it's best to start them young, get them used to it. Milak thought it was pointless to seek revenge for not being told when eating. Giving Mila a small knife, Tranlak said he'd go with her, and though a little scared, she began to feel more confident. Mila bled, begging Phop Vuong to pull her away, but Phop Vuong ignored her pleas. This was no concern of his. The small knife slowly pierced the corpse, a gruesome image now blurred from view. Milak nervously handled the body, still unaccustomed to this grim task, but after taking it to the hospital, she began to get used to it. Previously, my brother and the owner both mentioned Ngok cooking beef noodles to make up for what happened. Everyone went home together, only to have a bowl of beef noodles thrown before their eyes. Mealing watched them eat beef noodles, wondering who eats that much beef? Tranlak gave Milak a bowl, encouraging her to eat the biggest bowl, but Milak still looked sad and scared. She thanked Tranlak, but she couldn't process it, only seeing red. Meanwhile, Milin couldn't swallow her anger either. The next morning, Tranlak and the others sat down to a breakfast of scallion pancakes, a dish that looked especially delicious to Milin. But she couldn't bring herself to sit and eat with them, not after what happened. The next afternoon, surrounded by delicious food, Milin begrudgingly ate dry eel cakes, already wondering what she'd eat after. Her refrigerator was so small she didn't know what to do. That evening, she stared at the table laden with dishes, wondering why there was still so much food. Her fridge would be empty after 2 meals. Miling rushed to the refrigerator to check, finding it packed with food, vegetables, meat, fruit, making her extremely curious. She immediately ran to Tranlak, asking how the refrigerator was so full and how he could find such fresh food even when he went out. Now, Milak has just explained to Milin that Tranlak's food is preserved using a space-saving ability that can last for years, bringing her to tears. At this, Milin was angry, asking why she wasn't told sooner. Miling seemed to love him, or so she thought, before turning to Chen Luo, insisting they play a game by the 2-day rule, and if he lost, he'd have to obey her. Chen Luo immediately replied, "Don't worry, I'll try to meet your demands again." He said no more, and that they could play tomorrow. Miling was confident she would win, and Chen Luo would have to kneel and call her master, then bring all the food to her. It seems Tranlak is about to break through to the 4th level, where he can use his space-saving ability, increasing both his defense and power. Sitting in his room, Chen Luo prepares to absorb the essence of the bullet-headed rat. As he begins, the essence floods his body, clearing his mind. Suddenly, a hammer-like pain erupted, and small arrows appeared all around. Mifan watched nervously, unsure if he was all right. Tranlak slams his hands down, summoning the small arrows. He's finally leveled up. He breathes a sigh of relief, now at the 4th level, as Mi-Fam eyes the remaining essence of the bullet-head rat. The bullet-head rat's essence is a treasure. More than half its energy remains. I must dispel it. Now, set a trap in the corner, and I'll test a new ability. Phop Vuong was guarding the door when Tranlak suddenly appeared, startling him. Tranlak reassured him, telling him not to be afraid. Phop Vuong thought he was guarding the door well, but was scared half to death. He almost lost his soul. Tranlak sat on the sofa, and Milin, hearing the commotion, wondered if Tranlak was intentionally making the dog bark at night to disturb her sleep. At that moment, the dog was scared to death. Tranlak smiled faintly, telling her to eat before doing anything else, and to be careful. Miling was shocked, wondering if they were going to be careful tomorrow or what. She still had her doubts. "Before we double-check if you win just twice, you'll listen to me?" He raised 3 fingers, declaring that within 3 seconds and 20 meters, he would break her mind, or she could consider it a win. Chenlo smiled faintly, not looking down on her, just confident. Miling smiled back, thinking that once they started, she would retreat carefully, not believing he could touch her. What were the additional conditions? Chenlua smiled faintly and said simply, "Just lift your chin so I can kick you." Miling was shocked. "So if you lose, I'll kick you later?" "You can kick me to death, as many times as you want. Or if you have any other requests, I'll agree to them. No matter what, I won't lose. Think about it." With that, they headed to the rooftop, Tranlak and Mei Lin standing 20 meters apart. He announced that if there were no objections, they would begin, watched by Kim Trong Tai, Milak, Mangoch, and Dai Tru Duong. Mei Lin immediately turned back, finding it hard to believe she couldn't stretch the time beyond 3 seconds. Suddenly, Mei Ling turned around, wondering where Chen Lo had gone. She hadn't taken her eyes off him, so how could he disappear? Mei Ling frantically looked around, but still couldn't find him. Then, appearing behind her, Tranlak grabbed her shoulders, shocking her. It had all happened in the blink of an eye. She grabbed your hand, trying to pull you forward, but Tran Lak just smiled gently, and Mi-ling stood frozen. He breathed softly on her shoulder. She had lost. Her face flushed. She released Tran Lak's hand. If he hadn't used his hand like a blade, she'd be dead. Mi-ling turned away, admitting defeat, and wondered how to kick him later. Tran Lak turned to Mi-ling and said, "Let's go eat before you leave, though." He smiled, admitting the past 2 days were a mistake. "Later, we're a team, so let's head up early and get to know each other." At the table, Mangak B made a tray of delicious bread and offered it to Mi-lin, telling her not to be shy and that she'd make her soup if she was still hungry. "The food's fragrant, everyone's so warm. If Mi-lin refuses now, it'd be a shame." She starts to enjoy the meal, deciding she can't resist such delicious food, as Tran Lak watches and laughs, knowing Mi-lin is now one of them. After an hour of work, Tran Lak suggested they discuss their next plan in the guest room, explaining that the competition was growing fiercer and their only chance was to unite. He said it would be harder to win 4th place as time went on, and the youngest competitor had already won food, so they should reunite as a team or combine as a base to survive. Although Tran Lak is strong, he can't accept the wounds he'd sustain fighting a team of over 100 people. If you join another team, you won't be able to compete with others, and what if they try to take advantage of Mi-lin and Mi-lassie's beauty? Mi-lin retorts that anyone who tries will be beaten to death. Therefore, they couldn't join another team, nor could they allow others to take over, so Tran Lak decided they would form their own team, though more members were out of the question. Upon hearing this, Mi-lak suggested forming their own team, and the host agreed, news that reached Tran Lak. Professor Tran Lak began to analyze that the central area was too crowded, so ordinary people would choose to flee to the outskirts. Soon many will gather outside the city, and Mi-lin agrees, saying she hadn't thought that far ahead. Hearing this, Tran Lak was shocked. Perhaps he truly believed in himself, unsure when he could meet those conditions. Just thinking about it made him happy. Finally, he wasn't taking the lead, which was very appealing. However, to save face for Mi-ling, and to avoid frightening her in front of everyone, he postponed the team's formation. He stood up and said Mi-ling would follow him to the room. He had something to say. Mi-ling was confused, not understanding what was happening, but knew it was a secret that couldn't be discussed there. As soon as she understood, she thought of the stone and wondered if he'd really kick it. She stood and followed Tran Lak, thinking, "Let's play." You agreed. A stone kick is nothing. Inside the room, she braced herself against the wall, ready for the blow. Tran Lak, seeing her stance, gently asked her to lift it. Mi-ling is shocked, feeling humiliated. Was it really necessary to say that? It's a test of resolve, not a game of pleasure, and that realization infuriates Mi-ling. She braced herself against the wall, a sensitive and arrogant move, and Tran Lak suddenly stood up, unable to tolerate such treatment of a future war heroine. "If you use your strength, I'll cry," Mi-ling said, counting down from 10, warning him not to blame her for breaking his promise. Meanwhile, Tran Lak thought of a stone, perhaps humiliated, but this enemy had to pay. Looking at Mi-ling anxiously, Tran Lak wondered if he should just kick her once. But a part of him hesitated. If he did, he might feel good in the moment, but lonely for the rest of his life. Mi-ling counted down, and as time ran out, Chen Luo raised his hand, only to hear a smack from behind. Mi-ling was furious. She told him to kick, so why did he use his hand? Tran Lak laughed. Forget it, or should I let you kick me one more time?" Mi-ling turned around. "I'll push you to your death." Mi-ling laughed, scaring Tran Lak into begging for forgiveness, warning him she really would kick him if he dared say anything. Hurrying out, he didn't forget to win Mi-ling's heart, telling Ngaksh to cook some of her favorite dishes so they could officially join the team. Mi-ling blushed, flustered that he'd asked what she liked to eat. Perhaps Mi-lak had told him? In the afternoon, looking at the table laden with food, Mi-ling realized she might never have tasted such dishes without Tran Lak, and she couldn't stop eating. Showing her kindness, Mi-ling thanked Tran Lak for taking care of her sister. As they ate, Tran Lak suggested that the area's central location would attract those seeking resources, making their current spot unsuitable for the long term. So he proposed they pack up and move to his old villa the next day. But during the move, SA also looked for potential new members to join the team. What kind of outdated thinking is that? The more people, the more secure we are. Plus, it's a good chance for the Mi-ling team to train. Sitting in the cold truck, they hear a voice calling out, "Fang, don't worry about us, just run." Outside, a group is surrounded by gangsters with 3 figures standing behind and one hurrying back saying, "Let's talk or we die together." They were ambushed, and though he could have abandoned his teammates to escape, he didn't. The man named Fuang Vu turned to Tranlok for help, saying, "Boss, please, if you can, do us this favor. I will repay you." He smirked as Phap Vuong flew from the car to rescue them. Upon receiving the order, Phap Vuong unleashed an electric fan attack on Han, who was overwhelmed by the dog's power. Fuang Vu and Tu Lan were relieved to be rescued, and Fuang Vu thanked Tranlak for saving them, as Tranlak inquired about their situation and sudden awakening. Fang Yu introduced himself as the oldest of the four, having woken up on the third day with the ability to increase his strength and physical form. And this is Yang Huin, who woke up on the fifth day with the ability to fly. This is Li Fei, with the electric ability, who woke up on the fifth day and joked that he was useless compared to his dog. And finally, Tu Lan, who can control sandstone, woke up on the seventh day. The four of them worked at the same company for years, and while out scavenging, they ran into those thugs, narrowly avoiding their own demise. Luo Chen introduced himself and invited them to join his team. Of course, he'll be the captain, and Fuang Vu is extremely grateful as he saved their lives and doesn't know how to repay him. Tranlok told the four to get in the back and to think about anything they needed, but for now, nothing was essential, so they'd try the streets and malls instead. In the car, Tranlak pointed out an empty apartment, saying they'd stay there for a while and he'd be back. But it's hard to predict, so everyone needs to be careful. He put Mi Lin and Mi Lak on the third floor, while the captain and Tringok stayed on the second, and then everyone cleaned up a bit. The captain joined him to meet the others next door, overhearing them discuss Phap Vuong, whom they believed they couldn't defeat. Tranlak went to the hall to ask if they could cook, smiling as he gave them food, though he was a bit reluctant to share his precious stash. Fang Yu refused his offer, saying they would find it themselves. Tranlak insisted they weren't guests, and since they were with him now, they should eat and rest. In the afternoon, he arranged the private area for them to manage, hoping they'd calm down before becoming important members. He then asked the captain to call them. Tranlak said his schedule would be long, so he'd take the members to check the private area that afternoon. They were injured, so he told them to rest first and contact him if anything came up. Back again, Mi Lin accompanied him, questioning why he didn't go with the captain, uneasy with Mi Lak and the other group. He pulled her into the trees, urging her to be quiet and observe. The bus pulled up and a white-haired figure emerged. It was Mu Tian-ge, who seemed to recall his past transgressions against her. Mu Tian-ge is the CEO and head designer of a famous clothing company, but she has a rather twisted mentality. He recalled the past when she and his subordinates set up a place to take in living women. Her point is valid, but she forbids her staff from falling in love with her, punishing them if caught, and she herself was the one who took Mi Ling. After that, she blamed Mi Lin for taking over the captain's position, serving the men in the company. Perhaps Mo Thien-ka brought her subordinate to collect women. If so, Mi Lin and Thien-ka must have met before. He saw Mi Lin taking the lead, and when she saw his face, she pretended nothing was wrong. It seems he also recognized Thu Van, the powerful fake soul standing behind Mo Thien-ka, who had slept too early. Just as Keep approached Mi Lin, she hastily declined, introducing her own team of sleepers and inviting Mi Lin to join them, all because of that woman. Mi Lin apologized and declined, stating that she already had her own team. Mo Tian-ge then curiously asked Tranlak if he was her boyfriend. He hugged her, asking an unrelated question, then turned back to the chase, dealing with the surroundings as he went. Mu Tian-ge looked at him, calling him greedy and independent, and vowed to make Mi Ling see his true colors. She allowed the sleepers to stay temporarily, splitting up to search as Mu Tian-ge plotted to expose Tranlak's true colors to Mi Ling. The next day, Mu Rong-ka sought out Tranlak, proposing a partnership. He was curious if the East Side had a mall with enough supplies to last a year for food and over a decade for everyday needs. But there are also many supplies there, so she's unsure of her chances and wants to cooperate with you, the three of you. After it's done, no matter how many people you have, you'll have put in the most effort. He remembered that shopping mall where he and Mila met to transport supplies, but those supplies were taken by her. There were at least a few hundred supplies inside, so he didn't dare go, and Mu Tian-ge hated to show his face, thinking he was greedy, so he left behind another hideout. With a name like that, Mi Lin joined the sleepers, and Tranlak waved goodbye. She wanted to use the shopping mall incident to expose his dark side, but he didn't take the bait. She shouldn't even think about it, all thanks to one person. Tranlak knew she wanted to be with Mi Lin, so she wanted to get rid of the dog, preventing him from seeing Mu Tian-ge as evil. He didn't want to get involved, but since she had ill intentions, he'd find someone to take care of her, and with Phap Vuong Sao Len knowing what to do, who would defend a dog? The next morning, Mu Tian-ge sought out Jiang Feng, also known as Ying Feng, who wouldn't agree to anything if she simply called him Jiang Feng. Outside, the dog's name was written on the wall. Jiang Feng agreed to help Mu Zongwei get rid of the dog. But more importantly, the story had to benefit him. Mu Tiange knew what he wanted. If she succeeded, she'd let him join her team. He smiled and agreed to negotiate, secretly wishing to be Wang Ling's dog in the sleeper team, if only his strength allowed. He remembered his leader's orders to protect that place, and this time, he had to find Dai Luke. According to the plan, Kuang Fong led the tankers to where Tran Lak was killed. The evil corpse opened its mouth, saying sorry to its brothers, when suddenly Tran Lak and Dai Luke appeared before him. Kuang Fong was shocked to see Dai Luke with Tran Lak, and the Dharma King saw the villain holding the house, but luckily Tran Lak stopped him. It was a difficult situation. Friends on one side, the army on the other, and he couldn't harm his friends just because he joined the women's army. His friendship prevailed, and Kuang Fong led the tankers away. Tran Lak acknowledged Kuang Fong, considering them friends, and thanked him for leading the tankers, using the opportunity to gather supplies. It's a pity. He's playing a dangerous game, and in just days he's become deeply entrenched. The leader is truly insidious. Upon his return, he greets the leader and apologizes for the recent tanker scare. The leader was pleased, knowing he wouldn't betray him, and Tran Lak realized he was dealing with the mother of the gods who had led the tankers here. Kuang Fong was shocked, wondering if he was the man in question, as Tran Lak inquired if anyone else knew about the tanker's arrival. Kuang Fong confessed he knew she sought to punish that man, and would appear when it mattered most, yielding to her anger. A metallic clang echoed as the fifth tanker transformed into a shocker. In the distance, another tanker sped toward them, and the heavenly god urged their vehicle to accelerate towards the tanker group. Believing he could save the female tanker, he drove straight into the enemy formation, buying time for the others to escape. He then initiated an afternoon challenge, firing at the two girls. The fire grew, fueled by the gas tank on board, and the heavenly god ordered everyone to flee. But Tran An and the girls refused to back down, determined to use the flames against their enemies, vowing to live or die together. The tanker, sword in hand, charged into battle, relentlessly targeting the heavenly god and giving chase. She struggled to understand why it kept coming after her, mistaking her for the other woman. He quickly pulled the woman in front of him to take the tanker's attack as Tran Lak watched, realizing he was trying to harness the explosion's energy. The heavenly god led his team to create a void, and everyone was terrified. There was no time to escape. He added insult to injury, but the priority was getting the girls to safety. Tran Lak slapped her across the face. She was surprised by his strength, that even as a tank he'd fight to the death for her. The heavenly god's grave lay exposed and vulnerable. Thu Van, with the help of a tanker, made a stand so the girls could escape. Tran Lak saw her valiant and brave demeanor. He was confident, but offered no support. He couldn't bear to watch Thu Van become a sword in his hand, preparing for battle. Thu Van's weapon was too precious to let his wife see, so the tanker attacked Tran Lak with fire, concealing his presence. Then suddenly appeared behind the tanker and hurled it away. Everyone witnessed this display of overwhelming power. Thu Van watched him, waiting for the bottle to explode, and when she threw it, it did. She sat at the bottom of the well, the battle now over. Tran Lak received the tanker's spirit, telling her not to cry anymore. He placed his hand on her side, smiling kindly as he let her go, and fed her, telling her to let her sister rest in peace, because the dead need to rest. He asked her about her plans for the future, a question that gave her pause. But life, after all, must go on. That afternoon, she visited Tran Lak, remaining true to her character, not using her abilities for personal gain. He simply needed everyone to join his team, assuring them they wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. Thu Van also mentioned speaking with the others and would let him know later. Moments later, he smiled, revealing that all the girls were now standing before his house, the remaining 20 members joining his team and bound by his rules. First, you must always obey orders or face the consequences. Second, show no fear. Here, you are no different from men. Third, if you seek a partner, look within yourselves first. It's not impossible to find someone outside, but they must stay and join us, mainly to keep his talents from being taken, and more importantly, to avoid those with ill intentions from probing your inner secrets. Everyone agrees, and Tran Lak expresses his gratitude for their trust, appointing Thu Van as their guide and promising a surprise that afternoon. Looking at the potatoes, the delicious soy sauce, and even the car, the boys feel a little lonely, and Kuang Fong wants to join the team. Tran Lak began to catalog each member's abilities, noticing a standout individual, one that Kuang Fong had also recognized, Thu Van, whose talent and power surpassed all the other girls. Tomorrow, he leads the team out, calling 2 soldiers from the field, reminding a few to warn others not to engage and to ignore onlookers as they handle things. With 300 to 400 names, just right for the team, he ordered everyone to arrange their formations and Kuang Feng to control the tanks. If more than 30 appeared at once, they'd be overwhelmed. The march begins, and Kuang Feng gets to work, as the colonel calls for those with fake skills to follow him. The girls used their magic and skills to fight the tanks, which dodged attacks, while some girls intentionally struck them. Some were even hit by the tanks, and after taking out one team, there were others. Tran Lak was struggling with this team's poor coordination and teamwork. Without a commander like you, they'd be wiped out. They need more practice. Finally, after clearing the tanks, everyone was exhausted from their first real fight, just as the girls began picking out clothes. While everyone was choosing clothes for Tran Lak, something else was happening. Unexpectedly, Mi Lin caught up to him holding a black shirt. At first, Lin thought he had strange tastes or liked wearing these things, but if it was for Milap, it wasn't right. This color didn't suit her. Another girl also found a large supermarket in this clothing market with many supplies. The girl happily found water, but paused before drinking, asking Tran Lak's opinion on sharing it with everyone, to which he happily agreed. Milap felt so fortunate to have him. She'd never been hungry since joining him, and she received care constantly. There was something she'd kept hidden for a long time, and she decided she had to reveal it to him, no matter what. When Milap came to find Tran Lak, the night she knocked on his door brought forth terrible nightmares. She told you about that day, and how lucky she felt after losing Ms. Thu Van and those who knew she existed. Milap was increasingly eager to reveal the secrets of her heart. With eyes full of affection, she clasped her hands and asked to be his girlfriend. A moment Tran Lak had long awaited, and he immediately agreed. This happiness seems too sudden, and Milap isn't ready. Tran Lak looks at you, full of love, expressing his feelings. Given the current situation, with no guarantee of tomorrow, he wants to move forward quickly. Her sweet words worked, and she began to get intimate with the girl in his house. Milap held her hand, caressed her neck, ready to do what Tran Lak saw. They both looked in one direction, only to find the cat, Mi Pham, was still in the room. So he was dragged out, unfazed, while the girl looked dazed and angry at him. Mi Lin went out and saw Mi Pham knocking on the door, saying Tran Lak was in the room, kidnapping Milap. A salty fish also said Milap was uncomfortable and afraid of her, so he took her out. She tried to intervene, but the king's law forbade it. Arriving at the door, she overheard their sweet voices. She figured Milap had volunteered, and she was just living without purpose. But she couldn't stand seeing her sister deceived, so she couldn't just turn a blind eye to this. After a night of bliss at Tran Lak's farm, she asked Ngok Tran Hai to bring 10 kilos of pork to the team, but Ngok wondered where Milap was. Just then, Mi Lin said she might have been harmed. What a sight to behold. Ngok Tran went ahead, wondering how Mi Lin would handle things, especially since Mi Pham was still angry from yesterday and refused to eat. She warned him that if she got angry, the consequences would be dire. So dire, not even a single fish would be caught. Not 10, but 20 fish would be sacrificed to him. Tran Lak said she could have him for 3 days, but he'd have to sleep alone at night. After all, he's family. She can't hold him to sleep anymore. He also dreamed of sleeping with Milap, and the next day everyone gathered for lunch. Because the day was so special, he raised his glass, inviting everyone to eat together, and they thanked their great captain. Outside, a car sped by, carrying the scent of pork. Lai caught the aroma, tempted to indulge, but reminded them of their task, solving the drinking water problem. While everyone celebrated, the 2 brothers interrupted, asking to change clothes to get clean water, and Tran Lak happily agreed. He asked Thu Van for 2 bottles of water and offered noodles and sausages in exchange, for which they thanked her. Lai Ming called his sister over, but she hesitated. Everyone here was a member of a 2-star team, and she wanted to join Tran Lak's team. He asked them both again, and Tran Lak set a challenge to prove their worth. Kill 10 tanks. They must use weapons, not the car itself, to get the core from the tanks. After hearing this, the 2 turned to carry out the task, and Tran Lak hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. Lai realized the body's existence wasn't a secret, and Lai Ming remarked that smart people were abundant. Moreover, Tran Lak's team still has plenty of meat to eat, so things aren't so simple. Although Tran Lak asked them to kill 10 tanks, they decided to kill 20 to prove themselves. Just an hour later, the 2 completed their mission and successfully rejoined the team. Lai Ming introduced himself and his sister. He was a warrior, and his sister, Lai Tu, was a mage. Tran Lak, curious about the warrior, immediately punished him to see what he was made of. He was happy, seeing this as a trap, and waited for her upgrade, hoping she would be a great help to the team, regardless of her origins. He asked Ngok to cook 2 more portions of meat, as today was the day for everyone to share. Meanwhile, Tran Lak paced back and forth in his room, worried whether Milap had absorbed the spirit today. He told Mifam to sleep with Lin tonight so he'd have something to do, but she refused. Angered, he left, and Mifam couldn't understand why he didn't need her anymore. He went to Milap's room and suggested a night of pleasure, but she refused, saying she was still in pain. Tran Lak consoled her, saying there would be other opportunities, but then asked her to try the trick on him to see how to make Milap blush. But she frowned and remained silent until morning. Their goal today is to head south of Dengok Lam to gather supplies where many residents live, so the competition will be fierce. The commandant announced that they were ready to engage their target, and the team listened for orders. But when the battle began, the magic was stronger than before. The small car moved with the others, turning to the opposite side of the road, as Tran Lak, holding Mifam, watched the team, breaking Mifam's back, hearing him scream in pain, unable to do anything. She mentioned what Milap said last night made you cry, and when asked where he learned it, he said he wasn't allowed to see, speak, or hear, so he jumped off the balcony yesterday. Milap heard and fell. He warned that knowing too much could get you hurt and to be careful, meeting in the Ngok Lam area in 30 minutes. Tran Lak ordered everyone to arm themselves and prepare to eliminate Tang Thai, while Milap, seeing the restaurants, anticipated a wealth of supplies and instructed the group to split into 4 teams, forbidding any counterattacks. I see. A lady saw your kind heart and asked for a watermelon, followed by sweet words begging for food from the others, making you feel the animosity of these people. You said you couldn't climb the stairs, but now you're burned and you don't know how to act like a young girl. Then they made a fuss, telling everyone to watch Tran Lak carrying their belongings. Afraid of the competition, they saw his team solving it, ran down and wouldn't let him take their things, holding weapons against Tran Lak, wanting to call the Tran Quang children's team, meaning that team turned against them. A woman stood up calling them thieves, saying the younger they are, the less they learn kindness and respect. Tran Lak asked the old man if this was the school's property, to which the old man replied it was his brother's supermarket. But now that the boy is gone, it belongs to him, and he wants Tran Lak to leave the truck and go home. The old man had driven that car right into their backyard, and Tran Lak called out to the others. The old man dared Tran Lak to hit him, promising to fall and never wake up, a request Tran Lak had never encountered. He granted the old man's wish with a slap to the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Everyone stared at the motionless elder, used to his antics, yet still impressed. Tran Lak simply stared at the group, wondering what they were thinking. A demonstration was needed to set things straight. The other team realized the old man was in trouble, so they pretended to know magic and learned the extreme power of the telegraph. Just one blow to the ground, and the 2 were afraid to run. Just then, Tran Quang appeared with his men, and Tran Lak recognized him, recalling their past struggles when he was still weak. Tran Quang laughed, saying the old man always wanted them dead, never expecting to die by their hands, and that he came to make friends and ask for help. The 2 shook hands in camaraderie, and Tran Lak gladly asked what was needed, as Tran Quang's team possessed nearly 1,000 in riches, with much more still unclaimed. But lately, a tanky turned husky has appeared, faster and smarter than before. They're few in number, so it acts as a leader. With more people, it's harder to deal with. One of their teammates was killed by it, and though they found its location, they don't have enough people. Instead of their small numbers, Tran Lak's group was quite large, so they asked for his help to kill it, and Tran Lak inquired about the enemy. Tran Quang explained that the enemy had 150 kilogallon of rice and 5 boxes of water. The woman who chased after him knew this group wasn't evil, so Tran Lak embraced her and followed her lead. Tran Quang was worried about you going alone, but Tran Lak said he had a dog backing him up. Tran Quang was surprised that even in this disaster, Tran Lak was raising pets and bringing along a bunch of girls. Milap wanted to go with him, but Tran Lak lovingly told Mifan to stay behind and wait for his return, while Tran Quang jealously ate dog food. They began to move, knowing Tanky was usually in the garden, and asked Tran Lak how to handle him. He smiled at Phap Vuong, knowing dogs could be controlled with extreme ease. Tran Quang felt it was too dangerous to let Thu Quang go alone, unaware of his superior talent, and praised Phap Vuong's cleverness. The group quickly entered a house where a heavy smell of blood filled the air. Opening the door, Phap Vuong didn't hesitate, rushing straight into the Tanky circle, moving as fast as their attacks. He could easily kill them all, and Tran Quang admitted that was precisely why he chose to cooperate. The strong don't align with the strong. Only the weak depend on them. Tran Lak temporarily agreed to join, but only if they followed his lead, just as a disciple of Tran Quang reported heavy losses, with people fleeing even beyond the bridge. Seeing this, Tranlac tells Milap to follow him, leaving Tranquang worried he'll find a way to cure him. A single glance was all it took, and Milap used his healing arts to cure him. The magic spell saved his life, and Tranlac urged Tranquang to join the team before he and Milap departed. Tranquang consulted his brothers about joining Tranlac, and after weighing the possibilities, the team agreed. That was the decision born of unity, and he led the entire team to join. Tranlac welcomed the new members, inviting them all back to his place. The scene unfolds at a party where a group, denied entry, resorts to violence, but with few targets, they search elsewhere. Tuanlan and Phuong Vu watched from the side as they prepared to enter Tranlac's house. Tuanlan wanted to leave, but Phuong Vu insisted they stay and watch. The two decided to shout a warning, and if no one responded, they would flee and wait for Tranlac's return. Tuanlan watched as Tranlac's convoy returned, speeding from the gate into the neighborhood. In the distance, he spotted numerous cars, confirming that people were indeed living in this private area, and he even located the gate to his house. The other team was surprised by the number of women, and Tranlac realized the green tea girl was looking for someone. Then he reacted. If they threaten you, don't expect to leave. Remember, before the competition to become a level 1 immortal, you have to retrieve Tranquang's belongings. Just then, a knock came at the door. On the 3rd floor, only he, Milap, and Milin were present, and Milap was actively seeking him out. Upon opening the door, he found Milin, who shook his hand, an obvious gesture to everyone. He opened it to find a bag full of condoms, shocking her and causing her to blush, realizing what Milap had been up to. She worried Milap was too young, only 2 years old. If he intended to harm him, she'd be beside herself. She was angry, and he ran away. Tranlac looked at the bag, smiling at her kindness, and happily went to Milap's room. The tanky know more and more magic, and he realizes this immortal is truly dangerous and terrifying. As a leader, Tranlac wouldn't lead them to their deaths, so he began sharing the rules of Tanki. Tanki casts magic like us. They all have the same abilities, but with a certain intelligence, so the best way to deal with them is to use the 4-man world of 2 warriors. Even evolved French warriors are no match for everyone, so running away is sometimes necessary. Now, he'll teach a trick to evade magic. He had Milin and Thuvan attack him with magic as a demonstration. Milin fired, and Thuvan prepared to fight. Tranlac gracefully evaded the attacks, earning praise from everyone watching. Seeing this new, seemingly unavoidable magic, he uses Milin and Thuvan's help to predict their spells and evade them, making dealing with tanky level 1 easy. Milin felt like she didn't want to try again, but Tranlac was still able to avoid his attacks as usual, until one day they were attacked by an old woman. Kong Ho, a female warrior with immense spiritual power and fighting talent, faces tanky level 1 opponents who are impossible to predict and even harder to resist. After lunch, he had everyone practice their skills and warned that any level 1 team that didn't complete their training within half a day would face severe punishment. After tanky level 3, the survivors began to compare themselves to each other, noticing a man and a woman being captured. Tranlac asked if she knew her, and she claimed the woman was her friend, but that she couldn't see her face and couldn't save her. The King of France's worries are not lost on her, and she understands her fate. The crowd still wants to capture her and bring her back tonight. Milin and the leader struck them from behind with words, while France laughed in confusion, asking if they still wanted dog meat. Milap reassured Truong Tintin, then introduced Tranlac, the man who saved them, and her father, Truong Dong Than. Since she and her father have nowhere to go, they'll join the team if they follow your rules. Zhang Jingjing asks Milap to give Tranlac an hour so they can talk tonight. He refused, saying there were too many people, and left her with Thuvan to sort things out. Returning to the feast, she wondered why Milap wasn't eating with her. Thuvan explained to Tranlac that she was the boss and she was just staff, so eating together would be awkward. But Zhang Jingjing thought she was going to eat something better, blaming herself for not bringing her along. Meanwhile, Tranlac said that Milap needed to observe her friend more closely, as their story hadn't been revealed. Moreover, each person in the group has their own strengths. Let's see what she can do. Just be honest, and even without ability, we'll find a place for her in the rear. News arrived that over 10 vehicles with 50 to 60 people had appeared outside the special zone. Perhaps survivors fleeing here, he announced, and everyone immediately gathered at the gate. Thuvan immediately ordered the sisters to form up at the special area gate, and Truong Tin Tin peppered her with questions about the battle. Then what? Thuvan asked about her ability, and upon learning she had the power of force, positioned her at the front. She didn't want to admit she was responsible for the danger in moving to Lite, but she was staff, arranged by Tranlac. Thuvan pulled her away, and she cried again, saying that she and Milap were friends, and she couldn't do that to her. As the fight concluded, Milap appeared, telling her not to fear, that she just needed to experience a little Mm. Milap was upset, promising to stay by her side, ensuring she could heal her quickly if injured. At that moment, Zhang Jingjing noticed the cream on Milap's face and began to suspect the relationship between Milap and Tranlac, believing she was sacrificing herself to be by his side. Zhang Xingxing grew increasingly angry with Mili for refusing to speak or help herself, while Tran Quang suggested they seek easier battles elsewhere. At that moment, Tranlac approached, and the man, seeing him as weak and lacking connections, revealed he descended in the city of Toan Lanu, opposing the Rose, making communication with his teammates difficult. This starving group, unable to cope with the competition, knew he had resources and begged for a share, or else they were helpless. He was angry with the group for not wanting the food, and when Zhang Jingjing suggested giving it to them to celebrate, Mei Li immediately told her to be quiet. Not out of kindness, but fear of war, she was the first to offer aid, 500 kilo of rice and some other food, which was then returned. Tranlac confronted her, reminding her she had no right to speak, but her father intervened on her behalf. He even revealed empty food containers, hoping to spare others from harm, a charlatan who trifled with the lives of the lower class for a mere scrap of food. Milap was worried and rushed over to see what was happening, then asked her to stop pretending. Some people just aren't worth saving. Tranlac saved her to feed her, and now she's causing trouble for the army. Tranlac returned to the conversation, hearing that his food was plentiful despite the empty containers, and asked for a share. It wasn't too much to ask. Tranlac, not caring what he said, asked the man with glasses if he wanted food or something else. They simply sought refuge and never forced him, promising to leave once their containers were full. So he asked Tranlac one last time, only to receive a gift to the face. Tranlac didn't care anymore. If they wanted to leave, they'd have to find a way. And the two children were excited, finally understanding why Tranlac hadn't given up, winning so easily. Everyone began to fight, and Tranlac grabbed the body from the front of the crowd and carried it out of the mountain as Tintin watched in fear. She knelt, begging forgiveness, her face that of Mila's friend. But he refused, telling her to leave before he changed his mind. Milap bid farewell to her old friend, saddened that she couldn't take her big brother with her, but promising to visit him soon. The Dharma King stood alone, abandoned. He saw no need to hide their affair any longer, urging the murderer to reveal themselves. After their children were sent into the air, Tran Quang called for the two boys to return. Without a word, he saw the man's honesty and told Tranlac, who then asked Mila to return to her room. He introduced himself as Lang Than, wanting to join the team, but he also had something more important to say. He produced a blue-clad body, which Tranlac identified as level 6. Lan Than explained he'd taken it from a dead, 10-meter-tall monster as a gift. Pleased, he called Tran Quang to relay the team's simple rules. Listen to the boss or fall asleep during battle. Got it? Tranlac was pleased with the spirit in his grasp, estimating he could reach level 5 in about 3 days. Much faster than the initial half-month. If someone new arrives, ask if their team has light or other support abilities. If they agree, they can join directly or pass through. Moments later, Phap Vuong returned home. He confidently presented himself as a professional, making quick work of the task. Tranlac organized the meeting. The team members, who had worried overnight, all reached level 2 and continued to hunt tanks. Lan Than and his team also went to gain experience. Having just arrived yesterday, they weren't required to defeat a certain number of spirits, but rather to learn from others. Thu Van confidently agreed, and Malin led them to a tank. Tran Quang revealed to Lan Than that the girls, all level 2 after following Tranlac, were led by Thu Van, who had already reached level 3. He was shocked by their strength, as if the tank team was just pretending. With the number of spirits increasing, Thu Van divided them into teams of 4 to find the tank, transfer it immediately upon discovery, prioritize safety, and maintain contact. She assigned Kuang Fong to guard the entrance and alert everyone to any situation. An hour later, Kuang Fong heard the roar of engines. A lot of cars were headed their way. Thu Van cautioned the girls to be careful. Thu Van had everyone review the situation, finding the tank wasn't urgent. But as they moved it, a bell rang, signaling unwanted company, and a lot of it. They agreed to meet again, but fearing someone would steal the tank, they were about to leave when Liu Man arrived and began attacking the girls. Han loudly berated the two girls, moving to strike them, while the two arrogant men screamed, telling them to stop playing games. But the girls' fierce resistance left Han injured and humiliated. The others restrained the girls, holding them back as they were quickly surrounded by a crowd of armed, weaker men. The girl relentlessly beat them, so Liu Man immediately intervened with a sword, but a wooden stick shattered against her head, breaking the tree, and the sword fell as Han continued to curse. Just then, someone called out H's name, and as he turned, he asked the girl beside him who was next. The sword also stepped down to see the story, revealing that the man used the bow to shoot Han and save the person, to which the sword, untrained in martial arts, responded. Neither dared to provoke the other. Understanding each other's power, they became patient, knowing they couldn't afford to make a mistake. She demanded the return of her bow, a weapon so powerful it inspired songs of salvation. Yet the honor guard was brutally defeated. Thuvan cried out in pain, blaming himself for his leadership failure for allowing this to happen. The man simply smiled at the scene, and Thuvan laughed bitterly, knowing their downfall would be anything but calm. Han continued to shout, telling her to get lost, but to leave the car for him. Then he jokingly asked Vian Bao why he didn't keep the beautiful sisters, warning him not to go too far, because this name is for Han to use, and it's best Han doesn't cause trouble, as this woman is not easy to deal with. Han remained defiant, boasting of powerful backers and warning her not to cross him. He suspected they were new military recruits and vowed revenge once he was certain. Back to Tran Lak, Thuvan confessed everything, admitting her failure to manage things well. Tran Lak could only sigh, knowing Thuvan had done the right thing. A new leader wouldn't have been rational then. Everyone was angry with him, and he had nothing to say about dying at the hands of the tank, but he wouldn't accept those who were bullied. He became enraged. Blood must be paid with blood. Tran Lak led his team, vowing that anyone who bullied his people would pay the price. The Hutt saw them coming, realizing revenge had arrived swiftly. Tran Lak's entire team arrived at Vian Bao and Hutt's location, and Hutt called in reinforcements, preparing for battle. The teams faced off, tension rising. Hutt knew the woman he fought before was a third-rate talent. Tran Lak questioned the opposing leader, saying there was no excuse for bullying their people. Tran Lak retorted with a lie, saying that a ton of rice would buy out their entire network. Now, as the leader, Tran Lak couldn't risk any missteps, especially since the Hutt had angered his team. The Hutt started fighting each other, each claiming the other started it. For Tran Lak, sacrificing someone to appease them was out of the question. The matter was settled, and he had the right to punish them. The Hutts, fearing the Green Hand, begged for forgiveness, even offering up two of their most precious names in the game. Tran Lak ordered everyone to attack, but only with their feet, and his men swarmed forward, relentlessly beating the Hutt. Their faces were now as swollen as pigs' heads, but many were still not satisfied, as Vuong Lin described them in French. Changing tactics, the city echoed with the screams of those three names, and Vian Bao's team turned green with fear at the might of Tran Lak's forces. The three names echoed over the bloody Hutt as Vian Bao begged him to stop, but their interference only made things worse. Tran Lak wouldn't accept the situation so easily, even after killing his brother in what could be considered a fair fight. Vian Bao's team is doomed, but he tries to reason with Tran Lak, who refuses to listen. Vian has never seen anyone as crazy as Tran Lak, who's not afraid to kill. He's confident, having fought many zombies, and his side outnumbers them. Believing he couldn't lose, he advised him to run. But the confident Tran Lak thought for a moment, then told his people he was right. A leader needs more than just a nose for fighting. They must be strong enough to guide others. He doesn't want anyone hurt, so he'll fight alone. A surprising move that betrays his fear. With his glasses, Tran Lak tries to play the hero, but he's just a kid. Hu Thang, trying to look tough. Vian losing to him would be a real embarrassment. So he chose to fight this kid alone, seeing it as an opportunity to shock everyone. Or so he thought. Tran Lak raised his hand, summoning a massive, green, glowing sword, and charged towards Vian. He realized things weren't going well, raising a hand to summon sand to stop Tran Lak, but it was too late. Enraged, Tran Lak decided to use that very sand against Min Yu, his sword falling, a green light about to strike. And just like that, a proud young man fell. His comrades cried out his name, but it was too late. Vian had become a wilted flower. One blow was all it took, and everyone was stunned as Tran Lak calmly turned his gaze to the beauty. He mused that having a wife was good, but the victory didn't elate Tran Lak. It was like a mere scratch. He turned to deal with those who had bullied his people, who begged for forgiveness, but it was too late to run. Even standing still couldn't save them from his sword. Meanwhile, his brothers were shocked by his strength, and another felt lucky to have followed Han from the start, avoiding a fight with him. The more he looks at her, the more anxious he feels, so he puts some distance between them, telling everyone to keep moving forward and not let this delay the group. Everyone rejoices, praising their brother, feeling they've made the right choice, though such praise quickly turns to melancholy. He was saddened by the ceremony's departure, but in this world, every second is dangerous. So he sent them out not to collect spirits, but to train themselves to survive perilous situations. Tran Lak took the lives of those who bullied his teammates, but his anger remained. He then warned the others that anyone who dared to bully his teammates would pay the price. Hearing this, the others were saddened, but he smiled, telling them to collect the spirits and return home to a feast prepared by the beautiful cooks, filling the group with joy. In a corner, the two men eyed a black dog, sensing the danger of a sleeping beast, their mouths watering at the sight. Seeing their hunger, Tadahan ran to catch the dog, but it grabbed his hand, stopping him. He didn't understand why. The other one worried about the dog escaping, but Han had a plan. Feed a bunch of dogs to make them sleepy, then eat one. Tada smirked at this display. The king, unsure how they survived, felt cornered, realizing they were trying to harm him with such a petty trick. On this trip, the two made their way to the palace as the king sketched Tata standing on its hind legs, enraged, with yellow lights crackling around it. The other was taken aback by the black dog's strange expression. Han couldn't understand how a dog could emit electricity like that, and he was terrified. Han told the redhead to run, afraid to linger any longer. Even getting caught in the net would be better than this. But what could they do? They had a story to tell. The king unleashed a surge of electricity to capture the two mad dogs, a blast strong enough to blind them. He was furious, and Han asked if the two dogs were from the next village. Enraged, he turned to the person who left, thinking, did these two dogs want to feed him to it? He told everyone to return to the others. The god realized he needed more people. Otherwise, they'd be overwhelmed in the coming battles, especially against hordes of hundreds. Their numbers were too low, and he didn't know how many more they'd lose in the months to come. At least they had plenty of supplies, and all he needed were people who would follow orders and knew how to fight zombies. He immediately wrote a recruitment notice, detailing everything clearly. A group of people walked past it, finding it hard to believe, but the survivors saw it as an advertisement and were intrigued to come back. In the zombie era, this was a chance to eat meat and gain power. The people who saw the prayer board asked for the driver's name, Brother Sue, but only he and one other level 2 person could join the other 3. It wasn't possible, but the announcement said families could come, so the group of 5 decided to get out and take a look. Tranhak's brother explained that family here meant blood relation, but a level 1 person who could absorb 3 spirits at once was considered good enough to follow Tranhak. He introduced himself as Liu Qi, then spoke of his level and abilities. His brother sensed his special ability and grew interested, deciding to ask for his opinion. But would he agree to compete and absorb spirits every day? Liu Qi happily accepted this request. He led the group to meet Tran Hak to see if he'd let them join, introducing them as a group of 5. Tran Hak had heard that Mr. Vu had a level 2 sense of self-esteem, and after consulting the kitten, who confirmed they had no bad intentions, he agreed. He then asked Tran Quang to arrange a place for them, gladly accepting the order as Tran Quang seemed to like him very much. He was a comfortable person, and he couldn't believe his luck in admiring the light. But even with the level 2 staff he brought, he still hoped they could join while he was here. He observed his green spirit, hoping to reach level 5 tonight, but after reaching this level, the level 1 staff increased. It would be difficult if he didn't make it up to him, pointing out that he was actively looking for them on a large scale. Tran Has began to meditate, and successfully pulled his spirit to break through the barrier. He was overjoyed to have reached level 1 in just 1 month, a great achievement for him. But that was enough. The future looked brighter. The level 5 upgrade made his spirit more comfortable, so he wanted to celebrate with his staff, gently stroking his black cat's head for comfort. His staff was taken away, leaving him uneasy. He gathered everyone and announced that he would join their group activity, aiming for a joyful journey. There was some danger, so he reminded everyone to be careful. He wouldn't be happy if anyone got hurt. Tran Quang and Hop Vuong stayed behind, while the others got in the car, happy to receive their orders. The crew of over 10 piled into the car and excitedly set off for the designated location. He began assigning positions, warning everyone to be careful of the areas with heavy tank presence, as they tend to gather in groups of 10 or more, making them easier to engage. Tran Hak is evaluating a new strategy, realizing that it's too difficult for the 4 of them to act together. He explains that they'll have to pull and stretch their opponents, as a direct assault would be too exhausting against such strong forces. Quang Fong was sent to lure the tanks, clapping his hands with a worried smile before running towards the large group to draw them to the waiting blood-stained and hungry groups, ready to unleash a blue light barrage. But he easily avoided them, and in this area they were no match for him, being low-level tanks. Tran Hak detailed the Crazy Wolf's actions for everyone to take note of. Quang's commotion drew a swarm of tanks like ants to a picnic, but he was ready, and the 2 groups stood ready to incinerate them. But this method only works on a small scale. Too much. And it's useless. Next, the elite level 2 members are sent to lead the tanks, agreeing to answer your question an hour after reporting they've handled 100 tanks outside the market. Tran Hak was pleased. The remaining tanks below would be led away. He'd heard there was a tier 4 or 5 tank here, and now he wanted to find it. But the wolf looked around, unsure of its hiding place. A large, quiet market. A wolf with a green hat, grayish skin, and red eyes like Chessie. Tran Hak walked through the tanks as if going to see his treasure, without fear. But having lived 2 lives, he must be bored. You feel something behind you. It's the wolf the enemy set loose. The bullets fired at you were as powerful as a bull being led to slaughter. A sight you didn't expect so soon. Men begged for their lives, drawing circles in the sand as the wolf ran ahead to rest. Just as you dragged a tank commander from the jaws of death, his spirit now belonged to you. The tank leader's head rolls back towards his team. Nothing is tiring. Capturing him is as easy as catching a rat. He was happy to stand there, but what else could he do? He ordered everyone to use their speed to escape the tanks, urging them to load the spoils into the car as they cheered and returned together. The men surveyed the frozen landscape, checking if the severed meat had rotted. He considered shifting the meat in his inventory, pretending to find new supplies to share with the others. Pleased with his fortune, he laughed, but 2 hours later in the frigid winter, his car struck a strange roadblock. He started to speak, but kept it brief, telling him not to block the road. Just by looking at him, they knew he was an easy target, a motorcyclist who appeared out of nowhere. They recognized the driver as Hao Nian, nicknamed the Invincible Captain. He sought the Dragonhead's favor with a chicken Han had caught to save his dying mother, who craved chicken soup before she passed. All he wanted was the dragon's name, and he'd trade his entire network for that chicken. But Dragon Name didn't hate him, and even his sister started joking about kicking him out. The men laughed at this attempt to bring Hao Nian to their side, trading a chicken to recognize a good person. Like this was a deal Han would surely accept, so, of course, he wouldn't be angry. I have chickens, I have a kitchen. If I meet your needs, will you sell me your network? Hao Nian was shocked, but asked for chicken soup first. Chan Hak agreed, noting that food was their greatest need. Rich people always spend lavishly. He said the captain and his mother exchanged the car for his child, and Hao Nian would check on his father, ready to bring his mother to your place for proper care, to which Hao Nian agreed. Chan Hak waited outside for Hao Nian and his mother, surprised by her frail condition. Hao Nian said his mother was in the final stages of pregnancy, and he was saddened to see her sorrowful face, wishing he could help, but his mastery of motherhood was not yet sufficient. But after that, Chan Hak arranged for someone to cook chicken soup for his father, ordering the cook to prepare a place for Hao Nian's mother and telling his new brothers to wait while he went to cook the soup. Hao Nian thanked him and took his father away, telling Nok to make the chicken soup especially delicious, and to let him know if she needed ingredients, as this might be her last bowl. What a fine young man with a good appetite. Ngach asked if he'd cooked poorly before, warning him to be careful this time. Chan Hak, hesitant to explain, ordered 4 more meat dishes and 4 vegetarian dishes, fearing the new arrivals would grow hungry, waiting the 3 hours for the chicken soup. Seeing this, he wished he could just eat all the food himself. In a world where food is so scarce, it's not easy to come by 8 or 9 dishes. A tray of food was quickly arranged, moving Hao Nian's mother to tears, as she called it, wasteful. He kindly reassured her, then placed a steaming bowl of rice before the man. Suddenly she held his hand, saying she could see he was a good person, asking him to take care of her son, Hao Nian. He cried, saying no one understood his son better than his mother and that he brought this precious food for Hao Nian to pay tribute, proving how considerate he was. She told her son not to let anyone down. Hao Nian couldn't hold back his tears, holding her hand and promising he understood. Seeing their mother still had so much to say, they happily left for the evening, and he stood alone on the rooftop, looking up at the sky. It seems he had something on his mind. Bro, thank you. My mother is gone. Hao Nian sadly thanked him and kept the news to himself, but men felt it was for the best. At least his mother was no longer suffering. Mr. An's protege, Hao Tian An, firmly stated to wait and see his performance. Hao Nian has decided to follow men for life, but men already knew that Hao Nian would soon be under his command. Beneath the open sky, the 2 young men stand together, gazing towards the future. Men worries that with more people on the team, he must seize the opportunity to manage them, establish punishments, and build a competitive structure to motivate them. He's also completed the senior systems hierarchy, with everyone's job carefully considered. Daichu and Mei are in charge of the senior system, and the 3rd class will be known as the elite members. The rest will be regular members after the new recruits join, but you only have 2 months to train them. From now on, positions and points will determine rank, not seniority. making it fair for everyone. Everyone is shown and raised when they are in your place, uniting everyone before announcing the rules of his system. The players are divided into small, self-managed teams, just like the official system, and 3 candidates stand out for captain: Thu Van, Huang Vu, and Tran Quang. They'll temporarily manage the men and women, and from today, a seniority policy will be established, rewarding those who work hard without fear of lacking food or shelter, motivating everyone to get their spirits back. It seems this is very effective, and everyone's become more active. Their slogan is to send zombies to make money. It seems the competition has intensified, leaving many empty and unseen, and those passing by tell Zhao Hai that Tran Lak's group is killing everyone on the other side of the desert. Everyone here is poor, yet they have meat to eat, so life isn't bad. Not only that, all the animals have been taken by his people recently, much to Zhao Hai's surprise. They even have meat to eat? In these turbulent times, I'm starving, yet they're eating meat. Han asks Qin Dao, who wants to meet his group if they need a place to go. Qin Dao happily agreed, feeling it was a great idea, especially since they were invited to eat meat for days, something they hadn't been able to do. He said they would both leave for the desert. A man in the car, seeking $300 million, asked if the wealthy Tran Lak of the Tran Thi group was present, their true target being the tomb, but now they've come to his home, leaving Han concerned. But Trio Hai argued that money was meaningless in this chaotic situation, as Tran Lak was about to meet his ancestors. It was likely just a coincidence that a car pulled up in front of Tran Lak's house. But fearing trouble, he called Tran Dieu, the British military liaison, to the tomb's main gate. Tran Lak quickly responded and came to assess the situation himself, observing the newcomers from above, surprising Trio Hai, who realized he was the one seeking the 300 million debt. Tran Lak was surprised. Not only did they arrive quickly, but meeting the owner here was like a ghost story. So he moved to collect the debt and met the owner, so there was a fight, but times have changed and the money is useless, so why are they here? Trio Hai now realized he was talking to the person in charge, and Tran Lak confirmed it. Trio Hai explained that the 300 million debt hadn't been paid, and with interest, it was now 330 million. But now, due to the unique circumstances, the fines and the money he received are all gone, and he's about to face a host of debt collectors who think he's a ghost. If asked, he'd say he was too naive. Tran Lak is handsome, but also shameless. He smiled, saying maybe he didn't know. He'd never owed anyone money before. He paid with his body. But how is it growing everywhere now? The VKFF signal proves you cut off all the children, so there's no proof you transferred the money, and Tran Hai can't check. He's furious, but Tran Lak smiles, thinking he can still live a life of luxury, sleeping and dreaming. The man behind him seethed, realizing this thief was loaded, yet dared to lie so brazenly. Tran Hai's face darkened, knowing the simple truth had put him at a disadvantage. Tran Lak happily agreed, telling them to get their proof at the bank instead of asking for a transfer. This man thinks he's so honest, but an honest man never equivocates. But either way, they gave you money to pay off your debt and you'll give them a ton of rice, so no one owes anyone anything anymore. A ton of rice for 300 million, you're asking too much. And then they left. Trio Hai cleverly suggests switching from rice to meat, knowing when to push and when to back down, since asking for money is pointless now. He then calculated that 15 tons of meat would equal the 300 million he owed, and Kim Dao even suggested that if Tran Lak didn't have enough meat, they could take the girl next to him as payment. Tran Lak was furious, his face dark as night, saying even if he had it, he wouldn't give it. He scorned their arrogance and the crowd they brought, fearing nothing, and warned Trio Hai would make things difficult if the debt wasn't paid. But it's also true that your group has dealt with a lot of disasters, so rising from Han's force means you can't act without thinking. After thinking, Tran Hai smiled bitterly, saying he no longer needed money. The money had come at the right time. It was Han who remembered Kim Dao saying, "Is my brother stupid or not?" He applauded Hai's intelligence, then told Han to step aside, since Kim Dao wanted to take his men. Han realized Kim Dao was in trouble, but also saw a glimpse of Tran Lak's power. No sooner had Han left than Kim Dao flew into a rage, realizing the obvious. They were outnumbered, and the Trio Hai group had turned on them. Enraged, Han was about to give his underlings the order when Tran Lak spoke up, giving them 10 seconds to side with the Tran Hai group if they didn't want a beating. With barely a fight, they immediately switched sides, angering Han, who realized they lacked a leader. Kim Dao, however, still glared at Tran Lak with the same predatory look, knowing Han was ruthless and could summon those with talent. Unfortunately, he didn't respect Han enough to show any fear. As Kim Dao thought this, he summoned a long-haired man in black, and they silently surrounded Han, awaiting orders. Seeing them as gods from a movie, this was Han's proudest group. Those targeted by these names would descend to hell, their souls stolen forever, never to be reborn. But it seems the king was wrong this time. He stands before the king of space, a master of dealing with professional maladies. Tranlok moved to secure a spot for his own people, offering 5 points for a first-name kill and 100 points for capturing Kim Dao. It turns out the king wanted the old man's position, and the maid followed the dog. Tranlak laughed, calling the dog a bastard, wondering what it wanted. He decided to ignore it and focus on scoring points. The king, reveling in his tardiness, joined the fray, the black dog a harbinger of doom. He hoped this would bring the old man closer, envisioning his tiger's maw unleashing hell on the Kim Dao clan. This dog wanted a piece too, and the maid signaled to wait until they were tired before attacking. The king jumped around, making Kim Dao scatter in every direction. Tranlak wanted to give everyone some practice, but they were beaten, and he laughed. Finally, he revealed Kim Dao's name, and Han, terrified, begged for forgiveness, never expecting he'd simply kick a stick into his foot. He wanted to conceal his intentions, already setting his sights on the prize. 100 points for capturing Kim Dao would be his, and no one would stand in his way. Unaware that Tranlak was watching his every move. Ashamed to hide his devilish side, he didn't need this pawn anyway, as long as he wasn't disgraced. Kim Dao watched the names fall, terrified, and begged him not to hurt Han. Han ran to Tranlak's feet, babbling that the king had spared his life, and he'd agreed to do as he was told. How terrible. Don't make me think you want your brother lost. Chieo Hai, witnessing the devil's face, felt vindicated for not vouching for the boy, but worried about what Han would do next. Tranlak claimed he wouldn't harm him, seeing the boy's potential as a powerful tool. At that moment, Tranlak was laughing, lying still, calculating how to use Han because he was too kind. After ordering Tran Quang to release Kim Dao but treat him like any other recruit, Tran Quang quietly made the arrangements, and a furious Chiu Hai apologized to the priest and brought a gun to Tranlak. But he had been preparing for this for years, now seeing himself as a toy to be used. Tranlak smiled, then closed his eyes, pointed the gun at himself, and pulled the trigger, as screams erupted around him. But then a circle of blue light emanated from his heart like a void, slowly expanding outward. Chiu Hai was shocked. Han's green face was beyond anything a level 1 should be capable of. Han collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. This man had reached level 5. Han pondered. Tranlak was too powerful. Instead of acting out, Han was happy to thank him for the gun, helping Hai to his feet. Han was rigid, his power defying comprehension. Tranlak declared that only through fighting would they realize the potential for future cooperation between him and Han. But alas, as a leader, he fears losing his image if he speaks too much, so he tries to help with just a few words, understand? People are afraid. Wearing glasses, he stomped on the leader's face, proudly listing the benefits of joining, then loudly encouraged everyone to sign up. Tranlak was pleased with this clever man. Hearing of meat to eat and attractive perks, many struggled to become his underlings. Tranlak asked Hai what he thought of the public display, but Han wouldn't dare voice his opposition until later, apparently finding it amusing that he needed to show off his strength to recruit people. Everyone was eager to prove themselves, earning spirit stones for every 10 zombies they defeated. No one wanted to be deemed useless and left to starve. The new recruits have split up to hunt zombies, and this advantage has sparked a lot of interest and enthusiasm. Hai didn't follow Tranlak, but before leaving he mentioned he lived in Kim Long Garden. If they need anything, they can find him there, and if they're ever in trouble, he hopes Tranlak will consider him a brother and help. However Tranlak takes it, more allies are better than more enemies. Tranlak and Milap were concerned. She wondered why the new recruits were so capable, yet he wouldn't let them eliminate the zombies. She figured one person could handle about 20 zombies, so it wouldn't take long to clear them out. Even if they're not all on the same side, one person can eliminate nearly 100 before they evolve, so it should be dealt with quickly. Or so she thinks, judging by Tranlak's expression. Even now, some people still avoid supporting the group against zombies, but they'll rush to meet her if a more evolved creature appears. Finally understanding, she wished Milap good night, hugged him, and went to sleep first. Tranlak still considered his words to Milap as only part of the reason. People need zombies to evolve, so they can't eliminate them all. Only by fighting them can people gain the strength to evolve. Without these powerful creatures, humanity cannot survive. Tranlak warned everyone to be careful, as the zombies were becoming increasingly dangerous, and today marked their evolution, a natural selection that wouldn't come without casualties. Those without future abilities won't survive in this world. Mi Fan suddenly feels a chill, sensing Mi Ling will be injured, but not fatally. Mi Ling, Mi Lap, and the Lord of the Rings still follow normal patterns, always acting together in ordinary situations, so she shouldn't be in danger, but she will be injured, just not fatally. Tranlak held Mi Fan, wondering if he should accompany her to protect them, but then he hesitated, realizing they wouldn't grow stronger if he intervened. If she can't handle even this small challenge, she'll be overprotected. Even though she's changed since the Lord of the Rings, this is still too much. Those with the highest abilities can sense danger, but to know it this far in advance. Tranlak decided to draw Mi Fan and bring a higher-level spirit to evolve this cat. Mi Fan was drawn, and it was fun to watch Mi Ling fight zombies, but it seemed a bit difficult. Mi Ling was upset, not understanding why they were so easily defeated the day before, but today's battle was so difficult. She carefully observed them, realizing their spirit was far greater than the usual groups, and unleashed a large fire attack on an old man as a zombie moved toward her. Lord of the Rings estimates that level 2 zombies aren't much stronger than level 1, a fact Mi Ling also observes. Mi is happy, because today Senza can collect more spirit. From afar, a zombie watched the group, realizing they were different from his usual prey, and cautiously approached alone. But sensing danger, he retreated to call for backup. The purple zombie called its teammates to feast on flesh. Meanwhile, Mi Ling's group remained unaware, as the Lord spotted some zombies in the distance and eagerly ran off to collect their spirits. Mi Ling's group and Mi Lap's small faction were still together, and Mi Lap warily told her Lord that she seemed hesitant to pass on more power. Mi Ling was saddened, reassuring the girl to take it slow, and as they fled, Mi Ling quickly set a nearby zombie ablaze. So she and the Lord slowly ran, when suddenly a gust of wind picked up, driven by a hand holding a fan, and Mi Ling realized this wind was making the zombies move faster. At first they didn't understand, so they ran. But the more they ran, the more exhausted they became, and the faster the zombies pursued. Mi Ling said she couldn't run anymore, and her two teammates agreed. Finally, during the chaos, Mi Lap revealed her true colors, something the zombie had anticipated, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Mi Ling watched, dodged the girl but was struck, drawing blood. The wound was deep, but she pressed on, angrily firing at the zombie only for it to flee, surprising her. They split up, with Mi Lap taking on the dog, rushing to where the zombie was, knowing what it was thinking. It was tired, looked at the king, quickly jumping left, then right to strike. The king lured it, hitting a branch on its head, but still managed to take it down. Mi Lap hurried after the king, but the zombie flew out of the valley and escaped. Fearing it would lose its rhythm, the king chased after the tenacious dog. He hurled a stone, tripping the zombie, and as the leader held it down, the group, 3 people and a dog, pummeled it with the bag. The leader was exhausted, deciding it was time to head home, as Mi Ling tiredly spoke. The king finally reached the end of the valley and found its body, which the little dog quickly snatched. A bag full of bodies, it called for the king to bring the zombie to Mi Lap, asking him to see how many points it could exchange for. He checked the points, finding a level 4 corpse, and decided to give it to the king, who earned 100 points and gave his owner a cute look. Chenlak quickly gave Mi Fan the level 4 corpse, hoping it would level up quickly too. The king said such corpses were hard to find but belonged to that dog. But to him, the body is meaningless. His master doesn't need it, and he's also aiming for the old man's position. Chenlak smiled inwardly, realizing he'd grasped the dog's weakness, and that he'd fallen into Mi Ling's trap, where she would meet danger. But without affecting his previous life, Mi Lap faced danger, and Mi Fan announced it to you so you could be a hero and save her. This cat has correctly predicted danger twice now, but this time the owner was slightly injured. Why didn't you listen to Mi Fan? It was too injured to feel anything but the pain of those closest to it, a power Chenlak knew needed careful cultivation. As everyone chatted that morning, the king flew to the eagle's nest like a bird, wanting to show off. Mi Lap wondered if he was being biased, noticing the king seemed older than usual, and Mi Ling was touched by his efforts despite his age. The king wondered if Mizanok's delicious cooking was the reason the dog had grown so quickly, angering Mi Fan, who explained that the cat's rapid growth was due to reaching level 4. Everyone was happy, impressed by the dog's bravery, except for Mi Ling, who was frustrated by his progress and wondered how many points Chen Lake would award him for reaching level 4 for the first time. This dog is truly greedy, or perhaps deeply motivated to earn points for his dreams of becoming an elder dog, then deputy commander, so all will call him Leader Dog. Hearing that, the greedy dog's eyes lit up and he stood tall with pride. He sold information to gather spirit and earn points. Chenlak says he's angry that this dog is trying to act like one of the big shots and offers points to anyone who wants to go to the dog hospital with him. What hospital did you send so many people to fight at, old man? He promised to help if needed, but that was just lip service. Just after waking up, they meet again, and Tonglang gives Chenlak a box of wooden sticks with simple red flowers. Chuhai said there were 100 drugs inside, enough to feed a dog, and offered them, along with money, to Chenlak, hoping for his help. Chuhai is truly considerate. With Chenlak's talent, he'll surely help. Just as Chenlak expected, Tonglang rushed to the other side. But what happened? Tonglang, enraged, told the others that a talent named Jiang Wu had appeared, vying for resources and recruits. Chuhai didn't want trouble, but Jiang Wu was too arrogant, declaring that a mountain couldn't have two lakes. He wanted Chuhai's sister, or he'd kill them all. Jiang Wu proved his worth, single-handedly defeating 10 of Chuhai's men, most of whom were high-level talents, so Chuhai's opponent shouldn't need Chenlak's help. He figured that someone who could defeat 10 people at once would have many grade 2 talents, but the gap between grade 2 and 3 isn't that great. So this guy is at least grade 4. It's not necessarily that he has a great talent, but also that he can't show it. And the same spirit is all the luck that can win a high-level talent and have a talent, so it's easy to increase to grade 4. If Chenlak thinks he can beat him, he must have level 7 talent, or at least be grade 4. He asked Tonglang what this person's specialty was, guessing it's physical strength because their fights are rough and unskilled. After getting the intel on their opponent, he decided to join the group, leaving Tonglang scrambling after him, confused by the data. Chenlak told Tonglang to wait. He just needed to tidy up his room and then he'd be ready to go. Nothing should interrupt them. I think I'll need to raise my spiritual level. Your enthusiasm is appreciated. Tonglang happily agreed to do as he asked. Back in his room, the little girl asked if he thought it was dangerous. The cat's eyes shone, as if knowing what he'd say. He said maybe not, because he couldn't feel anything now. What was wrong, and why did she need to ask? He pressed her for an answer about the danger he was in, hoping to make a quick escape if necessary. The cat strained to see. But in the end, he said nothing, simply wishing you a safe journey. Chenlak pondered his words on the road, wondering why they sounded so uneasy. Suddenly, he mentioned the book with the cat, the one ordering the King of France to watch the house, and suggested traveling together. This person's temper is too strange. The clouds are falling, the sun is burning, and as you sit in the back, you compliment the car, saying it's not bad. Tonglang happily offered to drive Tran home, or give them the car as a gift, saying Chuhai would spare no expense for him. The rich man's generosity knew no bounds. Chenlak thought Chuhai and Tonglang were always rivals. In front of dozens of new high-rises, Chuhai thanks Tran Huingde for agreeing to help him. Han Kuai humbly told Chenlak that he owed him a debt he would repay, then inquired about the gangster's name, which apparently meant nothing to Han. With that, he hurried off to his sister's gathering to find the gangster, leaving Chenlak to wait. Meanwhile, the gangster, a portly fellow, was happily drinking with 2 beautiful women. Han was grateful for the zombie stories he'd read, knowing his spirit was strong. Though food was scarce, Han was weary of the world, so why was he being embraced by such beauty? Again, very cool, but this guy's a bit of a pushover. Song, the younger brother, reported Chuhai and brought people here. Upset he hadn't found Han yet, he seized the chance to come here, perhaps tired of living too long, and Han begged his brother to help deal with Chuhai, who was clearly out of his depth. From afar, Han's brother seemed to have many followers, and Chenlak knew a gangster when he saw one. But he couldn't quite place Han's level. As he approached, Han pointed at Chuhai's face, recognizing him as someone with ambition and the ability to rally followers. He decided to teach him a lesson, but Chuhai refused to back down, instead leading his men to Han's territory, clearly spoiling for a fight. Chenlak has been watching closely, confident that even a 7th-grade fighter like Han wouldn't survive a single pinch from him. Chuhai issued the challenge, but if the gangster is so capable, why is he immediately looking for someone to team up with him? If his fighter loses, he'll go along with him. Chuhai is clearly confident in this gangster's talent. Chenlak gently told Mifan to wait as he stood up and faced the gangster. It was his turn. Meanwhile, Chuhai's brother kept invoking the gangster's name like a joke to Han, allowing him to flaunt his strength. Chenlak concealed a round, blue-green light behind his left hand. He scoffed, finding the name outdated, wondering how a bit of talent could get him so far. This would likely be the last day of that name. He approached the body of Han, noting the blood everywhere. Chenlak frantically searched for Han's body, but it was nowhere to be found. Surely he wouldn't hide it in his bedroom, but a valuable body like that, he'd definitely keep it close. Seeing Chenlak's desperation, Tonglang gently sat beside him, offering to help with the search. Chen Lak searched the gangster's pants for the sword, wondering if Tung Lang feared Han's spirit transformation. Once Tung Lang found the blue-green spirit, it was much larger than the ones Chen Lak had. Tung Lang carefully placed the stone in Chen Lak's hand. A level 6 spirit, but with only 4 parts remaining. This stone will allow his mother to absorb its power. That little cat is lucky indeed. Chiu Hai thought to himself, Chen Lak has gained a great advantage this time. He quickly reassured the gangsters not to panic and to continue fighting the zombie duo together. His earlier words were just a favor to the gangsters, and this fat man would handle it himself. In front of everyone, Chiu Hai, the gangster's bodyguard, declared that anyone who wanted to give up should step over him. Having taken Chen Lak's spirit, Chiu Hai had no interest in familial ties and thanked them once again. He added that Chen Lak could ask his brother Chiu Hai for anything, and offered to send more people to pick him up. Chen Lak refused, but was happy to accept the yellow Bentley, figuring they wouldn't miss it anyway. Chiu Hai happily handed over the keys, promising to bring over any nice cars he found. As the car pulled away, Chiu Hai carefully instructed Tong Lang to spread the word. Be generous with Chen Lak, and spare him if possible. Tong Lang chatted. Knowing this, of course he should do it. I know a strong person is right. Is it not your brother, or did not make it difficult for you to take the debt of 300 million a house? On the way home, he saw the criminal watching a show, and when Chen Lak asked if it was interesting, he learned the King of France watched it daily, finding it somewhat amusing. Turns out the show resonated with the criminal more than Chen Lak's pity, who laughed, calling the priest a fake. The cat's actions are incomparable. The criminal, being chased, happily closed his eyes, saying he'd watch Mi Lin, the fake. You watch his actions, unable to hold back. This little animal is so cute, but maybe he learned how to press the finger like on the show. Chen Lak's eyes widened, saying he saw Mi Lin had huge news. Chen Lak was shocked. He couldn't ask if it was a fake and rushed home. He asked again if it was big news, but the criminal said it wasn't because of him. Chen Lak rushed out of the car, desperate to see his friend, but why did he keep this news to himself? His heart raced. Why did he endure this? The brand new car sped down the road, and back at home, both the criminal and his brother stared in shock. A group of people with bruised and battered faces, Chen Kuang and Feng Fu, recounted how they encountered a man with over 2,000 followers while training at the artificial lake. Everyone had to be extremely careful, but the result was this. So Chen Lak vowed to investigate the area to prevent this from happening again. He anxiously asked Mi Lin if she was all right, if she was hurt, but Mi Fan assured him she was fine. Not seeing Mi Lin, he was shocked and asked where his sister was, if she was okay. Mi Lin was shy and silent, raising her hand to tell Chen Lak that her sister had been badly burned and had returned to her room. Chen Lak wondered where this small hidden place was that burned Mi Lin so badly, and asked Mi Fan if Dai Hung's report was wrong, implying the truth was the opposite. Mi Fan, of course, answered correctly, pointing out the report exaggerated things. So who said he was just being silly, and what was he doing? Mi Fan was making Chen Lak's head spin. At 5:30 p.m. on an empty road, a young man embraced another, crying out for him not to go, that he was too weak. He looked at his brother, crying, saying that if they went together, he'd be alone. The weak brother replied that he was about to die, and after he was gone, his body should be used to join Chen Lak's team. After saying that, he breathed his last, and the young man, heartbroken, cried out that he had enough 3-star bodies to get there, but could no longer be with him. He wept, his brother's body now beyond his control, lamenting why they couldn't have slain zombies together, the 4 of them fighting side by side. It wasn't easy, and now there were only 2. He bit his tongue, inflicting pain upon himself, lamenting that his brother wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself if he'd simply joined Han's team. He blamed Chen Lak for his own ingratitude, determined to seize control of the people and the city, demanding everyone's allegiance. At 9 a.m., the young man presented his body to Chen Lak, asking him to follow, but Mei Fan quickly warned Chen Lak that this man intended to harm him, surprising him. Clearly, I didn't agree with this boy, so why did he want to take me to sell the facility? The young man asked if he could join now. Chen Lak stood and declared that the young man would accompany him for a time, telling Mei Fan to return to her room as he followed with a dark expression. A man emerged from the young man's mouth, bloodied as he fell to the ground. Chen Lak grabbed his shirt, demanding to know why he was targeted or who sent him to assassinate him. The young man was shocked that he knew his purpose so quickly, even though he hadn't made a move. He feigned innocence, asking why he would want to harm him. He was right to follow, but Chen Lak's touch was limited, and he had no time for games. So he struck Han's face again, drawing blood. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally leaves, consumed by rage, unleashing a blue light to one side and an orange light to the other. Chenlak is shocked. It's Song Ji Nang. He was angry about Chenlak's choice, but his brother had to leave the network, and Han was just sitting there, playing with a cat. Was it really worth it? Chenlak was surprised. Why did you suddenly make a mistake? You ruined a terrible day, and now you've forced Han to join you, but you're guilty and hate him. The boy was shocked, telling Chenlak to shut up, accusing him of forcing him into the network for Han's brother. He couldn't understand the situation, wanting to take the network, but not realizing who he was trying to harm. Chenlak was saddened to see his brother's power, but even more so that he couldn't protect him from harming you. Chenlak smiled faintly as the green light flew toward his brother, barely managing a shout. Chenlak stepped forward, eyeing the two underlings, realizing the culprit had already reached level 4. Just this morning, he'd issued a warning. This person would soon meet the close friend from Chenlak's memory. Min Than, the wind controller, who'd gone off alone, saying he was going to the restroom. Chenlak decided to follow, to see if the culprit would heed his warning or if he'd have to stop them. He resolved to save this man. Suddenly, a black cat appeared and shrieked at Min Than, a zombie cat, and perhaps the cause of all this. Chenlak panicked, but Min Than was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Chenlak managed to swat the zombie cat away, but back at the culprit's house, blood suddenly splattered everywhere, startling the King of France into slapping someone. Then the culprit fainted, and I panicked and ran to their side. He frantically tried to wake the culprit, but he remained silent, unresponsive. His white fur stained with 2 drops of red blood, a chilling sight to behold. He used the culprit's mouth to point to where he was lying, then quickly ran to find the owner for help. Chenlak thought about how accurately the culprit guessed and how he could change the cat's behavior. It was truly remarkable. The King of France cried, calling for his owner, and though his words were unintelligible without the culprit to translate, Chenlak sensed something had happened at home. He rushed home, fretting over what could be wrong, but the King of France remained strangely calm, only to find the culprit lying motionless on his bed. He held him close, checking his vitals, but everything seemed normal. Why was this happening? There was no sign of injury, no indication of outside interference, and a sense of unease began to creep in. But he carefully turned to the King of France, asking who did this, his face as black as night. How would he know? The King of France didn't hesitate, because he truly didn't know anything, and immediately called for the culprit to find out why he was like this. As the culprit lay motionless in bed, he quickly asked what had happened, and Chenlak urged him to focus on treatment first. All the while, his mind raced. Or was it because he saved the King of France's youth? Before that, he'd heard him warning the king, and everything was normal. What was wrong now? As he was being treated, the king opened his eyes, saw his worry, and told Melan that he was okay. The King of France said he was like this because the news was changed to himself, and then fainted with bloodshot eyes. Chenlak apologized, saying he shouldn't have tried it, and explained that there was a passage where he, the King of France, and the King of France were revolving around it, and the others are outside the passage, so if the 3 of them leave, they can alter the future to avoid danger. But if those outside interfere with the danger correction, they'll be the ones in peril. The King of France is desperate to enter the passage, but he's too far from the culprit. If this fool encounters the warned danger, the culprit may be powerless to intervene. You realize the danger warning can be corrected, but only with maximum intimacy with the culprit can you ensure its safety. But only 3 of you have reached that physical limit. The culprit calls out, confirming your thoughts. In short, you need to be careful of the culprit's abilities. You turned and grabbed the King of France's head, insisting he respect the culprit from now on for the sake of that little brother. He was confused, not understanding why you said that. But he was angry, thinking he wasn't the real culprit, but that cat was. Seeing it as an insult, Chenlak immediately sent it away to safety, lest it face danger. Then brought the culprit to the King of France, tasking him with arranging a wedding. This dog was useful too, buying time to recover the culprit, and the cat vowed to protect it. A month later, Chenlak noted that some level 2 zombies were already evolving. Everyone excitedly chattered, someone claiming to have encountered a level 3 zombie, a clear exaggeration, as some hadn't even reached level 3 yet. And the fear of evolving into a plague began to set in. Chenlak calmly expressed his frustration, noting that level 2 zombies were leveling up and gaining intelligence, setting them apart from evolved humans. But he would still give everyone time to practice and improve. 3 days ago, they only needed a level 3 spirit or higher each day to gain 2 points. but now it's only increasing spirit levels a little, then adding 3 points. He was trying to give out rewards to encourage everyone to practice. The four brothers brought news of a monster with a message for him, but Chen Lak was tired of the name, wondering why they kept coming back with more stories. He told everyone to relax, divide into teams for practice, and that he would go hear what this monster, Hai Fian Fuch, had to say. Seeing him arrive, Tong Lang said that Hai had a message, to which Chen Lak calmly replied. The Nine Schools Alliance, a merchant organization, wants to gather everyone to discuss how to overcome this crisis. So is Chiu Hai asking Chen Lak if he should go? Chen Lak thought about it. He vaguely remembered, but he declined. His purpose now was to find and subdue the evil Tin An, then establish a base. The store is a place to connect and overcome these nightmare days. The outside world is perfect for finding new talent, so how can he miss this chance? The other day's disaster is forgotten as the Green Hair Street girls line up to greet customers. 3 long-legged beauties in sexy outfits. The price of a game is 5 kilos of white rice or a 2-star luxury body, which isn't much, but what game is worth such a price? Turns out Chen Lak, that grumpy, black-hearted girl, has stooped so low as to use women to make money like this. It's infuriating. Chen Lak turned to run, but Hai stopped him. The store was bustling, as if nothing had happened. Chen Lak told everyone to buy what they liked and play what they wanted, but if they saw anything good, to let Tran Quang, Fuang Vu, Kiet Nian, and the 4 leaders know, and then they split up. Seeing such a large gathering, they knew there must be treasures to be found, so they decided to investigate together. Chen Lak's men were loud, so loud in fact that they scared everyone away. 2 men are about to fight. Long Ngoy asked for a chicken by accident, but Han refused, and even Chen Lak is surprised by this chicken. It turns out Han's chicken had shaved Kiyo's brother's hair and made it beautiful. Tian Long demands compensation, but the other party only offers 5 tons of rice, or they can settle it with a fight. Tian Long's subordinates try to negotiate, hoping to find a compromise. Chen Lak offered to buy the chicken himself, offering 20 high-quality sphincters. Tian Chu turned to see who had sold him out like that. A chicken? That was too much. Enraged, Han attacked Chen Lak, only to be ambushed and overwhelmed by his men, proving as weak as a chicken. Even after that beating, he's still strong. Who was it that called him a child? Han proclaims he was once Chu Ming Luang, and only he has ever been bullied like this. If you dare lay a hand on him, Han will slaughter every one of Chen Lak's men. Hao Nian, unfazed by the madman's threat, stepped forward. Brother Chen, allow me. Chen Lak happily agreed, knowing his own limitations, and Hao Nian went to fight 3 of them, while Chen Lak thought Tian Long didn't like the new guy. Hao Nian turned the fight into a one-sided beatdown, leaving his opponents scattered on the ground, and the others knew to keep their distance. But Hao Nian was too fast. One of the fighters tried a team attack, but he was too fast, cornering them and beating them down one by one. Some cried and ran. Why is someone so strong here? Even running away, he still kept the prize. Zhang Long was surprised by his performance today. Although Han knew Hao Nian was invincible, he didn't expect him to win against so many talented people. At the time, a prize like that was worth more than a chicken, so Han refused, regretting it more and more. Meanwhile, Han continued trading with the item, shocking Tian Long, who was captured despite his protests, leaving Zhang Long to sadly gaze at his chicken. The chicken was terrified. It was already wounded, and Chen Lak, clearly holding a grudge, gleefully plucked its feathers, causing it to scream in pain. With a sinister smile, he threatened to pluck all its feathers if it didn't behave. The chicken understood and fell silent, afraid to move. He put it in a big bag, ready to tour the mall, making a racket to attract players to his game. At least 2 people per sign-up. Radio cars circled the mall as the organizer finally made his appearance, leaving Chen Lak to mingle and others to wander freely. It was a sunny afternoon, and despite the crowded support area, the mall was bustling with people. From afar, Chiu Hai saw the organizer approaching. Han, also known as Diep Cao Phi, the self-made secretary of the Diep Thi group with no connections. Chen Lak knew the name wasn't important, but the person beside her was Long Vu, a weapon master who could transform into a full arsenal. The organizer wondered how to bring Han back and turn him into a weapon, but how to subdue him. Diep Cao Phi took the stage, offering words of encouragement to the newcomers. Chen Lak was surprised that there were about 3 grade 4 individuals, adding that there were 4 grade 4 people and a dog, and that Cao Phi was also very beneficial, so Han would have a lot of high-class spirits. Han shares 2 happy things. Reaching grade 4 solves water pollution, even if the grade 3 spirit isn't good. But Chen Lak knows pollution lowers human potential. Secondly, Han revealed a red spirit, and Chenlok knew at a glance it was level 6, though still lower than his. Hearing this, Qiuhai was surprised and excited, turning to Chenlok, assuming he must have used many high-class spirits to become so powerful. Chenlok didn't understand why Han was revealing his plans and offering such valuable things. Han explained he wanted everyone to know, because he didn't want to see them fighting each other anymore. He wants to gather everyone into a united group, but Han won't force anyone. This group will be the owner of the old club, and anyone skilled can compete with all decisions put to a club vote. Chenlok realizes Han's true motive is to gather more followers. Everyone thinks Han is a good person, a friend to the spirits, and wants to follow him, believing they'll be protected. A defiant woman challenges Han, saying that while the spirit claims everything is voluntary, those who refuse to join will face dire consequences later on. This is clearly a threat disguised as a voluntary act. Suddenly, the group erupted in applause, passing around a message. A pledge of allegiance to the High Dai, promising protection and equality for all. The problem is that Han Lenglut brought these documents to the disciples, causing a stir. Even though the leader hadn't agreed, and the number of registrants wasn't small, it still didn't escape Chenlok's notice. Han smiled, urging everyone to think carefully before signing up, reminding them that they were all brothers. Chenlok hated Han's smugness. A real gift lies before him, something he's never heard of. He suspects Han wants to drag him down to the depths, but after Han sells the salt, he can visit Longvu Bay for treasures and then explore the tomb alone. Good idea. This High Dai is too reliant on strength and looks down on everyone. If Han agrees, he'll gather those who don't know their own strength. Many dislike this High Dai, but it's fitting to want to purge their ranks. What a shame. Han turned to Chenlok for his opinion on whether to participate, but he simply said he doesn't get involved in squabbles between youngsters. Han smiled, bringing 3 new faces to Chenlok, courtesy of Chan Kwang. He cautioned Chenlok to be careful, as the requirement of selecting only living Grade 3 individuals had attracted attention. Chenlok smiled, indicating he understood. Chenlok wondered if these 3 were here to interfere, and decided he'd have to question the new recruit, so he called everyone back. This time, Chenlok drove his own car, bringing only a few people, about 5 cars in all, when suddenly a girl appeared, lying on the ground beside a large tree. Chenlok was surprised to see her, a naturally gifted actor with recreation skills. He immediately ordered the car to stop. He knew Dream was a treasure, and her recognition would be invaluable. Seeing so many people, Dream feared returning, and inwardly pleaded for Little Fish to come quickly. Chenlok watched her flee, claiming he didn't mean it, but she was terrified and cried out for the Little Fish to save her, fearing they'd never meet again, and ran even faster. Realizing she couldn't outrun them, she resorted to her last resort. Seeing her turn into a white rabbit, she desperately used all her speed on 4 legs, hoping to outrun them, but Chenlok was faster. Finally, she managed to take a photo of his hand, afraid Chenlok was holding the rabbit's heart, but she ran so fast. Chenlok insisted he didn't mean to, or that she'd turn into a person, infuriating Dream. Clutching the rabbit, Chenlok mused that it was too dangerous for her to be alone and that she should come home with him. Taking her silence as agreement, he promised to feed her well, gently stroking her head as the white rabbit wept, unable to voice her disagreement. Back at the house, Milak saw him holding a chicken and asked about the rabbit. Chenlok mumbled that he'd found it on the road. He let go, and the white rabbit's tears fell as she transformed back into a human, shocking Milak, who realized this was the magic she'd heard about. So angry to be back in human form, she panicked that he'd caught her because he dared call her a rabbit. Chenlok quickly changed the subject, asking Thu Van to bring the rabbit some food, but she clasped her hands and said she wouldn't eat his food, even if she were starving. Chenlok smiled, telling her not to be so fierce. Later, seeing the rabbit eating heartily, he asked why she'd refused his food earlier. She claimed she wasn't hungry enough to eat, yet she was happily munching away. Chenlok was touched and sat beside her, urging her to eat more, then explain why he brought her here. He suspected she had a natural ability because of how she used the tree. His natural ability was lacking, so I brought her here. As long as she can grow vegetables, eating meat every day will be no problem. The rabbit said she had no choice but to agree, since she'd been caught anyway. But the rabbit also planned to observe him, and if he was truly good, she'd bring more rabbits here, her mind already calculating. After the negotiation, he gave the rabbit a bag of large seeds, entrusting everything to her. Before leaving, Chenlok waved goodbye, saying he looked forward to working together as the rabbit watched on. Fresh from the competition, he met his superior, who reported that 2 high-risk individuals were due to arrive, including one of Talam's people. Lak ordered them to be handled, but without causing too much trouble, as he wanted to follow the situation closely. Hai relayed the rabbit's message that Lak was causing trouble, followed by an invitation from Talam to discuss the high-risk cases, which surprised Lak with its urgency. The rabbit was so proud of the head girl that Talam had sought out his brother several times, even inviting Lak along, so Hai wanted Lak's opinion. Seeing his interest, he agreed to go, curious about how Talam's people would handle the high-risk cases. He said that Lak would also possess Longvu's body when in danger, a thought that echoed in his mind. In a room, around 10 people, including Lak, gathered to discuss how to handle the high-risk cases. One of them stood up, saying the rabbit was going too far trying to seduce them, and that everyone there was a brother, so he didn't want to go along with it. He said he'd handle it, that he had a way. Because after the rabbit went online, he'd take the remaining 30%, and everyone could divide it. Then he asked who wanted to deal with the high-risk cases. Lak was the first to volunteer, but he refused due to the few people on his side. Talam warned him to watch his words, unaware of the tradition of fighting on both sides, a story he'd been told before. Hai was scared, thinking Talam was foolish to anger Lak after so many warnings. His words were truly disheartening. Lak waved his hand, barely concealing the disdain on his face, accusing him of wanting to steal his network by refusing to participate, calling him terrifying. Talam pressed, asking if he wanted a two-front war, calling him a fool. So the rabbit ran to Han, saying Lak didn't want to fight, but would raid the food supplies if they did. Nervous, Hai stood up, saying Lak just didn't want to participate. But Talam insisted to Han that he only believed in action, not words, and that Lak only had a right to sit there as if he showed off to Hai. Hai was at a loss, and Han was so confused that he'd have to deal with the consequences himself. Lak smiled, eager to see what Talam had up his sleeve that would make him kneel, and challenged Han with his words. Talam says he sees you have a mind, but probably only level 4, like your high fives. But he can't get a handful. If you high-five Han, then the team leader will deal with him, and Han will need to remind you of your network. Talam's words dripped with a strange conviction, and Lak wondered why Han was so obsessed with Hai, even convincing him to intervene, just to deal with him. Talam embraced Lak, while Han warned him against touching him or face dire consequences. But he simply stared back at Han, expressionless. He claimed he didn't want to fight Talam, knowing that without him, Xiaofai wouldn't have been defeated, and the previous game would have been in chaos. But Han forced his hand, and Lak's words echoed behind Talam at a speed Han couldn't comprehend. Talam wasn't surprised, and Han couldn't understand how he'd arrived without a sound. Talam was still strong. Han was so big, and Lak was so brave, he didn't even have time to speak before Talam's hands were in his face. He smiled, telling Han to be quiet as his hand struck, causing Talam to bleed. Lak continued to hold his neck, asking Han what he would do to kill Xiaofai, but Talam was dazed. What could he possibly say? Talam challenged them to take his life, but warned they wouldn't escape, as his men threatened the girls like flies buzzing in the air. Clearly enraged, Lak abandons the pretense, declaring that the person he hates most is dangerous, as the men continue their senseless chatter. Another blow lands with a sickening thud, and Talam grits his teeth, bracing for the pain. Helpless, they could only watch their leader suffer, unable to intervene. Lak, his face dark, demanded Han speak, his voice like a chilling echo from hell. Talam was beaten mercilessly, blood and tears streaming down his face, but Han insisted he was only 13 when he went to the river. Nothing had happened yet. Lak was enraged. Seeing Han's name, he tried to be reasonable, even mustered some courage, thinking he could strangle Han. Though he was valuable, Xiaofai didn't know his fate and boarded the wrong ship. Using Talam's voice, Lak amplified the sounds of breaking bones as the remaining men rushed to save their leader. But they were too late. Why did Lak think that? What follows will shock everyone present, but his nonsensical words leave us wondering if Lak is even human. A star can chase hundreds like that, but Han is only a 4-star. He's seen it all before, and he's bored. He knew this would happen, the price for going against Lak. Though Talam's sister may lack in some areas and some names run fast, Lak is like a tiger from hell chasing after people's lives. But you're not happy to breathe for long, and you didn't catch many of those who chased you in time. What a different thought. After putting on a friendly face and talking to the others, the leaders are no longer afraid. I don't take the lives of those who talk, just don't provoke me before I've even caused any trouble. Say more, and you'll find I'm not like Chow Diep Phi, who's willing to be everyone's punching bag, simply because you're useless. This group has seen enough shock. Who dares object now? Even with 10 more lives, they wouldn't be crazy enough to face you. They're listening. Meanwhile, the men who escaped the meeting plot to kill Chan Lak for revenge. But knowing their limits, they seek out Cao Phi, as Han and 3 others are rank 4, a force to be reckoned with. Sooner or later, someone found Long Vu at Cao Phi's base. Long Vu inquired, and the top fighter revealed his wife vanished 3 days prior while searching for Tang Thi. The man was told that Vu Lin Kiet was his wife's killer, and Long Vu asked Han if he was sure. Han cried, saying if it weren't true, why would he find his wife here? Long Vu, enraged, declared he would confront Lin Kiet. From a distance, he overheard people laughing, saying Han hadn't had enough fun, and the man was barely cold before she found someone else. Long Vu was shocked. Lin Kiet was there, loudly questioning Han, who was overwhelmed and confused by Long Vu's accusations, until Cao Phi intervened, preventing Long Vu from demanding justice and revealing the damning rumors about Vu Lin Kiet. Viet Phi admitted to knowing this, but Lin Kiet's value was still higher, and he could atone by killing Tang Thi later. Long Vu was furious, declaring his own value was higher than a murderer's, and he wanted to kill Han then and there. Vu Lin Kiet, seeing the situation, asked Viet Phi to save him, while Han took his place. Long Vu demanded to know if it was true, but Lin Kiet slandered Phi, saying he was too busy with women to care, and only a good mood could decide the fate of many. Long Vu was furious. He didn't lead the others to fight Tang Thi, but instead gave them supplies and told them to wait. And now he's still sticking his neck out for those women. I was foolish to follow Han. Enraged, he accused Cao Viet Phi of defying the murderer's orders before storming off, leading Lin Kiet to suspect Phi wanted Long Vu gone to avoid future repercussions. But how could Tang Thi and Binat advance in the base? Many still had ties to him, and they couldn't be sent to Long Vu. Cao Phi coldly reasoned that Long Vu threatened women, but his crime should be forgiven. To let Long Vu and his brother leave the base, Lin Kiet was pleased, received the order, and departed. That evening, Long Vu and his followers were kicked out, realizing he was too naive to think everyone would kill Tang Thi. It wasn't so easy. Now, without a destination and burdened by followers, the young man's face fell. And soon, Cao Viet Phi was approached by T Lam's men, demanding Tran Lak's execution. Meanwhile, Tran Lak happily announced that he had advanced to grade 4 and proceeded to explain the steps of his promotion, leaving him confused. Simply put, besides the important points, Tran Lak advised him to practice his thumb technique, as Hao Nun felt it was the most convenient method for someone of his authority. But today, since the boss suggested it, he'll give it a try, happily giving Tran Lak a thumbs up. Suddenly, word arrives that Trio Hai has come to take the blame, and Cao Phi's men are on the move. Hearing this, he immediately called Trio Hai, asking how Phi knew about his base. Trio Hai reminded him that he had taken the lives of many Talam's men yesterday, and Chai Thoat was in Cao Phi's ranks. Tran Lak swore that if you don't cut the roots, they'll come back to haunt you. Trio Hai warned him to prepare, as Cao Phi's men wouldn't be easy to deal with. Tran Lak immediately ordered everyone to prepare defensive positions, as Cao Diep Phi's men approached in a dozen cars. Han made his move, claiming he was doing them a favor, but Tran Lak's men were too stubborn, so he would eliminate them all. Cao Phi exits the car, confident that even the mighty Tuong Than will fall from within, as Han reveals an army of over 2,000, including those of the 3rd and 4th grade. Tran Lak's men advised him to play it safe. Cao Phi led the others out, confident they only needed to lose, and then they'd all be brothers. 10 men at the front would get 2 bottles of wine and 10 bags of sausages, but Han couldn't believe such a large reward yielded no volunteers. Tran Lak sat inside, eating rice, feeling sad and amused, just normal people. But who doesn't eat meat every day? There's something you're confused about in the announcement. Only 2 people in the 4th grade. Long Vu, where is Han? I feel this advice is worthless. No one even needs Han to defeat Zhang Hao in the first place. But I forgot to mention it would be a one-on-one fight. It seems even the drinkers are afraid to step up. Ah, the white-haired woman, sour lemon, against the ask, you don't dare to go up. Zhang Hao honestly replied that even if he agreed, the lower ranks wouldn't, because no one knew the vanguard was just trying to steal credit. They wouldn't follow that kind of order, so he shouldn't overestimate Han. Xiaofai, terrified, searched for a vanguard, but even more shocking, Han's men were all too timid to volunteer, over 2,000 strong, yet not one would step forward. Every day, they just eat and wait for a chance to gain combat experience, too afraid to stand up for what's right, brother. Tran Lak sat on the wall early, just looking at the apple. He was excited for the fight, but this was the vanguard's job, and it made him laugh. In the end, did they win? Tran Lak was starting to lose patience. Finally, after eating all the apples and the battle still raging, Tran Lak sadly took his apple down. Hana was contacted by the vanguard, who then ascended, and Cao Duok Fai agreed to command the teams as ordered. On the wall, the firemen were thrown into the pit, and no one gave them a chance to climb out, while below, the vanguard struggled to hold on, using one leg to brace against the wooden gate. Curious, she wondered what it was for, when suddenly Mi Ling and Thu Van leaped up to attack. Sensing danger, Han Na pulled a soldier in front of her as a shield. The fire engulfed the name and exploded, obliterating over 10 names. Han Na, too, was caught in the blast, but she tossed out a bloodied hairpin, judging that the 2 rank 4 cultivators weren't strong enough. The vanguard laughed, while Tran Lak wept, his chance to practice stolen by others seeking points. The vanguard watched as Cao Duok Fai laughed, thinking that befriending the leader would bring many points of interest, and obtaining a 4th-grade spirit would be a stroke of good fortune. But then, Cao Duok Fai saw a dog flying towards him for the first time. He embraced the vanguard, who heard something no one else could perceive. Amidst the explosion, the opposing group burst into laughter, then fled. Han felt this power was even more beneficial than his own abilities. Quickly dealing with Zhu Si's group, he now faced the main character, rising to his feet with a powerful leap. He's not done yet, still fighting Fiok and Zero outside, striking with lightning and tail attacks, followed by a lightning ball combined with a broken stone. Cao Duok Fai is overwhelmed. Quickly, Han was knocked down, and the vanguard celebrated, thinking the kill would go to his elder brother. But then he stopped, and the men cried out for their leader, including one who claimed to be a master of love. Tran Lak immediately took his uncle there, gently lifting him over the wall as if he were a scroll. Han, brought before Tran Lak, cried out, begging for his life, introducing himself as Lu Van Hie An Sang, a master. Tran Lak smiled, agreeing to forgive him, but demanded to know why Long Vu hadn't come to Han to watch the house next door. After Tran Lak pressed him, Liu Van confessed that Long Vu had left the base after being bullied for Diep Xiaofi's rape of a woman. Tran Lak was surprised, knowing Long Vu wasn't the type to do that. Liu Van's lies suggested Diep Cao Fai was innocent, a fact known by everyone at the base, yet no one dared speak up. Tran Lak, harboring self-inflicted anger, turned to the old man and instructed him to take care of the elders, clean up the place, and then prepare a meal in the meeting hall. Zhao Hai and Sun Feng agreed, then addressed everyone. Listen up, we're heading to Diep Xiao Fai's base to take the 4th. Phap Vuong saw Tran Lak preparing to leave and hurried to the back of the red dot. He gave him a red stone for his journey home, promising to settle the score upon his return, and Phap Vuong happily obliged. According to Tran Lak, it's clear he doesn't really like this, but the others disagree. In Chiu Hai's eyes, they're senior members. To join Tran Lak would mean becoming a subordinate, a newcomer ripe for abuse. Chiu Hai replied that if he could win the high spirit, he'd have a chance to rise. At Diep Cao Fai's base, everyone unloads the 4th from the car, as Tran Lak instructs them to keep moving while he scouts around, telling them to contact him if anything comes up. As he prepares to leave, Tran Lak feels a strange pull, as if something has caught his attention. His eyes lit up as he saw the beautiful yellow dog. He took it to the vet, who confirmed it was a fine specimen. Tran Lak realized the dog mirrored Phap Vuong's thoughts, and jokingly decided to find a wife for him, planning to take 1,000 fortune points as a reward. Back at base, Tran Lak thanked Lao Xiao, inviting him and the others for grilled food, which Lao Xiao happily accepted. Just now, I saw Tran Lak ask Phap Vuong why he came home, and that he would give him fortune points. Tran Lak then brought the dog out, saying, "Look what I brought you." The little dog startled Phap Vuong, who was a bit scared by its strangeness. Phap Vuong stopped, his eyes brimming with tears. Tran Lak realized that it wasn't just the dog that excited Phap Vuong, but probably his long solitude that made him vulnerable. Phap Vuong was angry, tears welling up, thinking he was being replaced by another dog. Phap Vuong was heartbroken. He always listened, but now Tran Lak brought another to compete with him, causing him such grief. Tran Lak, oblivious, tried to explain, "I found you a wife. If you don't like her, just say so, and I'll find you another. By this time, Phap Vuong had stopped crying, and Tran Lak thought he was finding him a wife, but Phap Vuong seemed to dislike the little dog. The teacher seemed displeased with his boldness, and Tran Lak immediately realized Phap Vuong didn't like this yellow-haired dog. Phap Vuong seems displeased that Tran Lak brought the dog to be the sister's pet, and they calculate points to see who contributed the most during the epidemic. Phap Vuong's character is quite good, though. With the calculations done, Tran Lak happily declared Phap Vuong had a total of 1,500 points. Far too many. Through the epidemic, Tran Lak realized Phap Vuong wanted to use all the points to take the position of the elder. Chen Lak agreed, unsure why he was so willing to accept the position, and asked Phap Vuong to announce it so everyone would know and call it a respectable elder's prayer. But for now, everyone should rest until tomorrow. Phap Vuong declared he would wake early to make the announcement. The next morning, the aroma of grilled pork filled the air as Chiu Hai's people eagerly gathered, having not tasted meat in what felt like forever. Chiu Hai had helped Chen Lak immensely, so providing a meal was no problem, and he even gave Lao 100 kilograms of grilled pork. Fearing it would spoil, he found a place for them to consume it. Before they ate, Chen Lak stood on the steps and made an important announcement. Someone had brilliantly earned 1,500 lottery points and was eager to become the head of Lao. Beaming, he announced to everyone that he would now reveal the head of Lao. Without further ado, Chen Lak called forth the member to receive everyone's blessings. Today, Phap Vuong, still in his purple Lao uniform, looks impressive, and the crowd is stunned that he's the new leader. Even a dog can become the head of Lao, but many agree that if it's Phap Vuong, it's understandable, given his strength. Without Chen Lak, the base wouldn't exist without Phap Vuong's contributions. Chen Lak then announced that from now on, Phap Vuong would be the head of Lao, a decision that captivated everyone. Chen Lak announced that the inauguration of the head of Lao was complete and invited everyone to drink their fill. Phap Vuong stood by the pool, thanking the new head, though it sounded like Chen Lak was the one in charge. Meanwhile, Long Vu learns that Chen Lak has sent the ISC to assess the highs and lows, and that his team is full of level 4 talents and higher. One team even reports that they're recruiting more people at the base. So Long Vu immediately gathered everyone to assess the situation. A crowd stood before the registration board, drawn by the aroma of grilled meat wafting from the base. The truth is, it's confusing. Many think joining guarantees meat. Chen Lak clapped, saying you need merit to eat meat, at least be an official member, and the rules are all posted. Chen Lak told Long Vu that their base only accepted level 3 members, and above. Long Vu's team was worried, as not all of their members were at that level. There are suggestions that level 3 members register first, with the promise of becoming official members soon. Long Vu agrees to let his level 3 teammates join first, while he stays behind to support them. One of the younger members pointed out that their team, the English team, might have the leverage to negotiate terms, being united with 4 level 2 members, many level 3 members, and Long Vu at level 4. Chen Lak might intervene, and if they're inflexible, this team will carefully consider whether to join. Long Vu returned to base, and Chen Lak, a level 4 expert, introduced himself and requested to speak with the person in charge. Inside the base, Chen Lak counts the day's earnings for the king. 1,168 bottles of water and wine, meaning the king's salary is 1,568 times his strength. The king smiles, saying he's busy working to feed his children despite having already paid him handsomely. The king wonders how people can eat so much while the price of showing off is turning into a child. Chen Lak is leaving when a message arrives. A team wants to join, led by the level 4 Long Vu, but 4 level 2 members want to negotiate conditions. Hearing Long Vu's name, he rushed over, eager to find this elite member, but the king suddenly appeared. Chen Lak greeted Long Vu, saying he understood the situation and might agree to their terms, but wanted to know why he wanted to join. Long Vu honestly replied that Chen Lak's management style aligned with his own thinking, and he also wanted to send ESC to end the contest and restore beauty to the world. Chen Lak remained silent, contemplating the value of competing versus simply ending it all. Chen Lak asked about Long Vu's ability, discovering he could control metal. Damage was normal, but he could transform his body into a strong metal defense. Chen Lak thought he was a fool and wondered why he should try it. Long Vu confidently reached out to Chen Lak, who grabbed his hand and warned him to be careful before leaning in close. Chen Lak touched Long Vu's face, channeling green light into him, hoping to jog his memory. Long Vu was sent flying, questioning the reality of it all. Long Vu thought that even if Chen Lak struck him with his 3rd level of false skill, he wouldn't feel anything except perhaps a headache, while Chen Lak was only using half his strength. Chenlak explained that Longvu should try to transform the metal into gold, surprising him. Chenlak handed over a gold ring, suggesting Longvu familiarize himself with its elemental structure for later practice, though Longvu remained skeptical. He extended his hand, ready to showcase his talent. With the gold ring in his hands, Longvu was surprised to find that he had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. Chenlak realized Longvu's potential was immense. The transformation time was short due to his low level, but the metal would solidify as he advanced, even allowing him to alter super-permanent metal for superior equipment. Longvu quickly understood, and Chenlak happily welcomed him, inviting the team to a feast since he'd missed dinner. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows from the team's lights, a girl named Xiao Yu gazed at the base, having come in search of Xiao Mian. She began testing her ability, emitting a pink light around her body, turning invisible and easily bypassing the team's outer armor, while Mangacap ate cold chicken thighs back at the base. It had been a long time since she'd eaten like this. A large chicken thigh in her hand, each bite soft and satisfying. Seeing Mangacap sitting there, Tungu teared up, afraid Mangacap had been starving for days, only to find her here eating chicken. She was lucky to have Mangacap as an example, and even more sisters who could befriend her, so food wouldn't be a problem. But should she stay? What should she do? Chenlak shared her secret magic to scout for the teleportation body, and Tiangu wondered if it was a unique, powerful type of tank, unlike any she'd encountered before. On her way, she found a dead tank surrounded by barren land, its body laden with protective gear, but unsure of the situation, she hesitated to approach. Chenlak reasoned that if a living person killed the teleportation body, something would claim the remains. A conflict between tanks, perhaps, with the teleportation body being of a much higher caliber. Chenlak asked for a place to play, and Xiaoyu pointed to a spot 1,000 meters west of Ms. Ji's bakery. The next morning, Zhao Hai urgently called Chenlak, as if something huge had happened. Chenlak asked what had Zhao Hai so worked up, and feeling uneasy, rubbed his shoes on the medicine. Zhao Hai was worried, saying a tank appeared out of nowhere, blew someone away, and caused serious damage. Chenlak wondered if that tank was advanced enough to transform into a Tu-Vu attack. Tung Lang added that it killed some of their people, but luckily they escaped, and it was headed towards Chenlak's base. Standing with Zhao Hai, Mifan suddenly declared that Chen Luo was about to die, upsetting Zhao Hai, who demanded an explanation, but Mifan simply asked if he thought the king was dead, implying nothing could happen. Apologizing to Zhao Hai, he quickly moved Mei Vam, urging him to be careful. He said he felt he was dying, but that it would be very beneficial, meaning a high-level tank could attack at any time. According to Zhao Hai, Chenlak's Tung Lang tank might be high-level, but he didn't recall having such a tank. And a high-level tank wasn't a great benefit to him now, so he didn't know what Mi Fam meant. He remembered to ask about the team. Mi Lin and Mi Lap were safe, luckily. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai took his medicine, and Chenlak asked if he needed to move, but he gently declined. Chenlak told everyone to rest and not worry, as he would handle the tank. Zhao Hai sat with his eyes closed, understanding Chenlak's confidence, as the captain and the Mi sisters returned. Today's training was intense and exhausting, but as two figures approached the gate, a tank emerged from behind a tree, eyeing them. Too proud today, Mi Lap suggests they eat first, unaware of the danger lurking behind them. This explosive tank appears unstoppable, quickly retreating to base as the members urgently report to Chenlak's contacts. The captain and the Mi Lin and Mi Lap sisters heard the yellow flags return, just as it was mowing down the people at the gate. Chenlak fled through the gate, grabbing the American flag as he ran, using the air defense to reappear behind the tank. He unleashed a devastating blow meant to kill, but to his surprise, the attack only annihilated his comrades. Chenlak wondered if he was facing level 8 or 9. The fight wasn't going well, and everyone was shocked at how it was unfolding. Chenlak pressed on, but with the Mi Lin sisters here, he couldn't abandon his comrades, even against this monster. He turned, attacking away from Chenlak, and was suddenly repelled, throwing the group into a panic. Everyone worriedly called his name as Chenlak was stuck, leaving him lying there, looking back at the base. It was dangerous for the two sisters, Mi Lin and Mi Lap. Perhaps the competition also liked beautiful girls. Chenlak knew that if he drove them back, he'd have to use air defense to follow, but he still couldn't see clearly. Still, the situation was dire, and he had to try something. He approached Mi Lin and Mi Lap's group, telling everyone to hold on tight as he prepared to enhance his skills, a feat that filled Chenlak with pride. He managed to escape the base, but the Mi Lin and Mi Lap people remained, marking this afternoon as a failure. And now, Mi Lap is under attack. paralyzed with fear. Seeing Milap attacked, he worried she was alone again. He wouldn't let it happen. He stood before her, hoping to turn the old people into self-defense. But this hope proved promising, as the competition ended and his hands were covered in wounds from Chenlak's side, when suddenly, a green light shone on his forehead. The attack during the competition surprised everyone, and Chenlak couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chenlak's head suddenly throbbed, and he cried out in agony, collapsing before the worried eyes of those around him who were baffled by what had just occurred. Milap, distraught, hastened Chenlak's recovery, urging him to wake up, while Milin ordered the gate sealed until he recovered, and then they bid their leader farewell. The French king saw Chenlak's encounter with great stories like checkmokers, and Mi-Fam simply repeated what he'd heard. Chenlak will meet them but not die. There's still great benefits, so everyone needn't worry. Milap blamed herself, but Mi-Fam assured her that Chenlak had protected their people, and that good would come of it, though no one believed it. 2 days later, Chenlak finally awoke, slowly opening his eyes. Milap and the French king rejoiced, having worried about him for so long. Chenlak was confused, unaware that he too was in love, recalling the new skill he'd used that triggered the disaster. He touched his head, still aching, unsure what it was. It couldn't be the speed of time. Closing his eyes to verify, the green aura shone above him. Could he have awakened a third ability? The creative spirit around him still glowed a pale green, and Chenlak was shocked to realize it was time-based. Milap heard him, but he didn't answer her. Looking at his hands, he recalled encountering a time-based skill during the disaster, and there must be more. He remembered a loud sound behind him before he hit the ground. Chenlak didn't escape. He turned back with a smile, saying, "Don't forget, I'm the king. No, behold the face of the king, a beautiful, handsome man." Chenlak was suddenly speechless, wondering why she couldn't move. The blonde girl told Milin that it was her turn, shocking Milin, who asked Chenlak if the king was really dead. The girl with the time manipulation ability is Kuang So Tuyet, and though she knows a time-saving skill, it only works on one target at a time. After her death, he retrieved her body from the monster, but did not absorb her spirit. Without a second thought, the Tandy's attack shattered his spirit, a wound that would take months to heal. Chenlak asked Mila if she had taken the transformation spirit, and she produced a pink spirit, handing it to Chenlak. Holding the level 8 spirit, she wondered why he was doing this. Chenlak gave the spirit to the king, saying he'd return it once he reached level 5. The king looked away, afraid of losing points, but Chenlak assured him he wouldn't take them, and that reaching level 5 first might even yield a 500-point reward. Hearing this, he eagerly took the spirit, thinking 500 points was nothing to scoff at, and immediately went to absorb it. Milap worried that Chenlak must be hungry after 2 days and offered to have Ngok cook for him, but he stopped her, saying the King of France had given him the spirit. He told the king to announce his awakening and prepare a celebratory feast as the little dog wagged its tail. Chenlak turned to Milap, gently thanking her for staying with him, embracing her and thinking how good it was to have someone who cared, better than being alone. Elsewhere, a man was marrying an elephant, surrounded by onlookers declaring they missed their chance and can't blame him now. He's not as bad as a dog, and if they're so good, go find it. He wondered how an invincible elephant could be bested by another dog. So enraged, Han wouldn't allow anyone to fight his elephant, calling his men to find that dog at the base. Soon, Han and his elephant arrived at the base, followed by 2 observing wolf dogs, one black and one white. The 2 wolf dogs looked nervous, seemingly communicating with each other about what they were up against. Inside the base, Chenlak and his sisters emerged, waving their little yellow-haired dogs, praising their performance, and declaring them official members of the family, as he'd heard there was a troublesome dog in this beautiful place. Looking at the yellow dog, he assumed it was the one daring to stand before him, despite its size. The sisters exchanged glances, realizing the name had been taken, and Phap Vuong was angered by the dog's audacity. He was huge, daring to fight his elephant, but of course the little yellow dog was only afraid because he lacked strength. He laughed, that was all it took. Milin cried out, conjuring a great fire in her hand, eager to battle the elephant. Chenlak seized the opportunity to let Mi Ling practice, warning Phap Vuong to stay silent. Mi Ling's power was formidable, and Anton Luyan directed the elephant to attack head-on, taking the lead himself. The elephant lunged at Mi Ling, but Gukong set the trap ablaze, defending and attacking at once as Chenlak observed, recognizing Mi Ling's skill. That was the true form of the explosion, as Gukong fired an arrow, striking the elephant directly. And Shenhuo Huang jumped from the elephant's back, confused, only knowing the beast was ablaze. Han called the riverbank to the side of Mi Ling's group in the afternoon. Chenlak took a deep breath, clearly calling for a duel, then calling for a meeting. This name has a missing part. Because Mi Lin was exhausted, he sat down, and the opposing group seized the opportunity to attack. Chenlak, seeing his chance, ordered his forces to assist, overwhelming Enthan's group with their strength. Realizing escape was impossible, Chenlak commanded the king to attack, ordering the little dog to bark incessantly. Han ran back to the king, confused, unsure where this little dog came from or why it was chasing him. Then, two wolves jumped out in front of Enthan, stopping him in his tracks. They took turns attacking Enthan, and the king was puzzled, unsure where these wolves came from. Losing his rhythm, it immediately jumped up and attacked Enthan's head, costing Ka 100 rhythm points. Han was beaten to a pulp, shocking the two wolves, who couldn't fathom the little black dog's power. The king gazed at the white wolf, expressing his feelings with sparkling eyes and a twitching nose, as the white wolf slept peacefully, seemingly having fallen in love. Seeing this, the two wolves fled, and the king seized the opportunity to give chase, but something unexpected happened. It barked and struck the white wolf, knocking it unconscious, and the two sides exchanged smiles. Faced with the white wolf's anger, the king smiled kindly, expressing his desire to join their pack. Meanwhile, the gray wolf, seeing an attack on their own, was enraged, and a dog and wolf fight seemed inevitable. The black wolf gave chase, and as everyone discussed the two wolves before them, the white wolf had a rare encounter. The gray wolf turned east, showing his intent to protect the team. Seeing the king's performance, the black wolf understood. This was true love. But seeing the king act prouder than a champion, with a hint of tolerance for the white wolf, the black wolf approached the pair and shouted, gathering everyone to count heads, ensuring the king followed. Back at the base, the black wolf kicked the king, the gray wolf proudly waking up. Making his master lose face wasn't how to defeat the white wolf. With experience in love, he taught him to respect the wolf's strength. If you want to win her heart, you have to hit until she's satisfied or just force the issue. Seeing the wolf's connection to the French king, the black wolf kicked him and ordered him to work, lest he embarrass the pack. Chenlak reflected on the situation. After a month of competition, he'd advanced to the 4th grade, showing progress in both strength and intelligence. They will no longer wander aimlessly, but will have a goal, as the black wolf's special area is quite different. But the long-term plan is still in the city, and a large-scale attack by the black wolf may follow. The black wolf, eager to establish a new base, begins to strategize, unleashing a devastating attack that forces the survivors to scatter. He proclaimed himself the wolf leader, holding 2 wolves, enough to feed his pack. Chenlak appeared, a little shocked to see the black wolf, regarding him as merely a 5th grade wolf. The wolf appeared menacing, declaring himself the pack leader with an incredibly hard head, warning Chenlak to step aside. But before he could finish, Chenlak struck a powerful blow to his stomach, causing him immense pain. They say the head is hard, not the stomach, but Chenlak immediately threw another stone right into his cave. The stone kept hitting. The stone kept talking. The head was still sharp, and the wolf was able to climb up and disappear. He clung to the cave, unsure if the wolf was hurt, only to see it dazed, turning to Chenlak, saying he didn't know where the wolf was. Hearing this, Chenlak leaped up, striking a stone before the wolf, who was now truly terrified. Chenlak fled, the wolf's howl echoed, and there it was. On the beach, a massive crab emerged, wreathed in blue clouds. It commanded a large crab army, poised to attack the land. Inside a building, people discussed the sea creature's ability to control the waves, posing a huge threat to the base's people and assets. In the city, many suggested they could no longer stay in Duyan High. The leader of Base Number 5 called for everyone to prepare supplies, and the convoy would leave for Thondu the next day, with the team of brothers in the city. 1 month later, Chenlak sat at the top, overlooking the forest below where the wolves were subdued. Their only option was to cooperate in transporting supplies. But one lone wolf was discovered. He explained that a group of people had forced them to cooperate, led by a man named Fong Chin. He was confident that acquiring these materials would be easy for them both, and if Chenlak kept quiet, he'd give it all to him. Chenlak smiled, thinking this man was a true hero, and happily agreed to 300 tons each. Faced with the situation, Chenlak questioned Fong Chin directly, suspecting his motives went beyond simply acquiring supplies. Sitting face to face, Chin Fong confidently introduced himself as the owner of Van Thon, a man with enough influence that no base dared reject him. He added that small changes outside the sea had transformed the sea animals, making Van Bin City uninhabitable, and the time had come for a ruthless leader to emerge in the god. Qin Feng insisted that both teams were strong and should cooperate, ensuring a solid future for Chen Lak. Qin Than saw that Chen Lak's base was large enough to divide in two for him to manage and protect, and he'd also have the right to learn how to grow crops, which would then be split in half. Though tempting, Qin Than was a little uncomfortable with Chen Lak constantly calling him old man. Chen Lak suspected Qin Than's intentions. Was this alliance just a ploy to control him? If so, he'd rather disband and ally with someone stronger, someone worth listening to. Unfazed, Chen Lak questioned Qin Than's confidence, unaware that he had broken through to level 5 half a month prior and was slowly draining Chen Lak's forces. Chen Lak was angered by the blatant threat, especially since the King of France had reached level 5 last month, just like his own team. Unwilling to back down, Qin Than proposed a fight. 3-on-3, best 2 out of 3 wins, and the loser obeys the winner. Chen Lak accepted without hesitation. Both rose to their feet, Chen Lak standing tall, and decided to settle things this very afternoon outside the city. A proposal Qin Than readily accepted. Qin Than turned to his men, while Chen Lak assumed he'd be facing the King of France and wouldn't need to hold back. Qin Than also wanted to be the dominant one, and Chen Lak was proving difficult to manage. That afternoon, both teams gathered at a round field, and Qin Than proposed a high-stakes bet. The loser would be beaten to death, a proposal Chen Lak readily accepted. For Chen Lak's team, the captain confidently stepped forward, unaware of who his opponent would be. Recognizing the captain as a weak link, Qin Than sent Tan Vu, a level 4 player, to the field, a suitable match. The two opponents approached, and a fierce battle was about to begin. Right away, Tan Vu overwhelms the captain, leaving him disoriented. The captain considers throwing the match, but remembering Chen Lak and Anzung's expectations, he steels himself to fight. Not giving the captain any time to retaliate, Tan Vu continues his assault with a skillful kick. A field of force descended upon the captain's arm, gradually engulfing his entire body. He held his ground, shattering the earth beneath him, proving his strength was truly unmatched. Qin Than was shocked. Tan Vu's attack, though somewhat weak, shouldn't have been so ineffective against the captain. The captain advanced on Tan Vu, who, having just been struck, was now on the ropes. The power of both sides was immense. Qin Than didn't expect to lose so quickly. His hands were shaking as his brother drove a small car onto the field, followed by a massive tank truck, clearly not low level. Everyone watched. Seeing this, Chen Lak was surprised by Qin Than's hidden strength. Tan Thi suggested adding food to get him on their side, and Qin Than agreed. Chen Lak then returned to Thu Van and the captain, and like Tan Thi, immediately sent the soldier's head to the battlefield. The soldier's hands were still trembling, starved and near death after a month of Chen Lak's torment. Chen Lak kicked him back into danger, leaving him helpless and screaming. A month passed without incident, though his voice carried a hint of unease, a warning sign. Pointing at Zheng Qing's tank, Chen Lak ordered the soldier to destroy it. The soldier's head turned to face his opponent, driven mad by a will to prove his worth. But Than was enraged. The soldier's head turned, disorienting Qin Than, who sensed defeat. Just freed, the soldier's head, neck-straining, roared, "I am the head soldier." The man's head suddenly exploded in anger, as if it had lost control. It didn't attack Tan Thi, but instead targeted a girl, and Chen Lak realized things were about to get out of hand. He rushed to the soldier's head, knowing he couldn't let him eat anyone, especially not a girl who could grow vegetables. Chen Lak grabbed his neck, forcing his head back, demanding he let go, only to be suddenly pulled back himself. The girl was pinned, terrified on the ground, as the soldier's head screamed, "I want to eat people! I want to eat people!" Chen Lak tried to placate him, but the head didn't believe him, threatening to eat him instead. Unable to control the soldier who now refused to listen, Chen Lak considered killing him to prevent future problems. But before he could act, the soldier suddenly began to convulse. It seems he had evolved a sound that amplified the head's cries, causing the soldier to clutch his head in pain. And while grade 8 is more difficult, he's confident he can still handle it. Besides, the doctor didn't warn him, proving it's not dangerous, so he can treat it like a very excellent grade 7. Chen Lak yelled, but no one noticed the soldier's head changing. Were they unafraid of death? He told them to get out of his way. The soldier held his sword, wanting to kick him, but Chen Lak just kept singing, the strange sound echoing. Chen Lak was shocked and embarrassed, realizing he was outmatched. The soldier's head had grown larger and harder than a sword, and it glared down at him, promising to crush him. He said the giant foot came crashing down on Chen Lak, who narrowly dodged it. It seems the soldier's head has evolved to level 8, making it quite powerful. Chen Lak stood firm, sword in hand, and warned, "Don't blame me for targeting your weaknesses." He said you stabbed the soldier's head with a sword, but nothing happened, just the sound of bells, startling Chen Lak. The soldier's head, once confident, is now hardened, unafraid of Chen Lak's sword. His face, truly terrifying. The soldier relentlessly attacked, but Chen Lak, though shaken, continued his assault, seeing this as a mere stepping stone to bigger challenges. But Chen Lak wanted to practice a bit, so he relentlessly slammed the soldier's head into the ground, his sword still in hand, kicking him into the air before continuing the assault. Blue circles appeared around the soldier's head, as Chen Lak may have been using space magic to attack. Chen Lak recognized the feeling. It was all too familiar. Could this be the space-cutting skill the soldier had dreamed of? Blue circles appeared on the soldier's head as he crumpled to the ground. Chen Lak couldn't hold on to the tank with his sword and tumbled down the hill, while his cries for help went unanswered as the soldier's red gaze remained fixed on him, leaving him utterly confused. It turns out their grand plan is to ensure Chen Lak doesn't survive or they'll suffer the consequences. This game of tag is a farce. The test to protect Chen Lak was a ruse. Hanta planned to use it to eliminate him. Chen Lak calmly stared at the main character while Hanta grew fearful, his great sword failing to harm Chen Lak. Chen Lak looked back at the main character, advising him to increase the speed of the great sword after dealing with him, as the sword's head still lay there. But the main character ignored him, instead holding his hand and apologizing with a smile. Chen Lak relentlessly attacked the sword's waist, causing it to cry out in pain and apologize. Perhaps this was its new weakness. Finally, it resolved to cut itself in half, its last words being, "I am miserable." With his last breath, Chen Lak watched the tank's two bodies fall before him, wondering about their size. These were likely 8th and 9th class tanks, yet he had defeated them with ease. Chen Lak claimed the spirit within the tank, who, realizing the danger, began to regret provoking him, now resigned to his fate as an enemy. Chen Lak backhands Chen Than, leaving his face bloodied, and asks if he's too smart or if he's too stupid, telling him to ask his people if they believe his words, slapping him again and asking who's the newcomer here. Chen Than was slapped, forced to admit his defeat, and dared not resist, as Chen Lak addressed Chen Than's people. According to the rules, the loser must join the winner's team. But the girl remained stubborn. The girl quickly obeyed, and Chen Lak instructed his deputy to find talent within the team, as they understood it better than he did. The girl honestly pointed out the talented individuals for Chen Lak to recruit, while Chen Than stood by, powerless. He blamed her for eating the fruit, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't capture more. Chen Than asked Chen Lak for forgiveness, promising Han would advise the enemy to join their team. Chen Lak agreed, and vowed they wouldn't go to war with Han. Chen Than turned to the enemy group, declaring their disbandment and urging everyone to join Chen Lak's team. Han was not happy to no longer be their leader. He immediately ran away, remembering Chen Lak's words, realizing it was over. Chen Lak watched as the King of France willingly walked into the enemy's grasp. After all, he was just a dog, and Chen Lak never promised to keep him safe. Chen Than retreated to recover, relieved that Chen Lak wasn't pursuing him. But little did he know, the King of France was lurking behind him, eager to prove his worth. Han remarked that the King of France approached the net, a blood-soaked bag slung around his body, eager to embrace the alluring Chen Than. It was then that Han realized he wasn't even as good as Chen Lan's dog. After dealing with Chen Than, the King of France was extremely pleased, earning 1,000 lottery points. At the base, Chen Lak lamented the decline in Chen Than's quality, but their numbers were vast, 3,000 if the entire base was gathered. Chen Lak instructed Lang Than to explain the base's rules, his interview revealing it took 3 days to obtain 15 level 3 spirits, as proof. As Lang Than departed, the King of France returned, seeking Chen Lak to claim his lottery points. A happy look on his face, with a goal to draw the lottery, this spirit also got a new lottery point and the cost of the lottery. Holding the spirit, Chen Lak declared it would grant 300 service points, plus an extra 200, bringing the King of France's total to 500 lottery points this time. Then, Chen Lak announced that the King of France would be visiting the new base to observe the construction progress. At the new base, a giant dragonfly appeared, its head disproportionately large. But suddenly I killed it, sending it flying several meters away. I was about to kill it, but Chen Lak stopped me, saying we absolutely couldn't. It's not just a fly, but a mutant dragonfly, an insect that can create environments and therefore must live. The dragonfly cried out in a language Chen Lak couldn't understand. But she listened with a smile, as it explained it only came to eat, not to be beaten. Chen Lak said she'd tell him again. They're just insects, and after that, it can eat as it pleases. The dragonfly happily jumped, boasting it could eat 100 kilograms in a day, as a brother told Chu Hai someone wanted to join Chen Lak's base. Chu Hai vowed to bring his men to help Chen Lak, hoping he would accept them, and the others prepared to depart for the base. Later, Chu Hai's group arrived at the base, surprised by its fortified defenses. Chen Lak was excited to see Chu Hai, eager to add an intelligence team. Not far from the base, a group observed the stronghold, surprised by how much it had grown. The man beside him revealed that Chen Lak's base only had 4 members, and that Chen Lak's strength was more than it seemed, yet he still wanted to join. He told his companion to deal with the 4 while he met the person in charge, and as Chen Lak and Chu Hai spoke, they received word that someone from the City of the Sea had brought a monster to see him. Seeing him busy, Chu Hai asked to leave and settle his brother in. Then, Chen Lak led the other person inside. Long Thien, stiff and intimidated, presented Chen Lak with a sword and a list of monsters, claiming to have long admired him. In the coming storm, those who have wronged him and his brothers will find no escape. Chen Lak spoke briefly to Han, who nodded and offered him the remaining fish and shrimp, hoping for acceptance. Without much thought, Chen Lak agreed, and Han mentioned he had another gift. Long Thien then retrieved a sea turtle for Chen Lak, one of thousands caught after being released into the sea. Long Thien told him that this turtle was certain it could prevent attacks from 4th-grade fake skills, then rode ahead, asking if it wanted to negotiate. The turtle asked him to bring someone for it to eat, but warned not to bring too many, lest it be overwhelmed. Chen Lak asked what benefit there was in cooperating, to which the turtle sighed, saying the benefit would be eating his flesh. Chen Lak, angered by its rudeness, grabbed the turtle and delivered a flurry of blows. The turtle, blinded by the assault, was shocked by his fury. It knelt, begging him to stop hitting it. Chen Lak told it that if it brought him the drunken turtle in 2 days, he'd let it go. Otherwise, he'd send it to the depths. Chen Lak grabbed the nearest turtle, and with a few simple strikes, quickly dispatched it, collecting its meat when he heard a strange sound from the sea. Chen Lak grabbed his undamaged sword, looking towards the sound from the sea. Unexpectedly, Hai Kuivong was being chased here, its massive form looming close. Fearless, Chen Lak faced the Sea Turtle King, observing that it was laying eggs. Its blood would be invaluable. He planned to use the eggs to purify the king, starting with the one nearest to him. You're close enough that he hasn't detected you yet. Chen Lak prepares to attack, knowing the danger but determined to kill the beast and claim its eggs. Hai Kuivong lashed out with his massive head, but Chen Lak seized the opportunity, moving in close to his neck to plant a sword. Unfortunately, his back was too large for your sword to do any real damage, and the Sea Turtle King was enraged by your attack. His attacks are too fast for Chen Lak to handle, so he decides to drive it from the nest, failing to notice the eggs. When Hai Kuivong discovered his eggs, he fled for a time, leaving without a word. Though enraged, he couldn't catch you. Chen Lak noticed the eggs and saw the Sea Demon King's rage below. What he once cherished was gone. 2 days later, a new day dawned, the sun shining, birds singing. Today is the day to deliver Chen Lak and Tang Thai's precious data, so he tells the little girl he's going out for a walk. The little girl wondered why she couldn't predict Chen Lak's future, but she could still use her ability on Lap and Ling. Chen Lak was on a collision course with Tang Thai, and the timing couldn't have been better. But unexpectedly, this was a trap, leading him to a Tang Thai of a higher level than the 2 he faced. Chen Lak quickly used space to escape. Besides her prediction, the other Tang Thai also warped space, its speed reaching at least level 9, quickly catching up to Chen Lak. With his current abilities, Chen Lak can handle level 8 Tang Thai, but level 9 is a bit too much. Before leaving, the girl predicted he wouldn't be in danger, and unleashed her power, reassuring Chen Lak. The other Tang Thai realized he also controlled space. This was his plan all along. Because it quickly discovered your space, the other Tang Thai suddenly attacked from behind. Fortunately, Chen Lak responded in time, attacking with his non-sword, but level 9 was too strong. His sword couldn't cut it. The other Tang Thai, consumed by rage, wanted to tear Chen Lak apart, its claws tearing into his arm, drawing blood. Chen Lak decided to use the power of time to attack Tang Thai from behind, confident the girl was safe. His sword struck hard, and he seized the opportunity to use the speed of time. Fortunately, his method worked, rapidly aging Tang Thai, who trembled beneath his sword as his years were stolen away. Chen Lak hoped for victory, but suddenly the other Tang Thai turned, his eyes burning with murderous rage. As Tang Thai attacked, Chen Lak instantly aged him to nothing, leaving him defeated at his feet. A close call, but victory was his. Tang Thai turned to attack only to see his ally fleeing. But Chen Lak was too fast, appearing right before him. Chen Lak smiled, and the trembling Tang Thai begged for mercy. Since he was weak, Chen Lak spared his life, giving him sea beasts to use against the others. Chen Lak happily took the spiritual core, knowing it could boost him to level 7. He also received intel from his men, news about Tang Thai and the latest list of abilities. Chen Lak held up the list of abilities, the name of the spiritual core catching his eye. This person may be a level 5. A 5 in the middle of the abyss, the earth. A formidable fighter. Remembering what's to come, and seeing a future king, he decides to take this person as his brother, ordering his men to gather intel and support him, even at the cost of their lives. Just then, Chen Lak received a call about a person being investigated, and he was asked to accept them. Chen Kuang, hesitant to give up a level 7 natural soul, asked what to do: protect them or steal from them and chase them away. Chen Lak realized that while this name might attract unwanted attention, it was also an opportunity to establish a stronghold, and if that person could provide enough resources, he would protect them. He was excited, telling Chen Kuang that he would protect this ancient name, even if it caused trouble. At Lao Qing's base, Han's family and the ancient newspaper Sun brought the spirit of restoration to Chen Lak, but more importantly, Lao's base was about to be attacked. The tank stood tall. Lao Qing turned to face the intruder, and behind the mask, the tank's rage burned. Han stood confidently before him, asking if he wished to die or be allowed to leave. Han didn't wait for an answer, moving to strike the intruder while Lao Qing hid behind the tank. The tank simply walked to Han's side, declaring this was his base, and hurled a stone at him. Mekning remained silent, and in a flash, the tank released his brother Lao Qing, not even catching a glimpse of Han. Before the gas could even take effect, Mekning was ambushed from behind. A green-haired girl walked up to Han, and Mekning remarked that the tank's strength was considerable. Mekning was surprised by this cute little turtle's unexpected gift, a terrible smell that assaulted his nostrils. The newborn turtle was already as strong as a second-grade fighter. Then the other eggs began to hatch. Chen Laksu realized that if he used his time abilities, they could grow into sea turtle kings. He hasn't tested his skills yet, but someone has learned about their conversation, and his 10-man team has been eliminated. Their leader is a fake 4th-grade talent, 2 people are still alive, a reporter, and another forced to work as one. The other person is Chen Guang, who says the leader is Meek Ning. Han says if you want to save them, come to the mountaintop tonight to find him. Chen Laksu is the most likely to be chosen from the 3. Before this, Chen Laksu had left no trace, suspecting someone had been humiliated to lure Meek Ning. Chen Guang revealed Meek Ning possessed a sword like Hu Vo, a blade so sharp the team leader made 2 kills without spilling blood. Adding to his suspicions, the opponent also knew Hu Kong was a sword. The next night, on Meek Ning Mountain, the green-haired girl challenged Meek Ning, asking Han if Chen Laksu would dare to save them. But Han replied that he liked seeing Meek Ning's current mood, as it reminded him of his past self, lacking patience and courage. Meek Ning brought the Hu Kong sword to the battlefield, where Chen Laksu stood waiting. His suspicions confirmed. Her sword was also a Hu Kong. Chen Laksu assessed her skill, drawing his own Hu Kong sword, a talent like Han wasted on the unyielding Chen Laksu. The other 2 were easily defeated by Chen Laksu's Hu Kong Kim, and Meek Ning's expression darkened. Chen Laksu smirked, realizing their vision was limited as the green-haired girl revealed her hidden strength. Chen Laksu, intrigued by her ability, decided to spare her life, throwing a sword, which she immediately deflected. She was terrified of falling. This was beyond anything she could have imagined. Meek Ning ordered his team to protect Chen Laksu. He clearly wanted the man's flesh. Without hesitation, Chen Laksu unleashed a flurry of swords, turning his enemies into souls before they could even react. Chen Laksu hurled more basic swords, cutting the opposing team in half, seeking vengeance for his fallen brothers. Meek Ning was a warning, a sign that his daughter was in danger, and Han thought he could escape if the other girl stalled him. But Chen Laksu wouldn't let him off that easily. In the blink of an eye, Chen Laksu appeared, and Meek Ning immediately begged for forgiveness, while Han tried to weasel his way out with his pathetic skills. But Chen Laksu silenced him with a crushing blow. Did a man who lived 2 lives really need him? Chen Laksu seized his sword and brought it down, deciding that death was too good for him. Chen Laksu cornered the green-haired girl, who pleaded for Meek Ning's forgiveness instead of her own. He told her to simply listen, and if the plan was completed in under 2 months, he would let her see Han. Her eyes conveyed immediate agreement, and Chen Laksu seized the opportunity. He brought her home solely to help her recover the level 7 talisman and reclaim her body. He emerged to find Zhao Hai waiting, who informed him that the base, recently seized by thousands of gods, included a pair of siblings. Trantu Than from the Wind sect and Chiu Tu Wai from the Spirit sect. He says Chiu Tu Wai can influence minds, causing them to collapse into chaos. Chen Laxu emerged beaming and asked Chio Hai to keep an eye on the siblings, thinking Chio Tu Wai's mind-altering abilities would be invaluable. Moments later, Zhao Hai shares the good news that he has located Gan Yuangang. He's isolated and depressed within the team, and both of his wives are pregnant, making things easier. Cam Nguyen Jiang said he could persuade them, but asked for 30 boxes of milk powder and the usual amount of vegetables, to which Chen Laxu immediately agreed. The two left the basement, and Chen Laxu instructed Chiu Hai to call the chief and casually send 3 more cars to his body, which he would use for transport. Later, Chen Laxu brought the body Cam Nguyen Jiang requested and opened the car door for him to inspect it. Cam Nguyen Jiang was surprised by Chen Laxu's agreement, noting the body's weakened state, but he had another request. He wanted Chen Laxu's wife to rest in the basement and take care of the chores, as his own wife was pregnant. Chen Laxu agreed to the request, but he would use a barrier to replace his wife's part by changing the body. Meanwhile, under the sea, Hai Kui Vuong swam to the star, desperately pleading for help. The Sea King stopped, tears streaming as he revealed his child had been stolen, thanking the star for her help in finding her. He was shocked to find a girl inside the opened shell. Having transformed from a star into a human, her beauty rivals that of any woman on land, but she can't yet freely shift between forms. She also gave herself a more human name, Hai Ko, daughter of the sea. The Sea King congratulated her on breaking free, sensing her own power, and thanked her for helping him find his child. But Hai Ko's help is needed to find a shell for her family, and her strength on land will be greatly reduced. Hai Kui Vuong immediately responded, expressing his deep concern for his children. Chen Laxu's group heads to base, and as he sits in the car, he hears the familiar sound of telepathy in his head. She relayed Mi Ling's message, urging him to return quickly, or else Mi Ling and Mi Lap would have an affair. He knew the base was protected by the King of France, Mi Ling, Mi Lap, and Thu Van, all level 6, so he couldn't imagine any danger that could threaten them. Even so, he urgently wants to return to base, leaving the leader to travel with the others. Chen Laxu speeds off like the wind, anxiously calling out to Mi Lap. He was annoyed by the girl's calm demeanor as he struggled to return to the net, still shaking, but she assured him he was safe now that he was back. His senses warned him of an 8-meter-long monster entering the base, and Chen Laxu realized Hai Kui Vuong was here for the stolen evidence. Before, Chen Laxu needed the new spiritual line to beat him at level 6, but now, having reached level 7 and added the spiritual line, he has a level 9 strategy and the confidence that comes with fighting on his own turf. Chen Laxu arrived to find Hai Kui Vuong, eager to ask for those 2 hours, but didn't see the girl standing on him. Hai Kuo stood on Hai Kui Vuong, laughing for 10 hours. Chen Laxu remembers their past battles and how Hai Kuo is destined to become a leader. Her power is at least level 10, while he's only level 9, but he knows her weakness from their previous encounter. Hai Kuo hovered in the air, her spiritual energy dark, surrounded by a black aura with a square above, while Chen Laxu struggled below, claiming she couldn't stop him. Chen Laxu barely dodged, realizing her spirit threads were closing in, but he was determined to overcome this obstacle. Under Hai Kuo's watchful gaze, he tested his air ability, suddenly appearing behind her, aiming to seize her net. But his plan failed. Hai Kuo detected and evaded his attack. A dark circle of light appeared around Hai Kuo. His plan to strike failed, and netting her would be even more difficult. Suddenly, just as he landed, the Sea King opened his mouth and waited. Fortunately, before the water engulfed him, he used his space-holding ability to escape, but Hai Kuo was waiting for him, and she flew towards him, her palms striking out. Chen Laxu used his airship to escape, unable to attack Hai Kuo from that position. He could only maintain this skill 100 times, and his attacks posed little threat to her. The spirit on Hai Kuo's forehead shifted from blue to purple as she muttered that Chen Laxu couldn't possibly use his ability indefinitely. He attempted to stop time, but she didn't even flinch. Hai Kuo didn't give her time to think, flying and attacking Chen Laxu, who could only run. Hai Kui Vuong, knowing he couldn't harm Chen Laxu, turned his attention to others. Milin ordered those nearby to escape, noting that Hai Kui Vuong's power was growing. Hai Kui Vuong seemed to sense something as Fap Vuong, shielded by a turtle, fled the house, followed by the others. One turtle, enraged, demanded the release of his brethren. Hai Kui Vuong stopped crying, recognizing his child. Fap Vuong threatened to fight the turtles if he didn't stop. As Chen Laxu and Hai Kuo fought, they kept a close eye on Fap Vuong. Hai Kuo attacked again, but Chen Laxu dodged with an air-to-air missile. The moment arrived, and Chen Laxu, understanding Fap Vuong's intent, stabbed a turtle and used it as a shield. But another turtle recognized Chen Laxu as its mother and vowed to protect him. Hai Kui Vuong couldn't understand why his son saw Chen Laxu as his mother, and Hai Kuo advised him to take the children, but he could still start another fire. Furious, she tried to take Chen Laxu's life to protect herself from the consequences. She told Chen Laxu that even though he could escape like the others, he wouldn't, because she would defeat Fap Vuong first. Enraged, Fap Vuong asked why she wanted to kill him when he had never laid a hand on her. A powerful electric current erupted around Fap Vuong's people, and Chen Laxu tightly clasped Hai Kuo's hand, daring her to attack him, to attack a dog. Unable to withstand the disadvantage, Fap Vuong used the electric current to split himself into many other dogs, but the difference in power was too great. He couldn't get past Hai Kuo. She carefully attacked his body, knowing that with his current power, Fap Vuong couldn't possibly defeat the future queen. Chen Laxu knew that if he didn't find a solution, Fap Vuong would surely lose, and he desperately hoped he would succeed. But Hai Kuo had separated Fap Vuong right next to him, his network in danger, and in a desperate move, Chen Laxu rushed between them. Unexpectedly, the wine contract activated, and a large spatial circle appeared before Chen Laxu. He had unexpectedly succeeded in using his spacekeeping ability. Though he barely saved Fap Vuong, he couldn't understand how he'd done it, or why the ability hadn't affected him. Chen Laxu wiped the blood from his mouth, knowing Hai Kuo would return despite leaving the base. His urgent task now was to find her shell, her greatest weakness. Chen Laxu turned to Hai Kui Vuong, asking about the location of Hai Kuo's male shell, a secret Hai Kui Vuong had suddenly revealed. Chen Laxu pulled the turtle close, ignoring the question and cutting to the chase, telling him Hai Kuo wanted to leave with his son and he shouldn't continue to protect her. The Sea King recalled the events and confirmed he hadn't misspoke, requesting that if he revealed Hai Kuo's shell location, it must be returned to him. Chen Laxu secretly convinced him to stay, knowing Hai Kuo was aware he'd revealed her secret. He's likely tracking her and his son, and they don't want to leave him either. He pointed to the river, saying he could stay and protect them, and Hai Kui Vuong agreed to remain at Chen Laxu's base. Hai Kui Vuong then broke off a piece of his shell, saying it would protect Chen Laxu from his family's interference, a welcome surprise that Chen Laxu quickly pocketed. Chen Laxu handed the small turtle to Milap, instructing her to visit Hai Kuo's grave, and for everyone to find temporary shelter while she tested her ability to recover strength and accelerate their blessings, assuring her that he would be safe. Later, with the Hai Kui Vuong tribe's help, Chen Laxu quickly obtained Hai Kuo's shell, a shell that would only shorten her life, not immediately end it, making her chances of fighting back increasingly slim. Chen Laxu stepped on Hai Kuo's shell and told her leader that, of course, he'd have to wait a long time. Things looked dire for Hai Kuo, and as she approached Chen Laxu, she wondered how he knew her name. Chen Laxu said he knew more than just her name. He knew her weaknesses too. Knowing her secrets, Hai Kuo realized the Hai Kui Vuong had betrayed her, and she demanded to know Chen Laxu's intentions. Chen Laxu calmly replied that there were no secrets between them, and they didn't necessarily have to fight to the death. He knew better than to ask her age, wanting her to return or not. Hai Kuo didn't understand Chen Laxu's intention, as he claimed he could turn back time, and surely would in the future. Hai Kuo didn't believe him, but Chen Laxu claimed he'd reach her level in a year and be able to use it. Hai Kuo considered it and agreed, but if he failed, she'd take his internet. In addition, Chen Laxu was pleased, but speculated that in a year his power would be considerable. Hai Kuo would be furious, and taking his internet wouldn't be so easy. To prove their friendship, Chen Laxu promised to return the shell to Hai Kuo. To sway Hai Kuo, he needed to convince her that the pearl bottle was a treasure with water resistance, and that she could have it for a year before he took it back. This time, his plan wasn't great, but it convinced Hai Kuo based on the information he'd gathered. In the room, he reported recent news of a bright, unclear light now occupying the base, located in a small village north of the city. He rushed in and told Han that someone had infiltrated the base, then ran to the constable's room, explaining that the intruder scaled the wall with incredible speed and was now surrounded. Han knew that if he went, the constable would recognize him immediately, so he pushed the other man aside and went to see. Chen Laxu used his air-deadening technique, and soon a few drops appeared in front of the constable's room. Inside, the constable was peeling flesh from a living victim, who cried out in agony as Chen Laxu knocked on the door and entered. Unaware of his impending doom, he believed his next meal was being prepared, and even wanted to cut off the man's hand to see how it tasted. The man ate and demanded his hand to devour, but Chen Laxu calmly approached. Enraged, the man shifted his power to attack. Chen Laxu quickly drew his sword, knowing this foe was beyond his opponent's level. The enemy ceased its assault, but its attacks were far too slow to match Chen Laxu's deadly speed. As the enemy's attack neared, he lost his nerve, but his foe's rage was relentless. In a flash, Chen Laxu appeared behind him, delivering a powerful blow. The enemy cried out, claiming the blow was unblockable, a level 8 attack at least. Blinded by rage, it craved Chen Laxu's flesh. It roared, unleashing another devastating attack. The atmosphere crackled with tension as Chen Laxu's opponent finally lost his patience. Deciding to end the battle quickly, Chen Laxu ran out of time, and the opponent immediately stopped, feeling a deep pain. His feet locked and he fell to his knees. Because he didn't see Chen Laxu's attack, he still believed he was poisoned by the previous man's flesh, even as he took the box. Chen Laxu managed to collect his opponent's spirit and was quite lucky that it reached level 10. Just as he was about to place the spirit into the box, the actor arrived and Han demanded he relinquish it. Chen Laxu hesitated, eyeing the person before him. The actor inquired about Chen Laxu and his base, but Tantai Han refused to hand over the spirit. Now that he's alone, Han demands the spirit's return, either to him or the network. Chen Laxu sighs, admitting they can no longer be friends. The actor ordered his team to take the spirit to his network, with Han taking responsibility. Chen Laxu now controls the space, and the Foundation doesn't need anyone to go with support. This trick is as effective as one without a sword. With a wave of his hand, Chen Laxu conjured a sword of air and attacked the actor, mocking his attempt to seize the network as the air sword shattered the actor's blade. Han's head fell before the terrified team as Chen Laxu smiled, retrieved his heart, and remarked that Han dared to defy him, proving his words at the base still held weight. He then ordered the team to clear the path for Chen Laxu, who they feared, and they quickly retreated to either side of the road. Chen Laxu placed his hand on the team leader's shoulder, entrusting Han's foundation to his care, a task the team leader eagerly accepted. Before leaving, Chen Laxu announced that the team leader would manage the foundation from now on, and that following him would be their good fortune. Chen Laxu immediately brought the level 10 spirit to the team, but they refused, advising him to keep it. Chen Laxu shook his head, explaining that he was about to break through to level 8, and this spirit wouldn't help him reach level 9, so Laxu was the best choice. With a stronger team to support Han, and their closeness making Laxu blush, Chen Laxu admitted his current strength was no match, urging her to level up quickly. His face flushed. Chen Laxu was a little angry, but laughed it off. A week later, he reached level 8, level 114, and sat on the bed, carefully assessing his abilities. With his space-time abilities enhanced, his power increased 2 to 4-fold, and his physical constitution reached level 10. Chen Laxu gathered everyone and announced that their base had successfully improved a batch of seeds, enough to increase production by 50%. To celebrate, he organized a meeting at the South Shandong Sports Center in 5 days, where he would guide other bases in paid planting and facilitate trade. With the seed sales, Chen Laxu could swim in money, a thought that filled him with glee. Chen Laxu applauded, announcing that in addition to their shared joy, he had another matter to address. For the right price, he would solve anyone's problems. 5 days later, at the South Shandong Sports Center, Chen Kuang invited Ojung Lo to the stage to explain the planting process. She revealed that a level 4 fake ability could be used to neutralize ground pollution after planting. Chen Laxu gazed out at the sports field, contemplating the impact of the upcoming conference, when a striking figure in the front row caught his eye. This man is Vuong Liet, and he's in the front row. Han, one of those who obsessively pursued Mei Lap, even risking his life to play the hero and save an American at a crucial moment. Han's plan failed, and Mei Lap died. It was also then that Mei Ling awakened her rebirth magic, using it to revive Mei Lap, leaving Chen Laxu unsure whether to let Han pave the way for Mei Ling's awakening. On stage, Ojung Lo touted their live broadcasts, which could increase production volume and sales by 20%, offering direct sales and surge pricing, before Chen Kuang moved on to Chen Lax's peace plan. He announced to the crowd that their organization could handle jobs big and small, as long as clients brought valuable goods. Even a level 7 spirit, like the one offered to Chen Lax to help Han kill someone. All eyes turned to Chen Kuang, who asked Han who he wanted dead. Han, clutching the level 7 spirit, declared that Dong Tian Hong wanted Chen Lax to help him kill Fang Long, a flesh-eating ghoul. Because the price was the lives of Han's brothers, the committee was in chaos. No one imagined such depravity. Immediately, the others refuted Han's claims, and some even recognized Wang Liet and vouched for him. But just as Chen Lax was about to intervene, a sudden commotion erupted on stage. Chen Lax agreed with Dang Tianhong, promising to help Han solve the problem in exchange for a level 7 spirit. He returned to the others, indifferent to Fang Long's cannibalistic acts. Dang Tianhong has proof, and if they accept it, the other person is as good as dead, leaving Wang Liet and his brother feeling a bit awkward. Wang Liet stood and declared that Chen Lax was being unreasonable, ignoring their disagreement and only caring if Fang Long's network was connected to his. Wang Liet realized he couldn't beat Chen Lax alone, and if Chen Lax continued like this, others would surely criticize him. So Han decided to send Fang Long out for protection, hoping he could connect with others to expose Chen Lax's network. A move Wang Liet surprisingly agreed to. Upon hearing this, Chen Lax immediately ordered Hao Nian to take down the informant, who was already trying to escape. But Hao Nian was too fast. Before the golem could react, Hao Nian seized the opportunity. His superior level, evident as a simple strike, sent the golem flying. Wang Liet was shocked by Hao Nian's power. Fang Long was a strongman in Han's base, yet he fell with a single blow. Hao Nian relentlessly attacked Gata, breaking his limbs and throwing him before Deng Tianhong. Chen Lax told Deng Tianhong that with Fang Long gone, Han was manageable, then offered to help the others, saying they could do anything to make them give up their valuable base. To keep things in order, Chen Lax revealed his strength had reached level 8, and the Gata exploded again. No one expected such power, and his confidence was justified. Suddenly, someone asked Chen Lax to demonstrate his power, and he proudly obliged, eager to display his current strength. He asked Deng Tianhong what he thought of Wang Liet, to which Deng Tianhong replied that Han couldn't get Wang Liet's connections, and that even Han knew a level 7 spirit wasn't enough. Chen Lax, hands in his pockets, smugly says that because Deng Tianhong is his first customer, he'll throw in a bonus, Wang Liet himself, as a gift. Little did Han know, Chen Lax was out for blood. Wang Liet knew he was no match for Chen Lax, and Han was desperate to escape. But before he could, Fang Long fled, leaving Han exposed. A sword pierced his neck, and his head fell, lifeless, in the middle of the hall. With Wang Liet's head in his hands, Chen Lax had altered the very fabric of space, perfectly retrieving his target from afar. Wang Liet's feet were cold, his eyes wide open, as Chen Lax raised his head, laughing, and asked if everyone saw clearly. The crowd's faces turned green, afraid to even approach him. Chen Guang told them not to be nervous, that Chen Lax was only eliminating evil, but Chen Lax countered, placing Wang Liet's head down, saying he had no regrets. No one had ever blamed him, yet he lived. Chen Lax looked back at the crowd, warning them not to blame him if they lacked the necessary connections. After witnessing his power, they knew they could never cross him. If they had the 9 networks, they wouldn't need this at all. Chen Lax smiled, radiating youthful energy, and said gently that he wouldn't act unless provoked. Telling them to seek him out if there are lies, he instructs them to register for the seed. Chen Lax walks away, turns back with a smile, and gently says he trusts their reputation and that they won't take his money. The crowd barely had time to breathe before panic set in at his words. Behind the scenes, the captain reveals news of the Bang Lam competition, which has established a base called Bang Lam Hui. Chen Lax recalls this competition. Though not the best, it's still a force to be reckoned with. Bang Lam Hui is a strong organization with high-level talent and a sense of achievement, and the captain believes they're waiting for Chen Lax to make a move. Chen Lax instructed the captain to deploy all members for battle without him. But as Chen Lax moved to leave, many who had remained stopped him, wanting to join the base. Chen Lax expressed his reservations, believing the previous performance wasn't as effective as it could be. He calmly welcomed more recruits, but warned that tonight's base attack competition would be brutal, with few survivors becoming full members. After he said that, some people left on their own, but Chen Lax continued, saying it wasn't too late to leave. He wasn't forcing anyone to stay, but they shouldn't blame him after Lam Chan ran away. Later, Chen Lax noted that no one seemed inclined to leave, the unconfident having already been eliminated. He would recruit the chosen ones to stay, and he wouldn't abandon his people. The following night, Bang Lam led the charge to Chen Lax's base, with Dai Chang reporting that 6,000 competitors had gathered. Bang Lam simply told them to stay back, leaving Dai Chang in a cold sweat. Bang Lam told Dai Chang to guide the competition and then return, but Dai Chang feared Chen Lax would make him speak, a daunting task. Chen Lax watched the approaching army, ready to unleash his base's full power. Tonight would be a fiery one, and he gave the order to attack. Massive fireballs erupt from the base, targeting the competition team at the gate, obliterating them in a storm of explosions. The competition's wind stance, vision, and intelligence shocked everyone. After the initial attack, their damage was minimal, and the tanks were still alive, though torn to shreds. In the dead of night, a phoenix appears in the sky, igniting the battlefield as it flies toward the opposing team. Milap tells Chenlax that she can only unleash France's power twice in a row. The original team members were quite proud, and the king agreed to her proposal, so Chenlax ordered the team to open the gate, led by Tu Dai-Chu. Based on his strength, Tu Dai-Chu cleared the round, destroying over 10 tanks, sending the all-powerful Sprawling collapsing the ground and forcing another tank team to retreat. From afar, Bang Lam observed the battle, recognizing 2 exceptionally skilled members within Chenlax's main team, but the tank beside him assured him that Chenlax's wall was about to crumble. Bang Lam eyed Dai Chuang behind him, suspecting he was the one who leaked information. Chen Guang rushed to tell Chenlax that Dai Chuang had sent word he was about to be exposed, and after Bang Lam shot him, he'd organize a new series of competitions. Chenlax had hoped Dai Chuang would lead the base, so he couldn't let him fail. He eliminated Bang Lam before anything could happen and told Lin and Mei to take his place. Meanwhile, Dai Chuang was being beaten underground by Bang Lam, and Han demanded to know why he sold him out. Dai Chuang could only kneel and plead innocence. But then, Chenlax appeared like a god, clenching his fist and asking Bang Lam if he was the base's old guard in this competition. Bang Lam reacted swiftly. Han spun around to strike Chenlax, but how could his speed compare? Chenlax flipped in the air, gently tossing a sword at Bang Lam, and in a flash, Bang Lam's head was severed. Chenlax prepared to ensnare the other competitors, signaling Dai Chuang to attack, his true purpose being to make Dai Chuang the leader of this competition. And Dai Chuang understood, rising to his feet with a mighty roar. Facing a powerful foe, Chenlax fearlessly charged forward to avenge Bang Lam, only to be met with Dai Chuang's full-force attack and a theatrical fall to the ground. Chenlax raised a hand to his injured face, fearfully saying they should wait. Then, before anyone could react, he struck his target, proving he missed his calling as an actor. After Chenlax fell, Dai Chuang knelt before Bang Lam's body, weeping bitterly, fooling the other competitors. Another stood and declared his desire to take Bang Lam's place, renaming the group Hak Loi Hoi. Not yet, Dai Chuang punched him, then picked up Bang Lam's nameplate, declaring he would replace Bang Lam as Than Li Man Ho. He continued to strike Hak Loi, but the other man, realizing he was also Dai Chuang's target, begged for forgiveness and pledged to accept Dai Chuang as their leader. But Dai Chuang showed no mercy, seeking to make an example of him for the other competitors. After Hak Loi was defeated, Dai Chuang declared to the others that they would follow him, and they agreed to accept him as their leader. He turned and said they were all brothers now, part of the Yinglian alliance, and asked if they could eat together, telling the team to wait for his return. Not far away, Chenlax waited as Dai Chuang returned and shook his hand. Chenlax instructed him to nurture it and help it grow stronger. He told him to disband the team, continue running the base, and recruit top talent for Hack. Then gave him the ring, saying he could contact him any time, as long as he did his job. Dai Chuang looked at the ring on his hand, understanding dawning on his face as Chenlax returned to base, surprised at how easily the team disbanded, leaving him with many spiritual rings. Just then, Zhao sent Chenlax a message, saying that Heiko had found a level 10 creature and that he should hurry to help so he could quickly level up and fulfill his promise. Chenlax was overjoyed and said he would go immediately. In a flash, Chenlax arrived at the beach, calling out to Heiko and waving. Excited, Heiko handed him some spiritual rings, but this time something felt off about her request. Chenlax called out to her, eager to know where the level 10 creature was, and Heiko revealed it was a sea base, asking him to wait a bit to help her catch it. 10 minutes later, Heiko, mid-battle, asked Chenlax if he had prepared his skills, as the creature turned its tail towards her, urging him to act fast. Chenlax watched the fish fly, using his spatial severance technique to attack, but the fish somehow evaded the blow. It opened its mouth wide to attack Chenlax. Too fast, Chenlax barely escaped but was distracted and frozen from the torso down. The fish attacked again, snatching his net, but he quickly used space manipulation to teleport it away. Heiko helped break the ice around him, asking if he knew the other fish's location. Chenlax said it was about 30 steps east and probably exhausted. Heiko watched him take the fish's spirit, thinking he only needed 4 or 5 more to reach level 9. But when he extracted it, Heiko suggested he eat the fish, though Chenlax found consuming biotic life difficult. Heiko confessed that years ago, while resting at the bottom of the sea, a piece of meat fell into her body, causing excruciating pain like she was about to explode. The meat digested on its own. She couldn't swallow it and thought she would die, but Heiko happened by and ate the rest. She was rescued and grew stronger, and Heiko also made great progress. She told Chenlax that although the meat caused pain, it had a magical effect. Ever since she ate that mysterious meat, she could sense that the fish staring at her had eaten it too. Heiko sensed the mysterious meat's lingering energy within the fish, an untapped power she couldn't bear to waste. Chenlax held up the fish, hoping it would boost her strength, though the stew's aroma was almost unbearable. He hoped Ngok Duong could make it more palatable, so he could share it with the others. One sunny day at the beach, a beautiful singer basked in the sun. Ngoch Duong smiled at the new Heiko, while the other one wept, saying her brother had been murdered. Ngoch Duong asked if the white-haired fish was the murderer, but Heiko shook her head, saying it was a seagull. Ngoch Duong followed Heiko to the sea, unsure which seagull she meant. Fish began to appear at her feet, and the seagull begged her to avenge her brother, leading her to the murderer. Heiko was surprised by the sudden appearance of two strangers, and after a long assessment of Ngoch Duong, he wondered if she was human or fish, but decided she looked like good food to bring to Chenlax. Heiko attacked Ngoch Duong, but she easily stopped him. Realizing her strength far surpassed the seagull, he fled to protect it. Ngoch Duong moved with incredible speed, blocking Heiko's escape in an instant. Heiko cried out, but Ngoch Duong ended her life, still intent on capturing Chenlax. Meanwhile, Chenlax asked Mangacaps to make the seagull more palatable, so she decided to stew it. Later, the stewed seagull was ready, and Mangacaps urged Chenlax to taste it. Mangacaps watched him eat, realizing the creature was indeed hard to swallow. Chenlax eyed the stewed seagull, his appetite nowhere to be found, when Phat Vuong stumbled upon the kitchen, drawn in by the enticing aroma. Phat Vuong rushed by, peering through the window to see Chenlax enjoying the seagull's stomach all by himself, while Mangacaps and Chenlax noticed Phat Vuong standing outside, drawn in by the aroma. Chenlax quickly shoveled the seagull meat into his bowl and devoured it. Suddenly, a telepathic message warned him that something had happened to the other seagull. Someone had severed its connection to her. The message continued, threatening that if he didn't come to Huadao, 3,000 feet to the east, within 3 days, the seagull would die. Chenlax realized that severing the connection required a powerful spirit, likely level 10 or higher. Chenlax wanted to teleport, anxiously asking if his baby was safe, but the baby assured him he had 3 hours. But the deadline was approaching, and the baby's ability needed time to cool down, so bringing him would only add another burden. Chenlax gritted his teeth, wanting to know who dared to take the king's army. He stared at Ngu Shuang, who held his sister captive, noting her sacrificial appearance. Looking at Chenlax, Ngu Shuang wondered, if Han wasn't Heiko's brother, then why can't I see his body? She then asked, "You are Hai Than." Chenlax, with his hands against the wall, declared he was Hai Vuong, a name Ngu Shuang didn't recognize. He demanded to know why she captured his sister, only to learn she had accidentally killed Ngu Shuang's brother. "If I let you go, countless innocents will die by your hand, and I won't allow such a dangerous person to be killed in Hai Duong." Heiko, though still rejected, urged Chenlax to flee, understanding his feelings, but knowing he was no match for Ngu Shuang. Chenlax, leader of Heiko's forces, wasn't too worried. If she said they were close to shore, then he'd tell her. But it turned out to be reasonable, and Ngu Shuang insisted on going out, so he bowed and cut through space. Heiko was hesitant because Chenlax was no match for Ngu Shuang. But Chenlax's true target wasn't Ngu Shuang, but Heiko's brother, and he bowed to Heiko, infuriating Ngu Shuang, who thought he was just toying with her. Right in front of Ngu Shuang, he used space to escape the ship, appearing beside Heiko so fast that Ngu Shuang couldn't see him, and continued to tear through space. Chenlax grabbed Heiko's hand, telling her to hold on tight as he whisked her away, then turned to Ngu Shuang with a laugh, asking if she was sure she wanted to keep chasing him. Ngu Shuang suddenly realized Chenlax had been toying with her, exposing her body as he laughed and grabbed Heiko's hand, taunting her as he fled. Heiko was emotional, realizing that to escape, Heiko Bao had to die. Ngu Shuang would hunt them down otherwise, and the sea wasn't safe with her. He surprised her, asking her to bring the whole boat. Heiko, understanding the dire situation, agreed with Chenlax's decision, vowing to return one day to kill Ngu Shuang, while Chenlax pondered the surprising strength of the sea creatures, realizing he wasn't invincible and faced great risks against more powerful beings. He then looked down, regretting his time ability always arriving too late. He couldn't control his time ability, so he decided to find Kuang Shua Tu Yet, the one with the same ability, and return home. He told Milap he was going to Hat City, over 3,000 feet from the border, because someone there could stop time. The ability to stop time is a talent, and he wants to confirm it, hoping to bring that person back to base. In fact, he hadn't confirmed it himself. He just smiled with Milap, thinking, the journey isn't the problem is, will Kuang Shua Tu Yet want to go with him? Of course, if she refuses, he wouldn't mind using force. Chen Lax, backpacked and staff in hand, finally arrived in Hat City. He knew only that she was somewhere ahead, between here and their city. But where exactly? He'd have to listen closely. I can reach level 10. Who dares doubt I'm not a worthy host? Suddenly, the man spun his hat, striking him aside, eager to see his leader. Done. He shook his hand, saying it had been a long time since he'd brought her to the base, thanking her and asking her to go with him. To the base of his son, Kuang Shua Tu Yet, where the elders greeted them proudly. Huang Thien Than and Kuang Shua Tu Yet enter their base, as Chen Lax watches from afar, feigning ignorance. It seems he's dead. Something in this era could reach level 6 in the future, and is expected to reach level 4 soon. In this situation, anything I use to hold Zhua Tuyet's scent is useless, just like all of Tien Than's scents going together. Of course, I have to use a little bit of a break. That night, Chen Lax infiltrated his son Kuang Shua Tuyet's base, using his abilities to steal all the food in the warehouse, hoping to force his son to obey him. He also masked his scent, understanding the dog's keen sense of smell. The next day, Kuang Tianthan and Kuang Tuyet were shocked to find all the food gone, and Tuyet was heartbroken over her missing dog, while Than sat in stunned silence. With all the food gone, the base was doomed, and people began to leave. By the second day, more people had left to find a new place to hide, and on the third day, Kuang Shua Tuyet reported that 1% of the base members were gone. When suddenly, a loud announcement came from afar. Bro, this is bad. Looking at Thuakha, Kuang Thien Than asked why people were leaving, but Thuakha clarified that it was the poor and homeless from a neighboring country about to flood into H City, and they were in trouble. Kuang Shua Tuyet was furious, asking how many times they would steal food and why, if not for the big bases of H City being continuously defeated. Why do they persist in their evil ways and dare to come here? Thuakha's plain power, hearing of leader Kim Hao-vu's strength, has been destroyed to level 7, but even facing a powerful level 7, Kuang Thien Than won't give up. Every piece of territory is worth fighting for. He ordered Thuakha to contact all the bases in City H, saying numbers weren't a concern, and Thuakha hurried to comply. Meanwhile, overhearing their conversation, Tranlok pondered level 7, and Kuang Shua Tuyet claimed he could stop time, something he said he couldn't do casually. After Kim Hao-vu's death, how could Kuang Thien Than take responsibility? Should I save him or let him die? He slapped his face, chiding himself for overthinking things. Even though Tranlok is a coward, he won't act like that in this situation. He clearly has the ability, so why should I let people bleed? He looked at his son, Kuang Shua Tuyet, sitting in his room, deep in thought. This battle would require assistance. Kuang Thien Than was meeting with the major bases, stating that once Kim Hao-vu revealed himself, he would have Shua Tuyet stop him. Then, Hacham would release the news that Kim Hao-vu had entered the 5th district, at which point Kuang Thien Than ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Suddenly, Hak Song's name arose from the crowd. Han laughed at the Thai people's glory amidst the violent storm, then burst into tears, releasing a poison that made everyone shout, and Kuang Thien Than shot for them. Realizing the anti-war hero he'd followed for half a year was a Class 5 poison user who, though not strong enough to kill, had disrupted their abilities. Hearing the commotion, Kuang Shua rushed in, wondering what had happened to her father and what that explosion was. Kuang Thien Than lies on the ground, claiming he was shot by a traitor, and those around him are in a similar state, half their forces crippled. Kuang Thien Than lamented that resistance would only lead to more deaths, a mistake they couldn't afford. Suddenly, Tran Lak appeared, ignoring warnings of the fire, declaring he was enough. Kuang Thien Than's men looked at him, asking if he knew how many people were outside, at least a few. The two men awoke, and Kuang Thien Than, looking displeased, said, "Wake up. You dream of taking 100,000. Don't be too stressed. Do I need to wake you again? The heat is good, but don't try to deceive me. Let me deal with Kim Hao-vu a little longer." And Tran Lak, with the big gate watching, asked how he would go with him after he killed them. He said, "You're just Kuang Shou Tuyet." Kuang Thien Than stood before her, saying it wasn't time to go out alone. Let's go together. Close the gate a little more. Buy us some time to recover. Outside, the green landscape belies the danger, as Kim Hao-vu unleashes a blinding attack on Han's forces, fueled by years of pent-up humiliation. He thought hiding in the city would protect him, but he was wrong, and died. Meanwhile, Tran Lok flew before Kim Hao-vu's group, causing the city's people to erupt in laughter. Kim Hao-vu stared at Tran Lok, noticing the dark visage of the flying figure, while Kuang Thien Than wondered if this was not the shame of the 5th class. Kuang So Tu-yet watched in awe, marveling at his abilities as Tran Lok flew back to Kim Hao-vu, declaring his impending doom to the city. Tran Lok declared that Vin Han would be the first to experience his overwhelming power of love, directed at Kim Hao-vu, the 15th class's formidable weapon. Across the city, Jiang So Tu-yet and Zhang Tiancheng watched in disbelief. How could this be? He was supposed to be the shame of the next class. This must be a stolen skill. How much did it cost to achieve this? Kuang Thien Than watched Tran Lok, who had defeated Kim Hao-vu, and wondered if his confidence was justified. Was he a god among men? Below, Kim Hao-vu succumbed to the spell. This afternoon, Tran Lok was surprised by the spell, saying he'd hit Kim Hao-vu's head, causing him to bleed profusely. Kim Hao-vu collapses under Tran Lok's spell, while across the city, Kuang Thien Than wonders, who is this man who could defeat Kim Hao-vu? A reporter says that Kuang is here for the young miss and likely has feelings for her. Kuang Thien Than thinks it's a good thing to like Tiu Tu-yet. He watched Tran Lok walk away, thinking he was unbelievably talented and strong, but also loving. If he and Tiu Tu-yet could truly become a couple, he could die happy right then and there. Then Tran Lok asked Kuang Tiu Tu-yet to leave with him, leaving her unsure how to respond, so Kuang Thien Than intervened and invited Tran Lok to speak with him privately. You have the ability, and you're at my base because of Xiaoxue, right? Can you see that? Stay here as our vice leader, or even the leader. I'll help you work. How can we convince Tran Lok to stay in City H, but he wants to take Kuang Tiu Tu-yet away? Kuang Thien Than thinks, I want you to be my son-in-law. You want me to be your son-in-law. But he still agreed, saying being his son-in-law was fine, he didn't need my blessing, and I could give him all my property. But if my daughter leaves, you have to give a little blessing. At this time, money has no meaning. You give me 200 pigs is fine. Tran Lok looked at him and said, this isn't the time for pigs. Finding them is too hard, making Kuang Thien Than suspicious, who thinks being difficult is good. I have to quickly erase Tran Lok's intention to keep him here. I think you should tell Tran Lok, either abandon your intention or stay at my base. Tran Lok knew he was making things difficult, so he told Kuang Thien Than that now was the time, leading to a misunderstanding. Then Tran Lok stood up, signaling the collapse of negotiations, as Kuang Thien Than lacked the resources to bargain. And he threatened him, saying he'd kill anyone who wasn't compliant, even those who remained silent. Kuang Thien Than was shocked. Why the sudden change? He realizes he can't stop Tran Lok from taking him away, and that there is no hope. His daughter simply followed Tran Lok, crying, and Kuang Thien Than was still surprised by Tran Lok's sudden change. Seeing Tran Lok's lack of tolerance, Kuang Thien Than immediately asked where he was taking the baby. Tran Lok revealed his intentions to take Kuang Thien Than to his temple base, a concentrated hub for survival. Tran Lok asked if Kuang Thien Than wanted to join him at his base or live alone, making it clear he would take Kuang Thien Tu-yet no matter what. Tran Lok turned to Kuang Thien Than, warning him that based on his astronomical observations, City H would likely be hit in about half a day. If Kuang Thien Than didn't leave now, he'd have to go then. He gave Kuang Thien Than a day to think it over, and then left the room. Leaving the room, he found Kuang Tu-yet in the corridor and asked her to use her powers to fix him, saying her ability wasn't physical, but time-related. He urged her to try, and she stopped time. At that moment, Tran Lok sensed an energy thread within her, rendering her body immobile, yet her physical abilities remained active. What was she pondering? Before being stopped by the outside world, nothing worked, but now it does. Maybe it's because you've awakened the power of time. Then Tran Lok reached out to Kuang Tu-yet, urging him to try again, impressed by his ability to hold for 3 seconds, and noting that she could only use this power one more time. Her ability was unstable at first, but after using it on Tran Lok, his time-based powers began to awaken, like Kuang Tu-yet's ability, which Tran Lok realized was about saving time, yet could still be distorted by a ruined king like himself. And now, nothing can be distorted by me anymore. He tells her it's been hard and returns to his room to rest before rendering Kuang Tu-yet unconscious, as dark as ink. A girl with a red and gold bouquet in hand is captured in Thu Quang Than's image. That girl is none other than the self-sacrificing Tran Lak, finally getting her chance for revenge as the storm approaches and the enemy base moves to the God of Gold. She left the forest thinking it was finally time to help, her only chance. A week later, at Quang Than's base, everyone prepared to leave. Tran Lak pondered, knowing that with him nothing was impossible. He would bring his two sons home and deliver their news. His sudden return to the base at the God of Gold caused a stir. The boss is back. All eyes turned to Tran Lak, whispers spreading that their leader would soon return, and that in a few days their base would be reduced to ashes. That's right, a girl using our elder's name, Muan Dao, has killed people and destroyed a base. Hearing this news from his subordinate, Tran Lak was surprised, then recalled naming the base Than Thu Quang Than before he left, a famous name. He recalled the red symbol with the yellow logo, the elder's symbol in the base made by a warrior, and the fake star's enemy. That woman could do it. Quang thought to himself, Tran Lak said he had a wife, so it wasn't a wedding. But the truth was, someone already had her heart, and she was very pretty. Milap apologized to Tran Lak, saying that she and her sister didn't keep a good eye on the base, allowing others to take advantage, and she looked at Tran Lak with regret. Tran Lak pointed, smiled, and said nothing, never expecting Than Thu Quang to be so skilled, destroying a leaderless base with just words, something even the fake star could do. Mi Lin pointed towards the base, saying they'd caught Duke Tu Din, who wanted to meet Tran Lak. Tran Lak approached Duke Tu Din, held high above the lake in the strong wind, and asked how she'd created the same elder symbol. Duke Tu Din explained that she was merely observing, but Than Thu Quang didn't dare check the symbol, allowing her to exploit it, leading Tran Lak to ask why she imitated their elder to destroy the base. Duke Tu Din said the enemy leader liked her, tried to force himself on her, and even killed her brother, so she wants revenge by any means necessary. Tran Lak turned and said he understands her heart, but no matter the cause, faking the elder's star, creating chaos, only leads to death, and she will be publicly judged at the conference in a week. Tran Lak believed public exposure would lead to the other's disgrace in Than Thu Quang. But as Duke Tu Din, Milap, and Mi Lin left the prison, a brother suddenly fled, and a figure carrying a strange body awaited them outside. Our base's body-suffering force has already tried, but no one can harm this body, which is why Tran Lak was specifically told about it, so he'd think it was invulnerable. Tran Lak continued his search, finally finding the new body, not as aged as the previous one, and realizing he was about to encounter the first body. Suddenly, he soared into the air before Mi Lin and Mi Lap's very eyes. He arrived outside the base where the body would lead him. A bright young man with a mole. Hello, Chief Tran, a man of the world. The body is here. Tran Lak poked the body, finding it untouchable, then smiled, realizing it was indeed a new body, a fake level 10 ability, already absorbing Merit Code 1, though difficult, it knew effort and even possessed physical detachment. Then Tran Lak slid the young man with the new body over to me, commenting on how strange it was. Perhaps Morris, Tran's protection might allow me and my brothers to live in peace, which is why they came to ask Tran Lak. They gave Chan Lak a very precious gift, so Chan Lak immediately agreed and then ordered his men to pass the order down. I will protect this Chu King. Whoever dares touch him is the enemy of Thu Quang City. He's bringing 20 tons of rice and 1 ton of potatoes to his base. If the person I protect becomes a foodie, I'll lose face. Chu King was moved to tears by Chan Lak's precious gift, thanking him profusely, while Chan Lak immediately took the body inside to examine it thoroughly. After examining it, he determined it didn't belong to this space, but absorbing it could help Chan Lak reach level 9, making him ecstatic. A few days later, heavy rains flooded many bases near Thandu, forcing countless people to relocate daily. A young man named Fong Kyun Gao explained that the journey to Thandu was long and arduous, and the base's construction was cumbersome, so people either left or let them leave. Around him, voices boomed, saying 7 people with good qualities could join them, not knowing good from bad. We'll give them 10 minutes to decide, and if the first row doesn't work, we won't give up on anyone. These voices are affecting the people in Thu Quang's base. The men of Chan Lak on Thu Quang's side aren't good, but the level 7 is very good, right? The leader of Than Thu Quang, we hear, is possibly level 9. In Thu Quang, Mr. Fong, a member of the Chan Lak family, considers the larger numbers. Facing a level 7 powerhouse, they can't defend head-on and must find an opportunity to connect with others or call out the leader of Than Thu Quang. He shouted for silence, declaring they would yield, but inwardly vowed not to let outsiders seize their Thundu. As rain fell, He and his kin departed. Mr. Fong secured the base and ordered a complete purge to eliminate any trace and avoid future repercussions. The base's people flee, questioning the Emperor's broken promises, while Mr. Fong laughs at their naivete against a level 7 warrior. Fong's family killed Chanlak's sister, laughing, never having heard of an army not lying to the king. Rest assured, die. They look down at the people of Thando, fallen on the ground, and think, is that all there is? The young man on the ground squirms, unable to answer. You call yourself a man? Go to Thanthu Quang and say that to his face. Fong's men laugh, then shake hands and strike the young man before them. Mr. Fong was wrong. His brother heard about Thanthu Quang, and as the early rain fell, more and more people spoke of Thandu. A dancer in the group was surprised that Lang Vivi had returned to Thandu after 2 years. 2 years ago, I grew weary of my job, burdened by mental stress, anger, and even violent thoughts. I reflected on my past, and sadness washed over me. I even took it out on a poor dog. Forgive me, little dog. If we meet again, I'll make it up to you. Suddenly, a woman in the crowd pointed at VV, claiming she recognized the strongest power of Thando, Thanthu Quang, whose strength and ability to improve one's core by 50% was legendary. This makes Vivi nervous. Her core is only 30% better than her own. It would be good to know if she could join. Lang Vai's sister announced that Thanthu Quang would hold a meeting tomorrow and suggested they bring people to observe. Lang Vi agreed. At a sports field, the crowd gathered to see where the pandemic would strike next. The silence loomed as the relentless rainstorm forced thousands from their homes, all converging near Thandu, and rumors spread of outsider attacks on numerous bases. A man controlled the rainstorm and was arrested before Thanthu Quang's meeting by a girl nicknamed the Elder of Thanthu Quang. A shocking story best heard firsthand. Tronlak pointed at the rainstorm, declaring that this Thanthu Quang member's only path was death. Cause irrelevant. Then, that organizing the meeting was a warning to outsiders, and time was cut short. A surge of energy pierced the rainstorm, sealing the leader's fate. Outside, many witnessed the scene. The table scattered, another death this afternoon. And so sudden? The beauty praises her beauty, but laments Tranthu Lin's unwavering bravery, which is not to be faulted. Outside, the former president observes the scene, wondering if their time is over and why he thought he saw a drop of black water pass by. Suddenly, an announcement. The membership requirements have changed. From now on, only 6th grade talents will remain, scattering those who haven't reached the 5th grade. Outside, Lanvi realized only 6th graders were left and moved towards Tran Lak, confusing everyone around her. She declared there was no room for children, as the King of France sought shelter from the cold in a pile of cardboard boxes, only to hear someone ask who would forget Gaza, relieved there was nothing of value. Suddenly she saw a dog. Wondering why it was there, she pulled out a knife. Chuckling, her mood was foul, and the King of France could only whimper as she cut him, causing him to think, I'm sorry, I was just cold. I shouldn't have come here. The girl held the King of France down, repeatedly stabbing him, ignoring his pleas to stop. After stabbing him, she pulled back her hand, still clutching the knife. She pulled out her knife, ready to slice off his ears, but the blade only grazed the King of France's hands, sending him scrambling out of the cardboard box. Looking back, he recalled Lanvi's sinister smile. That voice was undeniably hers. The old man's voice. The King of France's voice. All led back to Lanvi. Chanlak noticed the King of France's strange expression and wondered what was wrong, while Lanvi hid behind him, unnerved by the menacing black dog. And the King of France glared at her, ranting about how he wouldn't have survived those harsh winter days if not for a kind old woman who helped him escape. Seeing this, Chanlak was confused. Did the King of France want to kill her? And if so, why? Upstairs, Mefan confessed to stabbing the King of France, who is now downstairs berating her. The king asked him to fulfill his promise to kill his enemy. Hearing this, Chanlak turned to Lanvi, asking if she had ever cut off a dog's ears. Lanvi grew worried. Why bring it up again? What if he knows about the dog? She decided to lie. No, I wouldn't do something like that. Seeing her expression, Chanlak knew her reaction was proof enough. He said it was okay to deny it, as he didn't need evidence. The old man had already determined it was her. Then he asked the King of France if he wanted to do it himself, or if he should. The King of France glared at Lanvi, who knew she had no choice but to confess it was her fault. She had just been possessed. She pleaded, I truly didn't mean to, please forgive me. Meanwhile, Mefan stated that forgiveness was up to the King of France, and if she wanted it, she should go to him. Lanvi then pleaded with the leader, asking if he would take her side and forgive her. "Support me in joining the officials. If you do this, who would dare join our ranks?" Chanlak ignored her, turning to the King of France, asking if he needed help. The King of France looked at Lanvi, who begged for forgiveness, but with a flick of her tail sent Lanvi crashing to the ground. Lanvi nodded in pain as the bell rang incessantly, and Chanlak watched her and the King of France. Her condition seemed unstable, as if she were undergoing an extreme emotional shift after awakening from the ritual. And the King of France took a nap after the ritual, so it's all good now. Lanvi kept nodding, begging him to stop, then suddenly cried out, "Ah, please! I said stop tomorrow." A flash of light appears, and a desire to kill them all. The King of France still faces Lanvi, while Chanlak watches, pondering. Then Chanlak creates a space, saying it's okay, but no fighting in the base. Destroying the plants is no good. The King of France acknowledges with a sound, understanding. He opened a portal, taking Lanvi and the King of France with him. Little did he know, this story was meant for the King of France, and Lanvi's excitement revealed a hidden potential awakened by the ritual. A secret. And the King of France relentlessly attacks Lanvi, but outside the battle, even at level 8, his attacks are ineffective against her, a monster with human-like defense. Lanvi and her monstrous form taunts the king, who relentlessly attacks, and Chanlak watches from the sidelines, noting that the King of France's attack speed and power are decreasing. He shouldn't be like this. What if Lanvi's monster transformation is still effective? Lanvi laughs. "Why is that little dog so persistent? Come on, I'm right here, come and fight me." The King of France is realizing his body is growing weary. Then suddenly it leapt onto the Tungchu people beside Lanvi, and together they fought the King of France, pinning him against the wall. The King of France was a mess, still trying to press on. No longer a mere dog, but the weakened power and strength of the King of France himself. Lanvi said, "Save the child. The despair and pain you suffered will be repeated, and no one will be there to help." She was ashamed to face the King of France. "That's all. I gave you a chance, and you wasted it." She then kicked the King of France, saying he was useless, asking what a dog like him could do to fight her, and that his mother was right as the King of France ran away, slamming into a wall, leaving Chanlak surprised to see him injured. And the King of France, surrounded by people, was suddenly covered in purple stripes, making Chanlak wonder why she hadn't noticed them before. The scent of Lanvi emanated from the concentrated purple energy, surprising her. The purple stripes enveloped Lanvi, causing her body to explode with power, and Chanlak sensed its terrifying nature. The story continues as he asks the King of France if he's all right. But the king, lying on the ground, retorts that he doesn't need his help. The King of France wondered what he was seeing in the clouds, unsure how to explain it to Chanlak. So he decided to show him directly, exhaling a breath from his mouth. Chanlak realized that a single breath had become a strong wind, wondering what would happen next, and urged the King of France to blow harder to see if he could create a wave. The King of France took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, delighting Chanlak, who realized Lanvi's awakening was a major boon. He pondered, if there's a common element that naturally transforms into animals, it wouldn't become this monster. Unless it's a fusion of abilities, merging with the dark monster's power, thus birthing this black monster. He held Lanvi's spirit, thinking that if there was a way to explain this fusion skill, it's that the sooner you awaken, the more it benefits the fusion of abilities, so he and the King of France. He glanced back at the king, realizing he had to try harder or risk becoming an underdog. Compared to Lanvi, Chanlak and the King of France race to the base. Whoever wins gets 100 points, but if they lose 100 points. Chanlak thinks he can't lose. Chanlak smiled at the King of France, saying they wouldn't use tricks, but the king thought, without tricks, he wouldn't lose to anyone. Then the race began. The King of France was fast, almost to the base, making you wonder if you could catch up. Chanlak was angry, thinking he couldn't lose to a dog. Then you used the trash not full technique, surprising the King of France. Thanks to it, Chanlak reached the base door and you smiled at the king, who knew he'd lost, telling Chanlak to use the technique. Chanlak ruffled the King of France's hair and laughed. "I told you not to use the trash, not the ship, but I didn't say not to use the trash, not full." And the King of France's eyes welled up with tears, not expecting to have been tricked out of his 100 points. This time it was because he was too young. At the hospital, the doctor examined a flower, and soon Chanlak noticed a beautiful bloom that wasn't there yesterday. Chanlak sat down and said, "Rice, this flower has that poison." Though it blooms so fragrantly, it will make you feel sad. It should still be better. Suddenly, the doctor's voice echoed. The Flower Queen's poison needed study, and plants held potential benefits, perhaps even solving the fish-eating problem. Chanlak agreed instantly, instructing the base members to bring any such plants they found to the Queen. That night in the training room, Chanlak pushed himself for 2 hours, finally reaching level 9. He was exhausted, but he'd finally surpassed that dog. His energy increased. Maybe he could try fusion. Could he use the fusion of fusion? He held the baby, wondering what it would be like after fusion, but the baby stopped him, saying it wasn't the right time and he would die if he tried. He held the baby close, deciding to wait until level 10 before experimenting further. Then he received a report of a woman on the beach who could turn into a statue, and he suspected it was Nguyen Duong. On the beach, Tran Lak spotted Nguyen Duong sitting in the distance, who wondered if he was here to boil her clothes off again. So she fled, surprising Tran Lak, thinking she couldn't lose any more face and had to escape, then wondered why he thought she was running. You chased Nguyen Duong, running 3 feet 4 steps, then used the airdryer to grab her hand. Why are you running? Don't be afraid. I'm a good person. Nguyen Duong saw Tran Lak chasing her, and as she ran, Volume C threw her out, surprising her. Don't drown in blood. I think we have a misunderstanding. Maybe we should talk. She became agitated, warning him not to push her, but Tran Lak tried to reason with her, suggesting they talk and find her some clothes. But if she didn't agree, he'd have no choice. Then she cast a spell, calling him a ghost. Volume Sihalu. What would happen next? Then she turned, revealing her fishtail, and hurled a nose in Tran Lak's name, though he only caught glimpses of it. She threatened Tran Lak, telling him to leave if he knew what was good for him, or face the consequences. Suddenly, a snake emerged from the depths, communicating with Nguyen Duong in the language of the sea, relaying an invitation to travel together. And when Tran Lak saw that snake, he just thought it was too big, maybe even level 10. He was missing a couple of level 10s, but not here. Then the snake threatened again, demanding she go because the little pig was already captured. Tran Lak watched their exchange, unsure what the little snake was struggling with, but Nguyen Duong didn't look pleased. She was furious that the sea god, Hong Mon-yen, had invited her, and she suspected a trap. Then she pointed to Tran Lak and asked for his help, and Tran Lak's eyes widened in disbelief. Smiling kindly, he said, "I'm a good person, happy to help." But in his heart, he wondered why Haiko had this chance to build a relationship with a big shot. Nguyen Duong told Tran Lak that Sea God captured the little pig, that white fat fish, and because Sea God has a lot of properties, she wants him to help her save it. Tran Lak realizes this isn't simple. Nguyen Duong is a king, yet Sea God can scare her. Indeed, even a king has trouble standing up to Haithon, who could possibly bear the responsibility of fighting him, and the sea snake beside him is very patient, asking for help. If not, she'll return to kill the little pig. Nguyen Duong had no choice but to agree, and Tran Lak also agreed to help. Let's see if Nguyen Duong can stop Haithon. If so, they'll grab the little pig, but if not, he's not risking his life. Tran Lak and Nguyen Duong head to the sea, but Tran Lak has other plans. At Haithon Dien, Haiko reports to the white-haired Haithon about capturing Nguyen Duong's partner, the small pig. So, the sea god, powerless to persuade, without merit. Suddenly, a swan cries out, "Something's wrong. The little pig has just been caught. It's dead." Hearing this, Haiko is at a loss and seeks Haithon's opinion, who is contemplating whether to save the pig. Then Han, excited and smiling, decides to just eat the pig, making things less troublesome. And the little pig, resolved to end it all, thinks, "Sister Ngung Shuang, Bin Biet, don't try to save me." Ngung Shuang, on her way, seems to realize something, and tears begin to fall. So Chan Lak asks, and she reveals the small pig sent a telepathic goodbye from afar, determined to die, unwilling to let her risk rescue, and choosing suicide. At this point, Ngung Huang loses her composure, determined to avenge the little pig by ending Haithon. So, Chan Lak uses the air-bottled ship to reach her, urging her to calm down, warning that charging in will only lead to death. He then wonders if the reason he hasn't met Ngung Shuang is because Haithon killed her in a fit of rage. Ignoring Chan Lak, Ngung Shuang is single-minded in her desire to kill Haithon, so Chan Lak uses the air-bottled ship to stop her. Grief-stricken, Ngung Shuang can only weep as Chan Lak vows to avenge her fallen friend, while an elder attempts to flee, only to be caught by Chan Lak. He holds a sword, smiling at the little pig, wondering why it doesn't understand the rules. "If you're here, you should know to let me stay." Then he plunges the sword into the pig, realizing it was just a level 8 pig he mistook for a level 10, and he's not happy. He then turned to advise Ning Shuang, a soldier who had been a warrior for 10 years, that he didn't want her to die with Hai Shen. Though he couldn't kill Hai Shen now, in a year spent among their enemies, he guaranteed she would kill Hai Shen. Chanlok plans to find more spirits with kings so she can ascend the throne. And if she can't kill Haithan now, Ngung Shuang will be helpless against him. But if he helps her keep Haithan alive, what will she give him in return? Ngung Shuang promises Chanlok anything he wants, for only he can kill Haithan. After stopping Ngung Shuang, he and his wife returned to shore. Chanlok thinking, "Ha ha, isn't the mermaid dead? I saved a legendary mermaid. What a great deed." Back at the base, the king suddenly asked the level 7 spirit how many points he had, surprising Chanlok, who realized the king could speak the language of deceit. Chanlok asked him to repeat it. The king asked how many points he got for levels 7, 8, 9, and 10, making Chanlok realize the king knew and believed in his potential. As Chanlok prepared to enter the base, he ran into Daihai, who seemed to be doing well, and received documents containing information about recent troop movements from various bases. Lo Tien Trug, age 25, from Xia City, commands over 630 people. The investigation reveals a natural ability. Over 3 months ago in Ka City, a man reached level 6, controlling transformation, possibly possessing temporary level 7 ability. He's known for treating his subordinates well, but lacks resolve when it comes to women, and has demonstrated fire and wandering transformations. Looking at Lo Tien Trug's name, Chanlok remembers she's the only natural power user in the future. Looking at the documents, Chanlok thought Lo Tien Trug was an immortal seed, innocent like a child. He wondered if he could recognize her directly, but no matter what, Lo Tien Trug was no fool, nor was she a woman without ambition. He continued reading, deciding to leave his seclusion, confident of success, and noted that besides Lo Tien Trug, there was also Ko Truong Fong, age 27, a former subordinate, elusive, and commanding over 2,000 members. This was also someone Chanlok had noticed, a king in his own right who unexpectedly sought out the god of gold. He had a sharp sense of origin, making him difficult to subdue. Chanlok returned the documents to Daihai, saying they were quite good, but difficult, and that he would be taking a trip to investigate. At Lo Tien Trug's base, Ko Truong Fong seeks her out, clasping her hand, and proposes a cooperative venture. Her intention is a reasonable alliance of powerful forces, forming a base with Lo Tien Trug for mutual support. Lo Tien Trug says she'll consider it carefully. Chang Feng thought, she didn't even ask about my situation or my base, just said she'd think about it. More like she's a fool for rejecting me. Then she asked, why Chanlok? Meanwhile, Lo Tien Trug suspected Chanlok was trying to recruit everyone in her base, and Ko Truong Fong was furious at her easygoing nature. I tried to persuade her, but she refused and asked to join another base. Then a loud voice reported that the leader hadn't left, and a god had arrived, surprising both Lo Tien Trug and Ko Truong Fong. Recognizing the opportune moment to save her base and change minds, Truong Fong declared she would help. Outside, the zombies massed into a horde, their leader roaring, "Brothers, with me." A purple zombie declares that everyone in the base will become food. Ko Truong Fong uses a fake wind skill, standing before the zombie leader, but this dreamlike power could be a trap. She ordered the leader, declaring she had prepared a skill, and taunted the Tang Thi. "You want to be a hero? Fine, I'll let you be a hero." Then, she raised her hand to strike down all who stood in her way, inviting them to their doom. Truong Fong used her skill, creating a powerful gust of wind that struck the purple zombie, but it had little effect. A fireball erupts, striking the Tang Thi and Ko Truong Fong. This power is at least level 8. Her body is too strong, and the Tang Thi is in fireball form. Tam realizes this is the Tang Thi from the humiliating group. Perhaps she doesn't know how to fly. The Jiang Shi felt intensely hot and shrieked like a dying bird, then leaped, making the others uncomfortable, grabbing its wings and slamming it into a wall. The Tang Thi appeared in a few hours, and she thought, unexpectedly, this transformation could jump so high. Suddenly, a Tang Thi from the city of Tu Quang arrived, and they fled, knowing they couldn't touch them. The name Tang Thi sounds so imposing, and Lo Tien Trug thinks this group is afraid of the city of Tu Quang. And they quickly flee as a fast-moving car arrives. Chanlok briefly steps onto Tam Nungi. Looking at Lo Tien Trug and Ko Truong Fong on the ground, he realizes the leader's attack on Tenfang was successful, and Lo Tien Trug, fearing the leader, came to be saved. Lo Tianju saw Chen Lo as her savior. Chen Lo was too powerful. Even the Zhengshi, who we struggled against, fled at the mere mention of Tuguang City. How cool. She said, "Mr. Tran, I want to follow you. Please accept me." And as Ko Truongfeng looked at Tran Lak, she overthought things. Seeing Lo Tien Truck's sincerity, Tran Lak agreed, thinking it was a good idea. This time, Da Trang landed a big job, and Lu Tianzhu thanked Chen Luo profusely for his help. However, Gu Cheng knew that Cheng Shuguang only accepted level 6 members, and her members were not qualified without her cooperation. They'd surely be bullied, so Tran Lak praised Lo Tien Truc's kindness and suggested she put her people in his other peripheral organization, where they could rely on themselves and avoid being bullied. Hearing this, Lo Tien Truc thanked Tran Lak profusely, who then turned to Ko Truongfeng, saying, "You're Tu Ko, right? I've heard of you. Seems you sent some spies." Ko Truongfeng's heart sank. Meanwhile, Tran Lak patted Gu Changfeng on the shoulder, saying, "I don't care how you make the base stronger, but some things you can't undo. Think carefully before you act." Gu Changfeng, sensing the threat in Tran Lak's words, could only nod in agreement. After warning Gu Changfeng, Chen Luo took Lu Tianzhu with him, but Gu Changfeng was left with other thoughts. Chen Luo last month wasn't a victory. One day, I'll surpass you. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black, leaving Chen Luo wondering what was happening. The people at Dawn City were equally perplexed by the bizarre phenomenon. Above Hai Ji, a figure appeared clutching its head, surprising Chen Luo. It seemed she was about to ascend to the king level, but Chen Luo warned her that enduring it wasn't good. If you can't adapt to the surge of energy in your body, focus it and throw it out. Remember to throw it outside the base, absolutely not inside. Unable to contain herself, Hai Ji threw her power out of the base, impressing everyone. Chen Luo approached her, congratulating her on reaching king level. Hai Ji hugs Chen Luo and thanks him, then invites him to find Ning Shuang and bring her over. Hearing Ngong Shuang's name, he was startled. "Sister Hai Ji, this can't be rushed." He thought to himself, "I just built a good relationship with the mermaid. Now she's radiating hostility. Won't this ruin everything?" Then he told Hai Ji, who was carrying him, to rest first and wait until her king-level cultivation stabilized, but Hai Ji said it was fine. She looked at him confidently in her arms, telling him to stay put while she carried him, but Chen Luo thought, "This is bad. I have to quickly resolve the conflict between them." Hai Ko carried Tran Lak at breakneck speed, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He proposed a deal. Nguang Shuang would be his, but Hai Ko could have a fair fight with her, to which Hai Ko agreed. The blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunlight accentuated Nguang Shuang's exquisite curves. As she admired the scenery, a provocative voice rang out, prompting her to turn and see who dared to challenge her. The Sea Prince, Hai Ji, hovers in the sky, his power greatly improved. As a battle between two quasi-kings is about to erupt, Chen Luo wisely retreats to observe from afar, not forgetting to use 2 large leaves as a flimsy cover lest they get caught in the crossfire. Hai Ji opens the fight, wanting to take the initiative and overwhelm her opponent by opening her eyes. With streaks of dark purple light flashing towards Ngong Shuang, she swiftly conjures ice, shattering the divine eyes with ease. Gathering her inner strength, she unleashes a blazing beam of light upon Nguang Shuang, her scream echoing as the ocean churns and the earth trembles. Just as the light nears its target, Nguang Shuang raises her hand to block it, astonished by the power she faces after so long. She knew she shouldn't underestimate her opponent, and so a fierce battle raged for hours. One in the sky, one in the sea, with flashes of blue light, leaving Tran Lak cowering in a corner, afraid to utter a word. After hours, the wind picked up, whipping sand around the 2 women, Hai Ji and Nguang Shuang, both now on the ground, panting, exhausted, but still glaring at each other, Hai Ji refusing to back down. Though drained, she still had the strength to strike, landing a fierce slap on Nguang Shuang's face with her left hand, after her right was blocked. How dare that rotten sea creature defile her precious face, now marked with 5 red fingerprints? And so they engaged in more physical altercations and increasingly bizarre interactions. Seeing the situation taking a strange turn and everyone growing weary, the young man Chen Luo finally dared to intervene. He restrained Nguang Shuang from behind, leaving her confused and demanding they stop fighting, but Hai Ko seized the moment to land another solid slap. Enraged, Nguang Shuang demands Tran Lak release her so she can fight back, instead of wondering where he came from. Hai Ko frowns, raising her hand to strike the mermaid again, warning her for yelling at her precious little brother. But through brainwaves, she hears Chen Luo telling her not to push it, since he just helped her a little bit. Hai Ji pauses, realizing her brother likes her, which is why he's helping her. As a good older sister, it's her duty to help her brother. otherwise she would have chopped her into sashimi, not just a light tap. After sorting through her thoughts, Haiji understood and conspired with Chen Luo, pretending to hit him a few times as if blaming him for protecting their enemy. He even put on an act, pretending to be in great pain, but secretly thanked the god for helping him. Guangsong thought Tranlash was protecting her by taking the hit from Haiko, and she was so moved and concerned that she grabbed his hand and asked if he was okay, not forgetting to tease his sister, who he calls flat-chested, but Tranlach frowns, not allowing her to speak like that. Then he rubs his hands together, taking out 2 large lollipops from thin air, giving them to Nguang Suang and Haiko to soothe their anger. He explained that the fight could be seen as an odd first greeting, and that they would be important companions in facing the sea god. But Nguang Suang, still upset, accused Haiko of abusing her teammates and urged Tranlach to become her younger brother, as she had developed feelings for his heroic actions. Chen Luo chuckled, trying to smooth things over, insisting that Haiji was the only sister he'd ever accept. He suggests that Nguang Suang become his sister instead of them competing for the same position. She takes the candy, thinks for a moment, and reluctantly agrees. Seeing that they've both cooled down, Tranlach begins to discuss strategy again. Specifically, in about a month, when he barely reaches king-level strength, he will hold off Han's underlings, while the 2 of them team up against Wei Shen, increasing their chances of success. At Tranlach's invitation, Nguang Suang agrees to return to their base so they can all familiarize themselves with each other's abilities and coordinate smoothly. Time slips by, and half a month later, under a crescent moon hanging in the starry sky above Jingla City, Tranlach officially reaches level 10, his soul already at the king level, dwarfing even other king-level dimensions. Cracking his knuckles and stretching, Tranlach wondered if his multi-dimensional powers from his past life were still usable. Lost in thought, he felt something at his feet. It was the white fluff ball, Mi Fan. It looked up at him, its emerald eyes shining in the night, reminding Chen Luo of its superpower. He quickly asked it to use its divination to see if he could safely use his space-time ability with his current power. Rice whimpered an affirmative, "Mel," its eyes never leaving Chen Luo as it focused its power to see for him. A moment later, it stood upright on its hind legs like a person. It signaled no with its front paws. Its eyes narrowed, warning that if he acted rashly, he risked becoming a tree person, a fate worse than death. Chen Luo frowned, inwardly thinking that this moth was just as strange as its master, but also puzzled by the consumption of this ability. But new skills must be tested immediately, so he decided to leave Mi Fan in the resting room while he went out to test their effectiveness. But in the moonlight, Chen Luo's figure flickers in and out of sight, each time reappearing over 2,000 meters away, a perfect escape skill that no one could hope to follow. He tested his abilities again, the cold, sharp blue lights forming a vortex that slashed through space with a dry, cracking sound. The Dimensional Blade, an attack he learned after reaching the king level in his previous life, with terrifying power. It could easily take the lives of other king-level beings, or severely injure those even stronger. With that, Chen Luo approached a large piece of the mountain, focusing all his strength to push it, his eyes locked on his target, a hint of regret in his voice. This dimensional blade is powerful, but he's not yet strong enough to use its complete form. Unable to hold back, the mountain exploded with a thunderous roar, splitting in two like stale bread. As the mountain fell, Chen Lei collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He felt his supernatural power drain away in an instant, his core about to shatter. As he struggled to regain his breath, he found himself facing the sky, bathed in moonlight. He resolved not to use that skill again, unless absolutely necessary, and to conserve his strength for tomorrow, when he would take Nguang Suang to find the metal-based white shark, Vi Than, and settle the score. Bringing a few more people along should be enough. The next morning, Chen Luo and a group gathered on the beach to discuss the sea god's palace, escorted by the upgraded, spiky, and colossal Turtle Elder. After agreeing on a plan, they set off, guided by Nguang Suang, and after about 10 minutes on the vast ocean, Nguang Suang suddenly stopped, announcing that the sea god palace was ahead and Vi Than was on the beach. And so, the group landed. The violet-skinned sea god was lounging under the eaves, enjoying the fresh air when the noise outside disturbed him. The young Tranlach warns the nearby sea creatures not to obstruct their path, lest they become a 7-course sashimi meal. But it's unclear if they're intimidated or simply ignoring him. But to Haiji, it was a sight of pure admiration, as she constantly compared him to her brother, Ming Ting. Just then, Nguang Suang's voice cut through, pulling everyone from the rosy atmosphere. The arrogant Bai Hao is wearing high-end armor, the same kind once worn by a monster, and identical to what Tran Lak remembers from his past life. Heiko tells Han that the armor's abilities are miraculously famous. Or perhaps Han and that monster are one and the same. Bai Hao rises, sees Nguyen Xuang and the others behind her, and can't help but sneer, uttering a few careless words. Han leisurely approaches, his robe fluttering in the sea breeze, making him appear even more powerful. Chen Luo didn't move, but remained strangely calm, his eyes fixed on Han's every move, as he explained the armor's ability to release energy to protect itself from attacks. And before its energy is completely depleted, its owner is completely invulnerable. Hai Ji quickly suggests destroying the armor, which would solve much of the problem. But unfortunately, Tran Lak shook his head in defeat, because if that treasure was so easily torn apart, wouldn't Xia be useless? Even he wanted to take it back for himself. And so they continued to sink into a deadlock of thought, unaware that Bak Hao had drawn near. To Han, these people weren't even worth a flick of his finger. He alone was enough to take on all three of their top-ranked members. Facing such a foe, Hai Ji was still the first to attack, hoping to overwhelm Han with a powerful, eerie purple light. But strangely, all of the Shrine Maiden's abilities were absorbed by Bai Hao's armor in an instant. Han floated high above, looking down at her, bursting into laughter, seeing her skills as nothing more than child's play. How could she possibly hope to hurt him with that? Meanwhile, Nguyen Xuang attacked with sharp, icy blue spears of energy, but Han effortlessly dodged them all, his thick armor impenetrable. The god, now even more triumphant, laughed loudly as Han arrogantly challenged them to attack with greater force, leaving Nguyen Xuang stunned by how quickly Han's power was growing. The surrounding space fell silent. No one dared challenge Han any longer, and without hesitation Han lunged forward. His ears morphed into massive fists, ready to etch a glorious new chapter in his history. But as the fist neared Chen Luo's face by mere centimeters, it froze mid-air. The god was baffled by the sudden stop. Han tried to regain control, but it was futile. His entire body was as if trapped between solid rocks. Before Han could even attack, the young leader had already planned one step ahead, knowing that the void stream could only be treated externally, not uprooted. He turned excitedly to Jiang Shuxue, urging her to use time mirroring on that rotten sea creature. However, the time mirroring only works on the king level for 3 seconds, so Chen Luo teleported behind the sea god, seizing every moment. Han was now even more confused, not understanding what he was trying to do, and was left to be stripped bare in a short amount of time. And once he had the armor he wanted in his hands, Chen Luo smiled brightly, using void travel incantations to quickly teleport them all away. Leaving the naked merman behind, Han regains his senses and demands his clothes back. They've finally embarrassed Bai Hao and plundered Han's armor, so once they reach the sea, Chen Luo decides to put it on. He petted the sea turtle and told it to take the others to Chua Tui first, while he, Heiko, and Ngung Duong had another mission and would join them later. Then, the three of them separated from the group, and the worried Milap suddenly reached out from the turtle's back, twisting her hand into a spiral, creating a shimmering green light that shone on the three warriors. That was her way of wishing them well, and she waved until they were out of sight. Chen Luo, Hai Ji, and Ning Yang refocused, straightened their clothes, and turned to prepare for another fierce battle, when they suddenly ran into the naked Bai Hao. He stepped forward, shielding Hai Ji and Ning Yang, asking them to step back, as this might be a good opportunity to test the armor's effectiveness. The two beauties were slightly surprised and wary of the formidable opponent, but ultimately agreed to his proposal out of trust. It seems this battle will be interesting. Bai Hao, completely naked, furiously charged at Chen Luo to reclaim his armor, but Chen Luo, unafraid, smirked, declaring that the armor on his body was his. What's in the official's hands is the official's. Han, now completely enraged, lunged forward with a thunderous punch, wishing he could kill the brazen thief. With his face inches from Han's fist, Chen Luo realized something was wrong. Why hadn't the armor's energy enveloped him when his foe was within half a meter? Without time to wonder, he took the full force of that powerful punch head-on, unable to block or dodge. He lay sprawled on the sand, utterly bewildered, not even bothering to wipe the blood streaming from his nose, his thoughts a tangled mess as he struggled to understand why his armor wasn't working as he expected. Hai and Nguyen Xuang, still bewildered from before, finally understood the situation when they saw Tran Lak get blasted, and furiously unleashed their abilities on Bak Hao with terrifying speed, but he just sneered, thinking their amateur skills were nothing more than an itch. Not wanting to waste any more time, Bai Hao gathered his strength into a dazzling golden vortex around himself, blowing away Nguang Suang and Haiko's attacks with incredible defense. Then he waved his hand and lunged forward, his entire body soaring higher and higher with a terrifying waterspout, reverting to his true form as a massive shark. Suddenly sensing danger, Chen Luo yelled at Haiji to get away, just as the shark lunged forward with its hideous tooth-filled maw. Luckily, Yang Shuang quickly froze the water beneath it, holding it in place. Haigo barely dodges a fatal bite, then sees Chen Luo signaling her to combine their powers for the dark, devouring art. Caught in the enemy's formation, Bai Hao felt as if 1,000 knives were slicing his skin, and he roared in agony, uncontrollably baring his teeth at the surrounding water. Meanwhile, sweat poured down Haikei's face, which flushed red with exhaustion, and her hands trembled from the immense strain of maintaining the technique. The uneasy sea god thrashed within the magic circle, using his power to retaliate from within, tearing apart the barrier that held him. He glared at the two with deep hatred. They would pay dearly for daring to injure him like this. Bac Hao and Tranlac knew the fierce battle had drained the girl's strength, leaving them helpless against the shark's next attack. To avenge his honor, the razor-sharp teeth of the shark were closing in, when a figure suddenly appeared, seizing the arms of Haiki and Ninggu before their moment of death, pulling them away to safety. Driven by instinct, the god lunged forward, the heavy body sending seawater flying, but the mouth found nothing. He looked around in confusion, wondering where they'd vanished to, but only the vast ocean and clear blue sky answered his question. Hundreds of miles away in the seabed, Haichi carries Chen Luo princess style as she swims, followed by Ning Shuang. Chen Luo marvels at his defense, thankful he acted quickly to teleport them all away, a feat even the sea god couldn't prevent. The sea spirit pondered, believing he wasn't always this powerful. The longer things drag on, the greater the variables, but has time really passed, or does it feel like it just happened? Nodding in agreement, Tranlac decides his goal is to kill him, and they can figure out other plans later. The three of them swim straight to Taoitru's country, where they're greeted by a familiar face right on the shore. Everyone gathered around talking as Chen Luo updated them on the battle and looked down at the armor still on his body, lamenting why it worked for Bai Hao, but not for him. Mi Li, standing closest, silently observed. The armor's outer layer emitted a mystical purple light, its form thick, strong, and majestic, with a crimson gem embedded in the center of the chest, acting as its core. What was the gem for? Mira immediately focused her attention on it and pointed, but it doesn't seem to contain any power. Perhaps there's a way to activate the armor. Finding this reasonable, Chenlock tried pouring his power into it. The gem suddenly glowed brighter, greedily absorbing the energy he provided, so it really did react. Feeling his power coursing through the armor, Chen Luo, eager to test his new find, asks Haiji to attack him. Everyone watches with bated breath as Haiji strikes with moderate force, stopping just a few meters away. She was stopped by a shield in midair created by the armor, unable to get any closer despite increasing her strength. Everyone marveled at its wonder, as Tranlac had successfully activated the armor's power. He happily discussed the armor's functions with everyone, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice in his head, Ziyi's long-distance telepathy. The signal was weak and choppy due to the distance, but just barely understandable. After receiving Chen Luo's response, Ziyi frantically reported that Da Zhuang was in danger, attacked by another ghoul seeking to usurp his position, and had tried to call for help earlier, but couldn't reach him. Now, that ghoul is located beneath the Great Iron Tower. Chen Luo receives the news and falls into contemplation, calculating that the Great Iron Tower isn't far from his current location, and he can get there in the blink of an eye using void traversal. So he used his powers, appearing near the tower as quickly as possible to save Da Zhuang. From above, the city seemed peaceful, but the thugs below were gathering and shouting. The ice ghoul arrogantly scoffs, claiming that Da Zhuang's strength is insufficient for the throne, that he should yield to him and obey his every word. Da Zhuang was stuck between a rock and a hard place, unsure of what to do. He didn't want to give up his position, but he also didn't want to cause trouble. Then, like a lifeline, Chu Ziyi's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. She said her boss had arrived to save the day, and all it had to do was play along. Da Zhuang was told to warn them that he would personally take them all out before he even reached the count of 3. Empowered, Da Zhuang took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. He threatened the ghouls, saying if they were so eager to die, he'd grant their wish. King Zombie, like Da Zhuang, only needed to count to 3 to deal with the likes of them. Hearing those words, whether the enemy was scared or not, the subordinates behind Da Trong were thrown into confusion. They whispered amongst themselves, thinking that Da Trong was drunk and reckless, exaggerating his abilities. How could he solve everything in 3 seconds? 3 minutes would be hard to believe. But now that he's committed, there's no turning back. His leader wouldn't betray him, so Da Trong spreads his fingers and begins the countdown as the mutated corpse smirks at him. To him, those words were nothing more than the jokes of a coward. So he crossed his arms and waited to see if he would really die after the 3 counts. And as the final beat echoed, the King of Growth roared with might, while Chen Luo's face hardened as he locked onto his target, simultaneously unleashing his space-cutting technique. Suddenly, a powerful ray of light flashed, and this mutated corpse, though strong, was as soft as tofu before the blade, its head severed in an instant. He collapsed on the spot, his head severed from his neck, a testament to the vast difference in their strength. His head rolled away from his body, the wound a clean cut, without a drop of blood. Before him stood a mutant. It was Da Zhuang, whom Chen Luo had recently taken in. It seemed the one he'd just eliminated wasn't a good person either, deserving of his fate. Fa. After dealing with him, praise echoed around Da Zhuang, making him secretly happy. Rarely did he get to show off in front of his subordinates. Cut to another location. In a quiet space, Da Zhuang meets with Chen Luo to hand over spoils he's collected, but Chen Luo plans to give the crystals back to Da Zhuang, offering guidance like a senior to a junior. This action left Da Zhuang speechless, thinking how great it was, while Chen Luo kept searching Da Zhuang's body to see if he was hiding anything else. After searching for a while without finding anything, Chen Luo switched to asking about recent intelligence, and Da Zhuang reported that there was a new and powerful base nearby. This base is like Chen Luo's organization. For the right price, they'll do anything a client asks. Chen Luo is surprised and asks how this organization became so powerful. Da Zhuang only knew they could take down a level 7, and the leader's strength was unconfirmed. Then, Da Zhuang used his special butt-kissing technique, saying no matter how strong they were, they couldn't be as strong as Chen Luo. Hearing this, Chen Luo asked for their address, wanting to deal with those who dared to steal his business. Before them stood a massive building with the words Heaven's Gate, and after disguising themselves, Chen Luo and Da Zhuang arrived at the place Da Zhuang had reported. Seeing the massive building, he sensed its imposing aura, wanting to see who dared compete with him. But as soon as he entered, guards stopped him. Disguised as someone seeking help, Chen Luo offered an irresistible reward, a level 10 crystal. Seeing the potential for a major deal, Tran Lac and his companion are immediately ushered into the living room to wait. A voice called out a greeting from afar, slowly approaching Chen Luo. The man introduced himself as Chen Tianmen, leader of Tianmen, and the person beside him was Jiang Wei, a member of Tianmen. Based on his past memories, Tran Lac didn't recognize the leader, but he remembered that Kuang Due would likely become a king-level fighter. As soon as they sat down, Tran Tianmen asked to see the level 10 crystal that Tran Lac had brought. Holding the lustrous crystal, radiating pure energy, Chen Tianmen assessed it, thinking to himself that it was perfect for him and would greatly enhance his strength. After feasting his eyes on the treasure, he turned to Chen Luo and asked what he needed done, no matter how difficult. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Tianmen, saying he'd heard they could solve anything, so he was presenting them with a math problem. Holding the paper, Tianmen couldn't believe his eyes. He asked Chen Luo if all he wanted was for them to solve a math problem in exchange for a level 10-star crystal. Chen Luo replied that it was a headache for him, so he'd hand over the crystal once they solved it. Holding the paper, Jiang Wei immediately recognizes one of the world's 7 unsolved math problems and realizes these two are here to cause trouble. But instead of returning it, Tran Tianmen demanded Tran Lac leave the Essence Stone and leave, which was nothing short of robbery. He was beginning to show his true colors. It seems everything is going according to Chen Luo's plan as he calmly mocks the Tianmen group. Chen Tianmen simply chuckles, knowing that while many dislike his business, causing trouble for him is no easy feat, and he whistles a signal. Suddenly, his 500 burly henchmen emerged from the shadows, surrounding Chen Luo and preventing their escape. He boasted of being a level 8, but was actually only level 6, exaggerating to intimidate his opponent. At this point, Tran Lac reveals he's a level 10, and his goal is to shut down Tianmen's business so he can take over. The henchmen, who were so fierce before, immediately break out in a sweat, unable to believe someone could reach level 10 so quickly. Chen Tianmen assumes Chen Luo is bluffing like him, sneering and dismissing him, while Da Zhuang mutters that this guy is about to be in deep trouble. Unaware of the danger looming over him, Chen Tianmen continues to point and berate Chen Luo. Suddenly, as he spoke, his arm detached from his body without a drop of blood, and he cried out in pain. Before he could react, his other arm fell as well, severed by the same silent blade, leaving no trace of blood. Calmly blowing on his finger, Chen Luo dared Tianmen to speak more recklessly. Only then did the man realize Chen Luo was responsible, his head now swimming in sweat, yet even without his arms, he still couldn't believe this young man was the cause. Before he could recover, 2 more slashes severed his legs, and Chen Tianmen collapsed in agony. Seeing the young man before him effortlessly cripple Chen Tianmen without even using a technique, Jiang Wei knew this was a genuine level 10 master. Perhaps consumed by rage, Chen Tianmen still ordered his men to attack Chen Luo. They immediately swarmed him from all sides, cutting off his escape, but he remained fearless, casually waving his hand, sending blasts of energy that sent them flying backwards, scattering them left and right. Faced with such power, Chen Tianmen had no choice but to believe it was level 10, though he couldn't fathom anyone in the world reaching that level. Chen Luo proposed that only one of them would leave alive. Clearly, Jiang Wei held all the cards, while the limbless Chen Tianmen could only accept his fate. Jiang Wei knew that if he didn't use Chen Tianmen today, he wouldn't survive. And so, he quickly kicked Chen Tianmen in the face, causing him immense pain and splattering blood everywhere. He cursed as he attacked Chen Tianmen with his feet, trying to gain Chen Luo's trust, knowing that this was the only way to escape. Watching them tear each other apart, Chen Luo smirked, pleased with Jiang Wei's performance, who vowed never to cross Chen Luo after witnessing his ruthlessness. After dealing with Chen Tianmen, Jiang Wei immediately ran over, bowing his head and begging to follow Chen Luo. Seeing him like this, Chen Luo thought to himself that this guy knew how to read the situation. And if he had the chance, he would definitely betray him, so it was better to be prepared. But Chen Luo didn't need loyalty from Jiang Wei. He just needed him to work hard and treat him like a subordinate to order around. Taking the Chen Tianmen's faith stone in his hand, Chen Luo realized that this was an extremely rare level 6 dual ability crystal, comparable to level 7. That guy dared to deceive him. His death was not unjust. Chen Luo handed Jiang Wei a card, introducing it as his Light City base, and asked him to meet the person in charge, Qin Yuanjiang. Chen Luo tasked him with recruiting helpers from level 6 and up, and Jiang Wei nodded eagerly as he accepted the order. Before leaving, Chen Luo also made sure Jiang Wei paraded the head of the Chen Tian sect around the streets as a warning. Da Zhuang wondered where Chen Luo would go after this, recalling the bases being built nearby. He decided to check on Qin Yuanjiang first, while Da Zhuang could return to base. And on a sunny morning, amidst the bustling streets, stood a towering building. Tran Lak had come to check on Kam Yuanjiang. As he poured tea, he reported that a new base had appeared in Chengdu, rivaling their city of light. Chen Luo was intrigued and wanted to hear more about this base. Qin Yuang heard that there was a level 9 powerhouse over there who had already demonstrated his strength, a man named Ye Wu, a name that stirred memories of Chen Luo's past life. He was famous for awakening dual wind and fire abilities, and even more so for his incredible luck. He'd already acquired 3 king-level crystals and countless others. Chen Luo salivates at Ye Wu's luck, plotting to snatch the crystals after he finds them. Little does Ye Wu know, his good fortune is about to become Chen Luo's, and his own personal misfortune. After thinking it over, Chen Luo contacted Nguyen Jiang to continue with the plan, acting like normal. As for Diep Vu getting in the way, he would directly warn him, and he even planned to plant a spy next to Diep Vu to easily snatch his crystals. He suddenly remembers that Ye Wu had a very loyal follower named Wan Jiangui, a fence-sitter, perfect as an inside man. Using his void walking skill, he sought out his next target, and Chen Luo appeared above a train station, where his quarry seemed to be. Ye Wu and Wan Jiangui are talking. Ye Wu invites Jiangui to eat, but Jiangui uses changing clothes as an excuse to sneak out, avoiding Ye Wu's gaze. Seeing this from above, Chen Luo decides to target Jiangui first, to gain a loyal spy after the two separate. Suddenly, Jiangui found himself unable to move, and before he could understand what was happening, his body was lifted high into the air, his face turning pale with fear. Grabbing him by the shoulder, Chen Luo lifted Wan Jiangui into the air, and the terrified man thought he'd encountered a demon. Before he could process what was happening, Chen Luo pulled him back down to earth. In the blink of an eye, they were back on the ground, and Jiangui was terrified. Seeing the man before him fly with such ease, he could only be a legendary immortal. Without a second thought, he knelt down, believing he was fortunate to have met a celestial being who had sought him out. A sight that surprised Chen Luo. In a luxurious restaurant, Jiangui drooled at the sight of the delicacies overflowing on the table, wondering if the person beside him was truly a god. He hurriedly grabbed his chopsticks and took a bite, the delicious flavors melting in his mouth. The meat dissolved on his tongue, and he sighed in contentment, never having tasted anything so good. His heart filled with anticipation. Sometime later, Qin Kuai, full and exhausted, collapsed onto the sofa, lamenting his small stomach's inability to finish the feast. Suddenly, a group of people approached, and Qin Kuai eagerly rose to deal with them. But Chen Luo didn't need to. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light sent the group flying back hundreds of meters, unable to get up. Seeing him wipe out 100 men with a wave of his hand, Jiangui thought he must be a god. He knelt down immediately, agreeing to any task Chen Luo gave him. Seeing him kneel in submission, Chen Luo achieved his goal, instructing Jiangui to stay by Ye Wu's side and report any good fortune. Jiangui was stunned, realizing he was being asked to be an informant. Completely trusting Tran Lak's words, Qin Kuai nodded profusely, promising to do his task well. With that done, Tran Lak used his powers to teleport away. Qin Kuai instantly returned home, clutching the faith stone Tran Lak had given him, overjoyed. Soon after, a voice loudly called out to Diep Vu, and looking up, Qin Kuai recognized the two immortals he had just met. Witnessed by many, Tran Lak stood in the sky like a god descending, stirring up a flurry of gossip. Before him stood Diep Vu, who didn't recognize him. Tran Lak revealed his identity, saying he had come to meet Diep Vu. He slowly descends, standing before Diyu, hoping they can keep to themselves and not interfere with each other. Diyu calmly acknowledges this request, even inviting Chen Luo for a drink to better understand the stranger. Tran Lak refused outright, then suddenly raised his foot, stomping it into the ground, sending dust and debris flying in a 10-meter radius. Seeing this display of power, Ye Wu was stunned by his opponent's strength, realizing he was far outmatched. In the distance, Qin Kuai's eyes lit up as he recognized Tran Lak's attire, further convinced that this man was a legendary immortal. After successfully intimidating the mansion, Tran Lak turned to leave, promising to compensate for the damage he had caused. Ye Wu stared at the man before him, drenched in sweat. He always thought he was the strongest, but never imagined this man was 100 times stronger. After Tran Lak left, Ye Wu ordered his men not to touch or fight anyone from Guangthan City. Moving through the sky, Chen Luo decides to visit Mei Ling and check on her. This vast base is the one Mei Ling manages. Entering the room, Mei Ling saw Chen Luo asleep in a chair, and she slowly approached him, bringing a blanket. Hearing Mei Ling offer him a shoulder massage, Chen Luo immediately agreed. Enjoying this rare moment of relaxation, as Mei Ling began to report on the base's current situation, Tran Lak immediately stopped her. Mei Ling sighed, wondering where she and her sister would be if they hadn't met Tran Lak. Tran Lak thinks she'd be better off as the city lord of a city, perhaps even living better than she is now. He looks at the fruit plate on the table, remembering his past life, when even ordinary fruit like this was a rare treat, and wonders where Mei Ling got this fruit. Ling's mother was caught off guard and answered that she got them from a mountain near the base. If Chen Luo liked them, she could get more. Chen Luo had a more direct approach. He planned to uproot 2 trees from the mountain. Elsewhere, on a nearby mountain, Chen Luo has found the fruit he's been longing for. Suddenly, he glances to the side and spots a plant that piques his interest, the illusion fruit. Seeing the ripe fruit on the tree, Tran Lak was delighted, knowing its many benefits for cultivators. But as he admired the fruit, a beam of light shot towards him, and he quickly dodged aside. Turns out this is a tree with a spirit. Tran Lak subtly uses his void walk technique. He unexpectedly uproots the entire tree, the loud noise echoing throughout the area. Beneath the tree's roots, a colony of hundreds of rats had made their home, and they were furious to see it stolen by the young man. They swarmed to attack, but for Chen Luo, a mere wave of his hand sent them flying. Seeing the enemy was too strong, the rats turned and fled, and Chen Luo couldn't help but rejoice at his spoils. As he happily carried the tree back, a giant rat emerged from behind a nearby rock. This must be the leader of the rats, silently vowing revenge with eyes full of resentment. Another day passes. Chen Luo only just bribed an informant yesterday. But today, news arrived that Ye Wu had obtained a high-grade crystal, and Chen Luo couldn't help but acknowledge Ye Wu's luck as he stood atop a building at Ye Wu's base, watching his and Jie Gui's backs. Unaware of Chen Luo's presence, Ye Yu cheerfully went with Jie Gui to eat dried meat, celebrating the good news. Chen Luo watched from above, thinking that Ye Yu would surely carry something as precious as the crystal on his person. Using his void image, he stealthily reached into Diep Vu's bulging pocket, cut a small hole, retrieved the crystal, and pulled it back into the void image without anyone noticing. Although he was excited to hear about the high-grade crystal, it was actually only level 10, but no matter, it's light-based, so it will benefit Mila. Just then, Ye Wu felt his pants were lighter than before, and he looked at his pocket to find a hole and the crystal gone. Ye Wu frantically urged Jie Gui to retrace their steps, realizing his crystal had vanished without a trace, while Jie Gui outwardly agreed, inwardly marveling at Chen Luo's skill, thinking he was indeed an immortal, capable of such a clean theft without anyone noticing. On a certain mountain, a young woman practices Chen Luo's spatial severance technique, beheading the man standing before her with a single strike. He can only manage a strangled cry. This girl is Yin Ling, Chen Luo's disciple, and she's being hunted by a group of people. She's already taken one down, but the other two are still standing, unafraid, even praising her spatial abilities. They claim it's no big deal for level 7 espers and tell her to surrender, saying it's an honor for Yin Ling that they like her. He then ordered the others to leave so he could fight her alone, unleashing a flurry of ice swords at Yin Ling, who seemed to have been waiting for this moment, focusing her energy to summon a spatial shift. The void reverse shift opens, pushing Li Liang's ice sword storm back towards him and Ning Feng. They don't know why their attack is suddenly turned against them. Li Liang is confused, but certain that Yin Ling is behind it, as he struggles to dodge while trying to figure out how to counter. Meanwhile, Yin was completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground, regretting that if she had reached level 7, things might have been better. Li Liang was determined not to let Yin go. If she didn't want to join their organization, they didn't want her to live in peace. Suddenly, the screams of his underlings pierced the air, warning of an impossible event. A colossal zombie was attacking, slaughtering Li Liang's brothers one by one. Watching the zombie rampage, Li Liang was astonished by its power, guessing it was a high-level mutant, but he couldn't fathom where it came from. After the zombie finished off Li Liang's men, it began to approach Yin Ling and the two others, wondering why they weren't running. Weren't they afraid? It had already eaten enough, so it would spare Li Liang's group for now. They'd be fresher next time. Silverbell heard it would spare her life, and she immediately ran, her speed astonishing. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't outrun the zombie's attack, who wanted to eat her because her flesh looked so tender. Yinling protests that she's all bones and no meat, but the zombie is insistent on tasting her, and while they're distracted, Li Liang's group makes a run for it. With nowhere left to run, Yinling has no choice but to push her powers to the limit, using them to protect her life. With her eyes closed, Yinling focused all her energy to unleash her power, and to the zombie's surprise, it couldn't touch her. While the zombie was still stunned, Ngan Lin ran right through it. But she can only use this ability for 10 seconds. She has to make the most of those 10 seconds to escape, but the zombie, seeing its prey flee, gives chase, calling out to Ngan Lin not to run. Annoyed, Ngan Lin wondered what level this mutated zombie was, as she couldn't shake it no matter what she did. After a long chase, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The zombie, seeing its prey stop, chuckled as it approached, as if it already had Ngan Lin in its grasp. She closed her eyes, accepting her fate, thinking it was better to die in the hands of a zombie than those two weirdos. Just then, Fap Vuong arrived and struck the hand of the insolent zombie daring to rampage in its territory. Fap Vuong, in a new evolved form, was pleased to finally find a mutant to gain more points, much to Ngan Lin's surprise. The Dharma King moved with incredible speed, not needing lightning magic but simply leaping behind the zombie to strike at its nape. A fatal blow, but seemingly not enough. It leaps again, striking 2, then 3 times in quick succession, leaving the zombie unable to retaliate. After sending the zombie to its grave, the king extracts its crystal, only to find that this seemingly powerful foe was worth a mere 8 points. With everything done, the Dharma King suddenly remembered Ngan Ling, and seeing her unconscious from exhaustion, he recalled a memory from long ago, when he was a wounded stray dog, taken in by Ngan Ling and her grandmother for a time. But after a while, Yinling had to go to another province to study, and her parents didn't allow her to keep a dog, so the two had to separate. Before Yinling left, she gave it a chicken leg as a farewell gift, hoping it would find a kinder person, a better owner. Back in the present, Fa Wang wants to take Yinling back to base to recover, partly because she's the granddaughter of the old woman who once saved him. After returning to base, Fa Wang tells Chen Luo this story, wanting Yinling to join and share his accumulated points with her. Chen Luo didn't object. He marveled at the strange twist of fate. Yinling's grandmother once saved the Dharma King, and now the Dharma King saved her. But as Chen Luo looked at Yinling, she seemed strangely familiar. At that moment, Yinling shyly peeked out from behind the Pope, introducing herself to Chen Luo as a level 6 space-type Esper named Yinling. Hearing her name, Chen Luo was shocked, recalling that in his past life, before he became famous, the #1 space-type genius was Yinling. But back then, Silverbell wasn't like this. Her face was gaunt, almost monstrous, and her personality was cold and cruel like a demon king. Lost in thought, Chen Luo wondered why Silverbell's face had changed so much. She, in turn, gave him the nickname Weirdo for staring at her. Not wanting to overthink it, Chen Luo suddenly had an idea. Because space-type geniuses have different space abilities, there are many skills he didn't know in his previous life. With Silver Spirit right here, a fellow space manipulator, this is a golden opportunity. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes at her, flexing his level 10 space abilities, sensing her own considerable talent. He asked if she wanted to acknowledge him as her master, but secretly wondered what new skills Silver Spirit possessed that he could learn. Tranlac grabbed Silver Spirit's hand and pulled her into his space shuttle, catching her off guard as she found herself flying through the sky. He then used his spatial vessel to bring her to an arbitrary apartment in the headquarters in under a minute, thinking about his past life. This spatial vessel of his was a unique skill, one that Yinling had always coveted, and surely still did. And as predicted, Yinling knelt down and formally recognized Chen Luo as her master. With Yinling now his disciple, the mission was a success, and he helped her up, calling her a good disciple. Before the master and disciple could speak, Miling's cat told Chen Luo that something bad had happened. Miling was in danger. Chen Luo was so shocked that he turned around, looked at the cat, picked it up, and asked what had happened. The cat couldn't explain clearly, but his instincts told him Miling would be in danger after today. Hearing this, Chen Luo trusted him without question, resolving to check on Miling's situation as soon as possible. Outside Miling's base, a man reassured the others that she was alone. Miling was surrounded by a group of unknown people, and she unleashed her flames to drive them back. With her pride, she disdains those with weak abilities and low energy who try to surround her, and Miling strikes back. She speeds towards the leader, intending to burn him with her flames. Before they could react, the flames engulfed them, leaving them screaming for mercy. Miling felt lucky these guys weren't stronger. She wondered why they were trying to capture her. After dealing with them, she turned and left, unaware that Chen Luo was watching from above. He saw that Miling had dealt with the nobodies with ease, and there was no danger. But Xiaofan's predictions were never wrong, and he didn't know what to do. Unsure, Chen Luo decides to follow Miling to assess the situation, unaware that someone is now tailing them both from behind the bush where he once stood. That man is one of Ma Shuai's underlings, and he's just received some news that he's rushing to report. Ma Shuai is leisurely sitting, fondling a skull as if it were a precious treasure. The underling reports that not far from Ma Shuai's territory, a fierce battle is taking place, and the person being attacked is a red-haired girl. After hearing his subordinate's story, Ma Shuai admits that Miling is impressive. To please Ma Shuai, the subordinate had the escapee draw a portrait of Miling to present to him, which Ma Shuai eagerly examines. Seeing the person in the portrait, Ma Shuai was shocked, blushing as he exclaimed, "Why is it her?" He drooled, for it was Miling, his dream goddess. The lackey, seeing that Ma Shuai recognized the person in the portrait, asked about it, which annoyed Ma Shuai, who slapped him across the left cheek, warning him not to offend his goddess. The soldier, unaware of the madman's trigger, could only rub his head and force a smile, agreeing that she was indeed a goddess. But upon hearing Miling called a goddess, Ma Shuai grew even angrier, striking the soldier's right cheek. Because he wasn't worthy to call Miling a goddess, Ma Shuai ordered the general to tear him apart. The general, upon hearing Ma Shuai's command, immediately ended the thug's life, while Ma Shuai stared intently at the photo of Miling, his goddess. He had longed for Miling for 5 years. Since high school, he's finally able to see her again, and he feels he wasn't worthy to be Miling's servant before, but now, perhaps he is. He raised the picture and kissed it repeatedly, vowing to make Miling his puppet, one who would never betray him like the general. He envisioned a future where, if Milap wasn't a zombie yet, she and her sister would become his puppets, a prospect that thrilled him. He summoned his beloved undead army, and arms, and still more arms rose from the ground, shaking the very air. His puppets emerged one after another, so many that they resembled a zombie horde, as Ma Shuai envisioned a bright future. Those around the base know Ma Shuai as a Grim Reaper. They don't know why he's emerged after 3 months, specifically targeting Mi Ling's base. One of Mi Ling's subordinates informs her that a terrifying man with an army of over 100 undead is looking for her. Surprised, Mi Ling reassured her subordinate, telling them not to panic and that she would go take a look. When Mi Ling saw Ma Shuai, he cheerfully asked if the school beauty remembered him, then introduced himself as Ma Shuai. Of course, Mi Ling didn't recognize him, because if she had, she could never forget such a fierce and ugly face. Ma Shuai didn't care. This time he was determined to make Mi Ling remember him forever, and ordered his general to subdue her. Undaunted, Mi Ling tells everyone to prepare their abilities, then unleashes a torrent of flames upon the undead. Though surrounded by fire with no escape, Ma Shuai is confident that his level 8 general class spirit, created over 3 months, will be unaffected by such paltry skills. Upon learning the puppet is level 8, Mi Li decides to deal with it first, ordering everyone to fall back and stay safe as she transforms into a phoenix, flying straight toward the puppet. Her flames spread, engulfing the general, trapping it in a blazing inferno so intense it roared in agony. After the spell ended, Mi Ling wondered if it was enough to defeat the general. But she didn't have to wait long, as Ma Shuai answered her doubts by resurrecting the corpse. The puppet revived, but didn't pursue Mi Lin. She looked at its massive form and realized she couldn't attack it normally. Realizing that fighting the monster might be futile, she decides to target the necromancer, Ma Shuai, to end this once and for all. She flies towards Ma Shuai with incredible speed, but he doesn't seem fazed by her approach. Han Giang awaited Mi Ling's awakening, ready to grant her wish to defeat him. Mi Ling couldn't believe it was that easy, staring intently, never taking her eyes off him. After seeing him sink, Mi Ling breathed a sigh of relief as Chen Luo silently observed everything from the top of the building, knowing that a necromancer who could create level 8 undead wouldn't die so easily. It was then that Chen Luo realized Mi Ling was still naive and unaware of the dangers of this world. Seeing Mi Ling's joy, Ma Shuai revealed that it was just a decoy, shattering her happiness. Mei Ling looked towards the source of the sound and saw 3 versions of Ma Shuai. The one in the middle told the other 2 that she was out of strength from using the fire charm. Mi Shuai then ordered his general to kill Mei Ling, and the obedient general ran back to attack her. Seeing the general easily defeat Mi Ling, Chen Luo recalls Cat Food's words. These guys might be the reason she's in danger. After seeing Mi Ling fall, unable to fight back, Ma Shuai tries to stomp on her face, humiliating her. But then, Chen Luo used Void Walk to block Mi Ling, protecting her, and brushed away Ma Shuai's foul foot. He didn't expect Ma Shuai to be such a scoundrel, daring to step on Mi Ling, so Chen Luo slapped Ma Shuai, sending him sprawling. Ma Shuai's remaining 2 puppets asked Tranlok who he was, but Tranlok didn't care. He just rushed to help Mi Ling up. He asked about Mi Ling's condition, then sighed, originally wanting to train Mi Ling a bit, but it seemed he couldn't be so heartless. Embarrassed and enraged, Ma Shuai orders his Han River undead army to kill both Chen Luo and Mi Ling. Chen Luo, seeing them as nothing but a rabble, tells Mi Ling to rest while he deals with Ma Shuai. Surprisingly, Mi Ling looked directly at Chen Luo, gently touched his hand and sincerely said she wanted to do it herself. But Chen Luo frowned, reluctant, quite concerned that Mi Ling's abilities were about to run out. With her eyes closed, Mi Ling confessed to Chen Luo that she had been holding back, afraid to use this technique, afraid of death and lacking courage. But more than that, she didn't want to hide under Chen Luo's protection forever. She feels safe with Chen Luo by her side, so she'll give it her all. Seeing her resolve, Chen Luo has no choice but to trust her. Mi Ling transforms, summoning a crimson phoenix from her palm as flames swirl around her, forming a fiery circle. The fire phoenix hurtles towards Mi Ling, and to Chen Luo's shock, he doesn't understand why it's attacking her. He now understands what Mi Ling meant. Using this move could actually kill her. Chen Luo wanted to stop the bird from attacking her, but he hesitated, convincing himself to trust Mi Ling. But seeing Mi Ling surrounded by red flames, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if it were one of her signature moves from a past life. After Mi Ling's transformation, he realized it was her famous Crimson Lotus transformation. Tranlak looked at her with pride. Her beautiful golden eyes, hair, and clothes transformed into a magnificent flame. This was a true spirit flame user. She unleashed her flames at Ma Shuai, who scoffed, finding the attack boring. But this time he couldn't deflect the fire and was forced to flee with his puppet. But the flames showed no mercy, encircling them, ignoring Ma Shuai and General Shen's fear. Tranlok watched Mi Ling deal with them, sighing in relief and pride, certain Ma Shuai would be broke this time. The flames engulfed Ma Shuai and Jiang Chen, creating a massive explosion that caught them off guard, eliciting cries of pain. Meling continued her assault on the remaining undead, as Chen Luo cheered with delight. Having completed her task, Meling plummeted from the sky, her clothes torn and burned. Chen Luo rushed to catch her, realizing she'd likely exhausted her energy and fallen unconscious. But he sensed something else, something that made him blush and avert his eyes. He used Void Walk to take Meling back to base, thinking she really was a woman who liked to spend money, but not on clothes. After bringing Meling back, Chen Luo waited for her to wake up, told her to rest, and then headed back to his own base. Hearing of Meling's peril, Milo was frantic, rushing to Tranlak upon his return to inquire about her sister's condition. Tranlak reassured her, explaining that Meling had even ascended to level 8, mastering the heroic transformation, making level 9 a mere formality. With Meling safe, she breathed a sigh of relief before informing Chen Luo of some events at the base. First, many zombies had evolved to level 6. Second, 2 members of the base were killed yesterday afternoon. Upon hearing this, Tranlak was stunned, feeling like he'd been away for ages and returned to a world turned upside down. He wondered who was responsible, a level 7 or another base. Seeing his urgency, Mi-Lak told him the truth. As far as she knew, it was a group of idle people. The leader had captured some for interrogation, but their motives were strange. Mi-Lak analyzed slowly. That group no longer wants to live, because they have to eat maggots and stinky insects every day. They're willing to do anything. After hearing this, Chen Luo didn't think it was too serious. He lay down on Milei's lap and told her to spread the word. When a squad goes out, at least 10 people should act together, and those who don't want to live should be given some hope. A level 6 crystal can be exchanged for 5 kilo of rice and 1 kilo of salt. Mi-Lak acknowledged his orders, and looking at Chen Lu's face, she brought up Yin Ling. Yin Ling knew that the enemies who harmed her were near Ye Yu's base, a coincidence that surprised Chen Lu. He shot up, feeling that his previous warnings hadn't scared Ye Wu enough, and decided to take advantage of Yin Ling being harassed to send him off for good. Elsewhere, a feast of delicacies, chicken, and seafood was being hosted by a man called Brother Liang. Turns out today is Li Liang's birthday, hence the celebration. And since Ye Wu is also attending, Li Liang wants to put on a grand feast. At the table, flatterers abound, and the slick-haired man in the vest speculates that Ye Wu's presence is to win over Ningfeng and Li Liang. The guy in the blue shirt chimes in, hoping that if Li Liang makes it big, he won't forget his brothers, and asks if it's true that a girl sent a level 6 from Ningfeng's base to heaven. Ningfeng and Li Liang scoffed, with Ningfeng confirming the story, but the girl was broke, even her body was gone. Li Liang added more information about her. She was a space type, with a special ability called Spatial Division. Level 7s could quickly ascend with it, but this skill was useless against level 7s. Though not overly frightened, Ningfeng admits the technique is miraculous, able to dispatch someone from afar as if a single glance could bankrupt them. And once bankrupt, there's no syrup to be found, leaving the man beside Ningfeng stunned, realizing he's been deceived by Chen Luo. He came from the divine capital, and he'd heard of a man named Chen Luo, who was very strong and had reached level 8, and could behead a level 6 with a single glance. He went on and on about Chen Luo as if he were a con man, because he'd only ever heard Chen Luo threaten people, which is how he became famous in the divine capital, and the more he talked, the angrier he got, slapping the table in dissatisfaction. He couldn't believe he'd been tricked by Chen Luo, since this technique could only send level 7s to meet their maker. Enraged, he wanted to return to the capital to expose Chen Luo, but a sudden loud noise outside stunned everyone at the meal, and the guards announced an attack. Ningfeng and Li Liang went outside to assess the situation, wondering which fool dared attack their base, only to find Chen Luo leading a sullen Yin Ling. Seeing them, Chen Luo raised his voice, declaring he was looking for the one who bullied his disciple. Ningfeng and the others weren't surprised that Chen Luo came seeking revenge, but that Yin Ling, the chatterbox, was still there, tattling to Chen Luo. Hearing this, Chen Luo turned back, displeased, as he didn't want to bully a monster either. Before he could finish, a strange voice cut him off, summoning Chen Luo as if he were Cao Cao himself, appearing the moment he's called. He mocked Chen Luo for wasting his efforts, belittling his method of sending people off with his eyes, specifically his spatial severing. He can only send those below level 7 to their final resting place. It's useless against those above. Chen Luo finds this one interesting. It's been a while since someone spoke to him like that. Chen Luo guessed he was probably only level 7. Chen Luo coldly stared at him, eager to show him whether his consciousness was effective against those above level 7. Before he could react, an invisible force attacked, leaving a cut across his head and severing his arm. He could only feel the pain spreading through his body without a single drop of super energy flowing out. All he could realize was that he had been deceived. He looked at Ningfeng and his group, demanding why they had deceived him. The others were horrified as they watched him get sliced, denying any involvement since they weren't affected by the Silver Spirit's attack. The remaining men at the table, witnessing Chenlo's merciless attack, whispered amongst themselves, finally recognizing him. Perhaps he's the leader of Dawn City, they murmur, seeing how easily he dispatched a level 7 without even touching him. Chen Luo didn't initially want to kill anyone else, just the one who bullied Yin Ling, but his attitude was too special to ignore. The tense atmosphere is broken by the arrival of a man. To protect them, Chen Luo claims they didn't know Silver Bell was his disciple. Ye Yu tried to smooth things over with Chen Luo, hoping he would spare Ningfeng as a favor, suggesting a life for a life, and to let the matter drop. Chen Luo didn't immediately agree or refuse, but just looked at Ye Yu and smirked, wondering if he was trying to protect those two. Ye Yu doesn't say whether he'll protect them or not, but takes out a level 7 space attribute crystal and throws it to Chen Luo as compensation. Chen Luo accepts the crystal, knowing that Ye Yu wants to win people over, but if he gives him face, how can he establish his prestige? Not letting Tran Lak refuse, Diep Vu assured him that if his subordinate ever offended him again, he would personally take care of it. Tran Lak didn't care. He gave the crystal to Ngan Lin, as he never let anyone who offended him live. Offending his disciple is even worse, and even if it's Diep Vu himself, Tran Lak won't forgive it. Hearing this, Ninfeng and Li Luang knew they couldn't escape, so they secretly tried to flee. Ignoring him, Chenlo shows Ye Wu some respect for compensating his disciple with a crystal. But then his face darkens and he unleashes a void slash, deciding to only kill the ringleader. He sliced off Ningfeng's head but only cut Li Liang's hand. Both were attacked by blades and couldn't escape, only scream in despair. After getting revenge for his disciple, he turned and waved to Ye Wu, warning him not to touch his light city. Anyone who can resist a level 10 like him must be up to no good, since he's always been one to cut down the weeds and eliminate the roots. It was during a hunt that he unexpectedly encountered a king-level mutant. Upon seeing the zombie, Ye Wu knelt down, honoring it as a lord and begging to become its servant, helping it find food. The zombie didn't understand why a human wanted to be its servant, but free food was free food, so it agreed. But humans are always the most treacherous. It didn't know that Ye Wu was plotting to steal its crystal so he could quickly reach the king level. As Chen Lo and Yinling were on their way back to base, Jegui, who was hiding behind a tree, called out to them. Chen Lo was surprised to see him waiting there. Jegui happily ran out, oblivious to the leaves stuck in his hair, and eagerly told him that Ye Yu had discovered a zombie. This zombie not only summons meteorites, but also a giant earth elemental. Chen Luo raises his eyebrows, intrigued, because it sounds like a king-level mutant. The first time Ye Wu hasn't disappointed him. Because the information is classified, the mutant is currently near Ye Wu's base, and Ye Wu only trusts him and a loyal subordinate to deliver raw meat to it daily. Chen Luo tells Jia Gui to contact him telepathically before delivering food tomorrow, so he can come. The next morning, near Ye Wu's base, the zombie was practicing its moves and eating the food Ye Wu brought. In the bushes nearby, 3 heads peeked out, watching the zombie eat, hoping it would quickly finish its meal and become weaker as they didn't want to wait any longer. Suddenly, the zombie heard a strange noise. Focusing its power, it attacked in one direction, roaring for the hidden figure to reveal themselves. Unexpectedly, it was Chen Luo, easily deflecting its attacks and leaping out of the encirclement, surprising not the Zergling, but Ye Wu and the others, who wondered why he was there. But Chen Luo's profession was to bring down fools. He even turns back to greet Ye, leaving the zombie monster utterly confused before claiming Ye was being threatened by it. Chen Luo decides to help Ye Wu and the others deal with the infected. Ye Wu doesn't believe Chen Luo is being so kind, but hopes he won't explain, because Ye Wu wants to see Chen Luo's undefeated streak end at the hands of the infected. Ye Yu watches Chen Luo use Void Walk to get behind the Zhang Thi, sneering, thinking that even the heavens are on his side. If Ye Yu can't get rid of Chen Luo, someone else will. Chen Luo summoned the Void Sword and used Void Walk to get behind the zombie. His eyes flashed blue, wanting to end it with one strike. But the zombie was no fool. Sensing Chen Luo behind it, it roared and stomped its foot, sending rocks flying everywhere, blocking Chen Luo's strike. He watched it thwart his attack and pinpoint his location so quickly. Chen Luo retreated, realizing this zombie was not going to be easy to deal with. It attacked, summoning giant earth giants. Giant earth figures emerged from the ground, attacking Tran Lak, but he slowly ascended into the air, dodging their blows. He mocked the earth dwellers for being too slow and clumsy, saying they'd never catch him like that. They tried to catch him from behind, but Chen Luo easily dodged, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, able to foresee their every move. The three hiding in the bushes each had a different reaction. The scholar was pale with fear at the power of Chen Luo and Zheng Shi. Ye Yu now realizes the distance between himself and level 10, watching him dodge attacks effortlessly, his face drained of color. As for Kai Kwai, needless to say, the immortal is number one. The immortal is the best. He firmly believes the immortal will send this mutant back to its ancestors. Meanwhile, Zheng Shi watched as Chen Luo effortlessly defeated the clay figures he summoned, bitterly calling him a dog's reject. He waited for Chen Luo to be distracted, then unleashed all his energy, certain this would be the end of him. Chen Luo was indeed hit. His face paled as he cried out and fell from mid-air. Ye Yu looked at Chen Luo, flattened at the feet of Zheng Shi, still unable to believe that the ever-victorious Chen Luo had fallen. But before he could celebrate, Chen Luo woke up, stuck his tongue out at Tang Shi, and made some gibberish noises. Chen Luo stood up, dusted himself off, and looked at Tang Shi, saying he had given it a chance to attack, but it failed to seize the opportunity to defeat him. No sooner had Tran Lak spoken than the zombie suddenly lost its mind, collapsing and denying everything that had just happened, denying its defeat. It thrashed and growled, rolling around on the ground, muttering that it couldn't be. Tran Lak knew he'd guessed how to defeat the zombie, and without wasting energy, he simply waited for it to die. Seeing how easily Tran Lak defeated the zombie, Diep Vu and his gang plotted to steal the crystal. While Ye Wu was busy posturing, his companion Jie Gui loudly warned Chen Luo not to take the crystal, as they had discovered the zombie first. Overjoyed, Ye Wu awarded Jie Gui the Best Bro badge. Tran Lak wasn't in a rush. He gave Diep Vu a chance to get the crystal first, but only for 10 seconds, while inwardly awarding Kiet Kwai his lackey for his acting. Naturally, Diep Vu didn't hesitate, approaching the zombie and summoning his weapon. He shouts, putting all his strength into piercing the zombie's skull. But to his surprise, the skull remains unscathed, let alone yielding the crystal. Tran Lak smirks. He gave him a chance, but Ye Wu didn't seize it. Ye Wu sweats, his face pale from overexertion. He didn't understand where he went wrong, why he couldn't open it. Behind him, Chen Luo chuckled. A king's head wasn't so easily opened by a level 9, unless he had 3 minutes. But with only 10 seconds, it was just a pipe dream. Tran Lak retrieves the sword to claim the crystal, and despite his desire, Diep Vu doesn't stop him, knowing Tran Lak offered him a chance, one he failed to grasp. Tran Lak obtains the king-level crystal, a beautiful, lustrous golden orb. He didn't forget to comfort Ye Wu, saying that fate favors the strong, and while Ye Wu found it first, there's no rule that discovery equals ownership. After his pep talk, Chen Luo turned and left, leaving Ye Wu completely dumbfounded, just sitting there motionless. Qigui and Yi Heng helped their leader up, with Qigui adding fuel to the fire, saying Chen Luo was hateful, since they were the ones who discovered it. Yi Heng, however, sided with Chen Luo, having observed that he didn't seem to harbor any ill will towards them, and advised Ye Yu not to consider Chen Luo an enemy. After careful consideration, Ye Wu suddenly glances at Yi Heng, not believing that Chen Luo could have known about this place. Suspecting that Yi Heng informed Chen Luo since he had left this place for a while after Ye Wu discovered the mutation. Unable to bear the injustice, Yi Heng awkwardly explained to Ye Wu that he had a stomachache from eating strange meat and wasn't a spy for Chen Luo. Qigui believed Yi Heng wasn't that kind of person and couldn't be a traitor, because if anyone was a traitor, it would be the kneeling Qigui. But Ye Wu was certain of his suspicions, believing Qigui was naive to trust Yi Heng. The human heart is hard to fathom. Though he didn't want to believe it, the truth was unfolding before his eyes. Yi Heng still called out, "Brother Wu," truly loyal, for Ye Wu had once saved his life. Ye Wu didn't give Yi Heng a chance to explain, convinced that Chen Luo had offered him some benefit, because Yi Heng spoke well of Chen Luo right after he took the crystal. Yi Heng was exhausted, feeling more wronged than Daoyi, and didn't want to explain any more since he was suspected. Lingia Heng only wanted to repay Diep Vu for saving his life, but the hot-blooded Diep Vu struck him down, ending their debt. With Hang gone, it'll be harder to find someone to play the spy, so Jiegui decides to be more careful. Yewu mutters about eliminating a traitor, having blasted Hang's corpse far away in anger, leaving Jiegui no choice but to agree. Suddenly Chen Luo appeared at Yi Heng's corpse, watching Yewu's departing figure, lamenting his loss because Yi Heng had great talent. He would have reached king level and was incredibly loyal to Yewu, not abandoning him even in death. As much as he pitied Yewu, he pitied Yi Heng tenfold for his unwavering loyalty. Because of his appearance, Yi Heng was wrongly accused of being a spy, so he decided to bury Yi Heng as compensation. As he prepared to bury Yi Heng, he noticed the man's arm twitch slightly, realizing Yi Heng wasn't dead after all. Meanwhile, Diep Vu facepalmed, belatedly remembering he hadn't extracted Yi Heng's crystal, a level 7 crystal that would have been very useful for the Qigong. But when they both turned back, they saw Chen Luo carrying Yi Heng's corpse away. Seeing this, Yewu was even more certain of his guess. Yi Heng must be an informant, because if someone was dead, you just needed to take the crystal. There was no need to take his body. At the Dawn City branch in Jinyuanjiang base, Chen Luo brought Yi Heng's body back, calling for light element users to help. Chen Luo took Yi Heng into a room, and the light element users were confused as to why their boss was here. Chen Luo was in such a hurry that he didn't want to explain much, only instructing everyone to save Yi Heng's life. 20 minutes later, Yi Heng awoke, surprised by the unfamiliar surroundings and that he wasn't dead. Chapter 155. Yi Heng saw Tran Lak by his bedside and asked if he had saved him. He told him, secondly, to act as if he had never saved Yi Heng, to commit suicide, and of course, he would give Yi Heng time to think. After talking with Yi Heng, Chen Luo returned to his room to absorb the king-level crystal core of the zombie he had snatched from Yeyu. His long-starved body absorbed the energy like a rebirth. Chen Luo had to reach king level quickly, or the longer it took, the more king-level beings would appear in the sea. If they gathered together, even turning the sea tractor into a sea, God wouldn't be enough to suppress them. Moreover, only after Chen Luo reaches the king level can he complete the Trinity plan, allowing humanity to continue, and for humanity he can only sacrifice Yeyu. After contemplating life, morality, and so much more, Chen Luo scoffed at himself, realizing he wasn't that noble after all. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was Yi Heng, here to announce his decision. He said he'd thought it over, and since he'd already died once, he really wanted to live this time. Chen Luo instructs Ying to start as a regular member, but believes his talent will lead to quick success. Strolling around his headquarters, Chen Luo realizes it's been a while since he's been to sea, and the fish supply is running low, so he decides to catch some seafood and check out the Sea God Temple. Flying above, Tran Lak surveyed the Sea God Temple, finding it odd that only Bai Hao's underlings were present. Where was Bai Hao? Asleep or out? Too much to think about. Tran Lak decided to act regardless. Just then, a black mine-type killer whale swam past. It was too easy. Chen Luo used his dimensional blade to attack the killer whale, needing to obtain its crystal. The whale, swimming happily, was suddenly cut in two. Despite all the commotion, Bai Hao still hasn't appeared. It seems he's really not home. The remaining sea creatures, witnessing the orca's demise, turn their disbelieving gazes toward Chen Luo, realizing he's reached level 10. Terrifying. Chen Luo feigns anger at the sea creatures, vowing to eliminate any who follow Ngobak unless they switch sides and follow him. Having completed his task and intimidated the sea creatures, Chen Luo hopes this small gift will please Bak Hao. The whale couldn't find its sibling, frantically asking everyone, but the other sea creatures just told it to wait for the sea god's return. A while later, Bak Hao arrived at the sea god palace, finding a crowd of sea creatures gathered at the entrance, and he knew something was wrong. At that moment, an octopus began to accuse Chen Luo of sending his brother away. Bai Hao heard the name that constantly gave him a headache, and he couldn't stand it anymore, yelling, "Chen Luo is so annoying! I missed him last time, and now he won't stop." Bai Hao vowed if he ever caught him, he would personally send him to hell. Chen Luo looked up at the sky, wondering if he was seeing things. The Dharma King ran over and showed him 3 eggs. So this guy stole the Golden Eagle's eggs. No wonder it came running here. This Chen Luo is always stirring up trouble. The Golden Eagle saw its eggs and went crazy, screeching loudly before rushing over. Seeing it rush over, Heiko used her power to stop it, beams of purple light shooting from her to bind the Golden Eagle. Fap Vuong squinted, telling Tran Lak to look into his eyes and act, and he raised a finger to show he understood. Suddenly, Chen Luo smacked the Law King's butt, scolding him for stealing other people's children and learning bad habits at such a young age. The dog chimed in, barking loudly. Seeing the Law King struggling to run, the Golden Eagle thought the dog was too strong to fight or chase, and now it was running away, howling from that guy. From its perspective, it seems this man is teaching the dog a lesson for stealing its proof. Suddenly, Chen Lo presents the proof he stole, surprising the bird. My ignorant brother stole its certificates, but now he's returning them, telling it to take them and leave. Kim Dew happily prepares to leave, but Tran Lak winks at Haiko, telling her to add fuel to the fire, which she understands. She stepped forward, arms crossed, and declared that it couldn't just come and go as it pleased, especially after causing such a ruckus. She suggested Tran Lak should imprison it for 10 years, or destroy all of its eggs if it refused to comply. Tran Lak laughed inwardly, thinking his sister was born to play the villain. She didn't need to pretend to be evil, her true nature was enough. He then turned to apologize to Kim Dew, saying that he really wanted to let him go, but his sister was too fierce, and he couldn't do anything about it. He was only doing what he had to, so it would give him a fair chance. Tran Lak's sincerity convinced Kim Dew, and it had no choice but to agree. Tran Lak invited it inside to rest while he went to build a nest for its eggs. After all, it needed to hatch its eggs. The Dharma King said no one here supports the useless. If it stays, it must work. And luckily, Chen Luo needed a mount, so it could fill that role. The Golden Eagle cried out excitedly, and seeing its agitation, Chen Luo guessed it had something to say. Mifan explained that these creatures are proud, and though it sees his kindness, it doesn't want to be a pet for a weakling. It would rather die than serve as a mount for someone so weak. This bird is quite something. Chen Luo froze, pointing at himself. It's calling me weak? But it's true that Chen Luo hasn't even made a move yet. Perhaps it's a misunderstanding, so all he needs to do is show off a little of his power. He tells the Golden Eagle that they should have a match. It can carry the eggs, and he'll just stand here. If it can escape Chen Luo's territory, then he'll lose. The Golden Eagle quickly snatched up the 2 eggs and took flight at an incredible speed. Chen Luo raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of green light, pulling the Golden Eagle back to its original position. The Golden Eagle took flight, only to realize an invisible force was preventing it from escaping. It tried its best to fly out of the villa but kept being pulled back. It didn't understand what was happening. Tran Lak happily said that if it couldn't escape, it meant it had lost. But because he saw its talent, he asked if it wanted to stay and follow him. Of course, he wouldn't mistreat it, and he'd also take care of the Golden Eagle's 2 offspring. The Golden Eagle was completely convinced, lowering its wings and head to show that it had accepted him as its master. Chen Luo leaps onto the Golden Eagle, urging it to fly at full speed as they soar towards the central mountain range. With the matter settled and the Golden Eagle now his mount, the Dharma King eagerly rushes out to continue his mission. Emerging from the bushes, the Dharma King sees a beautiful girl, but she appears to be a zombie with menacing red eyes. A slender figure in a white dress with long white hair, save for her ruby red eyes. In this desolate place, a beautiful zombie appears, exciting the young men. They point, laugh, and talk about her. What is a zombie? She's a white gull, and she wonders why they're calling her such strange things. But these men have ill intentions. They look at the white gull with lustful eyes, wanting to taste the difference between a zombie and a human. These perverts even want to do that with a zombie. The white gull is furious, and if that's the case, she'll send them to heaven. With a single strike, the 5 men fell to the ground without a word. Seeing the zombie's power, the Dharma King panicked and fled, deciding that survival was more important. Chen Luo took Kim to see where his mother and she would be staying when he suddenly received a telepathic message from the French king, saying that there was a flying zombie and inviting him to come and take a look. Chen Luo was overjoyed and told the French king to keep a close eye on the zombie and that he would be right there. That flying thing must be level 10, maybe even a king. Meanwhile, the Dharma King was still watching Bai Yu, making her feel uneasy. Bai Yu looked around and finally spotted her stalker. She strikes at the Dharma King, but he sees it coming and is shocked. Luckily, Chen Luo arrives just in time, confirming what the Dharma King said. This is indeed a unique zombie. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Bai Yu asks, confused, what they want, and the Pope cuts to the chase, demanding her crystal. Chen Luo is surprised that Bai Yu is a rare, mutated psychic. Bai Yu wonders why they won't leave her alone, and instead seek to harm her and steal her crystal. Tran Lak, meanwhile, prepares to strike. After all, as a king-level mutant, her time is short, so he might as well send her off early. Little did Bai Yu know, the priest had something valuable on him. He was being hypnotized. What was he doing? She glared at Chen Luo, who was surprised that she hadn't been affected by his hypnosis. Could she not be a mutant? But if so, even a king-level zombie couldn't control her. He'd never encountered anything like this in his past life, so he didn't know how to deal with it. Retreat was the best option. Chen Luo dragged the Dharma King away to figure out a plan later. Baiyao looks around, but they're gone. Frustrated, her eyes turn red. This half-hearted fight is far from satisfying. Enraged, Baiyu transforms into a white bird and flies away, crying out for more lives to appease her anger, while Yewu carefully examines the flower he found, noting the lack of vegetation and dead mutants around it. He surmised that this flower must be highly toxic, but he didn't know if it could be lethal to a level 10. As he thought this, he carefully collected the pollen with a brush for testing. He pours all the pollen he collected into the water when his subordinate arrives, saying that the level 7 physique elite he asked for has been found and brought here. The muscular man greets leader Ye. Yewu offered him the cup of water, suggesting he drink it to quench his thirst, all the while intending to test the poisonous pollen on him. But the man thanked Yewu for his kindness and flatly refused to drink the water. Annoyed, he reached out and forced the cup to the man's mouth. He forced the entire glass of water into the man's mouth, catching the level 7 fighter off guard and knocking him down. The man struggled, confused as to why he was being forced to drink, and opened his mouth to speak, only making it easier for the water to pour in. Immediately after drinking, he screamed as blood poured from his eyes and mouth, his face turning purple as he struggled to breathe. Yewu marveled at the poison's potency, taking effect so quickly. His subordinate, alarmed, asked if this was okay, since the man was a level 7. He gritted his teeth, telling his subordinate that this world is a dog-eat-dog world, and if you don't want to be eaten, you have to be ruthless. At that point, Diep Vu could easily send Tran Lak to his grave, but the question was how to get Tran Lak to drink it. He couldn't exactly force him. The level 7 fighter had already breathed his last, blood pooling on the ground as Diep Vu carefully tucked the purple flower away for safekeeping. Hearing this question, he revealed a sinister look, saying he would use the excuse of wanting to be Chen Luo's subordinate to invite him to his house for dinner. At that time, the flower's pollen would be mixed into his food, without anyone knowing. Truly, a perfect plan. Lunch at the villa in Tran Lak's room. He sat on the sofa with Mi Pham, Heiko, and Ngung Suang. They were likely discussing Bak Ao. Tran Lak said that he and Phap Vuong hadn't reached the king level yet, so if they met again, he would still need their help. They both agreed, with Haiji assuring her brother that she was there for him. Mi Fan chimed in, warning that she sensed danger for Tran Lak that night. He wondered if Zheng Shi had somehow found him and was coming to him. Just then, Tran Quang called with news that someone from Kamnguyenjiang wanted to speak with him. A man named Diep Vu wanted to join his ranks and invited Tran Lak to come that evening. He replied that he understood and would pass on the message that he would be there tonight. It seemed the danger Mi Fan spoke of might come from Yewu, and he became vigilant. Soon, night fell. The day had passed too quickly. Relaxing on the sofa, Tran Lak cuts to the chase with Diep Vu, asking if he truly wishes to join his ranks. Chen Luo laughs, acting as if he's not one to hold a grudge, but then says that if Yewu wants to be his underling, he should kowtow a few times. Yewu is taken aback by this bizarre condition, biting his lip and lamenting inwardly how someone like him could ever bow to an enemy. Cornering him, Tran Lak asks if he's having second thoughts, while Yewu grits his teeth in anger. Suddenly, Jiangui declares himself Tran Lak's underling and kowtows repeatedly, shocking Yewu. Seeing his subordinate humiliated, Yewu felt guilty, thinking, "Brother Jiangui, I've made you suffer." Then, humbling himself, he knelt and called out, "Big brother," twice, bowing his head to the ground, vowing to make Chen Luo pay 1,000-fold for this humiliation. With a casual air, Tran Lak allows them to rise, acknowledging their sincerity. Yewu agrees, ordering Kayan Kwai to serve Tran Lak. Soon, a table full of delicacies is presented, and Tran Lak remarks that Yewu is truly thoughtful to prepare such a feast. Yewu respectfully sat down opposite him, saying, "If you like it, boss." He marveled inwardly at the pollen's potency, amazed at how it enhanced the sausage's flavor. Eager to witness Chen Luo's poisoning, Yewu failed to mask his delight, arousing Chen Luo's suspicion. "Seeing how eagerly you want me to eat, I'm sure there's something in this food," he sighed. Then he looked at Jiangui and told him to speak, startling him. Suddenly, he shouted that the sausage was poisoned and that Yewu wanted to harm them. Yewu turned pale, thinking his time as an informant was over. Jiangui continued, saying the poison came from a strange purple flower, potent enough to kill a level 7 cultivator. Ye Yu is still in shock, never imagining that the person he valued most would betray him. Chen Luo stands up, thinking that in his past life, Ye Yu possessed dual abilities, but they haven't manifested in this life, perhaps lacking the necessary trigger. He had to add fuel to the fire since Han wouldn't live much longer anyway. He figured a level 9 crystal was no match for level 9 dual abilities, and if he was going to end Han, it had to be worthwhile. Chen Luo smiled slyly, asking Ye Wu if he knew about it. He continued, saying that Jiangui had tipped him off about the level 10 light crystal, which he then stole, and that Jiangui had also informed him about the location of the king-level zombie. The mole was always Jiangui, yet Han still harmed Gao Yihang, who remained loyal to him even in death. Ye Yu seemed to understand everything, unwilling to believe what he was hearing, muttering that it was all Jiangui. He curses Jiangui, calling him a beast for betraying his trust, but Jiangui apologizes, saying that only those who adapt survive. Just as Chen Luo predicted, Jiangui was the final straw, successfully pushing Ye Wu to awaken his dual abilities. His eyes turned red with rage, and Ye Wu angrily declared that they were all despicable, and he wanted to kill them all. Then his body burst into flames. Chen Luo was overjoyed, as Ye Wu's second ability, Fire, had finally awakened. Ye Wu wasn't stupid. He quickly realized he had dual abilities, truly a gift from the heavens. He could feel the surge of energy within him. He had at least broken through to level 10. Let's see how Chen Luo deals with me. He's overjoyed and smug, while Jun Yu is terrified and cries. He grabs Chen Luo's leg, begging him to save him, knowing he's a traitor and that Ye Wu will deal with him first. Pushing Jiangui aside, Chen Luo cheerfully reveals to Ye Wu that he too possesses dual abilities, and at a higher level. He pauses, then lunges forward. He tightened his grip, boasting that he was definitely better than him. A blue light enveloped them both, and Diepvu asked if he dared to attack, wondering if he had a death wish. Seeing the two high-level fighters clash, Jiangui flees in terror. His mission is complete, and he doesn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Chen Luo, still planning to devour Ye Wu's base, can't let him destroy it, he calculates. Then, the two soared into the sky. Tran Lak, still gripping his collar as if afraid he'd escape, said, "Let's find somewhere else to fight." They flew through the air, beneath them a horde of zombies aimlessly wandering. Chen Luo wanted to use Ye Wu to lure out the high-level zombies, figuring he should do something useful before he died. It was then that Ye Wu realized Chen Luo had been eyeing him for a long time, and he angrily growled. At that moment, Chen Luo's expression changed, and like a demon from hell, he told him that there could be only one tiger per mountain, and only one of them could live as he raised his hand. Chen Luo strikes Ye Wu, causing blood to gush from his nose and mouth, as Ye Wu wonders why his dual abilities are no match for Chen Luo. He's truly powerful, and if he doesn't escape, he might not survive. This was his chance to escape. Ye Wu broke free of Chen Luo's control, staggering unsteadily. Quickly turning to flee, Tran Lak shouted for him to give up, as escape was impossible. He raised his hand, summoning a void to imprison him. Ye Yu was now unable to move, and Chen Luo leisurely flew in from behind, raising his sword with a smile. He gritted his teeth in frustration, wondering if he was going to die here. The sword hurtled down towards Ye Wu, but Chen Luo seemed to miss. Suddenly, holy light erupted in a wide area, and Chen Luo realized it was a king-level light-type mutant. He happily turned to look at Diepvu, who was still gnashing his teeth in anger, waiting to be dealt with, and thought, "As expected of you, Diepvu, you're the best." The white-haired man said they were being too loud at this hour, and then he prepared to attack. A beam of golden light shot out, and Chen Luo quickly dodged, but it struck Ye Wu, who was standing there taking the brunt of the attack. Unable to escape, he could only raise his hand to his face in a futile attempt to shield himself, screaming in terror. But he was completely unharmed, shocking Diepvu. Tran Lak was also surprised. The light didn't attack, but amplified his powers as energy swirled around him. Chen Luo wondered if this was the power of luck, as Ye Wu cheered, knowing he wouldn't go down so easily, and gathered his strength to fight Chen Luo. He unleashed a powerful blow, sending a wave of fire towards Chen Luo, who simply stood there, unimpressed by his opponent's good fortune, and without reacting. Despite his surprise at Ye Wu's luck and the light type's power boost, Chen Luo still had everything under control. Ye Wu saw Chen Luo had to stand in the air to dodge his attacks, and smugly thought he was afraid. Seeing Ye Wu approach for a fight, Chen Luo stopped him with an unseen force, telling him not to rush to his doom, as he would deal with the king-level mutant first. Using time acceleration, Chen Luo distanced himself from Yewu and attacked the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie was caught off guard, only seeing Yewu's attack slashing wildly around him, and could only scream in pain. Yewu stood by and watched as Chen Luo easily sent the zombie to its grave, and even extracted its crystal. Han couldn't comprehend what abilities Chen Luo possessed that allowed him to obliterate the mutant so easily. Seeing the king-tier crystal he'd been longing for, Chen Luo happily stored it away. After dealing with the king-level mutant, Chen Luo turned to Yewu, using time acceleration to erode Yewu's muscles over a prolonged period. Yewu was confused, not understanding why his long-cultivated muscles were disappearing so quickly. Seeing Yewu's power gone, Chen Luo taunted Han, asking who was truly inferior. As Yewu reeled from the loss of his power, Chen Luo slapped him, causing him to spit out blood. After taking a few hits, Diep Vu collapses. Tran Lac, still unforgiving, summons his sword and approaches. Diep Vu knows this is the end, and weakly admits defeat before spitting out more syrup. Feeling a tinge of pity for Yewu, Chen Luo decides to indulge his last words, since he's in a good mood. Had the request not been so outrageous, he might have even helped him fulfill it. Even now, Diep Vu shows no fear, leaving behind a final message that Tran Lac will become a great demon king, surrounded by those isolated and betrayed. A curse that touches upon the pain and actions of Tran Lac's past life. He swung his sword at Yewu, ending Han's life, then retrieved a 9th-level windfire crystal from Yewu's head. A perfect fit. He'll take the rice spirit to her, as a thunderous roar echoes the killer whale's resentment. It was determined to find Chen Luo and exact revenge, as Bai Hao watched the whale unleash its power, deep in thought. Before, Han was the only Dharma king, but now there's a whale too. Han secretly contemplates that if it weren't for Chen Luo, he would have devoured the whale to solidify his position. But now it has a grudge against Tran Lac, and if it finds him, it will be an accomplice. Han asks the assassin whale to be his left-hand guardian and deal with Tran Lac together. The whale agrees and wants to leave immediately, but Bai Hao isn't in a rush. 2 days prior, Han discovered the whereabouts of Haiji and Nguang Suang, giving the whale crucial information. It immediately turned to scout the path, and then the two would act. Of course, Bai Hao would obediently await the news brought by the killer whale. Chen Luo was about to head back to base for a nap when the rice cat had news. It sensed a group of powerful enemies approaching from the sea in 2 days. Upon hearing from the sea, Chen Luo guessed it was Bai Hao's group, and for the first time he felt annoyed because he only needed 1 week. He could absorb twin crystals and reach the king level, then he could deal with Bai Hao, but the problem is that 2 days isn't enough time to absorb them, let alone reach the king level. She suggests that Tran Lac should hide, making him difficult to find, but Tran Lac disagrees. If he were alone, he could come and go as he pleased. But now, with so much at stake, if Chen Luo runs, the others won't be able to cope, leaving him no choice but to face Bai Hao head-on, and Fan tells him not to overthink it. It might be dangerous, but it feels that nothing major will happen to Chen Luo because Chen Luo wants to fuse his abilities, and it feels this is the perfect opportunity. It's as if Chen Luo has had a lifetime of problems solved by Rice. He happily embraced it, realizing he could use ability fusion to deal with Bai Hao. After talking with Calm, Chen Luo went to see Mila. Finding her reading a book while wearing glasses, and worried she was becoming nearsighted, he asked about it. Actually, Mila just feels like reading with glasses gives her a better experience. Tran Thuan praises him, and he tells Mila that he got a light attribute crystal, also saying that she looks good in glasses. Chen Luo embraces Mila and takes out the light attribute crystal, but Mila hesitates to accept it, knowing its value. Chen Luo insists. He urged her to take it and quickly reach level 10 so she could help him more. Meanwhile, beneath the sea god's temple, Bai Hao rallied his people to seek revenge on Chen Luo. He recounts Chen Luo's crimes to the other sea creatures, branding him as an enemy who slaughtered their brethren. He's currently on land and wants them to join him ashore, but the sea creatures seem reluctant. Some fear not having legs. Some were worried about being slow on land and unable to fight, preferring to stay and guard the palace. But the killer whale wouldn't hear it, threatening to kill anyone who refused to go, even with the sea god's help. Just then, a seagull flew over and transformed into a white-haired girl, wanting to join Bai Hao's group. Bai Hao clearly didn't know who she was, wondering why a random bird flew into his palace and wanted to come along. Before she could even introduce herself, the white bird spoke up saying he brought her, and her name is Bak Ao, his friend. After her friend's introduction, she began to reveal more about herself, saying that Tran Lac caught her attention the moment they met. Despite his title, Bai Hao, the sea god, is weak. Since Chen Luo flees whenever he sees her, she advises Bai Hao to mobilize his forces to deal with him. Bai Hao was displeased that Haiyu dared to mock him. He decided to devour her after this operation, but outwardly he agreed to bring her along. 2 days later, sharks and killer whales carrying octopi and starfish on their backs surrounded and attacked the city. As the two groups came ashore, they saw Chen Luo standing before them, along with Haiji and Yang Shuang, as if they had been waiting for them. Chen Luo even mocked Bai Hao, saying that the great white shark wasn't living up to his self-proclaimed title of sea god, since he was so late. Having been kept waiting, Bai Hao sees Tran Lak standing before him, wondering if Tran Lak knew he was coming. He wonders if there's a traitor in his organization, but quickly dismisses it, calling Tran Lak a little thief and demanding his armor back. But Tran Lak wasn't afraid. He relied on his own abilities, telling Bai Hao to prove himself if he wanted the armor back. As he called out his moves, he thought that perhaps this was the opportunity Little Rice had foreseen, a chance to try merging his space and time abilities. But to his surprise, Tran Lak saw his future self with long hair and a scruffy beard, his eyes widening in disbelief. His jaw dropped. Words couldn't describe his shock at this moment. As if realizing something, he smiled and reached out to the future Chen Luo. It was the power of space, using his future self's strength. Chen Luo's future power was above the king level. It was the emperor level. A brilliant light connecting him in the present with Chen Luo in the future. Chen Luo receives the power of the emperor tier, and with this energy he fears the three king tiers like Bai Hao no longer. In fact, he'll make them crawl. Bai Hao sees Chen Luo smirking and shouts at him, asking what he's laughing at. Last time his punch made Tran Lak's nose bleed. This time he'll turn his eyes into panda eyes. Of course, Bai Hao doesn't care, continuing his assault and shouting that if Chen Luo dares to dodge, he'll enter his city and dismantle his IEC, but no matter how loud he shouts, Chen Luo can't hear him. Tran Lak thought he was done for, but Bai Hao couldn't hit him, leaving Tran Lak confused, and Bai Hao equally bewildered, unsure what power was at play, or why his attacks couldn't land. Seeing Chen Luo attacked by Bai Hao, Haiji and Ning Shuang want to protect him while he absorbs energy, but Chen Luo shouts for them to retreat and give him 2 minutes. As if they can't hear him, Haiji and Ning Shuang continue to focus their attacks on Bai Hao. Inside the energy circle, Tran Lak is surprised that everyone is acting as if they can't hear him, wondering if they've been hypnotized. Just then, a red-eyed seagull flies before him, and he realizes its technique seems familiar, like the one from before. The seagull reveals its true form, and Chen Luo realizes it's the same one he and the Dharma King encountered before, realizing she's not a zombie. Meanwhile, Bai Hao's killer whale unleashes a massive lightning strike towards Haiji and Ning Shuang, putting them in grave danger. Ning Shuang urges Haiji to wake up and move, but it's too late to dodge the lightning. Haiji shoves Ning Shuang out of the way, taking the hit herself as she gathers energy to counter the killer whale's attack. At that moment, an eye appeared in the sky behind the killer whale and Haiji, as Haiji unleashed her attack, declaring they were tired of living. Ning Shuang rose and created a magic circle, from which sharp ice shards emerged, heading straight for Bai Hao, intent on ending his life. Bai Hao easily dodges. After all, he's a king level, not easily hurt by these things, but it will be a little troublesome. He looks at Haiji behind him, telling her to prove her ability. If she kills Ning Shuang and Haiji, he will reward her handsomely. Haiji lightly summons a pair of red eyes that seem to peer into the depths of her and Ning Shuang's hearts, muttering for it to activate the murderous intent within them. Suddenly, a sharp pain makes Haiji's head feel like it's about to explode, and she can only scream while clutching her head, continuing to mutter for her to quickly lose all reason and fall into a state of slaughter. Haiji's eyes suddenly turn from white to a fiery red, and she furrows her brow as if she's become someone else, wanting to destroy everything. Then she suddenly gathers all her consciousness and vanishes into thin air, leaving everyone in awe. The killer whale was puzzled by Haiyu's decision to let Haiji leave so easily, wondering why she wasn't killed. Bai Hao, equally confused, questioned if Haiyu was empowering Haiji. Despite his questions, Bai Hao didn't want to waste time with the others and called for Killer Whale to join him in a massacre of the city. Anxious, he wondered how long the power of this spatial summoning could last, as the killer whale and Bai Hao entered Chen Luo's base, arriving at a place quite different from the rest, as if it were a gathering of core members. The killer whale unleashes dark lightning, deciding this will be the starting point of its massacre, angrily demanding those inside pay for its brother's life. At that moment, Da Tru intervened. yelling that as long as he was there, Killer Whale wouldn't get his way. Killer Whale, seemingly losing all reason, unleashed a high-voltage blast towards Da Tru, scoffing that he alone couldn't possibly stop him. Before Daju could act, Mila stepped forward, using her guardian power to block the Killer Whale's dark lightning. But Mila's protection couldn't withstand such a powerful attack, and shattered, though not without effect. The Killer Whale's attack was redirected, leaving it stunned, while Bai Hao spotted something he'd been searching for. He frowned, staring intently at Melee, or rather at the bright red DNR-AG in her core. Annoyed that the Divine Armor's gemstone, stolen by Chen Luo, was nowhere to be found, he realized Chen Luo had given it to her. He then concluded that Mila and Chen Luo's relationship was not simple, and Bo Hao wanted to kill Mila because he was sure it would hurt Chen Luo. But it wasn't easy to touch Mila. Nguyen Xuang attacked Bach Hao from behind, warning him that if he wanted to touch Mila, he'd have to get through her first. Before Bach Hao could react, Nguyen Xuang unleashed a massive wave of ice, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Seeing that Bo Hao was frozen, the Killer Whale wanted to help, unleashing an even larger lightning bolt towards Mila, hoping to protect his brother. This lightning was faster and stronger than before, heading straight for Mila, who could only stare blankly at the attack. The magic warrior frantically yells at Mila to move so he can help her, but before he can retaliate, the seagull uses her enchanting eyes to lure him closer. The mark on the magic arbiter's forehead froze her in place, her eyes glowing red as she flew towards Mila, who watched the transformation with shock and worry. Meanwhile, Nguyen Xuang's spell could no longer hold Bach Hao, who broke free, causing her to suffer a backlash and cough up blood. Exhausted, Nguyen Xuang lay on the ground, never expecting 3 kings to appear at once. If she wanted to hold them off until Tran Lac returned, she had only one option left. Using every last bit of her energy, she closed her eyes and activated the Mournful Frost technique, perhaps her final move. Before leaving, she froze the whale, assassin, seagull, and Bo Hao, bidding farewell to her friends in Dawn City, especially Tran Lac, whom she wanted to thank and apologize to. On the beach, the present and future Chen Luo finally merged their powers, successfully achieving the Emperor level. Immediately after merging, he used space traversal to enter the headquarters, gleefully warning the sea creatures that the Emperor level had arrived and their execution was at hand. Before Chen Luo could kill a single sea creature, he found Millet cradling Yang Shuang, crying incessantly and calling out her name. But Yang Shuang lay still, as if dead, and Chen Luo frantically asked what had happened. Mila sobbed, lamenting Nguyen Xuang's sacrifice to protect her, and after telling Tran Lac everything, she blamed herself while holding Nguyen Xuang. Hearing this, Chen Luo was speechless, clenching his fists in gratitude to Ying Shuang for protecting Miluo. Then, he turned his gaze to the 3 ice blocks containing Bai Hao's group, left behind by Ying Shuang before her death, vowing to use their heads as a sacrifice to her. As Chen Luo pondered how to respond, a flash of blue light behind him caught his attention. It was Millet using blue light, not gold, to try and save Nguyen Xuang. She chanted like she was hypnotized, repeating that she didn't want her to die. Millet continued to expend her energy to no avail and could only plead for Nguyen Xuang to come back to life. Tran Lac recognized the energy and feared Millet would pay a heavy price for using it recklessly. But he suddenly remembered that Nguyen Xuang had sacrificed herself to save Malak. So Malak couldn't just stand by and watch. No matter how much energy or time Malak spent, it was all in vain. Nguyen Xuang showed no signs of waking up. At this moment, Bai Hao broke free from Nguyen Xuang's ice, complaining that it was impressive to hold him for so long. However, he declared that such stalling tactics were useless against him, and he would kill everyone in Tuquang City today. Basking in his glee, Bo Hao is struck by a familiar hand, aimed squarely at his right cheek. It's Chen Luo, who uses void teleportation to deliver a resounding slap, sending him spitting out blood. Sent flying, Chen Luo corrects him, declaring today is the day Bai Hao will be reincarnated, not anyone in Ziguang City. Bai Hao, sent spinning by Chen Luo's slap, can only helplessly vomit blood as he flies. When he finally stopped, Bai Hao looked up at Chen Luo, unable to believe what he had just experienced, denying the possibilities. Bao Hao channels energy into a punch, seeking to repay Chen Luo, but Chen Luo remains unfazed, awaiting the blow. Bao Hao believes this lightning strike will knock him out, but despite his full power, Chen Luo easily blocks it. Seeing Bai Hao falter, Killer Whale focuses its energy and fires at Chen Luo, hoping to help Bai Hao defeat him, concentrating lightning energy in its mouth into a huge ball, unleashing the apocalyptic lightning blast towards Chen Luo. But Bai Hao knew that Chen Luo could easily use instant transmission to dodge, so Killer Whale's attack wouldn't hit him so easily. Chen Luo seemed to read Bai Hao's mind, guessing that he thought he would use instant transmission to escape, and Bai Hao's eyes widened in surprise at having his thoughts exposed. But contrary to his expectations, Chen Luo simply lifted him up to face the Killer Whale's apocalyptic lightning blast. This time, Chen Luo wouldn't run. Instead, he'd use Bai Hao to block the attack. He saw the attack coming, wanting to dodge, but he couldn't escape Chen Luo's restraint. And of course, Haiyu had to be involved. Chen Luo froze her in ice, using void confinement to pull her closer. Chen Luo lifted Hai Ao and Bai Hao to meet the Killer Whale's attack, sacrificing them both for the sake of bone fusion. Hai Ao, realizing she was trapped, struggled to escape the approaching lightning, but to no avail. Finally, the lightning sphere struck Bo Hao and the others, causing an unprecedented explosion, leaving only screams and no sign of life. Just when it seemed Haiyu was dead, she managed to use her mental powers to escape the blast, but not Chen Luo's grasp. Tronlak scornfully stomps on her head, disappointed that her mental powers are so weak. Haiyu looks up at Tranlak, not understanding why her powers work on others, but not on him. Chen Luo didn't answer, instead crushing her head beneath his foot until it burst, spraying blood everywhere. Killer Whale was stunned by Chen Luo's power. He was simply too strong to defeat. Killer Whale turned to flee, thinking a decade wasn't too long to wait for revenge, but Chen Luo wouldn't let him escape so easily, using void traversal. Advancing towards the Killer Whale, ready to send it to meet its brother, Chen Luo appeared in the blink of an eye, sending a cold sweat down its spine. Tronlak remained calm, summoning his dimensional sword, ready for any fight. He glanced back at Bok Hao, who was trembling and trying to escape, and smiled, assuring him not to rush. His turn would come. As the orca was charging its energy, Chen Luo swiftly used his dimensional sword to slice it into pieces, giving it no chance to retaliate. Bai Hao watched Chen Luo easily kill the seagull and orca, terrified and in disbelief at Chen Luo's sudden power. Tronlak turned to check on Milak and Nung Suang, seeing her still trying to save Nung Suang with her blue light. But now, the blue light was mixed with a touch of gold, enveloping Nung Suang, indicating the resurrection technique had advanced. Surprisingly, after a while, Ning Shuang was able to breathe, though she still hadn't opened her eyes. Millet, hearing Ning Shuang's voice, rejoiced, knowing she had succeeded, and looked at Ning Shuang with hopeful eyes, certain she would wake up. Tranlak ordered the survivors to take Milak and Ngung Suang to a room, while he returned to the shore to check on Haiko and deal with Bach Hao. Using void teleportation, Tranlak arrived at the shore and saw Haiko lying motionless. He didn't know what was wrong, and as he ran towards her, he called out her name. He spotted the sea sprite and checked her energy levels, relieved to find she was only suffering from severe energy depletion. Then he turned his gaze to the ocean, ready to do what needed to be done. He saw the level 10 aquatic creatures frozen in a massive block of ice, and he intended to fully exploit their energy to enact a strategy. Tranlak had rushed Haiko into becoming the sea god in order to subdue them, but seeing Hai's comatose state, Chen Luo decides to become the sea god himself, throwing Bai Hao to the ground and repeating his vow to kill anyone who follows him, a threat that seems to fall on deaf ears. So, he deserved to die. But Bai Hao disagrees, as Han lies on the ground, zero full unceasing, looking up at Chen Luo. Han clearly sees that Tranlak is intentionally slaughtering the sea creatures. Suddenly, Tranlak grabs Han's head, as if transformed, staring intently and saying that Bak Hao has stolen his divine position. You are more of a sea god than a sea king. Bai Hao is just an impostor who dared to bother you. Today, Chen Luo will offer Bai Hao as a sacrifice to the heavens. Chen Luo used void imprisonment to hurl Bai Hao into the sky like a chicken, telling the sea creatures below to witness the true power of a god. The frozen sea creatures began to panic and fear Chen Luo's strength, comparing Bai Hao's king-level power to Chen Luo's overwhelming might. Not only that, but now they cry out to look to the sky, where a golden light splits the heavens in two, illuminating the entire region. Bai Hao is unconvinced, and Han shouts at Chen Luo for a way out, but Chen Luo just waves his hand and looks at Han with disdain, saying nothing. Enraged, Bai Hao watches Han strike at Tranlak, declaring himself a sea god. But before Han can complete his attack, a blue light strikes him, so powerful that Han must revert to his original shark form to even hope to withstand it. However, Han couldn't defend himself. His shark body was sliced in two before he could even react. The blue light didn't stop after cutting through him, cleaving the earth and creating a massive hole, the pressure causing fiery sparks to erupt around it. After witnessing the battle, the sea creatures began to submit to Chen Luo, acknowledging the true power of a god, begging for forgiveness for being deceived by the shark into helping Han. Chen Luo calmly asked the terrified sea creatures below if they would follow him, now that he was their Sea King. The first to agree was the Sea Lion, who stepped forward to greet the Sea King and vowed loyalty. Seeing it step forward first, Tranlac decides to grant it power, hoping to shock the other sea creatures into submission. He decides to use time acceleration to transform the ordinary seal into a king-level being, as the seal finds itself surrounded by blue lightning. Then came waves of pain, invading her body and reaching her brain, her head throbbing as she screamed. Soon, the sea urchin transformed into a stunning woman, who looked up at Chen Luo, sensing a power like the black killer whale, and knowing she had reached the king level. Overjoyed and eager to flatter Tranlac, the sea urchin bowed and kissed the tip of his shoe, calling him Great Sea King, and repeatedly proclaiming him a god she truly worshipped. Ignoring the sea urchin's flattery, Tranlac turned his gaze to the remaining sea creatures, assuring them that if they followed him, he told them they could achieve this power within a year, but inwardly he scoffed, knowing they were just a bunch of level 10s. Even without his time acceleration, they'd basically reach king level anyway. As he finished speaking, the group knelt on the sea, shouting, "Greetings, Sea King!" Just then, the golden eagle cried out, drawing Chen Luo's attention as it flew towards the base. Something must be amiss for the golden eagle to cry out like that. He decides to wrap things up here and return to Chuso to investigate. Chapter 168. At Chuso, specifically the golden eagle's nest, 2 golden eagle eggs have hatched, and 2 baby golden eagles are crying out for their mother. Chen Luo returned to Chu Manor and rushed toward the golden bird, witnessing its chicks hatch like little chickens, a joyous occasion for Chu Manor. He looked at the tiny birds, then offered the golden bird mother a deal. He could make them grow quickly, if she wished. With the mother bird's consent, he uses void travel to take her along, carrying the 2 little golden chicks as well. A perfect opportunity to show off his skills by instantly aging the young birds before everyone's eyes. Tranlac brought the 2 golden birds to the sea creatures, introducing the mother as his mount who has done great deeds, so he's going to reward her by rapidly aging her offspring before their very eyes. Of course, such rapid growth seemed absurd, and the sea creatures couldn't grasp Chen Luo's intent, but they didn't dare object or question him, simply staring in silence. Tranlac placed the 2 young golden birds before him, using time acceleration to empower them. The young birds simply stared blankly as Tranlac worked his magic, offering no resistance. Incredibly, in a short time, the 2 baby golden eagles transformed into giant birds with gleaming golden feathers. The sea creatures were stunned by this supernatural event, unable to believe their eyes as they stared at the eagles, realizing that if they weren't dreaming, Chen Luo's power was immense. Feeling he'd done enough, Tranlac gently ordered the golden crow mother to take her children home, at which point the seahorse, now flustered, asked if he could help its offspring grow up too. Chen Luo didn't agree immediately, waiting to see its performance, secretly planning to build an aquarium here and raise these children into future kings. After winning the sea creatures' hearts, Chen Luo sent them away, telling them to wait for him at the coast in a month and to bring their offspring. If he had their offspring, they'd think twice about disobeying him in the future. With everything settled, Chen Luo used void traversal to return to base in high spirits. His good mood was short-lived as a sharp pain shot through his heart, preventing him from using void travel, and his vision blurred. Finally, Chen Luo decided to land in the forest, then vomited a mouthful of syrup. His body staggered, and his face paled from the loss of essence. He could easily use his fusion ability without a price. A few days later, on a perfectly ordinary day, Chen Luo and Milei finally had some free time, transforming into divine eagles soaring on a giant golden condor, enjoying the breeze. As Mila looked around, she noticed a dark patch below but couldn't make out what it was. Tranlac followed her gaze and saw a swarm of black creatures with long snouts and large red eyes. Mutated rats, he was sure of it. With that many, maybe 40 or 50,000, they're strong enough to attack a city. Milei was stunned by the number, unable to understand why they'd gathered. Little did Chen Luo know, they were still 700 or 800 li away from Light City, so he wasn't concerned, but upon hearing this, Milei felt relieved and stopped worrying. After flying for a while, Milei and Chen Luo discovered a swarm of flying ants, all gathered into a very powerful army, and he had a bad feeling about this. While he could predict the rats' behavior, the large-scale actions of both species suggested something was amiss. Tranlac and Milak decided to return to base to alert the members and prepare for the unknown. That night, Tran Quang reported to Tran Lok that a large number of mole crickets and giant ants had been spotted 50 miles away and could reach Quang City in just over an hour. Tran Lok didn't expect them to actually reach Quang City, and although he didn't know the reason, it didn't matter. He would consider this a test for the headquarters members and ordered Chen Guang to gather everyone and prepare for battle. An hour later, after gathering all the members, Chen Lo announced he wouldn't be participating. They were all on their own. Pointing towards the approaching swarm of rats and ants, he declared he didn't care how they did it. Just stop them. They must be stopped. With enough determination, they can do it, not letting a single rat or ant infiltrate the city. Feeling it wasn't enough, Chen Luo continued, saying that if they failed, the base's stored and growing food would be lost. They shouted to protect their food and their base, then charged into battle. The rats and ants surged forward as if willing to die to take the city, but the people steeled themselves for the fight. The battle was utter chaos, with fire and ice attacks blasting the mutant rats in every direction, scattering their corpses. Above, the winged ants struggled against the wind, caught in swirling gusts that tore off their wings and limbs. As for the rats that climbed onto the promontory, lightning bolts continuously struck them, preventing them from climbing up or surviving. At that moment, the leader rat seemed to notice something and turned back, calling its young to follow. It turns out there's a cave beneath the ground, and the rats are swarming into it as the soldiers' sighs echo through the air. If they can't handle the sky and the ground, how can they go underground? They're starting to feel overwhelmed. They were nearly exhausted, needing someone with area of effect attacks to stop the rats. Then came Shu Yun, an ice elemental master. She summoned a blizzard to attack the flying ants, trapping them in a vortex, unable to struggle or escape the storm. But as she tried to strike deeper and eliminate the source, a protective barrier surrounded the flying ants, rendering her blizzard's consciousness attack useless. But the flying ants are not defenseless. They can attack the mind, and each one is now assaulting Chen Luo's soldiers. Shu Yun noticed this when she saw a soldier fall after a mental attack. She warns the others to be careful of their mental attacks and to focus on protecting her, as she summons a bow called the Frost Arrow and fires an ice arrow at the queen ant on the hill. The queen ant saw the ice arrow coming, and before it could use its mental powers to stop it, the arrow struck, freezing it in place. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief seeing the queen ant sealed in ice. At that moment, Shu Yun quickly ordered everyone to leave the city, their urgent mission being to eliminate the ant queen. But before they could get far, the ground began to tremble violently, and swarms of mutated chut emerged from the earth, surrounding Chen Luo's soldiers. Those who left the city only knew they were saved, as swarms of mutated creatures emerged from the ground. They were surrounded and bitten, covered in wounds, and could only beg for reinforcements. At that moment, Yin Ling appeared, asking everyone to step aside, then concentrated her energy and summoned a spatial storm, sucking all the creatures into her dimension. Chen Luo simply watched the battle unfold, impressed by Yin Ling's swift and clean techniques, and couldn't help but praise himself for having such a worthy disciple. The leader of the Chut was furious, refusing to believe that with so many of its brethren, it couldn't conquer Guang City. It secretly hates the humans who not only stole the enchantment fruit, but also slaughtered its brethren. The leader then charges forward, baring its massive teeth, wanting to plague the city with disease, destroying itself along with it. Chen Luo frowned as he observed the creature, sensing that it was more than just a simple rat, perhaps the leader of the pack, and as if reading his mind, his disciple, Yin Ling, also sensed the danger and ordered everyone to eliminate it quickly. 2 underlings rushed forward, eager to strike the rat down. But unexpectedly, the rat began to transform, veins bulging across its body. An indescribable stench emanated from it. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and it muttered as if hypnotized, "It would kill them all. It would kill them all." It was then they realized it was a plague. Everyone struggled to breathe, and the closer they were, the stronger the corruption spread. Observing this, Chen Luo was furious that a mere group of rats could have the fighting power of the Lightwing clan. Chen Luo decided to order everyone to retreat for now, but as they were about to leave, he saw Haiji's familiar eyes observing the chaotic scene. Haiji emerged from that giant eye, stretched out her arms, took a deep breath, and happily stepped forward. She wondered what kind of energy this was that made her feel a little stronger, leaving Chen Luo speechless. Chen Li watches as Haiji happily looks up to the sky and begins to inhale the black smoke, considered to be filth and plague. He wonders if this filth can make Haiji stronger. Could it be a form of energy? After absorbing the miasma, Haiji looked high as a kite, leaving Chen Luo speechless. But he knew Light City had weathered its darkest hour, and victory was only a matter of time. And that night, at Da Zhuang's zombie base, someone quietly whispered to Da Zhuang, offering him a high-grade crystal she'd found for him to absorb, so that when he was stronger, they could go to Guangcheng Fortress and reclaim their honor. Da Zhuang was bewildered, thinking he'd finally found a wife, but all she thought about was attacking Chen Luo. Da Zhuang had no choice but to reassure Jingxi, advising her not to act alone under any circumstances, and if she wanted to do anything, she had to tell him first. But deep down, he was troubled, unsure how to dissuade her from seeking revenge on Chen Luo. Just then, his subordinate Mantao rushed in, stammering that he had a report. The new recruit Li Huo was hiding a high-grade crystal. Before Da Zhuang could speak, Jingji sarcastically remarked about how they fed, sheltered, and protected their subordinates, only for them to hide things. Da Zhuang's group moved towards Li Huo, and before Li Huo could react, Da Zhuang grabbed its neck in surprise. Da Zhuang cut to the chase, asking Li Huo if it had hidden the crystal, and if so, to hand it over, because Xiao Mantao had seen it. Could Mantao's eyes really be that sharp? Realizing escape was impossible, Li Huo revealed his hand, creating a ring of fire to break free from Da Zhuang's grasp. Before they could react, he shot off like a rocket, leaving only a distant echo. It thought it could be Da Zhuang's underling for a while, but it seems that's not possible. So it finally leaves. Jingji adds from behind that he didn't expect Li Huo to be so powerful. Otherwise, there would be consequences. Da Zhuang agreed with his wife, feeling they had to quickly eliminate the live fire and would contact Chen Luo for help. Chen Luo listened to Da Zhuang's transmission, and upon hearing the name Live Fire, he was startled, because in his past life, his first zombie to reach king level was also named Live Fire. Tranlac remembers that 2 years prior, after the apocalypse, when Li Huo reached king level, he enslaved humans and provided meat to bases on a regular basis. During that time, survivors below level 9 had no ability to resist the king-level zombie Li Huo and could only be threatened and enter a dark age. But that was the past. This life has Chen Luo, who won't let Li Huo wreak havoc and harm humanity. Chen Luo told the person on the other end that he had the information, and after he finished his seclusion, he would help Da Zhuang deal with Li Huo. Specifically, he would tear him apart once his crystal recovered. Just then, Tranlac was informed that a level 8 member named Fuong Fai Than was requesting to see him, a name that struck him as a strange coincidence, as he remembered someone with that name rising to king level in his past life, only to be torn apart by Li Hua while protecting humans. Suddenly intrigued, Chen Luo jumped down and told the soldier to bring Fei Shen to the conference room and to treat him well. The soldier loudly acknowledged the order. Fei Chen meets with Tranlac as he wished, and Tranlac wonders what he wants. Fei Chen acknowledges Tranlac as the chief and warns him that he may soon become everyone's enemy. Chen Luo didn't care and even questioned him, so Fei Chen asked how Chen Luo would handle it if the survivors really besieged Ziguang City, despite knowing how strong Chen Luo was. Chen Luo suddenly stood up, silently staring at Fei Chen, and asked him what he thought should be done. Fai Than, ever the kind soul, still sees the survivors as pitiful and not to be slaughtered, and asks if Tranlac's conscience would be clear if he did. Tranlac didn't care. He only knew that if he spared them, they would undoubtedly cause him trouble, so he cut to the chase, asking Fai Than directly if he was there to teach him how to act. Fei Shen is blunt. If their paths diverge and they disagree, he will oppose Chen Luo if he tries to GES the survivors. Tranlac angrily chased Fai Than out, cursing him 1,000 times in his heart for being such a GESC saint. He would spare Fai Than this once out of respect for his past life. Chen Luo watched Fei Chen leave, carefully considering his options. Before absolute power, the struggles of the weak are futile. Once he controls Haiyang, he'll have the Sea People lead the members to other continents to expand their territory and grow stronger. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain region, Li Huo absorbs a high-grade crystal he stole from Da Zhuang in complete silence. As if to ascend, Li Huo suddenly clutches his head as a surge of electricity strikes him, causing him to jolt and cry out in pain. But after enduring the agony, he regains his breath and sinisterly grins, finally having succeeded and waited for this day. The day he finally broke through and reached the highest level, the king tier, he looked at his hands as if feeling the king-level power he had longed for. Not wanting to waste his long efforts, he now wants the whole world to know about Li Hua, to make everyone submit at his feet. But just as he was celebrating, he paused, realizing that Firely wanted to eliminate the biggest threat first, the Dawn City of the Fallen. Leaving the cave, Li Huo decides to test his newfound power before provoking Dawn City. Gazing down, he chooses a nearby city as his testing ground, a place with plenty of people to gauge his strength. Meanwhile, below, the Dharma King was patrolling the base that Fire Lee was eyeing, sensing that it held many people who could attract high-level zombies. Before he could even finish his patrol, he saw houses exploding before his eyes, and he was so surprised he cursed, wondering if Chumeng was right. Something really did happen. Above, Fire Lie freely unleashes his fiery energy upon the houses he sees, wanting these humans to test his power. Each place is engulfed in Fire Lie's crimson flames, and the people flee in terror from the approaching zombie. The people could only hope that Fang Feishan could save them. Some blamed him for standing idly by, for he had promised to protect them, yet now he wasn't killing the evolved zombie. Feichen paled, horrified by the ever-growing flames, silently cursing the timing of this disaster. With no one to stop it, Fire Lee continued to leisurely unleash its fiery energy upon the homes, ensuring everyone remembered its name. Phaethon sees the massive explosion of flames before him, shielding his face from the blast. He knows this is a mutated zombie, and the sight of the gaping hole it left behind makes his blood run cold. Where did this monster come from? And why is it so strong? Huo Li gleefully continued his barrage, and not yet satisfied conjured a massive fire, vaguely resembling a giant crimson peacock. He wanted to show everyone another grand spectacle. Seeing Hoa Lai's abilities, people panicked and ran for their lives, some even trampled underfoot. Feishan shouts in all directions, trying to calm the people and telling them not to panic, not to trample each other, but the chaos is beyond his control. The Fire Lycan simply watched the chaos unfold with glee, wanting them to suffer and despair, for this was the day they would die, and no one would save them. The Grand Mage was shocked by the arrogance of the Fire Lycan, resolving to protect humanity and teach it a lesson. Flying forward, the Grand Mage gathered energy in their hand, attacking the Fire Lycan while declaring their title as Deputy Leader of Dawn City. If Hua Liu intends to destroy humanity, he'll have to get through him first. Hua Liu's ears perked up at the mention of Dawn City's Deputy Leader, and he turned to face his attacker. Intrigued, Hua Li's eyes widened as he stared intently at the Dharma King, who had arrived at the perfect moment to test Dawn City's strategies. Hua Li retreated, creating distance, and unleashed blazing meteors towards the Dharma King with astonishing speed. The Flame Lord scoffed at the speed of Huo Li's flames, deeming it a pipe dream to hit them with such slowness, and effortlessly dodged every fire blast. Annoyed that his attacks were easily dodged, Fire Lai prepared a finishing blow, conjuring a dragon of fire that roared toward the Magic King. This fire dragon seems to have a spirit of its own, attacking the Dharma King and surrounding him. Seeing the dragon's attack, the Dharma King knows he's in trouble. Now, the Dharma King truly feels fortunate to have dual abilities, and begins to gather energy, using the Qi, devouring the heavens technique to evade the fire dragon. But the more wind the Dharma King blew, the wider the flames spread, and though he dodged the attack, the fire still surrounded him relentlessly. Hearing this caused the Dharma King to lose focus for a moment, and in that moment, Hua Li's flames struck him directly in the stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Before one attack could subside, another followed, the flames forming a vortex that continued to assault the Dharma King, who now belatedly realized he had underestimated his opponent. As the red flames drew closer, the Dharma King knew that one more hit would send him to the next life. Surrounded by the Fire Lai's fiery bullets, the Dharma King knew he had to retreat with all his might, or he'd become roasted dog meat. The Dharma King focused electricity into his hand, forming a thunderous punch that knocked away the incoming fireballs, successfully dodging each one. Fire Lee clearly saw the Dharma King's counterattack against Han's fireballs. Han couldn't believe the Pope had actually escaped, but the truth was right before his eyes. The Pope was no simple foe. The Pope realized how to deal with him. For Fire Lai, he would prolong the battle until Han exhausted his energy, because maintaining these fire dragons would consume a lot of energy. As the Dharma King predicted, after a long period of energy consumption, Fire Lai still couldn't catch him, and Han had to stop, panting, cursing him as a stinking dog who only knew how to run. The Demon King turned back and continued to provoke Han, saying if he couldn't even catch a mangy dog like him, what good was he? After a while, Han realized the Demon King was trying to exhaust him, so he stopped attacking. Watching him go, Huali realizes that while he can't defeat Fap Vuong, he can force his hand by targeting the humans he protects. Han doesn't believe everyone in Thiantu Quang is as strong as Fap Vuong, so he decides to take hostages. Let's see if the Dharma King will still turn a blind eye and run, as Fire Lai jumps down from the sky and stands before Phaethon. Han grabs Phaethon's neck, pulls him close, and asks about the sanctuary's base. If he leads Han there, he'll spare his life. Though in pain, Phaethon gritted his teeth and repeated that he didn't know, because he knew that if Han found the Light City, many innocent people would die. Han, seeing that Phaethon wouldn't talk, grabbed his neck, lifted him into the air, and engulfed him in flames, causing him to scream in agony. Though threatened and burned, Phaethon gritted his teeth and remained silent, repeating that he didn't know, refusing to commit such a heinous act. Unable to get any information from Phaethon, Hua Li throws him to the ground like a rag doll, exhausted. Phaethon thinks to himself that death might be a welcome release. The Dharma King was leisurely running, but when he noticed Fire Li wasn't chasing him, he turned back to provoke and mock Han for not pursuing him. As if his pride had been wounded, Fire Li suddenly tensed up and roared, a pale red ring of fire enveloping him. But nothing special happens, and Fire Li collapses as if out of energy, looking up at the Dharma King. Unsure what Fire Li is hiding, it keeps a safe distance and continues to taunt him to come and chase it. The fire spirit's gone mad, calling the Dharma King a mangy dog, claiming the Dharma King forced his hand. From the ground, red streams of fire erupt like underground springs, attacking the Dharma King. Barely dodging the firestorm, the Thunderlord couldn't understand how Fire Li's attack speed had suddenly increased so dramatically. As the Thunderlord pondered how to catch this madman, Fire Li caught up, grabbed his leg, and tried to incinerate him. In the sky, a lightning user and a fire user clash, the latter aiming to obliterate the Dharma King in one strike. While the Dharma King, witnessing the attack's power, is terrified, knowing that if it lands, he'll be crippled if not killed. For its life, the Lightning King pours all its remaining lightning energy into stopping the Firewolf's attack, a violet aura crackling around it. The painful shock forces the Firewolf to release the Lightning King's leg, fearfully wanting to retreat, sensing impending doom. But there's nowhere to run. The Thunder King unleashes his heavenly thunder, and the Fire Lycan can only defend with a flame shield. As they clash, a massive lightning bolt strikes the fire shield. After a moment of impact, a huge explosion erupts where they fought, leaving a gaping hole in the ground and black smoke filling the sky. Panting, the Dharma King stared intently at the Firely, knowing its powers were greatly depleted, and the Firely was likely near its limit as well. The Firely struggled to catch its breath, unwilling to believe that a mere dog from Light City could be evenly matched with it. The Thunder King leaps from above, striking towards the Firely. Today, he will bring the king-level crystal back to Tranlac. The Firely, unwilling to yield, musters the last of his strength, sneering up at the Thunder King, daring him to see who freezes first. Lightning and fire clash in a chaotic, intense scene. Yet the childish taunts fly. Lightning boasts of a dog's strike. Fire retorts with threats of freezing. As the Lightning King attacks, he notes how fire parries, and a sinister glee fills him, knowing fire will use both hands to block, falling right into his trap. Because Fire Li only has two hands, while Dharma King has a tail, a lightning-infused tail strikes at lightning speed. Before Fire Li can react, he's hit by Dharma King's devastating tail whip, sending him plummeting to the ground. Firely was truly exhausted, lying still and unmoving. Han, covered in sweat, looked at the Dharma King and could only scream that he was cheating. The Dharma King didn't care because he was a dog, and his tail was his third arm, making it difficult for Firely to defend. Not willing to let Fire Li off so easily, the Dharma King descends from above with lightning speed towards Han. Seeing that Firely wasn't quite dead, it jumped high, spinning 360 degrees, its tail crackling with bright, purplish-pink lightning, delivering one last free blow to send him straight to hell. After those final 3 strikes, Dharma King seemed to have exhausted all its energy, relieved to have finally finished off the madman. It regulated its breathing, secretly rejoicing. After dealing with the body, the Dharma King had to wait for Chen Luo to arrive, who couldn't teleport due to his broken crystal. It was the first time since gaining his powers that he had to run, and it was exhausting. But thankfully, Little Rice predicted the Dharma King would be fine, or he would have worried himself to death along the way. The moment the Dharma King saw Chen Luo, its eyes lit up, and despite a slight reproach for Chen Luo's tardiness, it jumped up to take credit, saying it had taken care of everything. The Dharma King then reported the situation, saying that although Feishan had a bit of a bodhisattva's heart, he was still a man, and even in death, he didn't reveal the location of the City of Radiance. Shenluo silently looked at Feishan's corpse, lamenting that Feishan was killed by the Li Huo in his past life, and again in this one. Could fate truly be unchangeable? Shenluo questioned himself, then immediately rejected the thought because so much had already changed in this life compared to the last. In his past life, Fi Shen survived for half a year against the raging Li Huo, but now he's killed so quickly by Fa Wang, who was once severely injured and full of hatred for humanity. Meanwhile, at Da Zhuang's base, he and his wife are enjoying a private meal when his men arrive, saying they've captured someone for him to enjoy. The captured man, with his slicked-back hair, stammered, begging Da Trang to spare his life and not eat him, because he was the leader of a base, quietly offering that if Da Trang released him, he could provide all the food it wanted. Da Zhuang paused for a moment when he heard that the man was the leader of a base, because eating him would only fill his stomach for one meal, but letting him go would keep him full forever. He stared intently at the man while chewing on the jerky in his mouth. Da Zhuang let him go, but he had to gather information about the humans at his base. Without hesitation, Slick Hair immediately knelt down and agreed to Da Zhuang. Seeing this, it didn't press further, simply telling him to leave, and that if he was deceived, he could tell Da Zhuang, who would help him resolve it. The slick-haired man stumbled out, still terrified at how a simple outing had turned into a nightmare. But even though he was afraid, the Zombie King told him that if he was ever deceived, he could seek him out for help. It was then that an idea suddenly sparked in Comb-Over's mind, and he couldn't help but grin, as he and the other bases were constantly being harassed and oppressed by Dawn City. Should he take this opportunity to have the Zombie King destroy Dawn City? After all, zombies and humans are fundamentally opposed. A mountain cannot have two tigers. The Zombie King surely wouldn't like Dawn City either. He could use the Zombie King to eliminate Dawn City while he reaps the benefits. But to ensure the plan's success, he needs to find some allies. Suddenly, he remembers that Wan Jiekui isn't so bad either. After Yu Wei was killed by Chen Luo, Jiekui led his surviving subordinates to establish a new base. Ket Kwai surely hates Chen Luo to the core and would eagerly join his alliance against Chengshu Guang. Days later, the slicked-back man hurried to meet a blue-haired figure with a white silk scarf around his neck. It's Wan Jiekui. You call him He Gao Yang. What brings you here in the dead of night? Gao Yang raises an eyebrow, probing Jiekui about his thoughts on Chengshu Guang. Ket Kwai looks at him like he's an idiot. Everyone knows he and Chengshu Guang don't get along, and he'd rather die than betray Big Brother Ye Wu. Hearing this, Chao Yang breathed a sigh of relief and began to talk about his plan to overthrow Chengshu Guang, mentioning he'd met a very powerful zombie king. Before Chao Yang could finish, Jiekui smiled, already anticipating his next move, to exploit this strong zombie. But Ket Kwai laughed inwardly, knowing his spy work was about to pay off big time. Darkness falls over Chengshu Guang's base as Ket Kwai uses telepathy to tell Chen Luo about Gao Yang's plan. He asked Tran Lok what the next step should be. Tran Lok gazed at the scenery outside the city and slowly told Ket Kwai not to rush, to let Xiao Duang gather more people, and then see who wants to oppose Than Thu Quang, so they can take them all down at once. Only now did he chuckle, truly admiring Ke Kui, feeling that he had found his purpose. Ke Kui agreed, saying it was because of Chen Luo's guidance. Hanging on his bed, Chen Luo felt he'd made the right call keeping Jiegui in disguise, as he could gauge society's attitude toward him and Shining Light City. Chen Luo removed his crystal from his forehead, musing that their faces would be priceless if they knew the Great White Increase was his lackey. Mila opened the door to Bcom's room to check on her crystal absorption, telling her to grab a bite to eat if she was hungry since Sister Ngok had made her favorite grilled fish. But hearing no response, Mila looked into the room, her eyes widening and her mouth agape as if witnessing a miracle. Yes, it's truly a miracle. Baby Rice has evolved into a beautiful young girl with short blue hair, blue eyes, and a cute, fiery figure. 10 out of 10. Baby Rice happily ran to Grandpa Shen and Mila, confirming that it was indeed her, having reached level 10 and able to transform into a human. Mila was overjoyed. Little Rice's human form resembled her true self, a beautiful little princess, and she eagerly took her to share the good news with everyone. Even in human form, Mila noticed that Bcom's tail hadn't completely disappeared and wondered why. Bcom looked at her tail, equally puzzled. As everyone gathered, Nguang Duang wondered how Bcom could take human form, and if she had reached king level so quickly. Rice Grain doesn't know either, hesitantly telling Nguang Duang that she's only level 10. Phap Vuong can't believe it, since only a king-level being can transform. Rice Grain smiles, guessing that this might be why she still has ears and a tail. At this moment, Tran Lak rushes over, surprised to see Rice Grain in human form, and exclaims, "I'm sure of it!" Seeing Chen Luo, Baby Meal happily ran over, asking him to teach her how to play games after he ate. Chenluo, like a parent, stared at baby Meal, nodding in agreement, feeling like he was raising an adorable daughter. As night falls, everyone returns to their rooms, and as Tranlok heads to his bed, he notices a large lump under the covers. He already suspects who's in there and decides to lift the blanket. And of course, it was Lil Rice Cake waiting in the blanket for Chenluo. And when he caught her, she happily told him that she was here, leaving Chenluo to sigh inwardly. Com tells him she's been waiting a long time and wants him to get in bed so he can teach her how to play games. Tranlak looks at Com's massive body and realizes she may no longer be suitable to live with him. Seeing that Tranlak wouldn't get into bed, Com stretched and stared at him with wide eyes, and Tranlak suddenly sat down to meet her gaze. He explains that Bcom is now an adult, no longer a kitten, so it has to sleep alone. Bcom, still an innocent and adorable kitten at heart, sadly droops its ears and agrees. Seeing that expression, his heart almost leaped out of his chest at Rice Cake's cuteness. Rice Cake, still with the habits of a beautiful cat, crawled off Tranlak's bed. Although he found Riceball adorable, he had to stay strong and not sleep with her anymore. Riceball went to her usual corner and slowly turned to Chenluo to wish him good night. Chenluo saw it, but his reason wouldn't allow him to falter. He wished Baecom good night as well. After changing into his pajamas, Chenluo went back to bed, looking at Baecom and sighing, feeling a little unreal that Baecom had suddenly turned into a human. Still somewhat unaccustomed, Tranlak took a deep breath to regain his composure and continued his cultivation. A month later, while refining his crystal, a sudden pain struck his head, cold sweat pouring down as he grimaced and endured the agony. And finally, with perseverance, he succeeded. Tranlak was overjoyed to find he had advanced to the king level, not only faster than the last time by a year and 2 months, but also with dual abilities. Though happy to have reached the king level, he still wants to reach the emperor level quickly, but taking that next step won't be easy. With time to spare, Chenluo remembers his meeting with the sea creatures and decides to send the golden bird, bringing Ziyi to the coast. The next morning, Ziyi and Chenluo use the golden bird to fly to the coast, where Ziyi whispers a request to Chenluo. If she helped him connect with the sea creatures, could he reward her with some tasty treats? Chenluo's sweat dropped, looking at Ziyi, the gluttonous queen, remembering he already gave her a lot of food for lunch. With a playful wink and a flick of her tongue, Ziyi argued that she was at an age where one extra meal wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, Chenluo was speechless, only able to hesitantly reply with an unbelievable, "Really?" Flying over a mountain, they saw a troubled young man below, furrowing his brow as if facing a great challenge. Riding the golden eagle above, Chenluo scoffed, "It's this guy again." Seeing her leader's rage for the first time, Ziyi was both startled and surprised, wondering if the man below had a grudge against Chenluo. Chenluo seethed, remembering how this Zi-kun had fought him over a sausage in his past life, leading to a great war 4.5 years later. No one knew how precious that sausage was, and most importantly, Chenluo had never won. Zi-kun had shoved the entire sausage, casing and all, down his throat. Seeing Zi-kun, Chenluo recalled their past life feud, and unable to contain himself, ordered the golden eagle to descend. As it lowered, Zi-kun saw them, and realized that if the mount was a golden eagle, it must be Chenluo, the leader of Ziguang City. Jumping off the golden eagle, Chenluo skipped the greetings and cut straight to asking Zi-kun his name, who remained unfazed despite Chenluo knowing it. Chenluo stared at Zi-kun, saying he'd heard of him, a top-tier Earth-based ability user with considerable strength. Chenluo then offered Zi-kun a sausage, asking if he'd follow him. Then Tranlak mentioned his name, Flake. His reputation must have reached Zi-kun, who stared at Tranlak as if he were mentally deficient, thinking he wanted to buy him off with a sausage. Zi-kun, a capable man, scoffed at Chenluo's offer of a sausage, pulling out 2 of his own and suggesting Chenluo join him instead. Chenluo's piercing blue eyes stared intently at Zi-kun, realizing it wasn't 4.5 years later yet, and supplies could still be found occasionally. Sausages weren't that rare. Not wanting to beat around the bush, Chenluo asked Zi-kun where he was going, and Zi-kun readily replied that he wanted to take his team out to sea to catch some seafood. This was exactly what Chenluo wanted to hear, and he bluntly told Zi-kun, "You can't." Even the good-natured Zi-kun couldn't help but bristle. Did Tranlak really think he could just forbid them from fishing, as if the sea belonged to him? He scoffed, thinking that while he couldn't speak for other places, the sea truly was his domain. Tranlak silently added, "Who told me to be the Sea King?" Everyone on Zi-kun's team was angered by Tranlak's unreasonable demands, and Zi-kun's mouth twitched as he finally understood. Tranlac was deliberately trying to cause trouble. Z-kun raised his eyebrows and snapped, "Just because you say it's your home, does that make it so?" Z-kun claimed the sea as his home, but Chen Luo simply gestured, saying if Z-kun didn't believe him, he should follow and see for himself. Unafraid, Z-kun agreed to see what Chen Luo would prove. Chen Luo glanced back at the furious Z-kun, wondering if he should take him as a lackey. What better revenge than to control your enemy? Just then, a group of people came running from the sea, warning them not to go near, that there was a monster behind them, startling Chen Luo and Z-kun. In the fleeing crowd, a man stumbled before Chen Luo, muttering about a monster, a terrifying monster that had followed them. Chen Luo looked at him, puzzled, wondering where this monster was. Just then, a girl in Z-kun's group sensed the power too, warning him of a truly strong and terrifying monster ahead and urging him to retreat, to which Z-kun reluctantly agreed, concerned for everyone's safety. Suddenly, a hand gripped Z-kun's, preventing him from retreating, so tightly that Z-kun could feel the pain. As Z-kun's team turned to leave, they saw Chen Luo holding Z-kun's hand, saying arrogantly, "With me here, what is there to fear?" The monster they feared now charged at them with icy white eyes, taking the form of a girl with black hair, laughing as it chased after them. Chen Luo recognized the monster as Ergu, the seal he had enchanted, and he saw Z-kun's confusion, but still didn't let go of his hand. Z-kun urges Chen Luo to stop boasting and run, as this is definitely a monster. At that moment, Ergo flies high and releases a massive surge of electricity all around. It wants everyone dead, as Tranlac watches it wreak havoc, yelling that it's Nai Cao and who gave it permission to act so presumptuously. Tukon stands beside him, shocked beyond words. Z-kun stares at him like he's an alien, unable to believe that the powerful monster from before is actually Ergu. But this Ergu is beyond anything he's ever seen back home. If he had pants, he'd want to crawl into them. The entire Z-kun team watched Tranlac, sweating, secretly hoping he would just leave. But without mind-reading, Tranlac knew what they were thinking, making him even more annoyed with Naikao. Chen Luo cursed the dog for being so fickle, clearly so enthralled that it lost all reason, treating his words like a passing breeze. Since he'd lost face, it had to come crawling back. Using his power, Chen Luo pulls Ergo to face him, and its senses finally return. Seeing its master, Ergo snaps out of its daze, kneeling before Chen Luo and calling him Sea King, much to the surprise of Z-kun's group. But Tranlac wasn't about to let it off the hook just because it submitted, and he kicked it away into the darkness. He had called out to it, but it dared to ignore him. The seal turned pale as it heard Tranlac's accusation, unable to believe that it had collided with him while in a state of madness. To the second dog, this was an unforgivable offense, a sacrilegious crime. It remained kneeling at Chen Luo's feet, repeatedly slapping itself and begging for forgiveness for its moment of madness. The monster slapped and bowed, begging for forgiveness, while Z-kun watched in stunned disbelief. Just how powerful was Chen Luo? Z-kun nervously bit his nails, his eyes darting towards Chen Luo as he broke out in a cold sweat, wondering what Ergao meant by calling him Sea King. Don't think that Chen Luo used some kind of manly charm to make this monster willingly become his slave. Chen Luo didn't rush to punish Ergo. He simply ordered Ergo to gather at the beach first, and he would judge him later. Ergo fled in terror, not forgetting to thank Chen Luo. After Two Dog left, Chen Luo continued to lead Z-kun's group towards the beach, pondering how he wanted to give Two Dog the rice spirit stone, but didn't have the right size. Now that it's out of control and awakened so many people, this is truly a godsend excuse. The sea creatures gathered on the beach, awaiting Chen Luo's arrival, and as his figure appeared, they cried out in unison, "The Sea King has come!" urging everyone to pay their respects, while Z-kun was speechless with astonishment at the grand spectacle. The BATC creatures knelt before Chen Luo, who they saw as fearsome, but Chen Luo frowned, displeased with the mere 85 present, far fewer than he'd imagined. But with time on his side, he'd win them over one by one, and so he began to stake his claim, asking the BATC creatures who they belonged to. The two-faced sea creatures exchanged glances, the dolphin worried, wondering why Tranlac would ask such a question, as BAT obviously belonged to the Sea King, Tranlac. Another fish chimed in, agreeing that BAT belonged to the Sea King, Tranlac. Now Tranlac raises an eyebrow at Z-kun, wanting to confirm that he heard correctly. He is the Sea King. The sea belongs to him, and so do all its creatures. Z-kun is pale with fear, unable to believe a mere mortal could achieve such a thing. Suddenly, a frog monster approached Chen Luo, spitting out a pearl as a gift it had specially prepared. Ziyi pointed at the pearl, explaining it was a top-grade night-luminescent pearl. Once one person offered a gift, more wanted to give, and sea creatures came forward to present their treasures to Chen Luo, including a 5-colored coral fan, a strange mineral, 2 flawless gemstones. Zikun was speechless as he watched the gifts pile up. Chen Luo thought to himself that this wasn't bad at all. They were very filial. After receiving everyone's gifts, Chen Luo turned to look at Erchu, wondering what it had prepared for him. Erchu nervously patted itself all over. Apparently, it had prepared a gem, but now it's gone. Could it have fallen out when Tran Lak kicked it earlier? Nai Kao cowered, cold sweat pouring down, and looked at Tran Lak with pleading eyes. It claimed its gift was lost and asked for a chance to find it, but Chen Luo wouldn't let it off so easily, saying it wasn't necessary. Then, in front of all the sea creatures, he accused Erchu of disrespecting his authority, being offensive, and almost attacking him. Now it's the only one without a gift, so what should be done? The sea creatures are quite indignant for their king, questioning how it could dare offend the Sea King's divine might, and suggesting it be beaten to death. Hearing the other sea creatures' cruelty, Nikao desperately begged Tran Lak for mercy, but Tran Lak coldly stated that the Sea King's dignity was not to be trifled with, and it should just accept its fate. The sea creatures below seized Nikao's body, eager to tear it to shreds, but Nikao could only scream helplessly. Suddenly, a voice judged Tran Lak. "Is this what the Sea King looks like?" He looked towards the sound. Chen Luo couldn't believe someone would be so bold. Nicho was barely dead, and they dared to judge his demeanor, but he was quite surprised by what he saw. It was a mermaid, but upon closer inspection he was a little disappointed by the mermaid's appearance. His standard for mermaid beauty was someone like Nguang Suang, but it seems not all mermaids can be that beautiful. Seeing this mermaid dare to disregard the Sea King's authority, the sea creatures, without waiting for Chen Luo's command, rushed to capture her. Chen Luo watched as the sea creatures attacked the mermaid for his sake. He stood there, calmly contemplating whether to imprison and exploit her, since mermaid tears were a treasure. After all, he didn't want Nguang Suang to cry. The pink-haired mermaid frowned, thinking she could be caught by these foolish sea creatures. What a pipe dream. Suddenly, she leaped from the water, revealing long, pale legs and shoes that matched her purple fishtail. Chen Luo's eyes widened, as if struck by lightning. Chen Luo sees her legs adorned with familiar shoes, red jeweled shoes that match his horns. Tran Lak was secretly pleased to see the shoes he'd been longing for in this situation, while the pink-haired mermaid easily evaded the sea creatures and taunted him, saying if the Sea King God was capable, he should come and catch her himself. Tran Lak smirked, thinking how naive she was. To one who controlled the void, speed was meaningless. As the pink-haired mermaid's feet touched the ground and she met Chen Luo's gaze, she still couldn't comprehend what had happened, only seeing Chen Luo's familiar right hand raised towards her face. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her left cheek, the force of which sent her sprawling to the ground, still trying to understand what had happened. Seeing her struck, the sea creatures were overjoyed, whispering amongst themselves that this mermaid was surely done for, daring to challenge the Sea King without knowing her place. If she's going to be difficult, then the Sea King will just eat her. Chen Luo orders the sea creatures to remove the mermaid's roots and bring them to him. She resists, struggling to avoid handing them over. She spits a weak flame, burning the sea creatures holding her, hoping to escape. The injured creature cries out in pain. Chen Luo frowned, displeased. He wanted to teach this mermaid a lesson, using his power to pull her toward him. As she knelt on the sand, he slapped her right cheek for daring to resist, threatening to kill her if she continued. After 2 earth-shattering slaps, her swollen cheeks resembled mochi, and the mermaid reluctantly removed the shoes she loved for Chen Luo, who then offered his foot, expecting her to put them on him, as he inwardly rejoiced at obtaining a great treasure. He excitedly discovered that the shoes, like armor, could adjust to size, and he wanted to test their effectiveness immediately. Chen Luo returned to the beach, staring intently at the mermaid, asking her name and where she got the shoes. Because of the slap marks, she mumbled that her name was Feng Yue. Hot. As for the shoes, she hesitated, thinking that Chen Luo was not simple and had some mysterious tricks, and if she could conquer Chen Luo, she would surely become the Sea King's wife. The mermaid said she found them at the bottom of the sea, and offered to take Chen Luo down there, which suddenly amused him. He saw her sparkling eyes looking at him, changing her tune faster than flipping a book. What new scheme was she plotting? Chenlo asks the mermaid if the seal saw any other parts besides the shoe. She's sure it didn't, because if she had, she would have picked them up. Suddenly, another seal raises its hand, telling Chenlo that if he wants to find the other parts, it can try because its nose is very sensitive and it can find the location based on the scent of the shoe. Chenluo trusts it and lets it try. The seal waddles over to Tranlak's shoe, sniffing out 3 distinct scents, the third of which seems familiar. But the mermaid scoffs, certain that she found the shoe, and only she and Tranlak have worn it. There couldn't be a third scent. Suddenly, the sea otter exclaims that half a year ago its children were kicking a round object in the sea and wanted to give it to him, but he refused because it was muddy. Hearing the word round, Tranlak immediately guesses it's his hat and looks at the sea otter with hopeful eyes, asking where it is now. The sea lion innocently told him it didn't need it, its round eyes sparkling, and Tranlak nearly lost it, always forgetting at crucial moments. Hearing news of the hat he needed, Chenluo asked where the sea lion saw it and if it remembered. The sea lion nodded repeatedly, saying it remembered seeing it on a distant continent. Hearing this, Chenluo figured it would take some time to find the helmet, so he decided to first take Chu Zi and the mermaid Feng Yue back, leaving Zi-kun and the others to the sea beasts. He then told the sea beast to stay put and not leave without his permission, before telling the golden bird to fly home on its own. In the blink of an eye, Chenluo brought Feng Yue back to his place, leaving her wondering how she got there. What kind of trick did he use? Is he really a godsend? Yuan Shuang was overjoyed to see her kind, shouting, "This is my kind." She was the only mermaid here, so having a companion made her happy. Yuan Shuang greeted her fellow mermaid and introduced herself, while Feng Yue wondered how there could be a mermaid more beautiful than her. Before leaving, Chenluo warned Yuan Shuang that if she tried to escape, he would have Jihaiji teach her a lesson, to which Yuan Shuang happily agreed. Chenluo seeks out Mifan, finding her asleep on the sofa, and asks if she can help him succeed this time. Sleepily, Mifan rubs her eyes and asks why he's only asking about success and not about his own well-being. Suddenly, a spark ignited within Mifan as she sensed something. Turning to Chenluo, she said he was approaching a turning point in his destiny, prompting Chenluo to wonder what that meant. "What does this mean? You must be wondering where your destiny will lead you." With innocent eyes, Mifan explains that what he's about to do will have a massive impact on him, and potentially many others. Mifan's answer left Chenluo wondering if the impact would be good or bad. But Mifan didn't know either, wagging her tail as Chenluo stood there, smiling happily. The newly transformed Mifan sits adorably by his side, as Chenluo contemplates the implications. So his quest to find the helmet and other parts will have a huge impact. Thinking about it, this armor is an unusually powerful cheat. He wonders if the materials that led to the apocalypse are related to it. Maybe piecing together this armor will reveal the cause of the apocalypse. He then turned to Mifan and asked if anything bad could happen to him. The little cat replies that he won't be in any danger for a month. As if by habit, Chenluo smiles, rubs Mifan's head, and says he understands, and that if there's no danger, there's no need to overthink it. Just go find it. In the blink of an eye, Chenluo appeared before the sea beasts, turning to the sea orb to ask how far away the continent was. The sea orb obediently replied that it was to the west, and if it swam at full speed without rest, it would take about 3 days. At that speed, Chenluo figured that place must be North Mai Island, and with that, Chenluo grabbed the sea orb, picked it up and took off, saying, "You're coming with me," as he began to accelerate. In just half a day, the two of them, man and sea orb, appeared on the shores of North America, leaving the sea orb in awe. It pointed into the distance. "There's a crowd of people over there, near where you need to be, Sea King." Chenluo followed its gaze. The sea orb pointed towards the crowd. "I forgot the exact location, but I've found the round hat." Ahead of Chenluo, the crowd was arguing, unaware of what was happening. Chenluo ordered the sea orbs to search every inch of the island. The sea orbs happily obeyed their Sea King. The sea orcs acknowledged the order and called out to the ocean, "Don't hide! Come out and search with me!" Immediately, many sea orcs rushed out from the shore, startling Chenluo. The sea otter acknowledged the order, and seeing them dig, Chenluo felt a sense of familiarity. This scene is just like when those monsters landed and dug 3 feet into the ground, as if searching for something. Could they be looking for the armor, just like me? It's very possible. Chenluo began to compare his thoughts to those of the monsters. Before, he worried that survivors would hinder his search, so he cleared the scene. Could it be that the monsters also feared humans would take something, so they chose to eliminate them? He recalled how the monsters kept searching, even as he buried himself, and he still didn't know where they came from. Just then, the sea balls shouted that they'd found something, and Tran Lak rushed over, recognizing the scent as the same one from Xian Ha's shoes. Holding the helmet, Chen Luo took it to the sea to wash it clean, wondering why there was a hole in it, as if it had been attacked and broken. Could the armor's previous owner have been killed by a creature that shattered his helmet? If so, where is his body now? A barrage of questions flooded Tran Lak's mind, unanswered. He recalled that in his past life, the ocean's creatures consumed a mysterious flesh that transformed them. Could the flesh they ate have been the armor's owner? He reasoned that this person must have been torn to pieces and fallen into the sea, their remaining flesh allowing sea creatures to reach king level, and perhaps even allow Bai Hao to break through to emperor level. Looking at the helmet before him, he suddenly remembered that there was a similar red gem at the center of the armor. Suddenly, the gem emitted a blinding blue light, and strange languages flooded Chen Luo's mind. He was startled. It was the language of those monsters he'd heard in his past life. The helmet continued to emit the strange language, making him feel like he wanted to open Pandora's box. Meanwhile, inside the Dawnlight base, Mifan drops the fish in her hand, and Miluo asks what's wrong. Mifan senses a disaster descending in the near future. Pink light surrounds Mifan as she calculates how long until the disaster, reminding everyone not to disturb her. Chen Luo is shocked that the black gem can even communicate, wondering if the monsters can use it to locate them. If that's the case, it's truly dangerous. Has he personally opened Pandora's box? He recalls that in the previous timeline, the monsters didn't descend until 5 years after the apocalypse. And he speculates, perhaps someone found the helmet and gem, leading the monsters here. This worries him, and danger is indeed coming. He leaps ashore, thinking, so be it, they're coming anyway. The monsters arrived in waves, weak to strong, in my past life. I'll deal with them one by one. Right now, we don't have many crystals or resources. If they come, we'll kill them one by one or in pairs and gain more resources for cultivation. 10 minutes later, a message came from the shore. Leader, come back quickly. Mifan is looking for you. Chen Luo wondered if Mifan had made a new discovery. Stomping his foot before leaving, Chen Luo intimidated the sea orbs and sea beasts, who responded with a unified cry, obediently listening to Chen Luo. He quickly returned to base and asked Mifan if she had discovered anything. Mifan replied that she felt a catastrophe might befall them in about a year. As expected, the monsters will appear ahead of schedule, but in a year, humans and sea beasts will have produced a series of king-level beings, so their arrival isn't too concerning. Mifan, seeing Tran Lak's expression, is puzzled, wondering if he's known this all along. He patted Mifan's head, saying it's no surprise he knew, since she was a great demon king and he was a great space-time demon king, especially now that he wielded both space and time abilities. Chen Luo sat there smiling, thinking the monsters would be terrified this time and definitely wouldn't escape. He'd keep them pretty. Having only recently taken human form, I still have my old habits. You've got it all planned out, haven't you, great demon king? But the mermaid you brought back isn't being honest at all. Do you want to go check on her? Chen Luo pets the little cat, then prepares to head over. Meanwhile, Huang Suang offers food to Feng Nguyet, saying, try this, it's delicious. I asked Sister Ngox to make an extra portion. But Feng Yue acted terribly, throwing the food away and saying she didn't want it. Seeing this, Haiji slapped her and said, who gave you the nerve to throw the food? If you don't want it, then don't eat it all. Seeing Chen Luo, Haiji joked that her little brother had arrived and that he had just witnessed a terrible scene. Seeing the food spilled on the ground, he said that was Nguang Suang's favorite tomato brisket. Such a waste. Showing such ingratitude, Feng Nguyet immediately tried to curry favor with Chen Luo, begging to stay by his side, but Chen Luo didn't bring her here to show off. Thinking this, he punched her square in the face. He'd already given her a chance, and if she didn't know her place, he wouldn't hold back. Feng Yue stumbles back, terrified of the Sea King, but Tran Lak just wants her to cry more, hoping for more pearls. Before she can speak, Tran Lak slaps her across the face again. Dazed and weeping, Feng Yue wondered why Chen Luo was hitting her. She looked pitiful, but no matter. Seeing her cry without producing any pearls, Chen Luo was puzzled. Was she not heartbroken enough? Why weren't there any pearls? As Tran Lak pondered this, he relentlessly slapped Feng Nguyet, causing her to cry uncontrollably. Haiko, witnessing this, asked if her brother's hand was hurting and offered to take over, questioning if Feng Nguyet had exhausted a large amount of her power before he returned. Chen Lu wondered if mermaid tears were formed by condensed abilities and if hers were insufficient, but Haike said no. Chen Lu looked down at Feng Yue and said, I thought all mermaids had this magical ability, but it turns out only bone condensation is special. He wondered what value Feng Yue had left, as she desperately gathered a red aura around herself, shouting that she would fight him. Before Chen Luo could act, Haiji used her powers, asking if Feng Yue really had that ability. Haiji looked at Feng Yue and launched a painful curse, sending red energy into her body. Hit by the attack, Feng Yue writhes on the ground in agony, her head pounding. Chen Luo turns to Haiji, asking her to find out how Feng Yue reached the king level and what she knows. Haiji pushes Chen Luo away, telling him to rest and leave it to her. Chen Luo nods, thinking that Haiji's strength has increased significantly. It's truly frightening. His priority is to develop everyone's strength to fight the monsters to come. Right now, the zombies aren't enough for the team to kill, so it's time to find more crystals on other continents. Chen Luo returned to the shore where the sea beast greeted him as Sea King. He thought he'd make good use of this title to get through the continent. Standing before them, he praised them, especially Big Sea Ball for its service, and promised a reward. Within a week, it will be raised to the king level, and upon hearing this, the giant sea ball is overjoyed and thanks Chen Luo. Hearing this, the sea beasts are all extremely envious of the giant sea ball and want to work hard for Chen Luo to earn rewards. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo lays out the conditions. The sea beasts will help transport a group of people to another continent in a few days, but smaller creatures should refrain from participating. The sea beasts erupt in protest, unwilling to transport humans who hunted their kind just 2 years ago and whom they wish they could kill. Tranlac understood the sea beasts' feelings, but their response wasn't immediate enough. They were only willing to serve as his personal mounts. They didn't want to transport the humans who had treated them so badly in the past. Hearing this, Chen Luo offered a reward. He would choose the 3 best performers each month and grant them divine power. Hearing this, they all agreed to transport people day and night, with many, despite their small size, claiming they could pull the boat along with the big ones. Tranlac smiled and said that after preparations were complete, he would contact the sea beasts to gather on the coast. Indeed, under the lure of profit, nothing is impossible. Suddenly, a Chen Luo appeared before Miling, startling her. "Why did you suddenly come back?" she asked. Chen Luo smiled and said, "I've brought you a great treasure." Miling tilted her head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" With a smile, Chen Luo offered a red crystal, telling her not to overthink it. It was something useless to him, but perfect for her. Miling accepted the crystal, thanked Chen Luo, and said he'd arrived just in time, as she had something to discuss with him, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Apparently, some nuclear spies have been running around lately. Chen Luo is shocked. Nuclear spies? Miling explains that he's remembering the time, 2 years after the apocalypse, when the nomads and brown bears allied to invade Long Country, stealing crystals, natural light elements, and women. Furthermore, a prophet among the wanderers has proposed a perfect plan to provide high-level crystals to a small elite group, allowing them to quickly level up and protect the others. In other words, they're building a powerful god by stacking crystals. A national war is about to break out in this apocalypse, but Chen Luo reassures Miling that they're just clowns, and there's nothing to fear. Miling agreed, saying they should treat friends with wine and wolves with clubs. Chen Luo then shared his new plan, to prepare for the evacuation of all bases to another continent. Miling wondered if they moved everything, what would happen to the wanderers and brown bears that had recently appeared. Tranlac confidently assured her that he would take care of everything before the plan was executed. Miling agrees to follow his lead, secretly admiring his ambition as he casually plans a national war. Tranlac then asks if she knows of a gifted individual named Makhong. Miling confirms it, saying she's a wind-type ability user at a base 30 kilometers west. It turns out Mohong was the top wind-type ability user in his past life, and if he could win her over, that would be great. He then bids farewell to Milin and uses space movement. At Mohong's base, a group of people are discussing joining forces against Dawn City, including Wan Jiegui, and Chen Luo wonders why he's there. Hearing someone ask about dealing with Dawn City, Mohong turns around and asks if he's tired of living. He wondered if they really had the ability, so they had united over a dozen leaders, including a zombie king. Makhong flatly refused, fearing the living dead king's power would expand if they succeeded. They tried to convince her to see the bright side, saying that if the zombie king became a threat to the living. Wan Jiegui argued that after the zombie king and Dawn City fought, they'd both be weakened, and they could swoop in and eliminate both threats. She thought to herself that what he said made sense, but if the zombie king won, the situation would be dire. She agreed for now, but wanted to meet the zombie king first to see his strength. Chen Luo watched from above, surprised that things were moving in the opposite direction. Mohong, who had always hesitated, was persuaded by Wan Jiegui, truly Chen Luo's good underling. A message arrives for Chen Luo. Wan Jiegui has sent a list of 13 people, including himself, who want to deal with him. Chenluo wonders if this little lackey is trying to show off by helping his enemies. We can't let this kid keep doing this. We need to finish this quickly. That night, Da Zhuang accompanied Wan Jiegui and his group, saying that with the Zombie King's help, they would easily break through the Light Tower City. On the surface, Da Trang praised the guy's efficiency, but secretly thought, I wanted you as my subordinate, but you want me to deal with my boss. Looking at the group before him, he thought, I'll devour them all as a gift for my boss. Meanwhile, Mo Hong's 2 subordinates reported that the secondary base of Shuguang City was moving things, as if evacuating, and they didn't know what they were planning. De Zhuang greeted everyone, and Mo Hong politely returned the greeting, saying she had heard of the Zombie King for a long time and was finally meeting him. She readies herself, wanting to test the Zombie King's strength before dealing with Shu Guangcheng, but Da Zhuang curtly refuses, stating that everyone will die today, and though he seems calm, he's radiating murderous intent. With that, he charged towards Mo Hong's group, while Qigui broke out in a sweat. The Zombie King was indeed ferocious, but thankfully Chenluo had told him they were on the same side, so there was no need to be afraid. Mo Hong unleashed a massive green gale, urging everyone to attack and eliminate the Zombie King. Behind them, the crowd clamored to kill the zombie and extract its crystal. Truly fearless. Qigui was doubtful. Could Da Zhuang really withstand so many? Seeing the Zombie King surrounded, Qigui rushed in, merging with his sword. At least he was following Chenluo's instructions to help the Zombie King deal with them. Qigui transformed into a sword, rushing towards Da Zhuang, shouting, "Take me and kill them," which startled Da Zhuang. Holding the sword, Da Zhuang chuckled. "Ha ha ha, good stuff." The crowd began to murmur, saying no wonder the Zombie King wanted to kill upon arrival, it was because Wan Jiangui had surrendered. But she reassured everyone not to panic. She would control the Zombie King. Then she unleashes the Azure Wind formation, creating swirling green winds around her as she rushes towards Da Zhuang. The others unleash their attacks as well. Lightning strikes, water tornadoes, all converging on Da Zhuang at once, catching him slightly off guard. Da Zhuang was impressed, saying they managed to control him for a short time, and he underestimated them. But it was all they had. Da Zhuang sighed, swung his sword to defuse the danger, and unleashed a sword aura that shattered the situation as he charged forward. Seeing Da Zhuang appear before him, Shu Gaoyang trembled, begging the Zombie King to spare his life, saying he hadn't attacked. Moreover, he was his subordinate, yet even standing by, he was terrified that so many attacks had no effect. Da Zhuang tapped Shu Gaoyang on the head with his sword, calling him useless trash. He then turned to Hong and asked if she had released the wind from earlier, leaving Shu Gaoyang to fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Da Zhuang lunges toward Hong, who is caught off guard by his incredible speed. It seems Da Zhuang overestimated his opponents. They were just rumors after all, as he easily attacks those in his path. Below, Da Zhuang has defeated everyone. Even he would flee from Luo Chen, yet these people want to drag him down to die. How foolish. Luo Chen watches from above, thinking, as expected, Da Zhuang has been clever since childhood. A true opportunist. Shu Gaoyang, not giving up, unleashes a flurry of attacks on Da Zhuang, showing no mercy. He then summons a stone behemoth, a colossal rock monster that appears before Da Zhuang, its arrival shrouded in dust and smoke. Seeing that Shu Gaoyang was a summoner, Chenluo thought he didn't need to die just yet. He could be of use. Shu Gaoyang yelled, "I'll hold him back, everyone run." Shu Gaoyang uses gravity magic to restrain Da Zhuang, while Hong, standing beside him, tells everyone to run if they can. The crowd behind them scatters in chaos, and Da Zhuang laments that he almost got them all. Chenluo appears and calls out to Da Zhuang, who is overjoyed to see him, asking why he's here. Hearing the Zombie King call Chenluo Big Brother, Shu Gaoyang is shocked. So the Zombie King is Chenluo's subordinate. Chenluo points to Jiekui, telling Da Zhuang that he's on their side and the one who called him here. Jiekui transforms from the sword back into a flattering human form. Chenluo approaches Shu Gaoyang, pats him on the face, and says he's not bad at all, telling him to follow him for summoning practice. Gaoyang is terrified, wondering if he's being used to summon the BUG skill card. Chenluo realizes this guy knows a lot. Chenluo told Jiegui to follow Da Zhuang as he had other business and needed to return to base. As soon as he arrived, Yin Ling rushed out, shouting that something terrible had happened. Chenluo learns from his disciple that while researching spatial rifts, she accidentally created a silver-white void gate. He tosses the stone to his underling and follows Yin Ling, who explains that the gate leads somewhere and can't be closed, draining her energy. Before the master and apprentice, a large, blue, ethereal door shimmered. Silver Spirit had tried to enter, but was thrown back out. Chen Luo watched, equally puzzled. Chen Luo suggests he try going through first, but he's immediately thrown back by a powerful force. Even he can't get through. Where does this door lead? Silver Spirit is reaching her limit and is about to collapse. Chen Luo gives her a blue crystal to replenish her energy, urging her to use all her strength to activate the Void Gate. Wenling No Diaz then sits down to absorb the energy from the crystal, taking about 10 minutes to recover. Immediately, she opens her eyes with joy, feeling a strange sensation after following her master's instructions. It seems the door leads to the villa where Chen Luo is staying. He grabs a cup and throws it through the door to test it, then tells Yinling to wait while he teleports back to the villa to observe. Sure enough, it led to Chen Luo's villa, similar to space manipulation, but his entry created a pressure on Yinling. He wondered if it was because she was only level 10, and the space path wasn't stable enough for stronger beings to enter. Chen Luo contacted Yinling, telling her to throw more items through the door, gradually increasing in level. 20 minutes later, Yinling suddenly appeared through the door. Surprisingly, she could also pass through, and she felt that this success might be related to the distance. The first time she tried, the passage felt very far, but now that she's changed positions, the distance feels much closer, and for Chen Luo, this teleportation ability is quite useful. Once he gets used to it, he can kill opponents without them knowing why they died. It seems this skill isn't too difficult to control. Chapter 187. Chen Luo tested the skill himself, creating a new space door that was indeed quite similar to Spacewalk and easy to control. Suddenly, he realized that this monster's spatial teleportation was how the Calamity Beasts arrived here. Withdrawing his hand, he wondered what kind of being existed on the other side. What kind of being could create a spatial path with an undefined distance between planets? Chen Luo scratches his head, realizing that the more he knows, the more complicated things become. Yinling notices and asks if something's wrong. Chen Luo pats her head, telling her he's fine and encouraging her to work hard. He promises to have Mangach make her some delicious food, which makes Yinling happy. Yinling happily departs, and Chen Luo reflects that as long as his disciples work hard, listen to fate, and strive forward, they'll be stronger than before. Meanwhile, by the coast, the Golden Pengs marvel at their leader's many sea beast subordinates, grateful they're on their side. In the sky, Chen Luo tells the sea beasts to make haste and set off, saying he'll wait for them at their destination, to which they all reply in unison. A moment later, the 3 Golden Pengs arrive at the Pocket Clan continent. Below, the little Sacs looked up and, spotting him, identified him as the invader. Enraged, they demanded that Chen Luo and his group leave at once, but Chen Luo just smiled, finding them amusing. The Dharma King moved to descend and deal with the creatures, but Chen Luo stopped him, wanting to play with them himself. Chen Luo dove down, already annoyed at the unknown mastermind, and now he had a place to vent his anger, shouting, "I won't bully you, let's fight one-on-one." The little bag creature roared, unleashing a thunderous punch towards Chen Luo. He was caught off guard, acknowledging its impressive speed and power. The 2 fists collided with immense force, revealing the creature to be a king-level being, the impact sending them both reeling. Chen Luo waved his hand, confidently taunting the creature. The king gremlin channels its power, yelling, "Taste my left hook fist." Tranlac confidently dodges, taunting, "Is that all you've got, gremlin?" unaware he's fallen for its feint. Its other hand throws an uppercut, striking Tranlac in the face, sending him reeling back in pain. Wang jumped, seizing the moment to deliver a decisive blow. But how will Chen Luo handle this? Before he could recover, Wang unleashed a flurry of punches. Forcing him to defend, the sounds of impact echoed as Wang continued his relentless assault. Shutu focuses his power into his right hand, preparing to strike Chen Luo with a powerful blow, but the punch is a feint. The real attack is a tail whip. Chen Luo recognizes the feint and retreats to evade it. Though he dodged some of the blows, he still struggled, falling back in anger. A little pain, but the loss of face was the real issue. He was troubled. This Wang kid dared to sucker punch him, and so fast, just as he'd grasped the flow of time. He had only changed the flow of time around himself, using speed to crush Wang. He wiped forward, launching an attack. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. He didn't believe Wang could be faster this time, startling him slightly. Tranlac retaliates with a powerful punch, sending the little thug reeling, spewing blood. He unleashes a flurry of blows, repaying the earlier attacks as the thug wonders how his speed suddenly increased so dramatically. Chen Luo leaps into the air, unleashing a devastating flurry of kicks upon the Pocket King. The Pocket King is struck with such force it can't even see the blows coming. That last blow sent him crashing into a rock, blood gushing from his mouth. Victory was his, but the five-fold speed boost had taken its toll. He scrambled to his feet and turned to run, but Chen Luo shouted, "Coward! You can't win, so you run?" Then, pointing, he declared, "Before the Void Monarch, what makes you think you can escape?" He unleashed the Void Current, pulling him back. He stomps on its back, asking who was supposed to run away again. The little bag cries out in pain, begging him to stop. Still not satisfied, Chen Luo throws another punch, sending it flying back into the insect hive. As he attacked, he thought, "This improved time acceleration is good, but it consumes too much energy. How can I have the energy to use time better in this situation?" An idea flashed in Chen Luo's mind. Why not try reversing the operation to slow down the flow of time? Chapter 189. Chen Luo retracted his hand, preparing to throw a punch. If he could reverse the time acceleration and slow down time around his target, only a second would pass for them in the real world. But he was shocked to find that the theory didn't work in practice. Chen Luo hesitates, sensing the Goblin King's intent to attack his brother, causing him to retreat defensively. Chen Luo shouts, "You won't get your way." He then unleashed the time reversal, a green aura enveloping Pocket King. It panicked, wondering why it was slowing down, as Chen Luo thought, "Too dangerous to become a eunuch." Chen Luo kicks him in the groin, punishing him for plotting against his little brother. The devastating blow nearly separates Pocket King's soul from his body. Realizing this, Chen Luo approached and gave him two choices: follow me or be kicked to death. Waving his leg, Tran Lok frightens Chut Tui, who covers himself and hastily agrees to follow him. Heiko advances, saying her brother is too kind and that it was too easy. Her face turns serious as she wants to punish him more, but Tran Lok quickly stops her. Chut Tui, hearing this, turns pale with fear. Turning to Chut Tui, he warned, "My sister is very violent. If she goes crazy, I won't even give you the address to bite. Behave yourself and honestly tell me why you're so strong." Chut Tui cried, "It's because I ate a piece of meat." Tran Lok realized it was that mysterious meat again. Could it be falling everywhere? Chut Tui added that the meat was very magical, and his two friends who ate it exploded and died. Tran Lok figured if they exploded, the meat might still be inside them, undigested. Chut Tui puffed up, boasting that he was the strongest since he was the only survivor. Tran Lok jumped on his back, ordering him to take him to his friend's location. 20 minutes later, they arrived to find the meat, the same mysterious meat from the rumors, still fresh after 2 years. He picked up a piece to take back to Mifan. Later, Chen Luo brought the meat back to ask Mifan what would happen if he ate it, but Mifan said it would do more harm than good, though it didn't know why. But it felt that this meat would be of great help to Haikei and Fa Wang's puppies. The mention of puppies startled Chen Luo. The Pope explains that he's been busy and hasn't told him yet, but Silver Wolf and Samo are both pregnant. He's officially going to be a father. Chen Luo is speechless. He really knows how to get things done. Chen Luo smiles, puts his arm around the Pope, and says that when the little ones are born, they'll have a big reward. Since the meat is limited, Haikei gets priority. The Pope happily understands. Chen Luo instructed Haikei that once all the members arrived, she would have to clean and stabilize the accommodation, while he would seclude himself to comprehend his abilities for half a month to a month. He wanted peace and quiet, and Chen Luo secluded himself to think about measuring power, which is basically divided into attack and defense. For defense, he has Void Walk, one of the strongest skills in the server, but for attack, he has the Dimension Ring, which consumes a huge amount of energy. Now, to reduce consumption, he must use his powers to unleash the spatial forces within his body, using his own strength to harness the power of heaven and earth. If he can successfully harness his powers, they'll increase at least tenfold, and he hopes to achieve that through this seclusion. Meanwhile, outside, Tran Lok's group is scouting the island, and it's proving to be somewhat dull without any action. Unexpectedly, they encountered a large tree, but the horses wouldn't obey, likely frightened by something. Everyone asked the captain what to do next. The captain dismounted, estimating the tree to be 200 meters tall, and noticed something on it. It turns out it's a fruit tree. Perhaps this one has mutated as well. Everyone be careful and don't get close. We might not be a match for it. The captain suggests that since the tree can't run away, they should report back to the Sea Palace elders or the leader to come and see. Unbeknownst to the captain, his men were drawn to the strange tree, as if hypnotized. Something was wrong. They were being mind-controlled, and he was almost a victim himself. One by one, the group approached the tree, only to be ensnared by its blue tentacles. and devoured by the carnivorous flowers that suddenly bloomed. Luckily, the captain briefly regained consciousness and realized something was wrong. This tree turns people into food. How terrifying. Using their psychic link, he desperately tries to buy time and report the situation back to base, where they receive the dire warning from Team A's leader. Ziyi told Mi-Ling that she had just heard screams, fearing the others were already dead, and Mi-Ling instructed Ziyi to warn everyone to stay away from the tree. Ziyi quickly obeyed and spread the word, while Mi-Li was furious, vowing that whatever it was, it would pay for consuming so many lives. Mi-Li relayed the information to Hai-Ji, but with Chen Luo in seclusion, they were the only ones with the strength to act. Mei-Fan rushes to the base, knowing she can't go outside or she'll die. Mi-Ling is shocked, wondering if death is really that terrifying, and Hai-Ji offers to go herself, but Mei-Fan still refuses. Haigu is not suitable for this mission either. Mi-Ling wonders if something would happen to her if she went. After all, she's the second strongest expert in the base, and Mi-Fan is adamant that they trust her judgment. Neither of them can go. Mi-Fan insists that Chen Luo himself must go. Only he can resolve this. Chen Luo is still in seclusion, surrounded by a white circle with traces of void water. Suddenly, he realizes time seems to have stopped, but it's not quite right. It's a bit confusing. He could feel time itself stopping around him, and even the strongest attacks couldn't touch or harm him. Speechless, he realized this was an incredible ability, wishing for an attack to test it, when suddenly, Mi-Ling called, saying something had happened. He wondered what was so serious, and Mi-Ling explained that while exploring, the members discovered a giant tree with a strange swallowing ability. Mi-Ling added that the situation was dire, and it seemed even Hai-Ji couldn't handle it, which worried him. If even Hai-Ji couldn't, could it be Emperor level? Mi-Fan says only he can handle it, so there's no danger for him. Chen Luo instructs everyone not to rush. He's going to check out the situation. Suddenly, a scent filled Chen Luo's nostrils, an attack of flavor. He steadied himself, realizing the danger. He almost succumbed to the alluring aroma. Chen Luo unleashes a void strike toward the tree, wanting to take the mysterious fruit back for examination. The blow severs 3 berries, perhaps causing the strange tree untold agony. This fruit is incredibly fragrant, its aroma captivating. Avoid. Rend easily plucks the fruit. After all that effort to bear fruit, it's now been stolen, and the tree unleashes an attack towards Chen Luo in fury. To Chen Luo, this attack is nothing. He wonders if the tree can only take hits, noticing its thick roots. Not stopping there, the ancient tree begins summoning a barrage of lightning strikes towards Chen Luo. He frantically dodges, realizing he almost became mincemeat. That was close. He then uses Void Walk, flying upward to completely evade the lightning storm. Chen Luo smirks. If one attack doesn't work, he'll unleash everything for another, never expecting the tree to have dual dark and lightning abilities. A dense black lightning strike comes down, and he realizes its power has likely just reached the king level, equivalent to his own. Above, people cried out for help as flower-like teeth lunged at them, seeking to devour them for strength. Chen Luo roared, "Who said you could eat the Light City members?" This time, the ancient tree is in for a world of hurt. Chen Luo flew towards the ancient tree, using his dimension slash to cut off its branches and save people, but saving them one by one was a bit time-consuming. After everyone fell, he used Void Flow to teleport them through the Void Gate, thinking it would be faster to just deal with the tree directly. He flew into the air, unleashing a dimensional slash to cut the tree in 2. But the ancient tree was tougher than it looked, and the attack didn't pierce its trunk. The ancient tree spoke, saying it came because of these people, and asked if it released them. Would he stop? So it was trying to negotiate. Tranlac landed and nodded in agreement to the ancient tree. However, looking at the heavy losses, a 200-man team reduced to just over 100, the Radiant Knights had never suffered such damage. Chen Luo thought, "First, we'll rescue and bring the survivors back to safety, then deal with this tree later." He then ordered the members to return. Back at camp, Chen Luo showed Mi-Fan the fruit he'd picked from the ancient tree, asking what would happen if he ate it. Mi-Fan's eyes lit up, ears twitching, saying the fruit would be greatly beneficial. Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate, taking a big bite of the fruit and chewing with relish, seemingly enjoying its sweetness. After a few bites, he began to feel his crystal energy increasing, the crystal on his forehead glowing in response to the absorbed energy. A pink light emanates from the fruit, indicating that eating it has a similar effect to absorbing crystals. In that case, he doesn't need to kill the tree just yet. He can exploit it and deal with it later. Furthermore, he can have Dream Shade see if it can be improved. Hearing this, the ancient tree immediately tried to defend itself, saying that it ate a few people in exchange for the fruit he took, so it was fair, and it didn't know why he was back. Chenluo was furious, asking where the fairness was when it had killed 96 of his people. At 1 fruit per person, plus a penalty of 10 for 1, it owed him 960 fruits before he'd let it off the hook. Hearing such a large number, it immediately attacked him, cursing him as a shameless bastard. Chenluo retreated, dodging the blows, and reassured it not to get excited, saying he could help it bear fruit faster. Somewhat doubtful, it asked if he wanted to help it find food. Startled, Tranlac realized they were talking at cross purposes. He thought he could speed up the fruiting process with time, but it was actually based on eating people. Hearing this, he retrieved a zombie king corpse from his dimension and told it to try eating it. Upon seeing this, it extended its roots to snatch the zombie corpse from Chenluo's hand, and as it began to absorb it, it excitedly asked what he had fed it that contained such powerful energy. With his hands in his pockets, Chenluo stepped back to observe the tree's fruit-bearing process, contemplating a potential partnership. However, the tree needed time to digest, so he decided to wait a day. The next morning, Chenluo returned to find a large, round fruit freshly grown. Seeing him, the ancient tree immediately asked if he had more of yesterday's food. It wanted more to eat, so it could produce even higher quality fruit, which amazed Chenluo, who wondered if it could produce fruit equivalent to a king-level crystal. Hearing this, Chenluo took out another king-level zombie crystal and gave it to the ancient tree, telling it to eat up while he stayed to watch. By the 3rd day, another fruit had been born, and this one seemed even more potent, its quality significantly improved. The ancient tree explained that this was its current limit, unable to produce higher quality fruit. Chenluo leaped up to pluck the fruit, causing the tree to cry out in pain. Holding the fruit, feeling its immense power, Tranlac realized it was indeed comparable to a king-level crystal. He thought to himself that with this tree, he wouldn't need other crystals. He could reach the emperor level just by absorbing its fruit. The ancient tree then asked if he had any more food. Chenluo summoned some low-level zombies from the void and asked if providing a large number of these would produce fruit of the same quality. It replied that it could, but it would take much longer, then offered its flowers to receive and absorb the zombies. He realized that if he provided the tree with enough corpses, it would eventually yield a fruit equivalent to a king-level crystal, so he agreed to supply it with countless corpses in exchange for 50% of the fruit, which it eagerly accepted. Flattering him by saying that kind people like him were rare, Chenluo returned to base, lamenting the lack of corpses on this continent, and considered sending members to nearby Aozhou. Inside the base, Long Wu urgently called out to the Dharma King. Turns out, Long Wu created the titanium alloy dog-eye scope that the Magic Lord mentioned before. The Magic Lord was overjoyed, wondering if they had created a divine artifact for him while Chenluo stood there, slightly stunned. The Magic King equipped the artifact, and Long Yu explained that the glasses activate automatically with frequent use. The Magic King then tested his skills, unleashing a powerful golden lightning bolt that slightly recoiled him. The Dharma King reports that his power consumption is halved and his power increased by 30%, leaving Chenluo surprised. The Dharma King looks up to the sky and continues to use his skills, but can only use skills with little power. Anything greater is impossible. Long Wu explained that the orb was too small, limiting the amount of energy it could absorb at once, adding that only a large weapon like the staff could unleash powerful abilities. Chenluo, seeing that the magic staff might not suit the Pope, suggests an iron arm-like device for Long Yu. Long Yu agrees, saying that as long as it can change form, it will be easy. The Magic King returned the orb to Long Vu as this titanium alloy orb didn't seem to suit him. Long Vu was a rare talent, and Tranlac was determined to help him, so he gave him a large crystal. He tells him to absorb it, and then Tranlac can see if he can quickly help Long Vu level up. While Long Vu absorbs the energy, Tranlac uses time acceleration to shorten the absorption time. Only 5 minutes have passed, but Long Yu feels like it's been days, and he wonders how Chenluo did it. Chenluo decides to reveal the secret of his time ability, as he'll need it often in the future. Upon learning about Chenluo's time ability, Long Yu was astonished. He never imagined such a power existed. Chenluo urged him not to be distracted and to continue. Long Yu listened and resumed absorbing the energy from the Starstone, but the sheer amount of energy made it a difficult process. Having nearly absorbed all the energy, Long Wu roars, and it seems they've successfully helped him shorten the process. Chenluo congratulates Long Wu on reaching the king level and tells him to craft weapons for the Dharma King first, then research space-based weapons. Long Yu got up and thanked Chen Luo, promising to craft the armor with all his power, since it also contained space-type metal. Chen Luo watched Long Yu leave, wondering who would be the next to reach king level now that he was the second. Deep in the ocean, two giant turtles meet. The smaller one is the younger brother, who asks how his brother has grown so large in such a short time. The larger turtle replied that it was because he had become a disciple of the Sea King, who granted him divine power for his good performance. The smaller turtle was shocked and asked where the Sea King was, hoping for an introduction. The big turtle chuckled, saying they'd meet the Sea King at the end of the month, and he'd try to recommend him. The little turtle thought to himself that he was weak in the sea and needed support, so he'd do anything to become the Sea King's disciple. At the shore of the Shu River, soldiers bowed to the great diviner, who asked if Lord Turtle God had returned. They confirmed his return, and the great diviner flew to Turtle God to announce the official advance on Long Country in 3 days. Turtle God nodded, saying he would bring the chief priest along. Lord Kuai's army numbers over 10,000, though most are only level 5. Their defenses are strong, and furthermore, the leader of Long Country's light city may be a god level, so Lord Kuai may need to intervene. The god of tortoises was shocked. Could someone rival him? The great diviner stressed the battle couldn't be lost, and they must be cautious. The god of tortoises agreed to act when the time came, reminding them to gather exquisite treasures he needed before departing, to which the great diviner bowed in obedience. The Kui god thought this was perfect timing to offer them as a gift. He had investigated and found that nearly 3,000 people from Long Country had infiltrated their Ao continent. He added that they arrived by sea and were currently operating in the coastal areas. Arthur, enraged, shouts, "The audacity of these Long Country mongrels to kill my men! 12 knights, hear me! Lead your retinues and ride with me to war!" A unified roar answers him. Meanwhile, Haoran and Hung Van Hu's group sat around a fire, a mountain of corpses behind them, the result of Tranlak's orders to kill, more if needed. One of them sensed the arrival of over 3,000 foreigners with ill intentions. Hung Van Hu declared that even 30,000 wouldn't scare her, and Hao Nian added that all members should prepare for battle. In the distance, Arthur raised his sword, proclaiming that the time had come for the people of Long to die. Mounted on horseback, Arthur brandishes his purple sword as he advances toward Zhang Wenhui and the others. The brown-haired man warns them that these foes are formidable and to be on their guard. Confident, Wenhui vows to teach these kids a lesson, transforming into a massive brown bear and charging towards Arthur's group. Arthur parried with his sword, unleashing a violet light, and declared she was out of her depth. The dark energy blade struck Van Hu's abdomen, causing her to cry out in pain. Her massive body collapses, blood gushing from her mouth as everyone stares in disbelief. Wenhui falls to her knees, vomiting blood, while Arthur remains unscathed. Haoran thought even an attack from a human wouldn't seriously injure Zhang Wenhui, yet this person quickly wounded her. The brunette shouted that he was a king level, never expecting one to appear on Ingao Chao continent. Arthur laughs, asking if they're finally scared, and swings his sword again. With a single blow, he shatters Wenhui and Haoran's team's formation, sending members flying. Arthur held his sword with confidence, but it was too late. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. It was Chen Luo, who seemed to have arrived just in time. Wenhui cried out from below, "Big brother, I'm being bullied." The others also shouted, "Leader!" Arthur looked up and asked who he was, a hint of dread on his face. When had this person arrived without him noticing? Tranlak eyed the sword in his hand, its color matching the armor perfectly. Could this be the weapon from that set? Wenhui chimes in, saying that the sword looks powerful and they should seize it. Chen Luo wonders if the armor represents defense. Just how sharp must this sword be, representing attack? Enraged, Arthur vows to kill him and unleashes a dark, necromantic sword attack on Chen Lu. Realizing Arthur was a dark energy user with an inflated ego, Chen Luo activated Void Current. He grabbed Arthur, pulled him through the Void Current, and hurled him into his own attack. Caught off guard, Arthur is hit by his own powerful attack, coughing up blood and screaming in pain. Then Tranlak adds another blow, sending him crashing to the ground, much to his surprise. He scrambled backward, his sword clattering to the ground. Seeing Tranlak appear before him, he could only stammer. Tranlak raised his hand, channeling his power, and before striking, said, "Not bad. Hand over your treasure to me." Suddenly a void cuts off Arthur's arm, causing him to scream in agony as the ferocious bear attacks the cripple. He used weapons to bully him before, so this time he wants another fight, and Chen Luo has a feeling about the sword in his hand. He's sure this is the weapon from that armor, but he doesn't know what power it holds or what strength it can give him. This sword energy is like his energy pulse, only with greater range and power. Wielding it grants him an automatic, wide-range attack. But this feels a bit pointless and doesn't match the armor's grandeur. Perhaps this weapon isn't for him, as the enemy screams for his sword back. Annoyed, Chen Luo sliced the man's neck. The sword was sharp and he'd study it later, using the spatial storm he'd just mastered. He unleashes a spell, creating a tempest of spatial blades to obliterate his enemies, a whirlwind engulfing them all. Leaving the rest to his teammates, he shares the crystals and takes the bodies back with him. Nearly 4,000 corpses in such a short time, more than the giant tree could ever consume. Now clad in armor, helmet, boots, and armed with a weapon, he stares at the remaining gear on the ground, sensing something is still missing. He asked Mifan if wearing the armor was dangerous or could lead to him being controlled, and was told there were no issues. Chen Luo put on the armor, helmet, and boots. Holding the sword, he saw a majestic figure in the mirror, yet felt no special energy emanating from the armor. No matter how hard he tried, he still felt nothing. Perhaps the helmet was blocking the dark energy. The armor was still a divine artifact, so he gave it to Long Wu to study. He wondered what this world would become if the zombies evolved to his level of power. How would they cope? Though the population has dwindled, supplies are still scarce. The strong prey on the weak and concentrating resources on a select few to survive in the next world leaves humanity with a glimmer of hope. The great prophet turns to him, saying they'll start with Long Kingdom, using its resources to nurture them. The two sit by the fire, talking. Chen Luo heard that the overlords of Long Country's Guang City had suddenly left, and he didn't know when they would return. If they really encountered them, they would still have to ask the great prophet for help. The great prophet told him to rest assured. The returning god had already been invited, and the traitor would surely die. Just then, someone ran over with news. A horde of zombie monks was wreaking havoc, devouring many. He was annoyed. Extermination was the solution. Why bother him? The messenger then reported that the horde contained over 1,000 level 8 beings, and their level 7 experts had half their faces chewed off in the encounter, which startled the great prophet. He ordered the troops to crush them immediately. But 10 minutes later, he arrived to find not a single zombie in sight, and he was furious. The young man was bewildered, unsure why the zombies had suddenly retreated completely. The great prophet simply turned and left, muttering that they must be cursed. Far away, a Jiangshi smirks, thinking they'll take their time, picking off a few GESC members each day, and if not in 1 month, then 2. Meanwhile, Hong is in a meeting, believing everyone has heard about the attacks by the Wanderers and Brown Bears. She hopes they can put aside their hatred and unite against the invaders. Mu Hong reassures them, saying not to worry. Her instincts tell her they'll be back and she won't let them get away this time. But they're no longer on the mainland and the journey would take days. Everyone murmured in discontent, lamenting the enemy's ferocity and how many more would die in the coming days. Even if they arrive, what can one person do in such a large-scale battle? It's not like they can take on an entire army alone. Hong rises, resolute, vowing to fight to the death. Foreigners and our Long Country. With too few bases, they want us to join, but initially the bases only wanted elites, level 4 and 5, and now no one needs us. They sat and discussed how they were told to fend for themselves when they were low level. But now, they remember them? One person tried to stop him because he was only level 4, but he was determined, even if it meant being cannon fodder. The Dragon Country has no cowards, and so everyone mustered their courage, wanting to do something of value. Patriotic fervor surged, along with national pride, as the people of Long were determined to never lose to the ancients. Meanwhile, Mila and Milan witnessed this surge of morale. When disaster strikes, someone always steps forward, no matter how strong or weak. Milan realized that humanity, though it has its dark side, also has its light, and she seemed to have only focused on the dark before. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. They were fighting to survive, while he was fighting for a better life. The difference between them was just a full stomach and clean clothes, wanting a little dignity. Chen Luo would take action. In fact, he hoped more people could survive. A day later, the High Priest's army reached a base, only to be stopped by a group of people. Their target wasn't supplies. In Long Country, there's a concept called raising poison, where you gather poisonous creatures together, and the survivor becomes the strongest. The world is changing so fast that humanity might not survive. The great prophet declares they are the future elite, and only the strongest should survive to level up and create a true force to be reckoned with. Everyone in the crowd was convinced. Above, Chen Luo watched and praised his grand words, as the great prophet suddenly noticed the girl who could fly like him. Was she also level 10? He ordered the army to advance, and before Chen Luo, no one could escape. He then used void current to push forward. The space cage locked him inside. Chen Luo watched the show, saying he was right. Resources should be concentrated. Thanks for the gift. Now watch quietly. The space cage tightens, and no matter how hard he struggles, he can't escape. Chen Luo orders the GESC troops to eliminate them. They were beaten to a pulp, a powerful force relentlessly attacking them. Then she unleashed the Darkfire magic bullet, obliterating them at their core. No wonder the high priest said he'd have to run if he met Chen Luo. Now, it's not just Chen Luo who's terrifying anymore. This isn't a battle between two teams anymore. It's a complete and utter stomp, a one-sided game. The Magic King couldn't let Chen Luo hog all the spotlight, so he jumped into the fray. He unleashes lightning pillars upon them. Where is the great god? Begging for his intervention, the high priestess, trapped in a spatial cage, wonders why the great god hasn't acted yet. Of course, it was already planning its escape. As it fled, it thought, these foolish humans don't even realize what's going on. It didn't want to get caught up in this terrifying mess. But Chen Luo wasn't about to let it escape, ordering his men to intercept it, unleashing a death ray. If not for Mei Ruang's intervention, it would have been killed by that attack. Heguk is surprised by its resilience. Surviving such a powerful blow, she presses on, wielding the light of annihilation. Even after all that, he still invokes the Sea King, saying he'll protect him and avenge him by wiping out everyone if anything happens. She barely stopped, and he already thinks the Sea King's title is so powerful. Haiji asks Chen Luo if it's one of his lackeys, but he replies that there are too many sea creatures. It might be one, but he's never met it, so he'll keep it around until he's dealt with these people. Then settle the score. Chen Lok tells him to stay put, or he'll kill him, and he still thinks the Sea King's title is working. An hour later, the great prophet dispels the cage, and the entire army is truly annihilated. He collapsed to the ground, regretting his decision to provoke the Dragon Kingdom, but Chen Luo dismissed it, saying, "What's done is done. In the next life, be careful not to come to the Dragon Kingdom again." And with that, he struck the man's head. She thanked him, but he remained humble, saying it was the least he could do. Hearing cries for help, they turned to look. Turns out the so-called Sea King was spinning the turtle spirit around. He then dismissed the Sea King and told him to hand it over. It snapped, "How dare you! He belongs to the great Sea King." Laughing at him, "Do you have a death wish? You're nothing before the Sea King." He asked if it had ever even met the Sea King. Hai aimed his sword at him, and then a look of astonishment spread across Kwai Than and his crew's faces as they learned the truth. The man known as the Sea King was none other than Tran Lak. He stomped on the man's face, telling him to ask his cousin if he was really the Sea King, and if he didn't see him at the Ocean Assembly, he was dead. Everything he does is to survive the apocalypse, and he does indeed have a favor to ask. He wants everyone to help him find something, and in return, he'll provide 1 kilogram of rice per day. As for safety, there's no need to worry, he'll send people to protect everyone. Everyone agreed, rushing to volunteer, no one competing with each other. Groups of 100, whoever finds what he wants will be rewarded. Anyone who agrees, stand to my left, and I'll arrange for the people of the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd rushed to the left. After sorting things out, he called Mi Fan to return with him. He asked Mi Fan if she had reached the king level yet. She had reached it around 8 p.m. He turned to look at Tran Lak, thinking there were still 9 months and 16 days left. He muses that this is when the monsters will appear, sighing softly. "I see. It's shorter than I anticipated, but acceptable." He asks if she has any new abilities, and Mi Fan pauses to think. Apparently so, but she's not too sure. She predicts about 10 years until things get intimate. Suddenly, Mi Fan says it's done, leaving him utterly confused as he saw nothing happen. Mi Fan becomes mysterious, saying it's not the time to talk, but he'll know later. The next day at the Ocean Assembly, the Sea King hasn't arrived, and everyone is eager to meet him. As they say, he has divine power. They look to the sky. The Sea King has arrived. Chen Luo appears, and all bow before him. One man approached, kneeling respectfully. "My Lord Sea King, I am your loyal servant. According to the records, 126 sea creatures are eligible to attend the Grand Assembly, but only 112 have arrived, leaving 14 unaccounted for. He orders a record of all those absent. Those who don't come will face his wrath. These two are fully grown seafood anyway, so there's no point in raising them further. He might as well find a reason to kill them. He's never kneeled before, so he's not used to it." Everyone immediately berated him for his insolence, saying he clearly didn't respect the Sea King and deserved a lesson. Meanwhile, Tran Lak was secretly pleased, seeing this as a reason to get rid of him. A fish appears, yelling, "You bastards! What nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing Chen Luo, it tries to flee, but he uses Void Flow to block its escape. Witness the power of Chen Luo as it's sent flying, screaming about what he's done. He winks at Jiang Chushui to play along, using Time Stop. He's a bit hasty, but she'll do her best to act her part. Before she could act, Haiji lunged toward the fish, and the others wondered why it didn't evade, believing the Sea King had used his power to suppress it. It's not that it didn't want to run, but that it couldn't. Such mysterious and terrifying methods. 2 years ago, as the Sea King, he bestowed divine power, blessing all the sea clans and helping the chosen ones to evolve. Otherwise, this wouldn't even exist. But it used his divine power to increase its knowledge without gratitude, a death not to be mourned. In truth, Tran Lak was seizing this opportunity to deceive them. Everyone believed it wholeheartedly, and they would surely obey and perform well, so he praised their filial piety. He called for Hongdong and asked about the top 5 performers of the previous month, to which Hongdong bowed and reported. 5 minutes later, they finished their report, and after the meeting, he had them follow him, promising to bestow divine power upon them. Guishan wondered why he wasn't included, despite being the top performer. They thought to themselves, this kid's got some nerve. No surprise he's my cousin, daring to question the Sea King in front of everyone. Since he's lost face like this, he'll return to the society and find an excuse to kill him. He says he's been promoted to the king level, and if he needs a lot of divine power to advance, his achievements are not yet enough. Continue accumulating power, and when the time is right, I'll grant you the divine power to ascend beyond the king level. He was overjoyed and agreed. The mermaid beside him also expressed her desire to follow him. This pearl will enhance your ice abilities, and though you'll lose power without it, she insists on giving it to you. Chen Luo hesitates, refusing to take something so precious, but she persists, saying she has no other gift to offer. He accepts the pearl, deciding to leave Bebe and Hongdong as his maids, while Diep Van Ket Kwai brings news that Dai Trang has just acquired a king-level crystal and tells him to take it quickly. The next assembly is in a month, and he'll announce any news then. With that, he used void travel to disappear. In a forest somewhere, Chen Luo appeared and asked Da Zhuang if he had sent a king-level YSC. Well done. He was surprised that Chen Luo arrived so soon after he obtained the crystal. He immediately suspected that Wan Jiekui had snitched and decided he couldn't keep him around any longer. Having lost, he had no choice but to hand over the crystal, though Chen Luo was puzzled by Da Zhuang's newfound initiative. In his heart, he wept a river, unwilling to part with it, but giving it to Chen Luo was better than straining their brotherhood. He says his success is all thanks to you, and this crystal must be offered to you. Understanding his heart, Chen Luo lets Da Zhuang keep the crystal and wait for the monsters to appear. Da Zhuang's subordinates likely include a dozen king-level beings and around 2,000 level 8 and 9 fighters, a force to be reckoned with. He takes the opportunity to ask Da Zhuang to save any high-level corpses he obtains in the future. Da Zhuang agrees, saying that if he needs it, his subordinates can send a few hundred ESC members. Chen Luo refuses, saying he'll ask if anything else comes up, and Da Zhuang tells him to take Wan Jiegui with him. Knowing he was a spy, he found an excuse to get rid of him. The kid hadn't even flirted with his subordinates yet, and he couldn't take it anymore. Tran Lak was stunned. He hadn't even hit on zombies? This guy's taste is too heavy. Wan Jiegui drags the vaccine immortal's leg, eager to leave this place where he's forced to eat live mutant meat every day. A fate worse than death. Chen Luo, cornered, reluctantly agrees, abandoning that place for Guang Cheng. Back at home, Tran Lak was greeted by Mi Fan, who rushed out to welcome him back, jumping into his arms. What could have made her so excited? Turns out she has good news and wants him to come with her. She has an opportunity to give him. If Mi Fan calls it an opportunity, it must be something special. She can't reveal it just yet, but following her guidance and using void steps is the way to go. The two leap off the balcony and begin their journey. Before he knew it, he'd arrived in Africa. Apparently, it was nearby, but Chen Luo couldn't see anything. Mifan said it was because his fate hadn't arrived yet, and he needed to wait patiently for a few days. This opportunity is certainly dangerous. Take her back first and be careful on your own. Chen Luo is curious what could pose a threat to him. Mifan jumped through the portal and disappeared. Life is precious, so he should put on his treasured armor. 3 days have passed for Chen Luo here. He looks into the cave, wondering if this is the opportunity Mifan spoke of. But inside, a zombie and corpses lie in disarray. a zombie far beyond the king level. In his past life, Chen Luo only lived for 12 years and only encountered level king mutants. He'd never even heard of level emperor, let alone seen one. Just thinking about that emperor-level crystal is amazing. Mifan really is the best. That emperor-level zombie noticed him long ago, asking why he was following it. Chen Luo gives a friendly smile, assuring the zombie that he just wants a little sparring match. Enraged, the zombie charges at Chen Luo, ready to punish this fool who dares to challenge it. Indeed, the speed of a royal is too fast. As he retreated, he used Void Walk to leap into the air, seamlessly combining Void Walk with his dimensional human to attack the royal zombie. He uses the same move, punching the zombie, who surprisingly doesn't even try to dodge. Tranlac pauses. Han is hit by his dimensional human, but he's also injured by Han. Trading blows isn't the way to go. He needs a better strategy, and the zombie is getting excited as he dodges Han's attack again. Han can't believe his eyes. Is he so fast that Han can't even see him? Chen Luo chuckles, telling him to guess. In reality, Chen Luo had used time deceleration, making it impossible for Han to easily perceive. It attacked him at full speed, but now, in his eyes, it was moving as slowly as a turtle, not even as fast as a king level. Let's see how it attacks. As Han strikes, Chen Luo easily dodges, summoning a holy sword to counterattack. Who will meet their end? How could a zombie like Han possibly defeat him? Han refuses to believe it. This can't be happening. Just as the zombie tries to tear him to shreds, Chen Luo slices off its arm. Han is as good as dead. How dare it grab him with its arm? He'll make it regret that. Time slows, speeds up, and the Dimension Slash is unleashed. Using 3 powers simultaneously is a strong strategy, but the energy drain is immense. If he keeps this up, he won't be able to endure it for long. Chen Luo, holy sword in hand, advanced, seeking a swift victory. The threat terrified Han, who protested that it was only supposed to be a friendly spar. To save his life, the zombie conceded defeat, but Chen Luo wouldn't let such a tasty prey escape. Letting Han escape would be a waste of effort. Han continues to beg for his life, but a swift strike of the sword ends the king zombie. He then takes the crystal from Han's body. Indeed, a treasure. With this crystal, reaching the royal level will be much faster than he anticipated. A month later, a strange change occurs within Chen Luo, his body on the verge of collapse. The surge of power brings with it an excruciating pain, a torment that sends him writhing on the ground. Finally, the pain subsided, and Chen Luo lay exhausted on the ground, panting as he felt the power within him, now that he had reached the long-awaited emperor level. But why is leveling up always so painful? Is this really the right way to do it? At least each time it hurts a little less than before. Could it be because this time he's relying on crystals and fruit to level up? Either way, he's back to his peak strength. Next, if he wants to level up again... Just thinking about it, he shook his head. He'll just leave it for now and summon the sea creatures for the meeting. The 3rd annual Sea Creature Convention commenced, and the sea creatures paid their respects to the Sea King. Chen Luo asked Hongdong to report on the attendance of today's convention. According to the report, 138 out of 146 eligible sea creatures are present, and the 9 who dared to skip last time have been forcibly apprehended. Hongdong had them brought forth, fearing they would implicate the Sea King, and swore they would attend on time from now on. Chen Lu casually told them to take it away, imprisoning it for a year and releasing it if it behaved. He thought to himself that when he wanted to borrow its crystal, it would listen obediently. Of course, if it didn't listen, it would still die in the end. Those sea creatures actually praised him as wise, not sending him an NFT. Hongdong also has something to report, and as he listened, legs crossed, she told him that 2 of the sea creatures who hadn't arrived today had been eaten by a sea serpent, a powerful king-level serpent she witnessed herself. Chen Luo was furious. His precious sea creatures were being slaughtered. He would not forgive this carnage. He immediately ordered his sea creature army to hunt down the sea serpent and settle the score. The sea serpent slithered away, cursing its misfortune. It had only eaten 2 of the sea folk, so why was it being hunted by the legendary Sea King? It cursed under its breath, calling the sea creatures foolish, saying there were no gods in this world, yet a god was desperately hunting it down. It couldn't hide at the bottom of the sea any longer. This was the Antarctic territory, so it would head to the mainland to see if there was a place to hide. Just as it was about to reach the shore, a divine hand appeared, swiftly grabbing it. The hand squeezed the sea serpent's neck, causing it to thrash and cry out in pain, before a whirlpool suddenly appeared, pulling it in. The water slowly engulfed it, and it vanished, leaving only a calm surface. 3 days later, the sea serpent was still missing, and the sea creatures were scolded for being useless. Chenlo was furious. If they couldn't find one sea serpent, what good were they? Hongdong knelt and reported that they had indeed sealed off the area, but the great sea serpent had mysteriously vanished. Chenluo gritted his teeth. How could it just vanish like that? Hongdong kowtowed, begging for more time to find it. He waved his hand decisively, saying they had to find the snake dead or alive, and to keep searching until they did. Just then, Chenluo received word that the lower part of the armor had been found. He was surprised. Did he already have pants? He had the system send him the location and rushed over to a farm on the Meizhou continent. Sure enough, he could sense this was the lost piece he'd been searching for. He picked up the lower armor, thinking that without the belt, he'd almost have a complete set. Besides defense, what other function does this have? What's this horizontal line above the knee? It seems there are drawings formed by lines inside. It really is like the other parts, automatically adapting to the user's body. Chenluo unleashes a flurry of kicks, wondering if they'll have any effect. He kicks and kicks, but nothing happens. Is it only good for defense? Meanwhile, Da Zhuang is embracing a girl who listens to Xinbu, and his rise to the military rank is imminent, certainly no less than the city lord of Ziguang City. How could he be a match for Big Brother? But shouldn't he reveal his trump card? As he pondered, a figure appeared in the sky, spewing fire everywhere. The girl urged him to look. A king level had arrived. Perfect timing. He'd use this crystal as a gift for his wife, hoping she'd be in a good mood and explain things to brother Chenluo. Da Zhuang retaliates, angered that someone dares wreak havoc in his territory. He's only following Lord Haiwang's orders to find the sea serpent, so why did he have to run into another king level? No matter, he'll kill him first, then continue the search and offer the crystal to Lord Haiwang as a gift. Dodging Zhang Bao's attack, Da Zhuang retaliates, mocking Zhang Bao's predictable moves. Grabbing him, Da Zhuang lands a powerful blow to Zhang Bao's left cheek, shouting for him to die. Zhang Bao is unable to dodge and takes the full force of the punch. Da Zhuang's punch sends Zhang Bao flying, slamming him against the rocks, leaving him to grit his teeth in pain. After recovering slightly, Zhang Bao curses Da Zhuang's underlings, calling them trash who only know how to gang up. Da Zhuang's underlings mock Zhang Bao, saying he's not as tough as he seems, and that they'll take care of him. Da Zhuang was silenced with a kick, so leaving him breathless and defeated. He thought finally the loudmouth was quiet, probably on the verge of death. Just then, the water god's siblings arrived, finding Xiang Bao sprawled on the ground, and anxiously asked what happened and who was responsible. Da Zhuang stared blankly at the army behind Xiang Bao, unable to believe how many king-level experts there were. Though outnumbered, Da Zhuang wasn't worried, confident his many subordinates could handle these 8 kings. But the number quickly swelled to 70, a fully organized royal army. Even the mighty Da Zhuang was no match for so many king-level experts. Sweat poured down his face as he looked at the army, stammering apologies. Thinking they'd let it go so easily, she, emboldened by her backup, punches Big Zhuang square in the right cheek, asking why he's so scared now when he wanted to gang up on them earlier. Dazed by the blow, Da Zhuang cradled his cheek, realizing his only chance of survival against so many king-level opponents was to call for Chenluo. Ignoring the sea creature's threats, Da Zhuang sank into his thoughts. Though she doesn't know if Chenluo's emperor level can defeat so many king levels, he always has miraculous methods. And if he can't win, he can help her escape. At Chenluo's base, he sits with Mila, assessing her current situation. It would take Mila at least 5 months to reach the emperor level. A weight Chenluo couldn't bear. Baigong, sitting beside them, watched the young couple with its blue eyes, but offered Chenluo no suggestion of time acceleration. Using the fruit is a small matter, but in such a dangerous situation, a small matter is nothing. Hearing this, Chenluo hesitated and looked at Mira. Before he could finish, Mila resolved to level up, knowing this was her chance to help him. A minor issue with only future consequences. Torn between joy and concern for Mila, Chenluo embraced her, grateful for such a wife. But their moment was cut short by an urgent message. Da Zhuang reported that he was in danger, facing powerful enemies, and that Chenluo shouldn't come if he was worried. Surprised that Da Zhuang reported enemies that could harm him, Chenluo decided he had to investigate. He was too curious to stay away. At Da Zhuang's base, he told him to hold on, that he was on his way. Hearing this, Da Zhuang was overjoyed at Chenluo's reliability, vowing to trust him forever. Knowing his big brother was coming, he toughened up to fight the sea creatures. His protector would arrive soon. The sea creatures, numerous and powerful, wanted to see who Da Zhuang had called for backup, even giving him a chance. But little did they know the person Da Zhuang called might be intimidated by their sheer numbers. In the sky, a figure materialized before them using void walk. Da Zhuang turned to look at Chen Luo, shouting, "Big brother!" The sea creatures were dumbfounded. They might not recognize anyone else, but they couldn't fail to recognize their sea king. Looking at the situation below, Chen Luo was taken aback, realizing that Da Zhuang had barged into the Sea King's temple, and now the opposing sides were both his subordinates. When the sea creatures saw Chen Luo, they shouted in unison, "Greetings, Sea King!" Da Zhuang, standing beside them, saw the royal army that had been so fierce just moments ago. Now it's acting all docile. It can't believe its eyes, looking at Chen Luo. How did its big brother become the Sea King? Shangbao points at Da Zhuang, asking what his relationship is to him. Chen Luo strokes his chin, pondering. Now that he's the Sea King, being all chummy with Da Zhuang wouldn't be a good look. For now, he could only deceive them to get through this quickly, and so Chen Luo began to fabricate a story. He claimed that he was once in the human realm and spent time with Da Zhuang, and to end this quickly, Chen Luo wanted them to drop the matter. Shangbao humbly submits, calling Da Zhuang brother, seeing their acquaintance without a fight as fate, and offering Da Zhuang a hit if he wishes. Da Zhuang, seeing Zhangbao's concession, feels too ashamed to press further, especially since they'll be working together in the future. Chen Luo was itching with frustration, knowing he'd wasted his time coming here, failing to catch a king and being forced to put on an act. Da Zhuang glanced at his subordinates and the startled onlookers behind him, kowtowing to Chen Luo as they obediently shouted, "Big brother," twice. Da Zhuang glanced at his wife, realizing his secret was out. Though his followers knelt before Chen Luo, they whispered about Da Zhuang needing someone to come to his rescue, but they were all in awe of Chen Luo's strength. Not wanting to die, they kneel before Chen Luo, caring little for status or origin, only that the mighty Chen Luo is before them. After dealing with Da Zhuang's men, Chen Luo returns to the Divine Light Base to use time acceleration to help Milei level up. However, continuous use would greatly damage Mila's spirit and stamina, so he had to find a way to fix the time acceleration. Meaning, Chen Luo would create a specific area where time flowed very slowly. A place like its own world with its own timeline. Anyone who enters can enjoy the slow passage of time within this area. Tranlok clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and thought, if only he could merge the two types of spatial energy with time. When Milei suddenly saw Chen Luo stop accelerating time, she looked up at him, waiting for an explanation. But Chen Luo said nothing, only sullenly releasing a surge of Dahayan energy, forming a small vortex. After a while, a square box suddenly appeared inside the vortex, containing a faint glimmer of energy. Just as it took shape, Chen Luo felt a surge of nausea, and he couldn't help but cough, spitting out some syrup, much to Mi Luo's surprise. Milo supports Chen Luo, anxiously asking about his condition, but he can only breathe laboriously, trying to suppress the pain. Milei tells him to sit in a meditative position so she can heal him, and Chen Luo obediently complies. He listened to his wife and took deep breaths, but he was still worried about his earlier state, as his crystal was almost shattered. After stabilizing his breathing and crystal, Chen Luo's complexion became a little rosier, and he asked Mi Luo to get him 2 watches. Though she didn't know what he was up to, she agreed and hurried to get them for him. When she returned, the small cube had grown considerably, surprising her, but she didn't question him. She hands him the 2 watches he asked for and watches as Chen Luo takes them and steps into the square to experiment. He has truly succeeded in creating areas with different time flow rates and sustaining them for extended periods. Earlier, Chen Luo tested the box himself, while Milei watched from outside, observing that 20 minutes passed inside while only 7 minutes passed outside, a time flow rate of about 3-to-1. Chen Luo was overjoyed, even though the cost was high because this place could operate on its own. Looking at the newly created space, Tranlak realized another problem. How long could this area last? He asked Com to call Heiko over, wanting to split the area in half for both Mylak and Heiko. But Com disagreed, believing it best for Milak to reach the Emperor level before Heiko. Tranlak raised an eyebrow at Com's innocent face, unsure why she would say that, why Milak should level up before Heiko. He wondered if she was worried that Heigi would be influenced by the mysterious meat after leveling up and go on a killing spree. Half a month later, in Tukwang City, Milei happily told Heigi that she had leveled up to Emperor, but Heigi coldly replied, "So what?" Sensing the awkwardness, Chen Luo covers for his wife, explaining that she's been researching ways to purify Heike's bloodlust, as her mind was affected by the mystical meat. Milei adds that now that she's reached the Emperor level, her abilities have changed, and she can try something to help Heike. Heike's heart skips a beat and she decides to give it a try to see what changes might occur. Milei happily agrees and sits down opposite Heike. Milu releases her green energy, earnestly reminding Heiji to relax and not resist her power. Heiji truly relaxes, her eyes fixed on Milu yet seeming to lose focus as the green light envelops her, as if to devour and caress Heiji. After a moment, Heiji's eyes seemed purified, and her purple armor gradually brightened, no longer the dull purple it once was. Milei collapsed, saying that with her current abilities she could only suppress the baleful aura, worried that if she couldn't continue the purification, Heiji would revert to her original state. Seeing this, Chenluo grew even more curious. Just who was the owner of this meat, if a piece of it could heal even a royal-level patient when nothing else could? Suddenly, Chenluo's eyes widened. He had a bold idea. Could the original owner of the armor have been a dark elemental esper? Perhaps the death of the armor's owner spread their power throughout the world, and the dark energy led to the birth of the Tangshi. And only the Tangshi could absorb the energy after the armor's owner died, which explains why the Tangshi can level up without absorbing crystals. The undead continuously absorb crystals, but survivors can level up by absorbing the undead's crystals, indirectly absorbing the armor's original owner's energy. If so, the original owner's crystal must be powerful, and perhaps the monsters appeared because they found the armor and the crystal. After indulging in his imagination, Chenluo dismisses the possibility as too frightening and refocuses on the urgent task of the monster emergence. He asks Mila how many level 10 members Dawn City has, and she hesitantly answers 56, unsure of the exact number. Seeing the low number of level 10s, Chenluo asks Mila to spread the word that he's preparing to promote level 10s to king level with voluntary registration. And Mila, sensing his tension and wanting to comfort him, assures him that people will register, but worries if there are enough crystals. Realizing the situation, Tranlok embraces her, reassuring her that he can handle the crystals and that with her growing power comes greater responsibility. But he also reminds her that reaching the king level must be a priority, as danger is approaching. If anyone asks, Tranlok is dead, but tell the sea creatures that he's throwing a feast tomorrow. The sea creatures that Tranlok raised are now ready to perform, but he wants to discuss something with Heiko, as he's not suited to take action himself. The next morning, the sea creatures gathered on the beach, eagerly awaiting their sea king, but their faces paled when they saw him. They staggered, not believing their eyes, thinking that Tranlok was different today, looking a little weak. Tranlok looked weakly at the sea creatures he had raised and asked if they were truly loyal to him, leaving them confused and unsure of what to do. They proved their loyalty by declaring that anyone who wished to harm Chenluo would have to go through them, that they would serve him for life, for without him, they would not exist. Their loyalty was witnessed by the sun and moon, for Chenluo was their king, and they, his subjects. On the surface, Chenluo appeared weak, but inwardly he smirked, knowing he would soon discover the traitor within the city. Chenluo slumped, sweating profusely, weakly claiming that a traitor had emerged from his servants. She had exploited a critical moment to steal his divine power and artifact, seeking to hunt him down, and he entrusted the sea creatures to stop her in his stead. Before the sea creatures could understand, Chenluo told them to stall for an hour so he could recover his power and fight the traitor. Just then, the sea creature appeared behind Chenluo, declaring today would be his death anniversary. Wearing Tranlok's armor, she attacks him without hesitation, fully embracing her role. The sea creatures witnessing the assault can't believe someone would dare be so insolent. Not stopping there, they realized the armor and boots she wore looked familiar. She glared at the sea creatures, threatening the timid ones, saying she only wanted ISC and anyone who didn't want to end up like him should leave. The fishman, fearing for its king, berated the sea creature for daring to insult and attempt to kill Chenluo, urging everyone to attack and capture her so Chenluo could recover his divine power. Each sea monster desperately tried to block Heiji, not allowing her to get any closer to Tranlok. They unleashed water dragon fists and water arrows, forcing Heiji to evade. However, all attempts to strike her were futile. With a single sweep of her sword, all attacks were deflected. Hilo tells them they must be tired of living, and the sea creatures begin to panic, truly believing she's taken Chenluo's power, praising his divine weapon as well. Heiji confidently stared down at the sea creatures below, her amethyst eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and announced that she would now begin her counterattack. With a single slash, the sea split in two where they stood, sending them flying into the air, unable to retaliate. Looking at the situation, Chenluo scratched his head, thinking it wouldn't do to just stand by and watch. He needed to spice things up. He decided to attack Haikei, but since he was pretending to be weak, he flew at a normal, non-threatening speed. Before he could even reach her, let alone dodge, Chenlo pretended to be hit by one of Haiji's shots and collapsed. Haiji could barely contain her laughter at his theatrics. If Chenluo wanted to put on a show, she'd gladly play along. Haiji summons dozens of lightning bolts from the sky to strike Chenluo, the lightning running along the sword, converging into a straight line, leaving Chenluo with no escape. But just as Chenluo was about to dodge, a figure rushed into the path of the lightning, shielding Chenluo without regard for their own life. Tran Lak is shocked as Hong Dong lies atop Ming, taking a fatal blow for him, still shouting to protect her king, but even with her loyalty and power, she can't escape Haikei's attack. She coughs up blood and Tran Lak anxiously asks about her condition, but she's already fading, mumbling that Min is loyal and can do his best. Witnessing this, Chen Lak couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, acknowledging Hong Dong's unwavering loyalty. Even Hai Ko was moved, clapping her hands in pity, knowing that she could never forgive Chen Lak. Haiji decides to make her final move, summoning a dark barrier that engulfs a section of the sea, revealing bizarre monsters floating within. Tranlak chimes in to further provoke the sea creatures, urging them to hold Haiji back as he nears the restoration of his divine power. Her defense is strong, but her power is limited. If we crush a few of them, we can take her down. The sea creatures, emboldened, surge toward the barrier, aiming to attack the minor demons Haiko just summoned. As he goes, he encourages everyone to charge forward, saying that if they can't break through her armor, they can still subdue Haiji by restraining her. Haiji is speechless at the chaotic scene. Even though this is a revenge film directed by Tran Lak, she still feels unhappy seeing the marine life in crisis. Meanwhile, Bebe has stopped attacking, and Hong turns to ask what she's doing. Bebe brazenly claims that Tran Lak is doomed, and following him is a dead end. She just wants to find a safe haven. Though he anticipated it, hearing it firsthand still left Chen Luo feeling deflated. He could only groan. Unbeknownst to him, a turtle was approaching from behind, seizing his coat and declaring triumphantly to the others that it had captured him. The turtle's head swaying back and forth in elation. Unfazed that Tran Lak was being jostled around, Hakwai proudly told everyone he had captured him, even biting him in the mouth. Tran Lak endured it for the greater good, but his cold eyes said it all. He was so angry he felt like tearing Hakwai apart. Before Chen Luo could say anything, Hong Dong fiercely berated He Kwai for daring to treat Chen Luo like that, and struck him with her spiritual illusion palm. He Kwai was no match for Hong Dong, and the full force of her blow made him dizzy, causing him to release Chen Luo. He gives Hong Dong another point for saving her master in a crisis, proving he didn't misjudge her. Just then, a turtle approaches the stunned Hakwai, calling him ungrateful, saying that Chen Luo gave Hakwai power, but he doesn't appreciate it, and today it will eliminate Hakui in Chen Luo's place. At that moment, the river leopard surged forth seeking to attack Haiji for the glory of the great Sea King. Remembering Chen Luo's words about testing loyalty, Haiji decided to hold nothing back, unleashing her full power. She soared into the sky using the light of annihilation technique, striking the river leopard directly in the heart, causing it unimaginable pain. Hai simply watches the Jiangbao fall to the ground, unblinking, as it crashes and lets out one final scream before dying. Seeing this, the sea creatures are spurred into a frenzy, ready to fight her to the death for the glory of the Sea King. Chenlo says he doesn't want to test them anymore, as he's discovered which AIs are loyal and which aren't, and announces that his divine power has been restored. Chenluo reached for the sky and called for light, and suddenly a glimmer pierced the darkness, shining directly upon Haiji, leaving the sea creatures astonished and elated. If Tran Lak says, "Let there be light," there is light. Light banishes darkness, and their faith in Tran Lak grows. Haichi hasn't forgotten her role, and she's furious with Tran Lak for ruining her plans, asking him what the hell he's doing. Not wanting to waste time explaining, Chen Luo flew up and used his divine power to obliterate Haiji with a single blow, sending her screaming. In reality, Chen Luo was using Void Flow to safely transport Haiji back to her master without raising suspicion, and he grinned with satisfaction at the successful performance. He then returned to the sea creatures who rejoiced at the restoration of his divine power, awed by how easily he defeated a powerful foe, proving his godlike strength. With the celebration over, it's time for judgment, as Bebe and the other disloyal sea creatures kneel before Chen Luo, begging for mercy and promising never to repeat their mistakes. Chen Luo is in no hurry, ordering them to remain kneeling and motionless. Chen Luo went to see Xiangbao as Hong confirmed his death, but Chen Luo refused to believe it and wanted to see for himself. Xiangbao lay motionless, without any signs of life, and the other sea creatures repeated Hong's words, certain that Xiangbao was gone. Chen Luo plays the part of a benevolent leader, seeing Xiangbao's loyalty and knowing that with time, he would sacrifice his divine power to revive him, showing the sea creatures his dedication. Of course, they didn't understand what Chen Luo meant, staring blankly at each other, wondering if he was serious or joking. How could someone come back to life after dying? Chen Luo simply summoned a divine barrier of rebirth, enveloping Xiangbao's body in a blue-green light, the color of hope. Having used his divine power, Tranlac opened his eyes. A clear weariness etched upon them, making him look gaunt. Now that Milei has ascended to the emperor level, she can easily revive a king-level being. And Chen Luo couldn't be prouder of his wife. He looked up to the sky and saw Milei smiling happily, hiding behind the clouds as she tried to restore every drop of blood. When the sea creatures saw Xiangbao revived, they cheered and jostled each other to witness the miracle. They were proud to see how strong Chen Luo was, which meant they no longer had to be afraid. They were right to follow Chen Luo, and these sea creatures would later risk everything for him. Chen Luo was secretly pleased, knowing this army would be the most motivated in battle. Seeing Yang Bao revived, Hong asks Chen Luo how to deal with the traitors, but he coldly tells her to kill them. After the sea creatures tortured them to death, Tranlac feigned benevolence, opened a spatial rift, and buried them. The sea creatures, proud of his kindness, said he didn't need to treat those rebels so well. They deserved what they got. With everything done, Chen Luo dismissed the sea creatures, pondering that most of the Z96 were king level, when he suddenly realized there seemed to be a BUG. A king-level crystal could help a level 10 advance, and after advancing, they'd obtain another king-level crystal. Moreover, the level 10 corpses at the giant tree can never produce high-quality fruit like the king-level corpses, so this is an endless cycle. A voice reached Chen Luo, saying that those level 10 natives shouldn't be left alive. He thought that if he did that, he could find quite a few king-level crystals, king-level corpses, and high-quality fruits. He moved to the big fruit tree, which greeted him happily, shaking its huge trunk, overjoyed that cooperating with Chen Luo was the right thing to do, and it would never lack high-end food. He muttered to the tree, wondering why its dark and lightning dual abilities hadn't improved despite the abundance of corpses he'd provided. The tree, accepting the bodies, admitted to feeling stronger but seemed stuck, unable to advance further. He pondered in silence, wondering if the tree's potential was limited, preventing it from reaching the king level. The tree then asked for 10 fruits this time, just like before, so it could observe any changes. He agrees, since there are plenty of fruits and Tranlac truly hopes the giant tree can reach the emperor level, but he wonders who the next candidate for the emperor level will be. A month later, at Dawn City Base, Tranlac happily announces to everyone that his innate ability, void travel, has finally broken through. Baiju was happy for Chen Luo's continued breakthrough, looking up at him with her blue eyes, asking how far he could travel this time. Chen Luo was then approached by Little Rice Cake, who begged him to take her, as she'd never been to the moon, but Chen Luo was a little embarrassed and refused. Bringing someone along would double the consumption of void travel, something he wasn't sure about, but he promised to take some pictures for Bai Fan. That night, Chen Luo actually went to the moon, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Looking around, he realized that after leveling up, he no longer needed a spaceship, directly solving the problems of extremely low temperatures and oxygen. Suddenly, he saw someone bounding toward him from afar, and Tranlac wasn't sure if it was a person, an alien, or something else entirely. As the figure drew closer, he was shocked to see that it was an astronaut approaching him. Constantly saying, "OMG," Jill startled Chen Luo, who backed away, thinking he must be a foreigner. Despite his confusion, Chen Luo waved and said hi, but the astronaut burst into English, saying, "Thank God I finally see a living person." Having no other choice, Chen Luo hands the astronaut the simultaneous translator that Long Yu specially made, while he takes out the communication earpiece, also made by Long Yu, which can transmit in any environment. He introduces himself to Chen Luo as Jill, an astronaut from Dengta who was abandoned on the moon, and says he lost contact with Earth when he arrived. Jill had been on the moon for 2.5 years, surviving on the station's supplies, and he asked Chen Luo how he got to the moon and about the situation on Earth. Chen Luo was a little panicked by Jill's talkativeness, but he calmly told him about the disappearance of Dengta and the impending disappearance of other countries. Suddenly, Jill wondered if everything was connected to what he had seen. Tranlac was stunned. His eyes lit up and he stood up straight, asking Jill what he had witnessed. Honestly, Jill recounted that it was when he first arrived on the moon, he saw 2 masses of light, one black and one blue, flickering in space. Then, a terrible shock occurred, like a star exploding, and the black light fell towards Blue Star. Upon hearing about the black light, Chen Luo's eyes widened as if he had discovered something. Chen Luo speculates that the black light may have been the dark ability of the armor's original owner, since he once thought the original owner might have fallen into someone else's hands and exploded into pieces on Azure Planet. He never imagined the truth would be like this, and the timing is so precise. But Chen Luo said nothing to Jill, only asking about his concerns. What about the blue light after the black light exploded? The old man frowned, trying to remember, but it was no use. He couldn't see clearly and couldn't recall, as it had been 2 years. Jill only remembered they were very fast. Chen Luo stroked his chin, thinking the blue light seemed to be the color of the ice element, so the original owner's opponent might have had ice abilities. After hearing the useful information, he decided to leave. But before he did, Chen Luo left some supplies as a form of repayment. Jill was shocked that he was leaving so soon and frantically tried to stop him, but he quickly disappeared, while Jill continued to chase after him, begging him to stay. He felt a headache coming on, thinking about his kind wife at home, and here was Jill wanting him to stay. Greeting Chen Luo's return was the Law King, excitedly announcing his advancement to Emperor, surprising Chen Luo with his speed. Entering the room, he saw Ning Shuang sitting with baby Rice, and Chen Luo could sense that Ning Shuang had advanced to the high-level king stage. Hearing that, she turned around, gave Chen Luo a thumbs up, and triumphantly asked if she was amazing. Looking at her, Chen Luo felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He remembered she was ice-based and always special, the first to level up to king without pain, whose tears could turn into pearls, and who had healing abilities. Could it be that Ningguang Shuang is the source of that green light? Is she suffering from amnesia, or is she just pretending? Seeing Tran Lok staring at her without saying a word, she frowned and asked worriedly. Finding it absurd, he dismissed his thoughts about Ningguang Shuang, convincing himself that the armor's original owner had died 2 years ago, and the hunt for the blue light couldn't have left her completely unscathed. Maybe she was just injured after consuming the blue light, or perhaps it was triggered by some item. Suddenly, Rice Baby cries out, its blue eyes staring intently outside. Worried, Chen Luo asks what's wrong, and Rice Baby sniffs the air with its cat nose, sensing that the day of crisis is coming. And perhaps it can feel the outcome of this crisis. Ignoring Chen Luo, Rice says the path ahead is too dangerous, but the outcome can be considered a success. Yet somehow, it also feels like a failure. Chen Luo ponders the word failure. Worried, Becom furrowed its brow, wondering why it felt this way, like success and failure intertwined, people and things unharmed, yet somehow a failure. Moreover, it sensed that Antarctica concealed a massive secret, but the time wasn't right to investigate. And of course, it doesn't tell Chen Luo, who asks Little Rice, eyes wide, if it can sense where the danger is coming from. Little Rice tries to retrieve information from its brain, predicting that these people may come from the southwest corner of Maizhou, but it hesitates on the specific time. Pointing in a direction, it told him it would be around 1 in the afternoon, half a month from now. With this information, Chen Luo didn't press further, confident that with Little Rice's guidance, he could witness the monster's arrival firsthand. One day, half a month later, at 12:58 p.m., Chen Luo appeared on a mountain ridge, as if waiting for something. He stared at the ground, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, waiting for what he longed for to appear. Suddenly, a blue light flashed before him, confirming that the monsters had crossed through the spatial gate. Then, in the clear sky, an unusual multicolored light appeared, catching his eye. A diverse horde of monsters emerged, crossing through a dimensional gateway into this world. From above, Chen Luo watched, breaking into a cold sweat as he estimated their numbers to be around 500. He felt a sense of familiarity, certain he'd seen it before, the white larva clinging to the back of the leader's neck. He guessed this 8-legged creature might have been sent as an internal spy on Blue Star. Not only could it be the leader of the monsters, but it also has glowing heterochromia. Though upon closer inspection, this monster has a whole purple eyeball, so Chen Luo really wants to pluck it out for a look. Suddenly, the monsters begin to kneel and cry loudly, all surrounding the squid-headed leader, leaving Chen Luo puzzled by the situation. More than confused, he's surprised that these monsters, who slaughtered so many on Blue Star, are now crying. Tran Lak suspects they might be crying for the armor's original owner, confirming his theory about the original owner's explosion. The leader suddenly looks around for something, as if sensing his energy nearby, startling Tran Lak, who fears he's been discovered. But it just glanced in his direction before turning away, reassuring Tran Lak that the newly arrived monsters were only Demon King level. and couldn't detect his emperor level. But the king-level fish kept turning around as if trying to find an opening, making Tranlac wonder if it could sense the abnormal energy. Suddenly, the eight-legged fish summoned a massive purple crystal, as large as a person, while the lesser monsters below clasped their hands as if in prayer. Seeing the crystal, Chenluo couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is that?" Then they began to inhale the energy from the purple crystal, and all the lesser monsters quickly broke through, with 30 of them rising from king to emperor class. Tranlac watched in horror, wondering where that crystal came from. Could the space system hold spatial abilities? Then, the octopus-like creature began chanting an incantation that Tranlac didn't understand. The incantation was garbled, as if trying to convey some meaning, but it just kept chanting and staring intently downwards. But Chenlo didn't care. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to capture one alive and have Dream Sound investigate. Once they leveled up, the monsters split into smaller groups heading towards different continents, where they would further divide and surge forward until all life was slaughtered and vanished. He used Voidwalk to approach the monsters. Tran planned to follow them, wait for them to scatter, and then attack individually. He couldn't waste his space affinity title as a sneak attacker. It was only natural, he thought gleefully. He looked around for an opportunity to strike, but noticed 13 of them remained still, surrounding the purple crystal from before. So they're absorbing the crystal. Their mouths open, drawing energy from the purple crystal, so focused that they don't notice Tranlac wandering nearby. Seeing this, he has a bad feeling. Tranlac suspects they want to level up beyond the Emperor tier. He recalled his past life, when, even as a royal, there was a monster he couldn't escape or fight. He wondered if they could truly become even stronger, his brow furrowing. Dejected, he flew to a nearby tree, lamenting his weakness at not being able to fight all 13 king-level monsters at once. Determined to shake off the negativity, Chenluo decided to use spatial travel to follow the monsters seeking further evolution, waiting for them to separate so he could strike. Chenluo stayed with the monsters absorbing energy from the crystal in Africa, while the rest moved to the main pocket continent. As a new day dawned, he telepathically ordered everyone in Kwang Citadel to kill all invading monsters. The one who received the transmission from Chenluo was the Dharma King, who now faced a seemingly endless army of monsters, yet smiled calmly, promising his master that he would guard their home carefully. The Magic King, followed by Haiji, Nguangsuang, Milap, and the army of Light City, advanced to attack the monsters, vowing to kill them all, showing no mercy to the invaders. Meanwhile, on Tranlac's side, the octopod informs the remaining 12 that the bait has met its match. A diamond-faced creature, drenched in sweat, wonders if they too are just bait, and if that one is dead, they must find the culprit. Seemingly fearless, the diamond-faced creature continues to speak, admitting it feels like nothing more than cannon fodder to test the strength of their foe, its life no more valuable than bait. The eight-legged fish scolds the diamond-faced one for speaking carelessly, causing him to flinch, sweat profusely, and apologize. It almost forgot that the ruby in the eight-legged fish's eye could transmit everything to the one above it. The leader ignored it, turned away, and ordered them to continue with the plan. Retrieve the armor and crystals, and find the culprit. Of course, that person would continue to send reinforcements to Blue Star, and the other monsters nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after a long battle, the Magic King realized that there were too many monsters, and it was too difficult to deal with them in small groups. The Battle King ordered everyone to quickly form an ambush, and he would lure the monsters over. Mila acknowledged the order, giving the Battle King a few more buffs before leaving and reminding him that the boost would only last for 5 minutes. She lent the king power with a green energy, increasing his strength, speed, and recovery, and after receiving Mila's buffs, he hurried off. The king rushed to attack the monsters with incredible speed, and they were surprised by his audacity and pace. But what they were more concerned about was the Pope's helmet. It felt very familiar. However, the color was different from the one they were looking for, otherwise they would have mistaken it. The one-eyed monster opened its mouth, ready to devour the approaching Dharma King. But our hero, unfazed, channeled lightning energy into his left fist. The monster thought it had him, but before it could react, the Dharma King struck with unimaginable speed. The monster is certain this can't be king level. It suspects the paladin might be emperor level on Blue Star, but the monster isn't afraid. They have numbers, and they look down on Blue Star creatures as ignorant and weak, thinking they can bully them with just an emperor level. Then, over 100 monsters encircled the Avatar, intent on his demise, but despite being surrounded, he confidently unleashed a thunderous punch. The avatar scoffed at the monsters, mocking their slow speed and futile attempt to surround him, calling it a pipe dream. He punched a monster in the face, wanting it to taste his ultimate punch, and the monster's head spun almost completely around. He knew that hitting the monsters would expose him to their dark energy, and these monsters were so tough that even with millet enhancement, they were hard to kill with a single blow. The Dharma King decided to change his attack, summoning a deep, thunderous pit from the sky, right above where the monster stood. Then, the lightning above seemed to use the Dharma King as a conductor, as he channeled that energy into a blinding bolt of lightning towards the monsters. The monsters were struck by lightning, some fainting, others barely clinging to life, but all were terrified of the overwhelmingly powerful mage. They realized he wasn't a physical fighter, but a master of lightning, and they finally understood the challenge they faced. Through the visor, our hero eyed the monsters, wanting nothing more than to obliterate them all, an impossible task. For the sake of Dawn City, the Thunderlord continued to unleash lightning, the monsters' screams shaking the very heavens. Monsters and lightning clash in a chaotic dance of predator and prey, their roars and the thunder's rumble creating a symphony of destruction. The Lightning Lord suddenly realizes they're forming a circle, attempting to trap him within a barrier. The Pope doesn't want the monsters to get their wish, so running is the best option, as his main mission is still to lead these monsters into the encirclement of his brothers in Dawn City. The Pope pretends to be frightened and barks twice, having learned from Tranlac that if you're going to lure them, you should at least add a little acting skill. Behind the Magic King, the monsters unleashed a barrage of attacks, gravity spells, blizzards, and meteor showers. He had to haul ass, begging them to stop as he fled. The Divine King feigns weakness to lure these simpletons, and as he flees, the monsters halt, realizing they're being led into an ambush by the natives below. The Magic Emperor turned to the monsters, saying with a mix of frustration and resignation that it was probably too late to realize that now. The monsters whispered amongst themselves that many king-level beings were lying in wait, wondering why the natives had so many king-level individuals and were so united. The monsters couldn't believe it, wondering how these people knew they were coming. They wanted to retreat before their master's reinforcements arrived, but of course, going was easy, returning was hard. Ning Shuang, seeing their intention to flee, summoned ice to block their path. Meanwhile, on the other side, Haiji unleashed her energy on a monster's thick skull, as the monsters were overwhelmed by the sheer number of royals. Haiji summoned a massive hand, crushing the monster's neck as she laughed maniacally, promising them a taste of true power. One monster could sense that many more king-level beings were approaching from behind. The monsters rejoiced, hoping this was reinforcements sent by their master, some even weeping with the possibility of being rescued from Kwang Citadel. But the harsh truth was, it wasn't reinforcements, but rather Chen Luo's aquatic army, a well-trained force of king-level creatures, eager to fight for his glory, attacking before the monsters could even react. Seeing the number of people before them, the monsters knew they couldn't delay until reinforcements arrived and could only huddle together, crying and screaming. One of them, a strange brown creature who seemed the most lucid, suddenly roared at the others that if they were to die, they would drag the blue star creatures down with them, and then, with a bang, activated self-destruct mode. This courageous act seemed to deeply affect the alien creatures, who immediately mimicked it, rushing forward and detonating like heavy bombs, the suffocating aura filling the sky, creating utter chaos. Suddenly, a flash of emerald light appeared, and a familiar voice chanted a healing spell. Thanks to Mila's timely support and miraculous powers, she quickly healed the wounded before everyone's astonished eyes. Seeing that the situation was more stable, she waved her hand, gently assuring everyone to move forward without worry, because as long as a single blow wasn't fatal, she could revive them. In Africa, Chen Luo analyzed the situation from a nearby vantage point. It seemed the monsters had split into smaller groups, making it easier for him to strike. Thinking this, Chen Luo flew above them, preparing to attack. One of the monsters seemed to receive a signal from a distant comrade, turning back to inform the others that their team in Australia had been ambushed and they needed to return and report to their superiors. The monsters panicked, unable to understand how the Earthlings knew they were coming. Could this place also be an ambush? Thousands of questions arose, but if the higher-ups wanted a report, they should return first. Suddenly, Chen Luo appeared, blocking their path with a sly grin, muttering an incantation of spatial storm. Instantly, a massive sphere of blue light formed, trapping the monsters inside, caught completely off guard. They were helpless within his magic circle, enduring endless pain, but one of them remained calm, seeking a way out, demanding the protective barrier be opened so they could escape together. The distraction works, and they successfully break free, charging at him with furious intent to devour him. The monster, horrified at being pulled back, cried out. Just as it re-entered, he focused his power to compress the space, increasing the frequency of the monster's attacks, leaving them with no escape. Chenlo acted quickly before more monsters could reinforce them. 3 minutes later, his powers had drained the monsters dry, leaving them slumped in a heap. Chenlo looked around, hands on his hips, lamenting that he'd grown weaker. Using nearly half his powers on these monsters, he needed to return to base quickly to check on his comrades. Meanwhile, in America, as the high-ranking monsters discussed their battle plan, the white-haired leader suddenly announced that their subordinates sent to the continent had been wiped out. Han pondered, as if the humans had known of their arrival all along, but another leader beside him reassured him. They believed that as long as they guarded against ambushes, the Blue Star or Rainbow Star people would still be weak and insignificant. But before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, the white-haired demon jumped up again. Han's face was visibly tense. The team in Africa had also been ambushed. Han grimly added that it was a space-type user with instant transmission, sending the demons into an uproar, demanding to know how such a skill could be wielded by lowly Blue Star humans when even they didn't possess it. The leader paced, muttering, never expecting to find such a rare talent for instant teleportation on this strange and distant planet. A glint of malice flashed in Han's eyes. Such talent must be found and eliminated to prevent it from hindering his battle plans. After weighing the pros and cons, Han ordered all troops to return and report so they could search together. As for the Shangguang city base, Chen Luo was holding a large-scale meeting, still making the most of the time dilation. He urged them to embrace his power and focus on absorbing the king crystals from the defeated monsters, instructing them to break through to the king level as quickly as possible before the next wave arrived. With a wave of Chen Luo's hand, bolts of azure lightning continuously surged forth, permeating every cell of his soldiers, causing terrifying transformations. They couldn't help but curl up, embracing their bodies as their energy soared, pushing the number of those reaching king level into the hundreds with no sign of stopping. Chen smiles, pleased with the results, but his reverie is broken when a frantic subordinate reports that the coastal guards have spotted the monsters landing and heading their way. Chenlock nodded in understanding, then turned to order everyone to prepare for aerial interception and be ready for battle. With the number of monsters this time, they must be vast, so he had to contact the Zombie King's death squad to help. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters from the city, the white octopus head lamented not bringing laser cannons to wipe out Lin Xing's army. Another monster clicked its tongue, wondering how they could have foreseen this situation. Yeah, even if we had laser cannons, they wouldn't be effective against that guy. White Tusk nodded in agreement and had to order Doc Van to attack first. Doc Van narrowed the only eye on his face, rubbing his hands together with glee at the prospect of dealing with these small fries. Just keep the remaining monsters busy and prevent that space-type genius from teleporting away to their doom. The leader reassured him, saying that while the skill is powerful, it drains their energy, and if their powers run out, the user is sure to die. Even if they're of the royal class, their uses are limited. From inside the city, Chen Luo watched, puzzled as the monsters refused to advance further, stopping just outside the 5-kilometer mark. Were they afraid of an ambush like the smaller groups? Just then, Da Trang's voice rang out from behind, followed closely by a motley group of tide killers. Seeing them arrive, Chen Luo's face gradually turned strange. According to his plan, these wave killers are best suited as cannon fodder, but to get them truly willing, he'll have to resort to some tricks. First, use his strength to make them believe he can protect them. Then add Mila's resurrection magic to ease their worries about injuries. Not only was Da Zhuang king of the zombies, but also Chen Luo's subordinate, helping him brainwash the wave hunters into believing that charging into battle was just a drill. They bought it hook, line, and sinker, shouting enthusiastically, eager to impress their big brother, and bravely charge forward. Seeing the simple-minded wave slayers didn't suspect a thing, Chen Luo was extremely satisfied, unable to help but reveal a sinister smile, which caught the attention of a cute zombie, putting her on alert. She questioned Da Zhuang, but he could only give a perfunctory reply and tell her to step back. Things were already urgent, and they had to be stubborn. Under the leadership of the Tang Thai king, thousands of wave killers swarmed out like aggressive, warlike bees. Da Zhuang ran, pursing his lips, believing that even if he died, Chen Luo would never abandon such a confidant as himself. The monsters, distracted by the noise, turned to see the zombie figures and marveled at the strange creatures from the blue planet. But they didn't care. They just wanted to win the battle. Then, in a flash, the zombie on the edge of the line was struck by lightning, only managing a scream before turning to dust. The remaining Tang Thai troops were unnerved, unsure if the blood was real or fake, and horrified by the sight. Yet, their faith in their leader remained unshaken, believing it was merely a realistic performance, and they quickly regained their spirits, encouraging each other to press on and eliminate the target before them. From afar, Chenlo had been observing, marveling at the Satsong's fearsome combat prowess. Seeing an opening, he ordered the troops of Tu Quangthan to attack. Unexpectedly, as they emerged, dark clouds gathered overhead, carrying an aura of death. Chenlo stared in horror, recognizing the highly toxic rain. They'd been ambushed. The rain poured down on the city of Lumina's forces, the deadly poison seeping into their skin and spreading throughout their bodies. Infected, from the king to the lowest ranks, they felt uneasy, a tightening in their chests, their minds reeling, devoid of strength. Some even coughed up fresh blood, but they were powerless to resist. Seeing this outcome, Poison Cloud bursts into laughter, convinced that no one can cure his power. But Chen Luo, with a grim face, won't let him celebrate for long and calls out to Mila. She transformed into a feathered being, her glowing plumage like an angel's, appearing instantly. With every beat of her wings, she released healing energy, dispelling the poisonous clouds, restoring the soldiers' strength and relieving their dizziness and nausea. Hearing this, Milap smiled gently, reassuring the troops to stand firm and fight on, as she would always be behind them, eliminating any negative effects. Witnessing this, Doc Van was stunned. No one had ever been able to neutralize his poison before, yet now it was being undone so easily. The mastermind grew impatient, realizing they had talent of all kinds, and ordered his men to attack. Suddenly, his eyes focused on something more important, the famous magical armor he had been searching for. His and his comrades' attention shifted to the sea creature wearing the familiar purple armor. He happily thought that the Earthlings had helped him collect the armor. Coming here was not in vain. They quickly gave chase as she suddenly moved in a different direction. Seeing this, Chenlo was pleased. The plan to lure the tiger from the mountain had worked, separating the monsters so he could easily deal with the king-level monsters first, then gather his strength to face the Emperor-level ones. 10 minutes pass, and the monsters realize the armored figure's slow speed was intentional all along. That they've been tricked. They bicker about using their trump card on the sea creature, arguing that she's only a royal level and can't possibly unleash the armor's full power. But the white-haired leader objects, saying the skill can't be used repeatedly and must be saved for the most crucial moment. He reassured his comrades that reinforcements were coming and they could capture her together then. But for now, they had to return and wipe out the rest of the surface dwellers. Back at Twilight City, Chen Luo faced a surprise attack from a chubby monster with razor-sharp teeth. He unleashed a void expulsion, splattering the monster with blood like strawberry syrup, then ignited another charging beast with razor claws. As the second monster approached, Chen Luo teleported away, causing it to impale its teammate with its claws in a brutal, unexpected attack. The recent mishap caused infighting among the monsters, their roars of argument unheard by the arriving demon lords who witnessed Chen Luo's clumsy technique and angrily rebuked him for insulting such a divine skill. Seeing this, Chen Luo clicked his tongue in annoyance. They had returned faster than expected, so he had no choice but to use sound waves to call the sea monsters back. The ringleader silently observed, estimating that Chen Luo had used teleportation too many times, and even a king-level cultivator wouldn't last much longer. So he decides to summon the Demon Realm monsters, ordering them not to attack the space-manipulating teleporter just yet, because his end is near. As for him, he'll personally eliminate this healing nuisance first. Meanwhile, Mila is busy healing everyone, unaware of the danger approaching from behind at terrifying speed. Seeing this, Chen Luo frowned in alarm. He had used such sharp elemental power to attack Mila first. If she were hit, Ella would die. Without thinking further, he used his teleportation ability to bring Du Yun, who was still bewildered, behind her as a shield. Having successfully taken the blow for Mila, he screamed in agony as his body was split in two, shocking Mila into turning around. The white-haired leader was stunned by the sudden turn of events, bitterly realizing he had killed his own teammate because Chen Lo had seen through his plan and even launched a counterattack. Just then, Haiji returned, summoning the Dark Eye and signaling to him. Together, they created a vibrant, otherworldly space, and he pushed the elite demons into the formation, throwing them into a panicked frenzy. Amidst the chaos, they couldn't understand how he could teleport so many times, moving them all into this space like chickens to a coop. But Chen Luo was one step ahead, shattering their plans by filling the void with a technique that sucked them into an even larger space, enveloped in strange purple and blue light. The three high-level demons were pulled in, their bodies and souls gradually dissolving. Echoing through the void are countless voices of Chen Luo, But perhaps that's still not enough. Haiji and Chen Luo cast another spell, creating a powerful barrier, impossible to break from the inside or out. A heart-shaped prison. The demons truly erupt at this point, confused and agitated by his heaven-defying skill. Realizing their bodies have been slowed countless times, sealing their defeat. Cornered, the trump card they'd been saving finally makes its debut, a combination of female demon lords transforming into a terrifying monster with a piercing shriek, shattering the reinforced formation and escaping to the horror of the Dawn City army. That massive, ferocious fusion seemed to surpass even the Emperor level, advancing on Chen Luo with overwhelming force, a monster unlike anything he'd ever faced. Calm, Chen Luo reasoned that this monster must have paid a hefty price for its power boost, likely with a short lifespan and unsustainable form. Its power was terrifying, and Chen Luo gritted his teeth. If this continued, El Haiji would be in real danger, so he frantically tried to accelerate time. But it had no effect on the Dancy monster, which only grew more ferocious. Half a minute passed, and it showed no signs of disappearing. Dancy was still burning, circling the garden, fixated on El Hagium. This was a major problem. If time acceleration didn't work, then this monster wasn't a temporary mutation. If he didn't stop it, Hagium would die. Understanding this rule, Chen Luo used spatial manipulation to buy time against the approaching fusion monster before it reached High K. He then flew high to observe the situation, needing to prepare his own trump card. Chen Luo flew away, having devised a plan, telling her to wait for him to bring reinforcements. High K nodded in agreement. Before long, the monster appeared right behind her, faster than expected, with a shrill growl, its intense killing intent washing over her, causing her to shudder with fear. Growing impatient, the white-haired fiend urged the hulking monster to attack before Chen Luo returned, and it complied. Its claws unleashed a series of devastating explosions, and with a gleeful laugh it aimed straight for Haiji, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. She pondered her options. If brute force wouldn't work, she'd have to rely on her shoe's speed to buy time for Chen Luo. Thinking this, Haiji sped off like a rocket, but the monster was hot on her heels, wheezing with laughter, confident she couldn't escape. And with a swift grab, she was caught in its palm like a toy doll, unable to break free. Haiji frantically cursed, using every skill she knew to escape, but it was all in vain, earning only a contemptuous look from the putrid fusion beast. No matter how much energy and strength she used, the giant monster saw her as nothing more than a foolish, lowly life form from Blue Star. After playing around with her for a while, it reached out with its sharp fingertip, intending to do something sinister when the leader of Shangguan City finally returned. With Guangzhou Tuyet now on their side, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that a few more seconds could have cost them the divine armor. He turned to So Tuyet, pointed at the towering monster, and ordered her to use her skills against it. Jiang Shusha complied, her eyes focused on the target, her hands touching to create a dazzling golden light, muttering the incantation of time stop. Immediately, the energy took effect, and the combined monster was frozen solid, unable to move. The demon leader panicked when he saw his trump card standing there dumbfounded, urging it to attack, but only receiving a lifeless back in return. He was stunned. How could such a mistake happen at such a crucial moment? Unless it was the doing of the new girl. So this earthling used a time-stopping technique, an incredibly rare ability possessed by only 1 in 100 million. A realization dawned on him. If they found out, reinforcements would arrive at lightning speed. The longer this went on, the more likely the armor's strongest after-effect would be discovered and come after them. Unable to contain his glee, the octopus burst into unrestrained laughter. Chen Luo, observing the wide range of the monster's pheromones, is alarmed. Though he doesn't understand, he carefully signals Nguang Suang and Hop Vuong to bring all the other kings to concentrate their power, creating a promising, explosive, and fierce battle. Now, while waiting for them to arrive and the monsters to lower their guard, Chen Luo gathers his energy to strike. Once Muang Suang and the other kings are assembled, Chen Luo orders everyone to focus their attacks on the giant black monster. To clear a path, he strikes first, using the resource ring like the mastermind to shatter the monster's outer defenses. But it seems this trick is useless against this trump card. Unconvinced, Chen Luo bit his lip and unleashed a powerful blue slash, hoping for success. It split the monster's head in two, but it didn't die, nor bleed. Instead, the severed pieces slowly rejoined, restoring its cells as before. Beside him, Jiang Chuxue coughed, looking exhausted, and asked the leader if he needed more healing. Still watching the regenerating mass of flesh, he nodded for her to continue. Moments later, the monster roared, announcing its regeneration was complete, and Zuetong unleashed the rest of her skills, just enough to hold it for now. The mage rushes to assist, gathering lightning into a massive orb, telling her to step aside before launching it at the giant monster, creating a deafening explosion. But his skill has no effect. Chenliu is truly worried. At this rate, things will be bad. The monster is far stronger than them, so their current abilities can't hurt it. Their only option is to force it into the deepest space. After all, the deeper the space, the more terrifying the void. Like a world of exile, if you can't harness the power of space, there's no way out. So he decides to trap the monster inside. He then sat cross-legged, instructing everyone to hold the monster back. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, focusing his mind to conjure larger spatial rifts. The squares of the watermark then formed one after another, stacking upon each other, growing stronger and more secure until the seventh square was complete, possessing a terrifying gravitational pull that could suck you in if you weren't careful. Only then did Chenluo relax a little, his determined eyes set on the next step of his plan. He turned back just in time to see the monster bullying the whimpering Dharma King, its wide mouth taunting the little dog with savage mockery. Taking advantage of the monster's carelessness, Chenluo moved with lightning speed, kicking the darkness straight into the waiting water stain. It crashed into the water, screaming as Tranlax sealed the rift. The formation vanished, and the dark entity was gone. For now. He breathed a sigh of relief, unsure if the monster could ever return. But he reassured himself that if he could get rid of it once, he could do it again. Tranlax regained his composure and authority as a leader, urging everyone to rally their spirits and focus their strength on dealing with the panic-level monsters. It was only a matter of time before the victorious army of Dawn City roared into action, led by the zealous Magic King, whose lightning strikes flashed brilliantly. As the monsters were herded together, the Magic King gathered dark clouds into massive, swirling clusters, then unleashed them upon the horde. Meanwhile, Yu Yang used an ice storm to freeze the monsters, leaving them helpless against the Blue Star Legion's swift and decisive attacks. In just 3 hours, the battle's outcome was clear. A victory for Thu Quang Thun. Some rejoiced in their survival, while others mourned the loss of comrades and friends. You can return home to the cheers of the soldiers, but even then, you're not ready to rest. He sought Mong Yum's help in translating the interrogation of the foreign monster, which had become rather tense. It seemed he had underestimated the Blue Star people, but he could only comfort himself that if he stalled for a little longer, reinforcements would arrive to save Han. The interrogation began, and Mong Yum's first question was, of course, his identity. Turns out, Han is actually Bodo. Sensing something was wrong, Bodo growled a warning, saying that Chen Luo was only good at preaching. Instantly, the crisp sound of contact echoed as Han's face met his hand, his expression darkening at the prisoner's audacious lies. Then, before Han could react, Chen Luo forcibly pried the red stone from his eye, and Bodo's agonizing scream seemed to tear through the sky, scaring away the birds overhead. Having obtained the gem, he examined it closely, demanding Han reveal its purpose. Han, now blind in one eye, explained its miraculous function: to see far and wide, transmitting images and events back swiftly. Then, Han burst out in glee, believing that his clan now knew everything that had happened there. Irritated by his arrogant attitude, Chen Luo slapped Han a few more times to vent his anger, causing Han to seethe inwardly. But after some thought, Bodo is just cannon fodder, and making things difficult for Han won't help, because in the next 3 days, the strongest member of the demon family will personally come here. Perhaps time-stopping is the most advanced technique to avoid being undone, but that person's existence can only be held back for a moment. Unable to resist, Chen Lo wondered just how strong this person was, and how their side classified power levels. Bodo explained that the lowest were the subordinates of the Spirit King realm, while Han himself was of the Spirit Emperor realm. The black monsters they fear are at the Spirit Emperor level, followed by the highest realm achievable through absorbing spiritual energy, known as the demigod realm. Han puffed up with pride, adding that having enough spiritual energy doesn't guarantee a demigod, but the strongest in his clan is indeed one. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. There weren't even emperors on Earth, let alone demigods, and now a demigod would descend in 3 days. Unable to find a way to stop it, Chen Luo furiously punched Bodo's fake idea, demanding to know their true purpose. Despite the pain from the torture, Bodo held on, as Han breathlessly revealed their motives. First, the divine armor, and second, to find their ancestor, the pillar and glory of their clan. But little did he know that day had long passed, reminding Chen Luo why the monsters were mourning. Their war god had died, leaving his descendants without a strong foundation. Bodu revealed that after the demigod level came the god level, which their ancestor had reached. But gods don't absorb crystals to level up. They rely on enlightenment, which is much more difficult. Then Budo suddenly smiles, and Han compliments Chen Luo's unique spatial abilities, saying he's bound to become a god one day. Chen Luo, half believing, half doubting, stares at Han, then snaps back to reality. With a violent kick, he sent the monster before him into a frenzy, demanding to know who fought their old ancestor. Bodu reluctantly shook his head, saying he didn't have much information, only that it was an ice-type god who must have been severely injured to face their ancestor. Chen Luo pondered. Perhaps they fled to another planet to secretly recover after the battle, making them difficult to find. Yet that also means the people of Blue Star truly have a god-level being in the present. Bodu, brazen as ever, proposes an alliance to find the god, but Chen Luo, wary, demands to know why he should cooperate. He eagerly explains the vast wealth a god possesses, promising half the essence to the demigod level if Chen Luo helps. Chen Lu couldn't help but mock him inwardly. If he hadn't remembered that the Kep clan was killed by these monsters, he might have actually believed this offer. But Alak still pretended to hesitate, and seeing his reluctance, Bodu eagerly pulled out an Emperor-level space crystal to win him over. The leader of Shangguang City accepted the small, spinning stone. Among the Emperor level, he was the only space type, but upon descending, many crystals appeared, as if he had brought a spatial storage device. So he brazenly reached into the demon's robes, eventually finding the legendary space ring. Remembering the operating principles of the divine armor, he poured some of his power into it, and the ring actually reacted. Seeing that he knew this secret operation, he couldn't help but stare in surprise. Chen Luo experimented and discovered all sorts of things, including a king-level crystal and 2 incomprehensible books for later study. Seeing him fiddle with it, Bodu secretly agonized over his hidden treasures. But after playing around, Tranlak turned around and told him to stay put, while he would return home to think more about the cooperation. He nodded in agreement, even managing to add a few suggestive remarks. As soon as Tranlak turned his back, his expression changed, his eyes hardening with hatred. He truly wanted the cooperation because of the benefits it could bring. But once Tranlak was no longer useful, he would tear him to pieces himself. Back home, a rice weevil in human form gracefully poured herself a glass of water to enjoy, while Tranlak on the opposite sofa was working overtime to recount everything that happened during the interview with Bo Dao. Casually yawning, she tells Tran-An not to worry about that rookie, shocking him with her ability to normalize opponents, turning tigers into kittens. Rice giggles, explaining that the strongest one arrived via spatial teleportation. But with such a long distance, something unexpected might happen. Chenlo frowned, puzzled. Could space teleportation really lead to unforeseen circumstances? She casually reassured him, advising him to focus on the injured god instead. Half-jokingly, she says he doesn't need to look for them, as they'll come looking for him. Tranlak grabs Mi-Fan's shoulder, telling her not to mess with the demigod but to wait for the god to arrive and lead the team. She just gave him a disdainful look, wondering how that newbie could be relied on. Then Rice began to explain. We always assume the ice god is severely injured, but what if their wounds are nearly healed? He was itching, a perfect god-level being. If he really fought, he'd freeze to death instantly. Mi-Fan added that he had to kill that god-level being because she had no way to deal with him, so all hope rested heavily on his shoulders. Her cat-like eyes narrowed, threatening that if he failed, he was doomed. The leader of Shangguang City was terrified by those words, jumping to his feet, wondering how a level emperor could jump 3 levels to kill a god. She's overestimated him, Chen Luo thinks in a panic, scratching his head, believing Mi-Fan isn't thinking straight since he and that god-level being are 3 realms apart. But she simply shrugs, saying that killing a god has nothing to do with strength, but whether he can use his space-time abilities well. Hearing this, he wanted to ask more, but Mi-Fan didn't want to say anything else and told him to go back to his room and figure it out himself. Having no other choice, Chen Luo obeyed, pondering Mi-Fan's unbelievable words as he walked, realizing he needed to sort out his energy for a while. Spatial abilities are out of the question. Despite having many defensive skills, they're not enough to defeat a god. Chen Luo ran his hands through his hair, trying to think of another way. He walked over to the desk in his bedroom, unconsciously stroking a piece of paper, trying to list the time acceleration abilities he knew. But that wouldn't summon the past. It would summon his future self to fight. Chen Luo suddenly remembered that the old geezer had once said that with his talent, after reaching the Divine Core realm, he would have a chance to become a god in the blink of an eye if he had enough resources. But for now, reaching the Divine Core realm would take about 10 years. 10 years isn't an impossible number, but the problem is he can only summon himself, not his future self. He has no idea how to do that. Chen Luo rubbed his forehead, lamenting how the mission to save humanity had fallen on him, and wondered why he was reborn. Thinking about it, he suddenly realized something, and sat up, focusing on recalling his past life. It seems the space-time rift awakened his time ability, unbeknownst to him. Images of the past flashed vividly in his mind, returning to the moment he lay in a grave, waiting for death. Tranlak, in his disheveled state, clutched a withered rose, lamenting his useless existence of hiding in loneliness. Turns out, being good at hiding isn't always a good thing. He cried out in anguish, hoping someone would come. But reality is always harsh, as there was no one left around, and Chen Luo bitterly let the tears flow. He longed to return to the past to feel human warmth again and taste delicious food. The flashback ends and Tranlak realizes that he himself caused his rebirth, meaning he now possesses the time reversal magic to return 12 years and relive his life as he wished. The moon hangs high, and as the silent night envelops everything, Chen Luo's crisp laughter suddenly echoes from under the eaves. He excitedly slams his hand on the table, finally figuring out how to kill a god-level being, ensuring they'll be heavily wounded in the upcoming battle. That is, to use time reversal to bring him to the moment he was most severely injured, barely able to move, let alone fight back. At that point, no matter what kind of god he is, he'll be caught. Meanwhile, on a distant planet a day before, Barrow, son of the devouring demon god ancestor, trembled before a massive red metal object, muttering to himself about discovering the power of time while searching for his father's armor. He impatiently moved closer, eager to contact the space god, transport himself, and implant the time crystal into his brain. Just then, Shisu appeared, cloaked in mystery, and the demon, seeing him, immediately became obsequious. He asks to be taken to Blue Star, prompting the god to inquire about his reasons, anticipating such a question. Barrow tearfully fabricates a story about his father's death on a distant planet, claiming he wishes to bring his remains home for eternal peace. She understood his feelings, but warned that even teleporting a demigod through a space-time tunnel could lead to some unstable situations. The danger was high and difficult to control, so he had to assure him that he was brave enough to bear the consequences. Barrow stubbornly agreed, confident that the great mage wouldn't worry about anything once he'd made up his mind. He pulled down his hood, revealing his blonde hair and fiery red eyes, and agreed to take him the next day. The next day, as promised, Thoy-Tu opened the space passage, a terrifying red, fiery power enveloping him, keeping Barrow at bay. He raised his hand, his ability gathering to form a massive black hole suspended in space, possessing incredible power. He watched from afar, unable to help but exclaim in awe. So this was the form of a spatial passage. Without wasting any time, Shisu quickly got up to go to her, leaving Barrow bewildered. He rushed off, telling him that the space passage was complete and ready for use, but he had to skip the inspection because he didn't want to keep Violet waiting. Shushu pursed his lips, reassuring himself that spatial teleportation was inherently dangerous, and any mishaps were his own fault. Not his. Meanwhile, Barrow had no idea what he was about to face as he tried to persuade the Great One to stay for a meal. But in the blink of an eye, the newcomer vanished, leaving him stunned and frozen. Half an hour later, Violet stood by the lake in a flowing purple dress, the scenery around her becoming more dreamlike, when Shisu's voice shattered the tranquil picture. She smiled softly, turning her head to see Shisu kneeling on one knee, hand on his chest, bowing respectfully, fully aware of Violet's natural laws and rare abilities. Anyone who harms her will pay a terrible price for some strange, inexplicable reason. Moreover, Violet doesn't die but is merely reincarnated, and even if injured, she recovers quickly. Violet happily reaches out to pat his head. Shaito is aware that for years he has been like a lowly slave, doing so much for her just to earn a little affection. From then on, he asked her to look into his karma so he could avoid the danger. He bowed even lower to receive the answer, and Violet slowly read the results. It seems that a mortal enemy with space abilities will emerge from the void in Shutu's future, and he may very well die by that person's hand. Shitu was shocked to hear this, and he reflexively looked up, unwilling to accept his fate. He anxiously pressed for more personal information about him, but Violet simply shook her head. She couldn't pinpoint the person's exact identity, but according to her senses, he would soon receive news about them. Shishu frowned, then slowly stood up, determined to find and eliminate the one who would kill him before he even had a chance. Meanwhile, at Dawnlight City, Mifan announced that she sensed the demigod bait would be in danger during the unstable teleportation through the corridor. Suddenly, Yilo pops up, adding that the demigod was severely injured upon arrival and poses no threat. Chen Luo perks up at this news and immediately asks about the gods. It seems the gods are about to appear, but no matter what they say or do, he must wait for the right moment. Chen Luo tilted his head in confusion, wondering what exactly would be considered the right moment. Mi Fan shrugged, also unsure, but reiterated that he must wait for the right moment to unleash his power and understand everything. He reluctantly agreed, and she excitedly grabbed his arm, eager to see the demigod's teleportation point first. Meanwhile, on planet Lac, a place devoid of life, a colossal iceberg has stood for ages. Within it lies the ice elemental goddess from Earth everyone speaks of, healing her wounds. Her eyes snapped open, sensing the approaching spatial teleportation energy, and she boldly guessed that O'Brien's descendants had come looking for him. Isman shattered the ice as easily as candy, a smile playing on her lips, confident that she had personally blasted him to dust. If it weren't for his divine armor protecting him, he never could have injured her. She tested her inner strength and soared into the sky, her body radiating a powerful, chilling energy that was hard to overcome. Her wounds had likely healed almost completely. She decides to head to the source of the spatial teleportation, hoping to claim the armor of the enemy she defeated years ago. Tranlok and Mio Kung arrive at the teleportation point, where he witnesses Barrow's flesh being torn to shreds by the spatial energy. The fresh blood and flesh fell with a squelch, shocking him. Mother Pham calmly watched the scene unfold, wagging her tail, not even bothering with this amateur. Still in shock, he cautiously approached, marveling at how this person had traveled so far, only to become fertilizer for the giant tree. Suddenly, a tall figure in feathers appeared behind him, startling Chen Luo. He worried about where she came from, his eyes darting warily. This must be the god the cat mentioned. Facing her, he was paralyzed with fear, devoid of any thought of resistance, let alone action. The ice elemental deity only glanced at Chen Luo before shifting her attention to the creature beside him, whose aura identified him as a son of the O'Brien family, a demigod with a tragic fate. She surmised that the tiny figure in the corner must be human, but no matter how strong, a human couldn't stand against a demigod like this. Suddenly, Mifan jumped in front of Isman and meowed in cat language, catching Chen Luo off guard and freezing him in place. The cat successfully caught the eye of the goddess of wishes, with the moving glyphs on its body piquing her curiosity. She'd never seen such runes before. They were definitely not ordinary, so she immediately pulled out a book to investigate. Tranlak was utterly confused, wondering what his cat was planning, that its mere appearance had prompted a god to start reading. Isman, meanwhile, recognized the inscription on Mayfan's body as an incredibly rare destiny type. She stared intently at the cat, contemplating how wonderful it would be to keep this system by her side for good luck and to ward off misfortune. So she beckons Tranlak over. He's a little tense, but approaches, remembering Mifan's instructions to be patient and compliant, no matter what she says or does. Isman gently touches his forehead, using telepathy to express her desire to learn human languages through her abilities. Then, the goddess turns to gently stroke Mifan's head, inviting her to leave Blue Star and join her in the Promised Land, making the little girl happy as she wags her ears. Chenlo's eyes widened in surprise. Isman's target was Mifan, not him. Leo playfully interrupted to avoid revealing their plan, agreeing without a second thought. Knowing exactly what to do, she flattered the goddess, clinging to her arm, and jokingly warned Chen Luo not to ruin her chance to strike it rich. But Mifan pouted, begging the goddess to let her stay and play with her friends for a few more days. The adorable cat-like attendant couldn't help but smile and agree, and Tranlak began to understand his teammates' intentions. Taking the opportunity, he invited the goddess to his base to enjoy herself while waiting for Mifan. Next, he would have to wait for the so-called opportune moment. Back in Shiguang City, the lower gods all performed rituals to express their respect. Chenluo led the way, followed by Mifan and Isman, who had her arm around the girl. Arriving at their destination, she haughtily ordered the leader to clear the house, as she wasn't used to living with others. Wanting only to be with Rice Grain, he had no choice but to agree to her unreasonable request. Chenluo urged everyone to quickly change rooms, and the brute was handed over to Miling Song Gu Han to be imprisoned. The group moved out, and as Nguyen swung past Isman, she caught her attention, sensing a familiar aura. It turned out she had picked up a frozen soul pearl that had fallen from her. Chenluo nods in understanding. No wonder Nguyen Swang is so different from everyone else. Entering the room, Chenluo carefully pours a cup of tea for the goddess. and asks about the reason their planet was transformed like this. Casually cradling a girl in one arm and leaning back in her chair, she explains that when she killed O'Brien, his flesh and dark power flooded the planet, and apologizes for inadvertently harming other life on this world. Chen Luo looks at her, dissatisfied, wondering if that nonchalant attitude is genuine remorse. But he should still prioritize gathering more information, wondering about the trigger that sparked the war between Isman and old O'Brien. Hearing this, she flared with hatred, glaring as if he were still dying. In the past, she was a demigod who witnessed that old man slaughter countless lives on this planet through dark energy experiments. She was the only one who escaped, and she vowed revenge, to kill him at any cost. Blood for blood. Remembering O'Brien's divine armor, which was with Chen Luo, she knew its aura would corrupt anyone who wore it. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, frustrated. He'd barely gathered enough, but refusing now would waste all his effort. Mother Fala sensed his hesitation and urged him to hand it over, and understanding that Rice already had a plan, Chen Luo reluctantly decided to trust her. He carefully handed over the gleaming divine armor to the god before him, who smiled, pleased with the Shangguan city leader's cooperation, saving her the trouble of searching. After examining the armor, she tossed him a fire attribute demigod crystal, not wanting Rice to think she was taking advantage of Chen Luo since it was useless to her anyway. Chen Luo took the crystal, unable to resist asking the goddess if the secret to reaching godhood was absorbing crystals, but Isman denied it. Although the levels before demigod require time and crystal accumulation, the leap from demigod to god happens in the blink of an eye. The key to becoming a god lies in deeply understanding one's own attributes. But that's all she'll say, waving him away, much to Chen Luo's annoyance, since this is clearly his home. Reluctantly, he yielded his private space to them, only to be met by a group of nosy onlookers outside. He wanted to speak up, but the hypnotic power of a top-tier E rank was terrifying, so he couldn't reveal his plans before the time was right. He put a finger to his lips, signaling that it was a secret he couldn't reveal. Soon, night fell, and as the leader of the group, Chen Luo took a flashlight to patrol, spotting a dark figure moving, causing him to turn his head. But he found no one, suspiciously scanning his light around only to find nothing, leading him to believe he was hallucinating. In the small room at the end of the hallway was Jiang Chuxue's room, where Ziyi eagerly asked if she could sleep with her. With her permission, the purple figure grinned and grabbed the blanket, ready to snuggle up, when suddenly a dark figure appeared behind So Tuyet. In the next instant, a sharp object, like a javelin, pierced her head, so swift and powerful that she died before she could even gasp. But in the moonlight, Ziyi saw the culprit holding a sharpened ice spear, and it was none other than the distinguished guest from earlier that day, now silencing the girl with a menacing glare that sent shivers down her spine. Ziyi desperately tries to escape, knowing their leader, Chen Luo, is the only one who can save her. Chen Luo, strolling outside, suddenly hears Ziyi's telepathic message, delivering the tragic news of Chu Shui's death. He didn't hesitate, but frantically rushed in that direction. Chen Luo burst through the door and saw Ziyi trembling, crying on the bed. Beside her, Jiang Shixue's corpse rapidly paled, while the culprit casually sat cross-legged in a chair, as if waiting for him. Chen Luo rushed over to check, his face darkening with rage, but he restrained himself from uttering curses at the goddess. He comforted the deceased Kuang So Tuyet, promising to kill her killer and bring her back to life. Meanwhile, Isman slowly rose, arrogantly glossing over her mistake, claiming the time attribute crystal was too precious, so she could only end the matter with a superfluous apology. Suddenly, she reaches out, catching him off guard, warning Chen Luo not to tell Mifan about this. She lifts him like a frog, threatening that if he disobeys, everyone will die. He struggled against the hand tightening around his neck, gasping for air, and reluctantly agreed to her demands. She flung him away, sending him crashing to the ground, then blamed his weakness for her actions, claiming it was the only reason she dared to act this way. Afterward, the gatekeeper confided that she witnessed her family's destruction, understanding the thirst for power. She'd stop at nothing to gain the strength she craved, believing only immense power could control one's destiny. Therefore, the bloodiest rule of this universe is that the big fish eat the small, and it can never be changed. With that, the goddess turned and left, and Chen Luo lowered his head, his dantian throbbing with pain, but he had to pretend to understand. But, as if not truly at ease, she wanted to strike one last blow to his spirit, saying that while the space element was indeed special at a low level, it was only ordinary when developed to the god level, so he shouldn't be reckless or try anything with her. Seeing Isman gone, Tu Wai burst into tears, hugging. So too yet, unsure of what to do, and looked up at Tranlac with pleading eyes. He reached out and patted her head to calm her down. She must have been terribly shocked. Chenlo's face darkened with thought. What she said wasn't wrong. Even he was the type to use any means for power. Under the bright moonlight, the killing intent within him gradually subsided. Chenluo closed his eyes, feeling the night wind, and wondered who was truly stronger. Outside the universe, a storm of energy suddenly appeared, coalescing from many winds into a giant vortex, and so it accelerates straight towards the blue star. The next day, the sun is high in the sky, scorching the skin, and seeing Gao sitting on the porch all day sunbathing, Isman invites her to see something interesting. Curious, Gao asked what it was, and Isman spun her hand in a circle to activate her spaceship's ability. From the sky above, a sleek black aircraft circled around under the god's control, like a remote-controlled plane, exciting the little girl. Seeing how excited Gao was, Isman invited her to play there. Gao eagerly agreed, and the cunning Isman took her hand, ready to help her up, knowing that once she was up there, Gao would be by her side forever. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy draws their attention. The goddess frowns, observing that it seems to be storm-type energy. Natural energy often manifests as fire, lightning, or ice, but this storm energy is unlike anything even a god like Isman has ever seen. Meanwhile, Chen Luo focused on the storm's energy, noticing its resemblance to his time summoning. But comparing the two, his summoning was a grain of rice, while this was a radiant moon in the vast sky. If that's the case, then he's figured out a way to borrow power from nature. This must be the opportunity the universe is giving him, just like Rice said. Chen Luo knows his limits. He knows his current level can't compare to a god, but borrowing the power of heaven and earth might make a difference. Acting on his resolve, he flew straight into the heart of the storm, hoping for a miracle, a king-level power slaying a god. The moment he entered the eye of the storm, Isman and Mifa noticed. The goddess was bewildered, unable to understand why the boy would suddenly fly into it. Once inside, he could feel its immense pull, stirring up vortexes of energy, a power that felt strangely familiar. But to reverse time, he needed to pinpoint the target, so before he could gather power, he had to stop Isman. From within the storm, he decides to use his time-stopping ability to shoot straight at the wind god, successfully freezing her in place, leaving her bewildered as to what is happening. Gathering all his strength, he forged a massive sword from the power of time itself, for time is a blade that can cut even gods. This strike contained the power to reverse time, and with a resounding cry, he cleaved through the god, creating a scene for the ages. Isman's body was rewinding, engulfed in flames as she coughed up fresh blood. Her spirit broken, she screamed, demanding to know what Chen Luo had done to her. Unable to stand, she collapses to the ground, unable to comprehend why O'Brien's curse, which she thought she had erased, has resurfaced. Waiting for this moment, Chen Luo gave the order for the ambushers to attack. Thunder roared as they clashed, enduring countless lightning strikes with each blow. Unable to resist the explosions, she can only regret not killing him when she had the chance. The leader of the Shangguang army doesn't stop there, waving his hand and ordering everyone to charge, taking advantage of her weakness to finish her off quickly. He slowly approaches, looking down on the ice deity with disdain, revealing that he is a space ability user. If she dares to underestimate his space abilities, he'll show her the power of time. Isma lay on the ground, bruised and weakly coughing, never imagining that to the very end she would resist fate in vain. Perhaps this death is fitting for someone as stubborn as her. The goddess sighed, closed her eyes, and breathed her last. Haiji suddenly appears, furiously stabbing the god's head like skewering beef, yelling about how dare they bully her precious little brother. Once she's sure the one on the ground is finished, Haiji happily announces that everyone is safe. Taking advantage of his success, Tranlac thought this was the perfect time to help her fulfill her promise of regaining her youth. She happily agreed, stretching out, ready to receive the magical power. Chen Luo seizes the chance to reverse time again, hoping to return her to a point before she was 100 years old. The circle of time descends upon Haiji, causing her to cry out in pain from the rapid changes within her. He thought everything was fine, but wait, something's wrong. And Tranlac's face changes. Why is her body shrinking instead of just de-aging, and at such an incredibly fast, uncontrollable rate? He realized in a panic that if the reversal continued, he might turn her back into her original form. Luckily, the transformation was complete. Though she wasn't back to her original self, she was now as small as a child, shocking everyone. Even Chen Luo was stunned, unable to understand why this had happened despite his careful control. Haike, however, didn't seem to mind. Instead, she was fascinated, admiring her tiny hands and feet. realizing he hadn't lied about his miraculous ability. Chenlo apologizes for accidentally turning her into a child and contemplates speeding up time to reverse the effects, but Hai smiles and embraces him. She shook her head, saying it was fine. She'd grow up in a few years anyway and could experience her childhood again. She spread her hand, regretting that her power had vanished with the reversal of time. Seeing this, Tranlak comforted her, saying that she would reach the royal level in about half a year anyway. Hearing this, Heiko acted like a true child, turning to him with a smile, telling him that he had to protect her in the future. Meanwhile, a warm feeling washes over him, and he nods in agreement as Mifan wags her tail and approaches. She tells Tranlak that she feels her energy has suddenly increased significantly. Tranlak tilts his head in confusion. She hasn't absorbed any crystals. He looks around and can't help but be surprised to see Isman's essence still on the ground. Could it be that Rice's growth is linked to witnessing the fate of others? Perhaps seeing a god's brush with death amplified her abilities. Above the goddess's head, two shimmering crystals, black and blue, appear, revealing her mastery of both ice and light. Chenlo held the two crystals in his hands, comparing them. Perhaps the black one was the dark crystal of a god-level being. He used his ability to open a spatial dimension and released the two crystals into it, wondering why she hadn't put the god-level crystal into her own space. But then he suddenly realized he couldn't put the dark crystal away, realizing that his spatial ability could accommodate all but living things. Chen Luo frowned, picking it up, wondering if this thing was alive, thinking of Mi Li, who had successfully revived Jiang Chuxue. After a moment's thought, he stuffed the crystal into his jacket pocket, scooped up the mini sea monster, and rushed inside to check on everyone, comfort them, and then study the crystal later. A small victory celebration was held, glasses clinking merrily as Chen Luo raised his glass. The leader of Shangguang City, representing Jinan, assured everyone that since the god-level being was dead, the remaining calamities would no longer be frightening, and they should relax. Everyone discussed and laughed except for Mifan, who sat in the corner, observing, knowing that this was far from over. Based on her intuition, there will be a total of 4 trials, including monsters, demigods, the manifestation of a god, and a final, unknown challenge, each increasing in difficulty. It's best not to mention the final difficulty and ruin the mood. After the meal, Chen Luo stretched and yawned lazily, still pondering the fact that his spatial ability couldn't store living things. Was it because time was missing inside? Chen Luo held out his palm, conjuring a cyan crystal that floated as he mused to himself. Perhaps combining it with the power of time would be more feasible. It's worth a try. So he sat down, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, combining the method of creating a time area within his spatial ability, causing the dazzling light to move violently under his control. Finally, they merged into a solid cube, endlessly spinning with immense power. Chen Luo smiled, pleased that the result was even better than expected. This time, he grabbed the 2 crystal fragments, brought them close, and opened his eyes wide, anxiously performing the process again. He'd find some small chickens, since the 2 crystal cubes couldn't be considered living things. But as he calculated, a loud, tearful voice calling his name echoed from outside, drawing his attention. What had happened to Wang Jiangui to make him cry so miserably? Shameless, Wang Jiangui bursts in, wailing about his heroic deeds for Chen Luo and demanding a reward, Chen Luo's help in proposing to Xu Yun. To amplify his pitiful act, he clings to Chen Luo's leg, begging him to intervene. Looking down with disdain, Chen Luo questioned why he couldn't let things happen naturally instead of asking him to arrange the marriage, as it was hard to believe Xu Yun would agree. With glistening fake eyes, Jiangui hastily explains that although Xu Yun is strong, she's suffering from baldness, and since he's also a talented individual, they're a perfect match. Enraged, Chen Luo berates him, saying that she became bald, protecting everyone from the likes of him. He acted as if she were inherently ugly, and sensing the danger, Jiangui desperately promised to treat Xu Yun well for the rest of his life, if only Chen Luo would make it happen. Chen Luo paused to consider, remembering that the space-time fusion he had created earlier had not yet been tested on a living creature, and a wicked smile crept across his face. A perfect opportunity to strike a bargain. This deceitful guy is worthless now, but instead of using contest chickens to test the system, his boss decided to use the one who offered himself up. He told Awan to step in quickly, but he hesitated, fearfully looking at the large vortex, whispering, "This won't be a problem, will it?" Annoyed by his timidity, Chen Luo kicked him into the space to save his breath. Suddenly trapped alone in another dimension, Wang Jiangui frantically pounded on the barrier, begging his boss to release him. With no response, Awan thrashed about even more, running in circles and pounding on all sides, begging to be released. But with such a willing sacrifice delivered right to his doorstep, how could Chen Luo simply let him go? Without a change in expression, he slammed the door to the system shut. To avoid his noise pollution and to observe him for the next few days, if he survives, it's fate. If he dies, so be it. 3 days later, the turtle was like dried eggplant, lying prone and resigned, still muttering and begging his generous boss to release him, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar vortex appeared in midair, violently sucking up Jiangui and throwing him out as desired, leaving him utterly bewildered. When his back hit the ground and the sunlight warmed him, Awan cheered, overjoyed to finally be back in the beloved real world. The sound of cracking knuckles snapped him back to reality as the menacing men interrogated him, believing he was trying to blackmail Tran Lak into marrying Thuvan, a demand they saw as an insult. They swarmed him, beating Van Kien Kwai mercilessly, as all 3 of them were also pursuing Thuvan. He groveled, promising never to do it again in front of Chen Luo from the high-rise, and this time the kid learned his lesson. Then he turned and took out the space power stone, now shrunk to the size of his palm. If space power was this effective, he needed to improve and expand it. When faced with overwhelming danger, it can also bring many members to escape together. Near the city walls, strange sounds emanate as if something enormous is moving, and the leader of Shuguang City uneasily flies off to see what it is. It turns out to be the twin ability tree he knows, and Chen Luo is surprised to find that it can leave its original position. He flew forward to intercept the tree, probing its hasty purpose, but only succeeded in provoking its rage. The reason was simple: to find Chen Luo and hold him accountable, because it had given him many fruits to participate in the battle, and he had promised to provide it with food after the battle. It needed more fruit, and the fact that he hadn't shown up yet was driving it crazy, causing it to roar. Chen Luo chuckled, trying to appease it, explaining that he'd been delayed by recent events. He then used his space-time ability to pull out massive sacks, promising to compensate it with plenty of corpses to feast on. Chen smiles with satisfaction, finally bearing fruit, and he won't leave a single one for it. The quality of this food is top-notch, as seen by the tree's ability to bear such large fruit so quickly. Chen Luo reached behind his back, secretly waiting for the right moment, then activated Time Freeze. The entire tree suddenly stiffened, unable to resist as he looked up at its only essence high above, feeling both pity and amusement that it ate but gained nothing. So he climbed the tree, harvested the fruit, and brought it back to Twilight City to help his people quickly increase their strength, then replaced it with a fake fruit with a wicked grin. Afterward, he gently floated down with his spoils and carefully hid them away. Feeling satisfied, Chen Luo waved his hand, dispelling his power, and the plant monster instinctively brought the apple to its mouth, taking a crisp bite. It writhed uncomfortably, sensing something off about the fruit's taste, but unable to comprehend what. Seeing this, Chen Luo smiled knowingly, assuming the difference was due to the unique flavor of the other demon fruits, and reminded it that he had kept his promise to let it have one. Meanwhile, at the Bodo family base, 2 elders discuss Barrow's disappearance en route to Blue Star with no contact. They dare not complain too loudly as the time-space passage was created by the Time Factor Lord SEVI. Chen and Seelan should have more faith in Barrow's strength. He wouldn't die so easily. But the purple-haired, 3-eyed demon Seelan remained stubborn, worried that Barrow might have encountered that ice attribute god, and they needed to find Shisu quickly to tell him about the time crystal. The remaining green-haired demon, SEVI, immediately and vehemently opposed the suggestion, saying that if he intervened, the time crystal would no longer be theirs. Seelan refused to give up, arguing that only the time-based crystal could lure the best time element and help them find the demigod's whereabouts. Barrow was the strongest remaining member of the Bodo family, and if something happened to him, all would be lost. Hearing this, SEVIN became somewhat panicked, his heart racing, while his master grew pensive. Just as Seelan was about to leave in frustration, he suddenly spoke up, agreeing that the Bodo family couldn't afford to lose and he didn't want to risk it. Then he strode after the person in front of him, agreeing to go with Seelan to find the Great One. Meanwhile, in Shisu's palace, the 3 supreme gods, Lei Xiao, Huang Yao, and Shemu, were present. Shisu sat expressionlessly on his throne. He paid, so the gods worked. If they waited another day, he'd pay them for that day too. Why should he be in a hurry if they weren't? Suddenly, a maid approached Shisu, informing him that 2 elders from the Bodo family wished to speak with him privately. He frowned, pondered for a moment, and then ordered her to take them to the secret chamber to wait. In the dark, damp secret chamber, Celine summarized the whole story for Shisu, explaining why their Banzu were in such a hurry to get to Blue Star. She reveals that to obtain the time crystal, they must first defeat an Earthling with space abilities on that planet. Celine's voice echoed throughout the large room, stating that according to current intelligence, this person can travel through the void without limit. Indeed, a genius. Chateau listened intently. Just as Violet had said, he could hear news of space mages simply by staying home. But no matter how talented, that genius will have no chance to develop, for he will surely kill him while he is still weak. With that in mind, he nodded slightly, promising to repay the Bodo family after this was done, and Celine bowed low in gratitude. Shisu frowned, calculating that the space passage he had created could not yet safely transport gods 100% of the time, nor could a spaceship, and it would take at least 2 months to arrive. Cut to the rooftop of Radiant City, where Mi-Fan reveals to Chen-Lo that his ordeal is far from over. In about 2 months, he will face an even greater threat than Isma, so he must not let his guard down. Worried, Chen-Lo pouts, knowing he can't possibly reach god level in such a short time. But Yin Yao sits beside him, patting his hand reassuringly, telling him to just do his best. With that, Tranlok took a deep breath to calm himself, ruffled her hair, and said that protecting his life seemed more important, so he had to take the time to improve his dual space abilities. 57 days passed in the darkness of space with light speed jumps, and Shisu's massive spaceship picked up information about the existence of Blue Star, which gradually became clear before their eyes. He pressed his hand against the window, observing, his heart burning with anger that Tranlok's death was at hand. She frowned, puzzled. What was the point of such a grand display? Was there a god hiding on this resource-poor planet? But he just shook his head and asked her to gather everyone else. He would explain the whole story, the reason for this war, once and for all. Once everyone was gathered, Shisuo calmly recounted the entire story, expressing his desire to eliminate his enemy before he could ascend to godhood, to kill him in the cradle, so to speak. The quick-witted snake woman suggested that Shisuo only sought conflict with this opponent because he had found him. Otherwise, they would never have met and become enemies. He scoffed at the suggestion of friendship, finding the concept laughable in a universe where even god-level beings wanted Chen-Luo dead. Why feign camaraderie when eliminating him was so easy? He turned away, waving his hand dismissively, and ordered the extermination of all life on Blue Star. Every dog and even chicken egg must be crushed. Meanwhile, inside Starfall City, people lined up and filed into Chen-Luo's vast dimensional space, seeking refuge from the impending danger. Once things calm down, he'll let everyone out again. The last to enter the alternate dimension is Mi-Fan, who smiles, relying on him, reminding Chen-Luo to wear his armor, and then disappears inside. The leader calmly closed the door, sitting down to meditate, ready to face the impending danger. At the same time, in the skies above, Shisong's massive fleet landed on Earth. Han surveys the area and orders the Serpent Woman to find their target. She scans the horizon with her serpentine eyes, using her long tongue to sense the air currents and locate their prey. Based on their leader's words, the one on this planet must be at least a king or emperor level, so she only needs to focus on finding those who have reached this realm. She uses her own heartbeat to sense the fluctuations of the emperor level and quickly discovers him. Seeing Chen-Luo meditating to recover his energy while wearing the famed divine armor, she was shocked. The snake woman paused her powers, quickly turning to warn Sharsong not to attack, as she knew that seeing him in O'Brien's armor would be extremely disadvantageous to their side. Sharsong was surprised. He'd never seen anyone wear divine armor all the time unless they were extremely afraid of death. That guy must have foreseen this. Otherwise, why would he be so afraid to die? But no matter, for his own safety, Sharsong, as emperor, orders Chen-Luo to be killed, with guards posted, to prevent escape. He finally approaches him, carefully planning their first encounter to prevent Chen-Luo from moving through space, using a time freeze to create a thin, inescapable barrier. At that moment, Chen-Luo's eyes widened as a shiver ran down his spine. He narrowly dodged the attack, and if it weren't for his armor, he would have been crushed. Sharsong scoffs, wondering if he thinks he can escape. In a flash, he appears before him, stunning Chen-Luo. He realizes this is space suppression, and his opponent is a space-type god. Knowing his limits, he decides discretion is the better part of valor. But the barrier was already set up when he wasn't paying attention. This is going to be interesting. Chen-Luo tries to remain calm as he studies the thin barrier before him. Fortunately, he encountered many barriers in his past life, so he has some experience in breaking them. Having lost his arrogance, Shisong demanded that Chen Luo hand over his coat in exchange for safe passage. Chen Luo turned back, puzzled, wondering why this stranger was asking him to strip. Unwilling to waste time arguing, he vanished like a magician, leaving behind a few choice words that stunned Shisong. How could he break through a god-level space lock so easily? Unconvinced, Shisong flies into a rage, finding it all illogical. He grits his teeth, now acknowledging Chen Luo's genius after witnessing his abilities firsthand. But that only makes it more imperative to kill him, so his life is no longer threatened. Activating the Void Ancestor, he quickly escapes the first magic circle, only to be closely pursued by Shisong. And so, the man and the god danced among the cloud-covered hills as Lei Zhao watched the strange scene unfold below, unable to suppress his awe. How could he escape Shisong's grasp? Just then, Chen Luo ran toward him. He urgently informed the emperor and waited for Shisong to appear. Shisong roared with determination, and as planned, he and Lei Xiao unleashed their ultimate moves to collapse space. He wouldn't be able to escape then. With a deafening rumble, streaks of red, purple, and black lightning raged. They stirred up dust and combined into a ferocious energy aimed at Chen Luo, and by the time he realized it, it was too late to dodge. That energy struck down from above, and Chen Luo roared in agony, feeling his organs turn inside out. But fortunately, his divine armor activated a shield, saving his life. But amidst the chaos, he continues to teleport away. Shisong and Lei Xiao arrive to investigate, Lei Xiao certain that anyone hit by that attack would be dead. As for Shisong, he believes that Chen Luo's armor may have saved him, but he's still severely injured, having taken a direct hit from the spatial slash. As the smoke cleared, he was nowhere to be seen. Unbelievable. To use Void Walk in a collapsing space. Suddenly, Shisong heard a voice transmitted by the Snake Mother through sound waves. She sensed that he had fled near her location. He actually had the gall to use a mortal as a pawn, then turn around and blame the goddess. How could he possibly have the strength to run 10,000 li? Unless she sensed wrong. The Serpent Mother frowned, annoyed. Her level was that of a god, and her sensory abilities were a racial gift, so she couldn't be wrong. Doubting her now? Does he even need her help finding him? Shisong gritted his teeth, suppressing the rage burning in his chest, and decided to cooperate with her to find him, no matter what, or the consequences would be dire. The snake goddess stood on a towering peak, channeling her energy to unlock her powers while pondering the origins of her lover. How could he escape the attacks of two gods? This was proving difficult, and she began to regret it. But a deal's a deal, and the serpent woman had no choice but to search high and low, before discovering him hiding in some watery nook. Chen Luo meditates deep beneath the sea, replenishing his strength and energy. He's not called the King of Hiding for nothing, confident that he'll either reach godhood first or they can try to catch him. No sooner had he spoken than Tranlok's eyes widened with unease, a feeling so real it compelled him to move. Suddenly, the spot he'd just vacated exploded with the force of a B-52, sending a jolt of terror through him, and he couldn't help but curse. His face drained of color. He was lucky to have escaped, but he wondered how those god-level beings had found him in the first place. Thinking he'd outsmarted them, Tranlok joked that he might as well hide on the moon. Meanwhile, the trio of Time, Samu, and Lei Xiao were swimming towards Tranlok's supposed location, but strangely, no one was there. Shisong, his face hardening with disbelief, refused to accept that anyone could survive an attack from four gods working together and ordered Samu to continue the search. 2 hours passed, and he inquired again, but the result was the same. She couldn't find him. She explained that if her abilities couldn't detect him, there were only two possibilities. Either he was constantly using Void Walk to evade detection, or he had escaped to a deep spatial layer beyond her reach. Lei Xiao nodded in agreement, adding that either scenario would consume a great deal of ability. They could simply rely on their speed to chase him until he was exhausted, but Shisong shook his head, saying there was no need to be so complicated. His eyes filled with malice, a sinister smile as he looked down at his hands swirling with power, deciding to destroy the entire planet. He was exhausted and horrified to learn that Chen Luo had escaped into the universe instead of some deep space. Where were his limits? Still, he stood tall, unafraid, and shouted at Shisong, berating him for lacking the ability to destroy his home without targeting him first. Those words struck a nerve, twisting his lips into a cruel smile. If you're tired of living, I'll grant your wish. The Eye roared, "Die!" his face contorted in terrifying rage. Meanwhile, Chen Luo smirked, realizing his goading was working as Shizun's palm nearly reached him. At that moment, he used void traversal, causing the two orbs to collide in midair with a muffled explosion as he teleported behind Shizun. He thought to himself, "Good thing I angered him," causing him to waste 2 orbs of power. If they had destroyed Earth, it would truly be gone. From behind, Chen Luo continued to provoke him. "If you're so good, then catch me," further enraging Shisu. Then, Chen Luo circled through space, realizing that void traverse was far more efficient there. He could recover his abilities simply by running for a while, allowing him to easily evade his pursuer. So, Chen Luo began to run as fast as he could, and Shizuo followed close behind, saying he didn't believe anyone could use void traversal continuously, and thought to himself that he would settle accounts with Chen Luo one by one when his powers were exhausted. 3 hours later in the cosmos, Tranlok continued to dart around, provoking Thitu, who could only give chase. Thitu thought to himself, 10 million points. This kid is running around the universe costing me 10 million points. So, he decided to accelerate, determined to catch Chen Luo, while Chen Luo, seeing Shisuo speed up, lamented that his speed was increasing. Just as Shisuo was about to catch him, he thought to himself how terrifying the god level was, and used void traversal. Suddenly, a black object appeared and sucked Chen Luo in, causing Shutu to miss again. Chen Luo wondered what it was and why it had such a strong pull. Shutu was surprised that Chen Luo was sucked in, while Chen Luo was still panicking, unsure of what to do. Shisho wonders how this could be, a rare black hole. It can suck in living things and transport them anywhere in the universe, meaning that guy will escape. Damn it, how lucky can one guy get? As Tai Chen Lok was about to escape, Shusu shouted, unwilling to accept it. Han then signaled to his 3 friends to follow him and execute the plan to destroy Earth. Beside Han, as Weisha spoke, the Serpent Mother said, "That's enough, Shisu. Leave them a way out." Shisu turned to her and asked, "A way out? What do you mean?" The Serpent Mother replied before the newcomer could arrive, "We're completely unprepared for this. We all know how powerful that kid is. Plus, Han has the Abaddon armor and divine-grade origin power. I think he could become a god in just a few decades. Shiso believes the Void Traveler has no offensive power, so what if he becomes a god?" Hearing this, the Snake Woman spoke up. "Actually, it's extremely difficult for Han to kill gods of our level, especially dual-ability gods like us. But killing those below god level is incredibly easy. If Han wants to kill our people and destroy our nest, do you think he can't? If he targets you, you'll never live in peace. I don't want to live in fear. You must think about the future of your people. Don't make an irreconcilable enemy of Han. What about the rest of you? What do you choose?" The Yellow Goblin God agreed with the Snake Mother, adding that Han wouldn't want to risk Chenla's insidious tactics against his newly matured daughter. Lei Xiao also concurred, stating that Chenla was too difficult to deal with, while Han wasn't an orphan and could be threatened through his family. They all advised Shisu that destroying Earth wouldn't harm Han and would be a waste of effort, urging him to drop the matter out of respect for their long-standing friendship. Meanwhile, Shisuo seethed in Han's mind, realizing that when it comes to profit, friendship means nothing. He exclaimed that their fearful appearances were a disgrace to the title of God, and that they only needed to find the time system to stop time and restrain Han. In his heart, Shisu thought, wasn't there a time system on Earth that could stop time? Then, Shisu returned to Han's spaceship, deciding to wait until he recovered his strength to return to Earth and find that time system user. Han bid farewell to his companions, believing it best to part ways with those of differing ambitions. As seeing Shisu's temperament, they reluctantly agreed, realizing this friendship was beyond repair. Turns out, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Shisu's affection is hard to swallow, and with no spaceship, the 3 of them are stuck with a year-long journey home through the vast universe. Chenhua was transported by the black hole to an unknown place and immediately felt dizzy and nauseous from the forced teleportation. Looking at his armor, he saw that it was completely destroyed by the mysterious teleportation power, and he needed to find a new set quickly. Chenlo frantically looks around, wondering where he is. His sudden disappearance will surely bring the wrath of that god-level being down on Earth. His home is definitely gone now. What should he do next? Will he have to wander the universe? He scanned the cosmos, observing each planet, when a blue sphere caught his eye in the distance. A habitable planet? Not bad. He used Void Walk and upon landing was surprised to find such pristine air and beautiful scenery. He spotted a cave in the distance, suitable for shelter but far too small for everyone he brought along. He paused, deciding to have everyone set up camp here. Chenluo uses his abilities to help everyone in the spatial dimension, and Sudaju is the first to question the current situation. Even Xiao Yuxing and Mila inquire about the battle and Chenluo's condition. Chenluo thought to himself that to spare them the shock, he shouldn't reveal that Earth might have been destroyed. Then he spoke up to reassure everyone. "I'm fine, but due to certain circumstances, we can only leave Earth temporarily, think of it as a vacation, and this place will be our temporary stop." Hearing this, little Fish Star agreed, saying, "Okay, leave the food to me," and jumped into the water. After diving, she resurfaces with a fish in her mouth, wanting to offer it to Chenluo. He wonders if it's safe to eat, or if it's poisonous. The research team heard a meow and wondered where it came from, as it didn't sound like Mifan. Suddenly, Dharma King caught something and showed it to Chenluo, who guessed it was probably a cat person. Indeed, this was a cat person, only able to meow with the form of a cat but still with hair, looking quite pitiful. Chenluo thought to himself, this planet is indeed a suitable place to live. It's not strange to have other creatures. Suddenly Meifan appears and meows. Seeing her, the cat person immediately hides behind her, meowing and crying. Meifan translates for Chenluo, saying that the cat person says there are many others of its kind nearby and it wants him to take it home. Meifan didn't expect to understand them so well. Could she be a descendant of the cat people? Chenluo wondered if he'd stumbled onto the legendary cat planet and agreed to take the little cat person home. Suddenly a strange noise erupts, leaving everyone confused and wondering what it is. And there seems to be a lot of them. A large group of cats suddenly appears, causing Chenluo and his group to think, this is quite a sight. But why do these cats look at us with such animosity? Mifan asks them why they hate us so much. The cat folk surrounding them are furious, asking if she's been brainwashed. They list a litany of sins, saying that they captured and humiliated them, and she asks why they hate them. After hearing the cat people's story, Mifan's expression turned angry, while Chenluo wondered what they were talking about, and why Mifan wasn't translating. Then, suddenly, Mifan's fur bristled with rage. Unforgivable! How dare they treat our kind like this? Don't worry, I'm here now. I'll protect you all. Seeing this, Chenluo wondered if Mifan really thought of himself as a cat person. Chenluo was about to speak to signal Mifan when he suddenly noticed something. A group of flying creatures approached, surprising him, and he estimated their strength to be around level 10. They looked sinister and aggressive, demanding to know who they were and where they came from, declaring this planet belonged to the great Mas Khan. All the cats here belong to Lord Mas Khan. You're not welcome here. Chenluo realized this must be a cat person breeding ground. They continued to threaten him, warning that Master Mas Khan was a great demigod, whose wrath they couldn't possibly withstand. To which Chenluo casually replied that they would stay a while longer then, but they refused to agree, pressuring him to leave immediately. He wanted to leave, but where would he go? Adrift in the universe. He flew towards the speaker, his face filled with displeasure, wondering if he'd been too polite. He slapped the man so hard his eyes rolled back, asking if he was trying to save face. Then he ordered his men to slaughter all of Madukam's lackeys. At his command, his men flew in, swiftly eliminating the newcomers, the air trembling so violently that even the birds fled. The surrounding cat people praised, so strong, so skilled. They believed Chenluo was the guardian deity sent by the heavens. Mifan turned and told them that they would be staying here for a while, and assured them that as long as they were there, no one would bully them. 6 months later, Chenluo is still in the process of cultivation, thinking that he has finally reached a critical point. He realized a surge of energy was violently shaking within him, and he struggled to endure it, for success meant ascending to the demigod level, and from there, godhood. Then he felt his twin abilities split in two, each becoming an independent power. Suddenly, the power within his mind erupts, causing him to cry out as it disperses into the air and soars skyward, overwhelming him. Those nearby sense the oppressive force and surmise that Chenluo has just achieved a breakthrough, perhaps even ascending to godhood. Below, Mifan witnesses this and says he really did ascend by witnessing the fate of others. She can feel that she is still far from reaching maturity. Half an hour later, Tran Lak was lost in the power, wondering if this was his own law. Then he saw footsteps in his mind and wondered what the drawing meant. A running path, mocking him for running away from becoming a god. Then he realized the law seemed to be telling him that he was 85% complete with void traversal on this path. This made him wonder, is that all he understood about void traversal after successfully leveling up? Chen Luo landed, thinking that perhaps when he could teleport anywhere in the universe with a single thought, he could be considered truly complete. As he touched the ground, he mused that next, he had to cultivate the time element and seize the moment. As he landed, Mila ran over and embraced him in celebration. The others congratulated him as well, knowing they could now live in peace with a god protecting them. He then looked at Mi Fan, wondering why she had divine markings, even though she clearly hadn't reached god level yet. And what was with that color? Could it be changing with her emotions? Sinister thoughts arise. What if a punch could make her cry and turn her markings black? Tran Lak would surely slap him 100 times. Meanwhile, Tran Lak thinks that demigod Ma Tu Kam chose the perfect moment to arrive. But suddenly, Mi Fan cried out, "Oh no, danger!" That weakling seems to have seen the light of Chen Luo's ascension. He knows he can't win, so he's running. Chen Luo reassured her, "Don't worry, he won't get away." Then Chen Luo used Void Walk. He appeared behind Maz Khan, saying, "You're already here. Why the rush?" Catching Maz Khan by surprise, he turned around in shock, wondering why Chen Luo was here, but the moment he sensed danger, he fled before even landing where he had planned. Chen Luo uses Void Imprisonment to trap him, forcing him to come along for a ride, as he frantically calls for help through telepathy. "Great Hung Demon, save me. I've encountered someone who just ascended to godhood. Please, you must hurry." Receiving the message, the Hung Demon wondered, "No new gods have been born in the universe for over 100 years. Who is this newly ascended god?" Then, Throat Demon told Masi Khan not to panic, and to just say Throat Demon's name, because Chen Luo would surely show respect. In about 10 minutes, Throat Demon would arrive, so Masi Khan just needed to find a way to stall for time. On Miu Star, Ma Tu Kam stood before Tran Lak, and Dungyai said, "Greetings, Great One. I didn't know you were here. If I've offended you, I'll make amends." He then identified himself as a follower of Lord Hoang Yu, asking if Tran Lak would spare him this once out of respect for Lord Hoang Yu. Chen Luo wondered who this yellow devil was, never having heard of him before. He then said, "Although your attitude is good, Lord Mifan told me to give you 100 slaps, not one less. Count them yourself." Then he raised his hand and slapped Masi Khan repeatedly. Masi Khan burst into tears, and when Chen Luo saw that he wouldn't count, he threatened to start over, causing him to hurriedly count. 1, 2, 3, 4. By the 100th slap, Ma Tu Kam's face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood was gushing from his mouth. After finishing, Tran Lak rotated his wrist to relieve the soreness and asked Ma Tu Kam to explain who this Hoang Yu was. Mazikan obediently replied that Lord Huang Yao was an earth-type god who ascended to godhood over 30,000 years ago. Chen Luo thought to himself, "So that's it, but no matter, there's no one I don't dare offend." His immediate task was to inquire about the whereabouts of the space-type god. Then, Chen Luo asked Masi Khan if he knew how many space-type gods there were. Before Masi Khan could answer, a flash of light streaked past Chen Luo's back. As the figure landed, Ma Zikan rejoiced, thinking his savior had arrived. But seeing it was Chen Luo, the demon was shocked, wondering how anyone could be so fast and how he'd reached god level so quickly. Then, Chen Luo pointed at Huang Yao and said, "So it's you." Huang Yao broke out in a sweat, looking panicked. Han then fled, thinking to himself that he had to tell the others quickly. Seeing the yellow demon flee, Chen Luo unleashed an attack, asking where he was going, to which the yellow demon responded by raising another earthen shield. Then, Huang Yao calmly thought, "This kid is too angry to think straight. If I let him vent, maybe he'll talk to me calmly." He retracted his earth shield, thinking, "Even if I can block, I won't. He'll feel sorry for me if I look pathetic enough. It's not a big deal for a god to take a few hits." An explosion erupts behind the yellow goblin, causing him to cry out, while Ma Zikan wonders what's going on. A newly ascended god was beating Huang Yao senseless. Was that attack really that scary? Seeing Huang Yao's state, Chen Luo stopped, wondering if he was really that strong. This god was too weak. Even a runaway god like himself could intimidate him. As Huang Yao flees from Chen Luo's attacks, he cries out, "Stop fighting, brother. Let's talk. I actually have some good news for you. Besides, you've only just ascended to godhood, so there's probably a lot you don't understand. I can answer anything you want to know." This news made Tran Lak pause. What good news could there be? Did everyone but him die? Huang Yao reveals that Shisu wanted to destroy Earth out of spite, but they stopped him. Hearing this, Chen Luo is relieved that his home planet is safe. Huang Yao continues, saying that he and his friends were responsible for all of this. Apparently, they believe that Chen Luo will become a god, so they don't want to be his enemy and even want to use this to resolve their grudges with him. So the time system god is called Shisu. Chen Luo now knows who his enemy is. He agrees to forgive the three Huang Yao, but absolutely not Shisu. Chen Luo asked Huang Yao why Shisu was after him, but Huang Yao asked him not to press the issue, saying he knew but couldn't say. Huang Yao thought to himself that revealing the truth would drag Zilalan into the matter, and those who offended Zilalan never had a good ending. Chen Luo wondered if someone was behind Shisu, someone they couldn't afford to offend. Huang Yao confirmed, but not entirely. Huang Yao added that the person behind it all had no intention of targeting Chen Luo, but at most mentioned something related to him. As for Shisu, he's just a confused troublemaker, so Huang Yao advises Chen Luo to identify his true target. Don't dig too deep and end up offending someone. Hearing this, Chen Luo secretly thought that the person behind the scenes sounded like a formidable figure. In short, Huang Yao couldn't say more, and Chen Luo could only ask Shisu himself. Hearing this, Chen Luo agreed, but wondered if there were realms higher than the god level. Huang Yao took out a cloak, spread it on the ground, and asked Chen Luo to sit down so they could talk. He revealed to Chen Luo that he was over 35,000 years old, had been a god for over 30,000 years, and had never heard of a level higher than god. Then, Huang Yao poured Chen Luo a glass of water, saying that he had just reached godhood. I believe you currently only possess one rule. If your other abilities also have rules, you will obtain a second one. Acquiring more rules is the most important factor in evaluating a god's level, but it's not absolute. He then asked how far his mastery of Void Walk had progressed, to which Chen Luo replied, 85%. Hearing this, Huang Yao gave him a thumbs up, saying that reaching 100% might be enough to ascend to godhood. He also lamented that no matter how thoroughly Chen Luo comprehended Void Traversal, it wouldn't increase his attack power since he wasn't an attack type. But no matter, each attribute has countless different powers. The Yellow Demon advises him to delve deeper into the layers of space to feel them. If he masters the various spatial powers within, he will eventually be able to comprehend the laws of space. This surprises Chen Luo, who realizes he can still learn so much by sensing the power of space. In the spacious, silent courtyard, Chen Luo continues his conversation with the three-eyed god, wondering if anyone with dual abilities can become a god. The three-eyed god replies that of course they exist, but they are quite rare. Chen Luo wants to know more about Z2, wondering how many laws he has mastered. The three-eyed god reveals that Zito has mastered 2 laws, attack and teleportation, which has earned him a fortune, and with money, his connections are vast. Chen Luo scoffs, realizing his longtime opponent is just a transporter. The three-eyed god explains that each system has its own uses and benefits for humans. He reveals that they were hired for 1 million purple crystals, with an additional 2 million upon success. Hearing about this strange item, Chen Luo pulls out a purple crystal from his bag, which Three Eyes confirms is indeed a purple crystal. He wondered about the use of the purple crystals as he secretly sent messages into the void. He gave the example of a cat being worth half a crystal, while a cat girl was worth much more. A cat-eared girl is worth up to 10,000 purple crystals, he reveals with a glint in his eye, making Chen Luo recall that an entire cat planet is only worth tens of thousands. He reveals that there are at least 2 ways to suppress his void traversal ability. Curious, Tranlac listens as he explains that both the time and mental systems can counter his space system. Furthermore, the strongest gods can wield 6 or even 8 dualistic laws, a fact that surprises Chen Luo. Among them, the one who controls the law of cause and effect is the strongest, able to revive miraculously even after death. Speaking of this rule, Tranlac immediately thought of the rice-loving girl, but her power is too low right now, seemingly having no effect on the god level. Suddenly, Three Eyes opened a book, revealing 2.8 million amethyst stars as his atonement for Tranlac. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt the amount was a bit low, considering his status and position. Hearing that Chen Luo wanted more, Three-Eyed was anxious and grabbed Chen Luo's arm, begging him to accept the star coins. Seeing his sincerity, Chen Luo agreed, and the Three-Eyed One urged him not to be reckless after reaching the god level. His words seemed trustworthy, and after the instructions he said goodbye to Chen Luo and left. Content with the information he gained from Three Eyes, Chen Luo bid him farewell as the sky shifted to dusk, painting the heavens with strokes of pink. Chen Luo went to meet Mi-Fan, recalling Three Eyes' words about the laws of fate. He worried that if others found out, it would cause trouble for Mi-Fan, so he told her to hide her runes. Mi-Fan was surprised, but agreed without question. He then asked Mi-Fan what her plans for the future were, worried that Shizu was still hunting him. Moreover, he wasn't strong enough to fight back, and what he needed most right now was new equipment. After hearing Chenlo's confession, Mi-Fan squinted and asked, wasn't running away his specialty? He seemed unfazed by Mi-Fan's words, suddenly realizing he could just go to a store and get things for free. After talking with Mi-Fan, Chenluo seems to have made up his mind, planning to set off for another planet in search of suitable equipment. Hearing this, Mi-Fan leaps up and embraces him, wanting to follow Chenluo so he won't be alone. Seeing her sincerity, he had no choice but to agree to her request. Mi-Fan was overjoyed and had a feeling that Chenluo would buy the items he needed. 2 months later, in outer space, Chenluo was still flying through the universe, heading towards the Happy Planet. This is one of only 2 level 9 civilizations and a renowned shopping destination in the universe. Its bustling cities are a melting pot of countless races, and with enough money, you can buy anything here. Wandering the streets, Tranlak's entourage of beauties seemed amazed by this new world, and Milak asked where he planned to go first. Tranlak intended to head straight to the Great Xia shopping district. He points to the tallest tower in the distance, promising the beauties that he'll buy them anything that catches their eye, much to their delight. After traveling for a while on this planet's transport, the group arrived at the Haiyan Cultural Center, where they sat in a luxurious dining room. Chenlo held the menu, ordering for everyone, seemingly very generous in treating them all. Seeing how much food they ordered, the waiter was shocked and asked to confirm. Chenlo simply tossed him a VIP card and the waiter immediately obeyed, rushing off to prepare the dishes. After a while, only empty plates remained, the group having devoured every last bite, savoring each dish. Seeing how much money they had, the waiter immediately handed him an invitation to a private auction. This auction had many items that caught Chenlo's eye, and the waiter warmly invited him to participate. Looking at the list, it was full of things he needed, like defensive helmets. Chenlo smiled at Fan, recalling her previous words, and felt fortunate to have brought her along. Chenlo asked the waiter if those items had arrived yet. The waiter estimated that the auction was about 2 days away, so these rare items were probably still in transit. He planned to strike once the valuable items arrived. As expected, 2 days later, after disguising himself, Chenluo stood in front of the mirror, admiring his new appearance. The others are in his subspace, and after the heist, he'll escape. But to move freely, he needs a new identity after his disguise, so he takes the name Viu Lai. At a luxurious auction, the host takes the stage, bathed in light. A large cloth covers something in the center, and with a flourish, the host unveils a caged girl. She was shapely and exquisite, and seeing her, Chenlo immediately thought of the legendary flower fairy. The ring on her hand was a binding artifact. After opening the bamboo screen, the host introduces the girl as a Doraclan Emperor-level flower fairy, capable of maintaining her beauty for 2,000 years. Cracking a whip, he releases her scent into the audience and confidently sets her starting price at 100,000. The auctioneer's announcement caused a stir. Many desired the girl's beauty, but Chenluo shook his head at the fate of the weak. Bids rang out, and the girl's price gradually rose, from 100,000 Sien to 150,000, finally stopping at 380,000. The host, overjoyed with the price, quickly sealed the deal, congratulating the bidder who offered 380,000. Looking at the pitiful girl on stage, Chenluo shook his head, thinking that there were too many unfortunate people for him to save them all. Not letting the room fall silent, the auctioneer presented the next item, a purple flower. Radiating intense energy, it was revealed to be an Emperor-grade sublimation herb, capable of unlocking Emperor-level potential. The starting price is 300,000, and though this flower is useless to Chenluo, it would be perfect for some of his many followers, so he immediately bid 650,000, hoping to easily acquire it. Next on stage is a hat that can resist mental attacks, effective against demigods and some gods, a must-have for Chenluo. Most importantly, it cost 8 million amethyst crystals, an astronomical figure for many, silencing the entire hall. Despite the exorbitant price, many secretly bid, driving the price to 1.1 million. Seeing the heated bidding war, Chenluo smiled, thinking, "Let them fight. I'll reap the rewards." The bidding grew more intense, reaching 1.2 million when suddenly the entire venue went dark, leaving everyone bewildered. The host quickly reassured everyone that it was just a temporary electrical issue. Soon after, the lights returned, the stage came alive again, and the host continued the program. As he called out the price, he glanced at the item, only to be shocked to find that it had vanished without a trace. The entire audience erupted in chaos. unable to understand how the auctioned item could have disappeared. At that moment, Chen Luo used Void Walk to return to his seat. He secretly rejoiced at how easily he'd taken it without anyone noticing. After a half-hour search, the item was still missing, and the entire hall was in an uproar, but those present were all important figures, making a search difficult. The audience grew restless, voices rising in complaint, but the host, though annoyed, had to continue the auction. He quickly turned to apologize and promptly presented the next item, the sour fruit. The staff carefully carried the item onto the stage, indicating its rarity. Without delay, the host announced that the fruit could extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. Chen smiles faintly, knowing he came for the helmet, but this fruit is too rare to pass up. Since the helmet was just stolen, everyone is on high alert, so he'll have to try a different approach. He secretly used Void Walk again, since he was disguised as Violi and no one would know. Many people were annoyed and wanted the host to start bidding, but he stood in the stands, worried that this item would disappear like the last one. Just as the auctioneer was about to start the bidding, he shouted out in alarm. His fears had come true. The sour fruit in the glass case had vanished again, silently and without a trace. The entire arena was shaken. How could an item vanish so quickly right before their eyes? But Chen Luo remained unfazed, ready to watch the chaos unfold. The investigation team quickly arrived to analyze the scene, confident they could find the culprit since the item was alive. One of the investigators begins searching the audience, hoping to find the thief. An officer approaches Chen Luo, asking to search him. Chen Luo smirked, knowing his unique space could conceal living things undetected, and willingly submitted to the search. After a fruitless investigation, the frustrated audience began to voice their displeasure. One spectator was furious, unable to contain his anger. He revealed that he had waited years for the sour fruit because his lifespan was nearing its end, and without it, he would surely die. This three-eyed customer demands that the auction team find the sour fruit for him, and Chen Luo wonders just how much money he has. He realized that if this guy died, his wealth would be his. Though a lightning-based god, Chen Luo was confident he could take him down, remembering the lesson that power is everything, regardless of the means. An investigator stepped forward to reassure him that the sour fruit was indeed lost, but the three-eyed man only had a year to live and couldn't wait any longer. Hearing this, Chen Luo was secretly delighted, already devising a way to eliminate him easily without much effort. The auction house then suggested the three-eyed man try his luck elsewhere, offering him 100,000 as compensation for travel expenses. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he decisively accepted the reward. He then turned and left, and Chen Luo thought that this was likely a trap deliberately set by the man. But now, disguised under a different identity, he felt he should still try, even if it was a trap, since this was such a tempting opportunity. As the three-eyed man walked down the corridor, a piece of paper floated down before him, and he stared at it in his hand, momentarily stunned. The note revealed the whereabouts of the sour fruit he sought and arranged a meeting on a nearby planet for the exchange. Hearing this, the three-eyed man rushed to the rendezvous point at full speed. As the three-eyed man walked away, Chen Luo emerged, a smile creeping across his face as he watched his prey fall into his trap on a desolate planet. Following the letter's instructions, Chen Luo met the three-eyed man, who immediately demanded to know the whereabouts of the sour fruit. He happily revealed that the sour fruit was in the hands of his friend, and on its way here, a stalling tactic concocted by Chen Luo to sniff out any traps. The three-eyed man's face lit up with anticipation, as if the sour fruit was everything to him, threatening to self-destruct if betrayed. Seeing this, Chen Luo began to bargain, demanding 5 million purple crystals, a price the three-eyed man found outrageous. But that price was too high, especially for stolen goods, so he countered with 4 million. Seeing his anger, Chen Luo agreed, but the old fox was suspicious of the transaction and wanted to bring in allies, a request Chen Luo immediately refused. Ignoring Chen Luo's words, the three-eyed man contacted his companions, but it turned out that his companion was none other than Shi Su, who had been hunting Chen Luo for a long time. Hearing this name, Chen Luo couldn't help but look a little grim. The three-eyed man reveals the location of the stolen goods to Shi Su, and Tran Lac thinks he's leading the enemy to his doorstep. He called his partner for safety, but it turns out to be Tran Lac's mortal enemy. So he decides to send this guy packing, using his time acceleration skill. Seeing his opponent move so quickly, the three-eyed man doesn't just stand there waiting to die, he summons lightning to fill the sky. Powerful lightning bolts carrying world-destroying power shot towards Chen Luo, who used his Void Walk skill to evade every attack. Frustrated by his inability to hit his target, the three-eyed man grew increasingly angry, unleashing even more lightning bolts at Chen Luo. He dashed forward like an arrow, attacking Chen Luo despite knowing he was a space-type god. As the three-eyed man approached, he unleashed bolts of lightning, and Chen Luo realized this guy was a lightning user like the Dharma King. Calmly, he faced the barrage of lightning. Thinking of the Dharma King, Tranlok realized that absorbing this three-eyed foe's power would greatly enhance his own strength. He unleashed a series of powerful attacks, but Tranlok easily evaded them with his Void Walk ability. The three-eyed man realized something was wrong. Despite the collapsing space, his opponent could still use spatial movement. As he pondered this, Chen Luo accelerated time, rapidly draining his lifespan. Realizing this, the three-eyed god knew he was no match for Chen Luo and turned to flee. But Chen Luo wouldn't let such a juicy prize escape, using void displacement to bring him right back. Suddenly, he lost control of his body and found himself back in front of Chen Luo, beads of sweat forming. Seeing that he was about to be caught, he struggled, desperately pleading for mercy. Little did he know, Chen Luo had been wanting to get rid of him for a long time, so how could he let him go so easily? Seeing that the man in front of him was determined to take his life, the three-eyed man roared in anger. How could he, a god who controlled the rules of thunder, be bullied by a mere brat? The space within a few yards explodes with massive thunderbolts, resembling a sea of lightning from afar. Tranlok, observing Ga's attack, calculates a way to evade while preventing his escape. After some analysis, Tranlok decides to directly confront the storm of lightning. Seeing Tranlok dare to face his attack head-on, he unleashes lightning while feeling his body falter. His source of power is depleting faster than he anticipated. Seeing the lightning weaken and the three-eyed one running out of strength, Chen Luo doubled down on his time acceleration. Despite all his powerful attacks, Chen Luo remained unscathed, and the three-eyed one began to panic, threatening to self-destruct if pushed to the brink. As time passes, the three-eyed one feels his essence dwindling, his energy reserves depleted, and even his most confident ability to self-destruct with his opponent is no longer an option. At this point, Chen Luo pushes the rules of time to their limit, gradually approaching the three-eyed one, who can only lament his fate, for because of Chen Luo he couldn't buy sour fruit. With only a few steps between them, the three-eyed one pulls out a card, seemingly his last lifeline. Tranlok is caught off guard, wondering what he intends to do with it. The three-eyed one raised the card high, white smoke rising as if he intended to destroy it. Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly snatched the card, determined to prevent its destruction, for it contained a massive amount of star essence, crucial to him now. Seeing the ruined card in Chen Luo's hand, Three Eyes cried out, saying it was useless now. But instead of despair, Chen Luo remained calm. Looking at the card in his hand, he only needed to rewind time 1 minute before it was destroyed, causing Three Eyes to freeze. Before his disbelieving eyes, Chen Luo flicked his hand, and the card returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened to it. Seeing the restored card in Tranlok's hand, Three Eyes despaired, knowing this was his last resort. He collapsed to the ground in agony and despair, his lifespan seemingly extinguished, unwilling to die so soon. But the situation was set, and he could do nothing more. Watching his opponent fade away, Chen Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Afraid of lingering too long, he raised his hand, and a strong light burst forth. Tranlok wanted to erase all traces of the battle, leaving behind an empty space, and quickly left this troublesome place as fast as he could. Moments later, a blond man arrived at the scene of the battle, finding no trace of his comrade. It was Shi Su, who had been hunting Chen Luo all this time, and he suddenly sensed something. His face twisted in anger, sensing the lingering presence of his long-sought prey. Meanwhile, on Joy Planet, a Grade 9 planet hosting a martial arts auction, inside a lavishly decorated room, a transaction unfolds between a youth and a server as the young man seeks to acquire something. It's Chen Luo, returned from gathering spoils, and he's making quite the request. The seller froze, hardly believing the sheer volume of the purchase. He hastily wiped away the sweat, needing to double-check to be sure. Chen Luo noticed the server seemed stunned by the sheer volume of his purchase, and asked about a spaceship since only one could carry such a load. At this moment, Chen Luo was in a bind because he didn't have a spaceship, and he couldn't reveal his spatial abilities. In a moment of inspiration, he remembered that one of the spaces Yuriman had given him contained a spaceship, and he planned to contact Huang Yao to remodel it. He hands over the card containing the purple crystals he seized from Three Eyes to pay, and the attendant bows respectfully to receive it. On a distant planet called Yellow Demon, the god Three Eyes communicates with Chen Luo using a remote communication device. He inquires about the cost to repair the spaceship and the whereabouts of the light system god, offering 50 million purple crystals if Bamat can help. Hearing this amount, Three Eyes was stunned, feeling that 50 million was just a small number to Chen Luo. Back in the luxurious room, after purchasing a large number of items, Chen Luo was brought here and treated like a VIP, as the waiter discussed the transportation of goods and hiring people from other planets. The attendant then contacted an interplanetary transporter about the order and reported back to Chen Luo after a successful negotiation. But unexpectedly, the transporter was connected to Chen Luo's mortal enemy, who had even learned Shisu's movement technique. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned. Truly, enemies are destined to meet. He had just eliminated Shisu's friend when his disciple arrived. 10 minutes later, the attendant led a tall man to introduce to Chen Luo. This was the person Han had contacted for the delivery mission, and Chen Luo calmly inquired about the shipping costs. The transporter hastily quoted a price of 50,000 death crystals for each of 10 trips, shocking the server with his greed. Hearing this, Chen Luo thought to himself that the transport fee was even higher than the item itself, but he swiped his card and agreed to the transaction. The transporter was stunned. It was the first time Han had seen someone accept the initial price without haggling. While Han was still surprised, Chen Luo was already plotting to take him down. After receiving the money, the transporter began to channel his power, and Chen Luo wanted to learn more about these teleportation techniques before making his move. Han revealed that every transporter must know the spatial coordinates, so they know the exact direction and distance when customers provide a location. As the transporter explained, Chen Luo seemed to understand more, recalling how Huang had taught him to distinguish coordinates and directions between planets. He secretly compared void walking and space transportation, realizing they were related but distinct. Chen Luo considered using transportation to comprehend the second rule. After 4 hours of non-stop pig transportation, the transporter was exhausted. Han promised Chen Luo that he could complete the task in 3 days. Hearing this, Chen Luo wanted to try it himself, wanting to replace Han as the transporter, shocking the transporter. Before Han could think, Chen Luo began to chant, and rings of light emanated from his hands. After 4 hours of watching the other guy, he must have learned a few tricks. Seeing the rings of light growing larger, the transporter was shocked to realize his customer was also in the business. With the portal complete, and to everyone's surprise, Chen Luo ordered the staff to release the pigs so Han could test his newly acquired skills. Seeing the pigs being released into the portal Chen Luo created, the transporter felt the need to warn him. This type of transport isn't simple. One slip and the items are lost, so it's best left to Han. Hearing this, Chen Luo looked displeased, his eyes sharply glancing at the man. The transporter elaborates, explaining that while Chen Luo paid to hire Han, he won't get a refund if he does the work himself, so he should be mindful of that. Chen Luo seems to be trying to trap the transporter, continuing to threaten him, but the transporter reminds him that everything here has rules, and even gods die if they break them. Realizing his plan wasn't working, Chen Luo considered his options as the transporter reminded him that Han was a disciple of the Shu clan and should not be trifled with. Seemingly intimidated by the corpse eater, Chen Luo agrees to send the transporter back to his planet, prompting the transporter to bow his head in preparation to leave, as Chen Luo smugly reflects on the skill he mastered in such a short time. Suddenly, Chen Luo senses something from space, heading towards Han, who believes his second rule has arrived after learning the new skill. Outside, everyone watches as the multicolored light rushes towards the item shop, with some speculating that the transporter Chen Luo hired caused this. The commotion has drawn the attention of this planet's 2 guardian gods, white-haired owl and golden-haired antelope, who rush to the scene, thinking the transporter is about to ascend. They were even discussing the drama about to unfold between master and disciple, but before them stood another stranger. At that moment, Chen Luo was enveloped in light, absorbing a new rule. Seeing Chen Luo like that, golden-haired antelope realizes he's comprehending a new rule, not becoming a god, and that the rule is spatial displacement. After absorbing the light of the rule, Chen Luo feels his grasp of spatial displacement is 33%. A bit low, but enough for him to roam freely for now. From afar, the transporter also noticed the commotion and quietly turned back, stunned by Chen Luo's sudden enlightenment. It felt like a dream, as this was the same youth who had just asked him about spatial knowledge, only to grasp its laws moments later. Han quickly pulls out his communication device, needing to report this to his master, Thai To. Meanwhile, Thai To's face darkens upon hearing that someone else has grasped the law of spatial displacement, potentially affecting his business. How could he not be upset? Shisu wanted to know the identity of this newcomer, to see what he looked like, and the transporter immediately sent a photo of Chen Luo to Han. Looking at the image of the person before him, it was indeed a twist of fate. Shisu never expected that the person Han had been searching for was actually with Han's disciple. Thiu too struggled to believe it. In Han's memories, Chen Luo only knew void traversal, so how could he now use space teleportation so masterfully? Thi too couldn't help but feel uneasy, as his opponent now possessed 2 space laws. Enraged, Han slams his fist on the table, throwing the communication stone away, his fury reaching its peak as his former follower masters the very skill he excels at. Meanwhile, in his own chamber, Shisu sits silently in contemplation. Clenching the transmission stone, Han recalls Zilala's words, reminding him that even in stillness he and Chen Luo are irreconcilable enemies. Then, Tho's disciple suddenly asks his master for permission to deal with Chen Luo, fearing he will threaten their master's business in the future. Hearing this, Shisu seemed to envision Chen Luo stealing Han's work, realizing that inaction would be unwise. Han considered seeking Zilala's help, but Shisu cautioned his disciple against rash actions to ensure their survival. After absorbing the complete rules, Chen Luo slowly descends to the ground, where 2 planet protectors approach to congratulate him, eager to meet the new master of space transfer. Chen Luo, in turn, warmly greets them, and the silver-haired one compliments Chen Luo on his promising future. The silver hair then pulls out a demigod-level light attribute crystal as a gift, hoping to get acquainted with Chen Luo, who happily accepts, thinking it's perfect for Milu. Then, the golden-haired lion offers Chen Luo a house on planet right away, a generous gift that delights him. Feeling a bit awkward after receiving such lavish presents, Chen Luo invites them to stay for a meal. In a luxurious room at the dining table sat the 2 men Tranlak had met earlier. Silver Hair cautioned him to be wary of Shisu since Tranlak controlled the laws of space displacement, while Gold Hair chimed in, noting how competitive that made him. Moreover, Thitu possesses 2 laws and has extensive connections, making an assassination attempt on Tranlak very likely, and the Golden Hair echoes his companion's sentiments. Tranlak raises his glass, thanking them for their concern, but secretly plots how to deal with Thitu. He silently tells himself that void travel is his greatest asset right now, as the 3 raise their glasses and chat happily. As night falls and the moon rises high, the silver-haired and blonde-haired men bid farewell to Chen Luo. After seeing them off, Chen Luo sensed something. He turned to look at an object in the bronze mirror behind him. A sack. Curious, Chen Luo approached the sack, and the seller rushed over to introduce what he claimed was a treasure. Chen Luo, already planning to use it to capture the corpse poison earthworm, immediately inquired about the price. The shopkeeper quoted a price of 1 million purple crystals, causing Chen Luo to raise his eyebrows at the exorbitant cost for a simple bag. The shopkeeper quickly explained that the raw materials alone were incredibly expensive, not to mention the labor and other materials, making the price as reasonable as possible. Chen Luo inquired about the whereabouts of Mother Wan's snake, and the seller revealed that she was a god-level being, so her shed skin was extremely valuable. Hearing this, Chen Luo was shocked and sweating, thinking that even a god-level being would do anything for money, and he immediately thought of the snake woman he once knew. After some deliberation, Chen Luo decides to buy the bag, handing over his familiar card to pay. With the purchase complete, Chen Luo goes outside and uses his communicator to ask his companions about the current whereabouts of the disciple Shisu. Far from where Chen Luo is, in the private residence of the disciple of trials, he sits muttering in frustration that an unknown person could easily learn the rules he's long sought, but never achieved. He slams the table in anger, planning to eliminate Chen Luo, unaware of something approaching him from behind. Suddenly, a massive bag descends from above, engulfing him before he can react. The bag that Chen Luo just bought completely covers him, leaving him no chance to resist, and Chen Luo appears beside the bag, having just caught his target. Trapped in the bag, he wondered who had captured him so suddenly, and Tranlak responded with a swift slap. After hitting him, Tranlak was impressed by the bag's elasticity and beat him even more. Then, Tranlak, along with the sack, used Void Walk to leave. Arriving at a remote location, he opened the sack, dropping the thug's lackey from a great height. He tumbled out of the bag, landing face first on the ground, much to Chen Luo's satisfaction. No sooner had he emerged than he began spewing threats and pleas for mercy, but before he could finish, Chen Luo unleashed a flurry of blows, not even giving him a chance to see the light. He continued to threaten that killing him would cause big problems for his opponent, but he didn't seem to get the chance, as a barrage of attacks left him breathless. After quickly dealing with the Trial Palace's Earthling, Chen Luo took out his purple star card to see how much he had gained this time. Seeing only 1 million purple spirit coins in the card, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the transporter next to him, who was already dead, because he had heard that transporters had a lot of money. He suddenly remembered that this guy was also a space-based demigod, so it was very likely that he had hidden his good stuff in his supernatural space. Using his knowledge, Chen Luo began searching the man's body for anything hidden on his person. Suddenly, he felt something and crushed it. A lifetime of the man's accumulated treasures now lay before Chen Luo. He searched for the man's spirit crystal card, a sly grin spreading across his face as he wondered just how much money the man had hidden away. The numbers on the card nearly made Chen Luo's eyes pop. Over 52 million purple crystals. This was a huge windfall, but as he celebrated his newfound wealth, something nearby caught his attention. Amongst his spoils, he found a notebook filled with the man's insights into the laws of space. As Chen Luo inventoried his loot and studied the spatial tome, an announcement suddenly rang out. It turns out these two planet guardians contacted him about something important, and they have a business proposition for Chen Luo. Chen Luo was a little surprised, wondering what kind of deal this guy wanted to make. The Golden Lion explained that even as planet guardians, they couldn't handle God Trial-level opponents, so they set up many teleportation formations on this planet to facilitate reinforcements. Thisu charged 500,000 per teleportation, which was too high, so they wanted to offer it to Chen Luo for only 200,000, benefiting both sides. Chen Luo secretly calculated that 110 teleports would net Han 2 million purple crystals, but Han just made over 50 million in a few minutes, robbing. If those two knew what Chen Luo was thinking, they'd probably be spitting blood. After weighing the pros and cons, only a fool would agree to this deal, so Han enthusiastically refused, using the excuse of meeting another friend to end the conversation. Back with the Planet Guardians, they're baffled as to why Tran Lac would turn down such a lucrative deal, one that would have him directly competing with Thai 2. Meanwhile, in space, Tran Lac is calculating the location of the Yellow Demon planet, planning to build a spaceship and contact the light system's god. But traveling by spaceship would take over 3 months. Luckily, he just learned space displacement, which will only take a few days. Elsewhere, Shusu is talking to a girl fishing, admitting his defeat. After hearing this, the girl's expression tightened as she looked at Shisu with a sharp glint in her eyes. She wanted Shisu to recount everything that had happened recently, and Shisu respectfully bowed his head and began to detail each event. After a non-stop half-hour of storytelling, Shisu knelt down, begging for her help, as their opponent was improving too quickly. The girl calmly continued fishing, realizing that someone had already intervened to help that person escape the prophecy. She stood up, invigorated, muttering to herself about her realization, ignoring the kneeling, clueless Shisu. She decided to help Shisu, but more than that, she wanted to confront the one who controlled the laws of fate. Hearing this, Thitu was overjoyed, asking when the girl predicted his opponent would die, but the girl frowned, telling Thitu to go back and wait. Though not entirely satisfied with the answer, Thitu was still very happy and confident in the power of Ziluolan, the master of the law of cause and effect, believing that Chen Luo would have a hard time escaping her calculations. After Shisu left, Ziluolan suddenly straightened up, realizing something, then coughed up blood, seemingly backfired by her own calculations. This backlash has left her seriously injured, and she realizes the laws of space are also unique. Frustrated, she curses, suspecting the space element is as formidable as fate itself. But having already made her move, she remains confident in her own karmic abilities. In a quiet room, Huang Rao sat in contemplation when a subordinate announced the arrival of Chen Luo. He was surprised, as he only knew Chen Luo could traverse the void, not arrive so quickly. He stood up abruptly, instructing his men to quickly invite Chen Luo in, and also summoned someone named Xiao to meet him. Nearby on the mountain, Chen Luo admired Huang Niao's residence, a tranquil and peaceful space, and he felt admiration for such beauty. Inside the courtyard, Huang Rao quickly went to greet Chen Luo, politely offering him tea. Another person entered. It seemed to be Huang Rao's son. This man is Huang Li, Huang Rao's daughter, who he summoned to meet Chen Luo. Huang Rao wanted to introduce his daughter, but Chen Luo shook his head, seemingly uninterested. Upon their first meeting, Chen Luo presents Huang Rao's daughter with a card containing 1 million amethyst stars as a gift. Huang Li is overjoyed and accepts the precious gift. After the introductions, they got down to business. Huang Niao revealed that if he wanted to upgrade his ship, he should seek out the snake woman, but a god-level light system would be hard to find. It occurred to him that the snake woman might know, and he planned to contact her to ask. After contacting the serpent woman, she confidently claimed she could help with his request. Hearing this, Chen Luo was overjoyed, realizing her planet was nearby, and decided to head there immediately. Huang Rao figured it would take about 10 days to get there using the laws of flight, but Chen Luo smiled, saying he only needed the coordinates of the serpent woman's planet. Huang Rao still thought Chen Luo would take him there using the void travel ancestor. After all, he was a god-level being, so it would be tiring to carry him. Without further ado, Chen Luo began to use his newly learned skill, and rings of light appeared. Seeing Chen Luo cast his new skill, Huang Niao was shocked because in just a few months Chen Luo had learned a new law. Huang Rao reflects on Chen Luo's rapid ascent, godhood in 4 years, a second law in 5, and jokingly considers kneeling to acknowledge Chen Luo as his superior, as he's never seen anyone level up so quickly. He couldn't help but feel envious of Chen Luo's rapid progress, who revealed that setting up the portal would take some time, and asked Huang Rao to share more information about the snake woman. Huang Niao rambled on, explaining that the Snake Queen's name was Bai Zhen, and she resided with the Roach clan, a place filled with delicious food and beautiful women. Before she became a god, the Snake Queen's planet, like the cat planet, was just another meal for others, but fortunately her talent manifested, leading her clan to pour resources into nurturing her. Eventually, the Serpent Queen became a god, ushering in a new era for the Roach planet, nurturing it as the mother of all roaches. She was also a loyal individual, using her earnings to cultivate new talents within the Roach clan. That's why she needed money and accepted Shutu's request, but when Shutu tried to destroy Chen Luo's planet, she stepped in to stop him. After hearing Huang Niu's story, Chen Luo felt like he owed her a favor, and decided to help her out a bit to build a relationship. After about an hour to create the teleportation gate, Chen Luo finally completed the skill, and he invited Huang Niao to go to the cockroach planet together. On the planet of the Snake Woman, there was noise and cheerful conversation everywhere. Chen Luo and Huang Niao finally arrived, and the two looked around. As rumored, there were many beauties here, and Huang Niao even intended to pair him with one. Chen Luo waves his hand, proud to be a man who can't be bought, as Huang Niao smiles in agreement. They enter the Serpent Woman's residence, and instead of contacting her through a servant, Huang Yao directly calls out to her, giving Chen Luo a new perspective on him. He was also embarrassed that this guy dared to use such misleading language. Before them stood the legendary Snake Mother, who came out to greet them, surprised they had arrived so quickly after their communication. Huang Rao explains that the distance is nothing, and that Tranlac has many more surprises in store. The Snake Woman sincerely apologizes to Tranlac for her past actions, explaining that she was driven by circumstance. Chen Luo gladly accepted the apology, saying that every encounter is a new lesson, and thanked her for preserving his homeland. After some pleasantries, the three sat down to talk business, and Huang Niao revealed that Chen Luo had mastered 2 laws, which allowed him to arrive so quickly. Hearing this, the Snake Mother expressed her admiration for Chen Luo, suggesting he might master more than 7 laws in the future. Suddenly remembering something, she stood up to retrieve an item she wanted to show them. About 10 minutes later, the Snake Woman hurried back, revealing that what she had retrieved was the seed of the World Tree, which could cleanse all corruption. Huang Niao was also surprised that the Snake Woman would give away something worth 30 million, as she was known for being frugal and loving money like her own life. The Snake Woman continued to explain that after the seed grows into a tree, it will bear many fruits with different functions, helping Chen Luo's hometown develop more and more. Not only that, this tree can also act as a shield, and a mature tree can reach the level of a god. Chen Luo looked at the cyan seed in his hand with surprise. The Snake Woman admitted she exaggerated, but she could cleanse his planet if he took her there. Tranlac was overjoyed and offered her a purple crystal card as payment, but she cheerfully considered the seed a welcome and reconciliation gift. After handing over the seed, the Snake Woman planned a feast for Chen Luo and intended to send Huang Niao back where he came from, much to his surprise at her sudden change of heart. That evening, after everything was settled, the Snake Woman offered to call some people to take care of Chen Luo. Afraid of rejection, she adds that they're all demigods with excellent qualities, perfect for serving him. Before he can react, the 4 girls, Thu, Lan, Dong, and Chuck, are introduced, catching him off guard. Awkward, he feared Mi Fan, still in his inner world, might see everything. The Snake Woman's enthusiasm, presenting 4 women so readily, made him quickly back away, unwilling to accept her kindness. Chen Luo quickly saw his guests off, leading the Snake Mother to believe his standards were even higher than those 4 girls. The two entered the room to talk. the snake mother adjusting her glasses, and Chen Luo quickly mirroring the gesture, relieved to have escaped a sticky situation. Meanwhile, in Chen Luo's supernatural space, Mi Fan was sniffing an item, overwhelmed by its fragrance, thinking she was about to be eaten. Suddenly, she sensed something being pulled out of Chen Luo and warily looked around. Mi Fan senses a new, invisible connection forming. Someone is trying to change Chen Luo's fate. She knows he's facing two powerful individuals, and a direct confrontation would overwhelm him. But she immediately regained her confidence, smugly declaring that with her around, there's no need to fear any enemy. She plans to stall for time, hoping the rice grains will break this situation. The next morning, Huang Rao reported that his spaceship had been repaired and only needed identity verification to restrict other people's access. Chen Luo was overjoyed as this solved his transportation problem, but suddenly, in his supernatural space, Mi Fan wanted to come out. She kept yelling at Chen Luo to release her, and he wondered if she'd ever acted like this before. The two argued in the dimension, and Chen Luo worried she would expose his powers, but Mi Fan assured him that if he released her, everything would be fine. While Chen Luo was communicating with Mi Fan in his special space, the snake woman outside saw him standing still and wondered if something was wrong. Chen Luo quickly explained that he had just woken up and wasn't fully alert, and that he would wash his face before checking the spaceship. After making an excuse to leave, Chen Luo found a secluded spot and released the beauties from his spatial ability, only to be left speechless when Mi Fan said she just wanted to go out because she was bored. Looking at the beauties before him, Chen Luo introduced them one by one, leaving the snake woman and Huang Ru stunned by their sudden appearance. After releasing the Milak group, Tranlac suggests checking out the newly repaired spaceship, but Mi Fan suddenly wants to spend a few days on a pleasure planet, insisting that Tranlac take her because of all the delicious food. Chen Luo didn't understand her sudden change, simply assuming she was up to something. He reluctantly agreed, though he'd planned to teleport. Mi Fan insisted on traveling by spaceship. Chen Luo explained that traveling by spaceship would take months, but Mi Fan insisted, unaware that she was buying him time against a hidden enemy. In the end, Tranlac relented to his beauty's wishes, and a month later, their ship launched into space. It was then that Tranlac seemed to realize something. Mi Fan rarely acted without reason, but her insistence on taking a month-long trip must have a special cause. He decided to ask her about it. Before Tranlac could speak, Mi Fan cut him off, telling him not to ask questions and just listen to her. Suddenly, a powerful light appeared, chasing after Tranlac's ship. The beam of light slammed directly into Chen Luo, sending him flying before he could react, leaving him no time to see what had hit him. He was slammed into the wall by the strange object as the snake women below wondered what the commotion was. They looked at the object that had struck him, puzzled, but even Tranlac didn't know what it was or why it had flown there. Luckily, the knowledgeable yellow goblin recognized it as Jama metal, something new to Chen Luo. The snake woman explained that it's an incredibly strong defensive metal, perfect for armor, and this meteorite is worth a fortune. The two snake women and the yellow demon are incredibly jealous of Chen Luo's luck, but he doesn't see it that way, believing it's Mi Fan's purpose for him to take this spaceship. After 2 months in space, Chen Luo's ship finally arrives at Planet Joy. The group disembarks and wanders around, intrigued by the advertisements plastered everywhere. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be a new game on Planet Bliss, with instructions for the novel and unique 3-proximity game. After reading the rules, Mi Fan expresses a strong desire to play, and Chen Luo sees the potential to comprehend laws. The group seems excited, and even Snake Mother and Huang Yao want to join in after seeing the realistic ads. The group searched for the game, but the price was steep. After purchasing access, they decided to find a hotel to rest. Back in their room, the anticipation was too much to bear, and they all took their places to begin. Chen Luo joins in, closing his eyes to focus. His mind is transported to a distant place, and the scenery around him looks incredibly real. He wonders if he can use his skills as he would in the real world. Unable to resist, Tranlac immediately used Void Walk, but an error warning appeared. It turns out you have to pay to use it. Tranlac was speechless. Everything requires money, but luckily he has plenty. Chen Luo uses Void Walk to probe the surroundings, finding the 100% realistic environment extremely helpful for skill comprehension, especially as he seeks a deeper understanding of spatial laws. The system's voice reminded Chen Luo to check the skill books in the game and buy any that suited him to maximize his combat power. Chen Luo entered a cave, focusing on how suitable it was for entering different spatial layers, while also sensing the changes in space. He sat down in a corner of the cave, mentally cataloging all the spatial power laws he had comprehended so far, hoping to organize them logically in his mind. Spatial power was divided into three main categories: functional, defensive, and offensive. Each of these can be further divided into smaller branches with their own unique applications. Chen Luo muses that his Void Walk is currently his best defense, but what he lacks is a powerful attack method to deal with strong opponents. Outside the game, Dharma King Shen Chuo commented that the game offered a much better learning experience than real-life comprehension. But Mifan wasn't happy about achieving her first 1,000 deaths. She felt resentful of being bullied by players who had spent more money, leading her to believe she needed to spend more to fight back and win. Mifan plans to borrow money from Chen Luo to spend in the game, but when she looks for him, she finds that he is still in the game and shows no sign of leaving. Inside the game, Chen Luo is frantically comprehending the laws of time to increase his strength, because he believes that even if he comprehends more laws of space, he will only be able to escape when he encounters top-level god-tier experts. Suddenly, a strange power surges into Chen Luo's mind, causing him pain and making him wonder what it is, perhaps a form of the law of time. As he ponders this, Mifan's voice calls out from outside, reminding him about borrowing money to recharge the game. 5 minutes later, Chen Luo exited the game, telling everyone to focus on honing their skills, and ordered them to prepare to welcome the members from Cat Planet before returning to Earth. Chen Luo's rocket sped towards Earth like the wind, and in an instant, the blue planet appeared before their eyes, bringing them a sense of familiarity and security. Chen Luo asked Milan what she was so focused on, and she replied that she was studying the records left by IT Man, which contained important notes related to the Great God certification, adding that even though she didn't fully understand them, she wanted to suggest that when someone understands 100% of a branch of the law, there will be a qualitative change, and they will receive a reward from that law. Chen Luo double-checks that he heard correctly. The law of space could grant him a great gift if he fully comprehends it. He calculates that his Void Walk has reached level 97, and his space teleportation is at level 74, so with a little more effort, he might receive the Great God certification. After their conversation, Chen Luo calmly left Milan's room, bidding her farewell as he continued his training to perfect his missing skills. Throughout the process of understanding combat abilities in the game, Chen Luo had inadvertently learned spatial defense skills, but to him these skills were not very effective in actual combat. Tranlac mused that Void Walk was the best defense he had, allowing him to evade danger rather than face it head-on. Hearing this, Chen Luo thought it could help Milan or Fa Wang, both demigods, ascend to godhood. But the law of space flew straight into Chen Luo's arms without hesitation, catching everyone off guard. Even Tranlac was surprised that the law of space chose him over others, giving him more motivation to continue his journey of comprehension. Tranlac sat cross-legged and began to absorb the law that had rushed into his body. He mused that this law was likely a type of spatial defense, even though he desired a powerful offensive law. He decided to call Chen Luo his leader from now on, while the Snake Woman secretly resolved to stick close to Chen Luo. At the same time, Chen Luo was still annoyed that the law he didn't want had come to him. He wondered if he could exchange it for another rule to supplement his attack abilities. 10 minutes later, Chen Luo completed the absorption, but was dismayed to discover that this rule was also spatial defense. The three-eyed god and the snake woman beside him couldn't understand why their leader wasn't happy, so the three-eyed god asked if comprehending a third law wasn't a good thing, and why he wasn't as satisfied as he should be. Dejectedly, Tranlac tells the three-eyed god that he should understand his frustration: instant movement, space transportation, and now defense, but still no attack power. Though Tranlac had mastered 3 powerful laws, none were offensive, leaving him feeling incomplete as he lamented his disappointment to his 2 companions. He then morosely declared himself perhaps the most useless god with 3 laws, making him feel inadequate and bored with his current achievements. Hearing this, Samao was furious, saying that she would be content to become a god with 3 of the weakest laws like Tranlac, because even the weakest laws wouldn't look her way. The three-eyed god was also stunned to hear that Tranlac wasn't even proud of such a great achievement, while others only hoped to obtain a small fraction of it. Months later, their ship landed back on Earth, a planet much changed since Tranlac left to begin his journey of understanding the laws. Tranlac stepped off the ship with Samu, thinking to himself that before leaving Earth, he was just an ordinary person without laws, but now that he had become a god, he realized the world was polluted by dark laws. Before Chen Luo lay a thick black fog blanketing everything, the dark laws polluting Earth, seeping into every corner and twisting all they touched. Chen Luo told Samu, who was beside him, that he saw the source of the pollution, and she understood immediately, saying she had a way to deal with it. Samu transforms into a massive white serpent, soaring into the sky to devour the toxic black mist engulfing Earth, hoping to purify the air and halt the spread of the dark laws. A perilous act that could disrupt her own understanding of the laws, but she persists, seeking to forge a bond with Chen Luo, regardless of the danger. Standing beside him, the three-eyed god tells Chen Luo that Sa's method is to absorb all the dark singing laws into her body, causing her immense pain and facing untold dangers in the future. Chen Luo asks the three-eyed god what consequences this will have for Sa, and whether she can continue to comprehend other laws after devouring so many dark singing laws. The three-eyed god replies that Samao will suffer immensely for the next few hundred years, unable to comprehend any other laws as she digests the dark laws. Hearing this, Chen Luo vowed to remember Samu's kindness and sacrifice, further fueling his resolve to protect her in future battles. Elsewhere, Shisu heard his subordinate report that the Vanshe Empire's third prince had announced the acquisition of time-based crystals to increase his power. The notice declared that the third prince was seeking to collect crystals related to the law of time, a key element in increasing his power and authority. Shisuo smirked, remarking on the strange coincidence as the Bada family had recently revealed to him that an Earth native held the secret to time stasis, Chen Luo. He plans to report this to the third prince, confident that he will have a way to deal with Chen Luo, who holds vital information about the Chronos system. Knowing Chen Luo would never willingly give up the time element, Shisuo opened a spatial gate, deciding to inform the third royal prince himself. He believed that with the third prince's personality, he would never pass up an opportunity to strike at Chen Luo, especially knowing that Chen Luo held something the third prince coveted. With that, Shisu stepped through the spatial gate he had created, inwardly calculating the next step in his plan. Moments later, Shisu arrived at the magnificent palace of the third prince, ready to deliver his vital information in exchange for a reward. The third prince listened with interest, especially upon learning that Chen Luo possessed the time-based crystal, one of the most powerful laws. He promised that if he could obtain the time element crystal, Shisu would receive a generous reward, worthy of his contribution. After Shisu left, the third prince sat alone in his room, thinking about what would have happened without this intelligence. He truly didn't know that Chen Luo had managed to acquire two powerful laws in just 5 years. Intrigued, he ordered his subordinates to issue an urgent notice based on the description of Chen Luo provided by Shisu. Anyone who spots Chen Luo on planet Vansi must immediately bring him to the third prince. He also dispatched 2 powerful gods to Earth to find and deal with Chen Luo. Standing outside the palace, Shisu smiled contentedly at his plan to use someone else to kill, marveling at the terrifying power of the law of cause and effect. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the Serpent Mother had eliminated the source of the dark law polluting the environment, and the remaining cleanup would be simple. She secretly hoped that Chen Luo would recognize her efforts and sacrifices by protecting the planet after her death, her greatest desire. Chen Luo then instructed Meng Yin to lead the natural system members in unleashing their powers to accelerate the growth of the world tree, hoping to save the Earth. Snake Mother then gave Chen Luo a detailed record of how to nurture the world tree, predicting that with constant effort it could reach the demigod level in about 20 years. Chen Luo replied that he was preparing to seclude himself on Earth for 100 years to cultivate more power, but the three-eyed god refused to stay, saying that his daughter would be old in 100 years. Then he didn't forget to tempt Chen Luo to become his son-in-law, even if it was just as a concubine. But Chen Luo pretended not to hear and ignored him. The Snake Mother added that she couldn't stay either, as she needed to return and urge the young ones in her clan to cultivate. Trunlak decided that after he emerged from seclusion, he would find everyone and they could all play together. Mifan appeared behind Chen Luo, gently pulling him aside to talk privately, her tone more serious than usual, saying they needed to leave soon. But Chen Luo didn't understand why he had to leave Earth when he was about to seclude himself for cultivation. Mifan replies that someone is hunting him and he can't afford to be complacent with the enemy closing in. They need to find a safer place. Chen Luo objects, saying that staying on Earth isn't complacency, but rather developing and building the foundation for his future power. But Mifan remained firm, insisting that Chen Luo had to leave, as danger was approaching rapidly and he couldn't afford to be so complacent. It was then that Chen Luo grew serious, asking Mifan who was after him and who this enemy was that worried her so much. Mifan replied that she only knew it was an incredibly powerful god-level being, and that he knew the Earth's coordinates, meaning they had no time left to stay. She also sensed a hidden puppeteer pulling the strings, intent on eliminating Chen Luo without hesitation, leaving him with 2 choices: flee Earth for a century of refuge, or head to the land of the rising sun. Mifan slowly explained that she could temporarily shield Earth from fate by hiding it for about 100 years. But after that, she wouldn't be able to use this skill anymore. If Tranlac chose the first option, he would be safe for 100 years, but a great danger would befall Earth immediately after that, unless he could protect it by then. The second option Mifan offered was Japan. Believing it would greatly benefit Chen-Luo in the future, though she couldn't clearly foresee how, she added that it was becoming increasingly difficult to sense Chen-Luo's destiny, surprising and worrying him. Tranlac was worried, asking if that meant Mifan wouldn't be able to warn him of impending dangers in the future, but Mifan dismissed his concerns, explaining that she just couldn't clearly sense his entire destiny, but if there was danger, she could still sense it and warn him in time. Relieved by this explanation, Chen-Luo inquired about the specific benefits of joining the battle that could help him overcome his immediate difficulties. With a smile, Mifan confirmed that if Chen-Luo chose to join the fray, he would reap great and important benefits along the way. Hearing this, Chen-Luo didn't hesitate. He turned and immediately chose option 2, declaring decisively that he would not stay here any longer but would join the battle. Standing behind him, Mifan thought to herself that fate is ever-changing. She didn't expect Chen-Luo to quickly grasp the third rule, which exceeded her expectations and plans. In Mifan's heart, Chen-Luo had become someone she could no longer grasp, but she was also relieved that everything was still going as well as she had hoped. Then Chen-Luo turned to Huang Niao and She Mu and asked why the tide came to Earth to cause trouble, and now there was someone behind the tide who wanted to bother him as well. Huang Niao and Snake Woman were both hesitant and evasive, knowing that revealing the truth would bring unavoidable disaster. Huang Niao warned Chen-Luo not to pry, saying that even with all the laws mastered, he shouldn't confront that person, leaving Chen-Luo in shock. Curiosity piqued, Chen-Luo wondered who this figure was that even Huang Niao and Snake Woman feared to name, but they remained silent. Then a voice called out his name from afar. It was Great Tree. He approached, berating Chen-Luo for bringing everyone else and leaving him behind. He accused Chen-Luo of being heartless, but upon seeing the world tree seed in Chen-Luo's hand, he felt an intense, suppressed bloodline connection that silenced him. Huang Rao, sensing an opportunity to prove his loyalty, immediately approached Da Shu, asking sarcastically who he was yelling at. Chen-Luo approached the Great Tree, asking when he'd become heartless, wanting to clear up the misunderstanding between them. The Great Tree angrily pointed at the World Tree Seed, saying it was proof of Chen-Luo's heartlessness. He accused him of favoring the new World Tree Seed over the old him. Not stopping there, the Great Tree demanded that Chen-Luo quickly give him the enemy's corpse to eat so he could bear sweet fruit. They would split the spoils, half and half, but Chen-Luo declared their partnership had ended long ago. Da Shu, enraged, screamed that he knew Chen-Luo had found new joy and forgotten him. He thought they could live together happily for a long time. Feeling betrayed, the Great Tree decided to risk it all, unleashing his vine attack with all his might. Seeing the attack, Tranlac thought the Great Tree must be joking, as such a simple move couldn't possibly pose a threat to a god-level being like himself. He wondered if the Great Tree thought he could scare anyone with that move, then quickly decided to raise his hand and unleash a powerful counterattack that would change everything. Instantly, a surge of immense power erupted from Chen-Luo's hand, striking the Great Tree, splitting him in two without resistance. His death was swift. As the Great Tree fell, Chen-Luo coldly stated that he shouldn't blame him for being so ruthless as he brought it upon himself. Having defeated the Great Tree, Tranlac returned to his original thoughts, still resenting being forced to leave. And with that, he decisively stepped into the open space gate. Before leaving, he told the others that anyone who wanted to follow him should do so immediately, and those who wanted to stay should try to rebuild their home. Soon after entering the gate, Chen-Luo quickly set foot on Happy Planet, where he had many memories, and a sense of familiarity quickly returned to him. As he strolled through the streets, Chen-Luo couldn't help but think how quickly everything had happened. He was back on this planet with so many old memories. While walking, Chen-Luo's eyes suddenly noticed a large notice board, broadcasting that the Van Shui Empire was planning to purchase time element crystals at an astonishingly attractive price. The Van Shui Empire is offering 2 billion purple crystals, a hereditary earldom, and a longevity tree for a time-based crystal, leaving Chen-Luo stunned. As Chen-Luo pondered what he'd just read, his communicator beeped with an incoming call from none other than Richard, adding to his surprise. Richard laughed, telling Chen-Luo to wait, as he and Sentai were already on their way and would be there in a flash. So, don't go anywhere. Soon after, Richard and Sentai arrived, informing Tranlac that the third prince wished to meet him, and they would provide the coordinates. Chen-Luo asked Richard why the third prince would seek him out, since they were strangers, wondering if it had something to do with his powers. He was suspicious, After a moment's thought, Chen Luo decided to meet the third prince and discover the real reason he was summoned, wondering if there was a hidden agenda. As Chen Luo stepped into the third prince's fortress, passing through the space gate, a servant was already there to greet him with courtesy, inviting him inside. The servant told Chen Luo that the third prince had been waiting for him and was eager to speak with him directly, then invited him to follow into the main room. Upon meeting, the third prince appeared very courteous, addressing Chen Luo as Xuan, and immediately ordering a servant to pour him enlightenment tea, a very special tea. According to the third prince, this enlightenment tea greatly aids in understanding the laws, enhancing one's comprehension of the universe's rules. However, Chen Luo wondered if the tea was poisoned, so he politely declined and instead asked the third prince directly why he wanted to meet. Not wanting to waste time, the third prince cut to the chase, saying he knew that Chen Luo possessed a time-based crystal and hoped he would relinquish it. Chen Luo explained that by implanting the crystal, he could freely use time-based abilities without being detected, giving him better control over his power, but the third prince was undeterred. Instead, he proposed a bizarre idea. Even if the crystal was inside Chen Luo, there was still a way to extract it, catching Chen Luo completely off guard. Chen Luo immediately waved his hand in refusal, joking that opening his skull was too dangerous. He thought to himself that he'd only ever open other people's skulls, not let anyone do it to him. The third prince, thinking Chen Luo was afraid of dying, assured him, "It's okay, I have experts here. You'll only have to endure it for a moment. It'll be quick." But Chen Luo refused, as he intended to use the time-based crystal himself and wasn't planning to sell it, advising the third prince to keep looking. The third prince arrogantly replied, "Brother Chen, your answer puts me in a difficult position." Chen Luo wondered what the hidden meaning was in his words, then angrily kicked the table, saying, "If it's difficult, then don't do it." Chen Luo decided to leave, not wanting to linger with the third prince. Enraged, the third prince couldn't believe a mere lesser god with 2 laws dared to kick his table and chairs. Did he have a death wish? He threatened, saying that if he had listened, he might have spared him. But now that was no longer an option. He stood up, threatening, "I've never met such a foolish human as you." Chen Luo kicked over a stone chair and table again, his tone arrogant. "Well, now you have." Suddenly, he noticed the 2 maids behind him, trembling with fear, thinking they weren't bad-looking and wondering if he should take them with him later. The third God King was furious, crackling with the power of the laws he possessed, saying it had been a long time since anyone dared act so insolently before him. Enraged, he flew towards Chen Luo, determined to obtain his time element crystal. But Chen Luo thought to himself that while he couldn't win against 6 laws head-on, he could make this third prince scram. Then he raised his hand and used void displacement on the third prince. Void displacement sent the third prince to another place, leaving him stunned and wondering where he was and how this was even possible. The third prince cursed, calling Chen Luo a dead man, then flew back to his palace. While the third prince was away, Chen Luo pulled out a bag, saying that now that he was undisturbed, he turned to the 2 maids, frightening them even more. He reassured them not to be afraid, but then stuffed one into the bag, while the other cried for help, before being stuffed in as well. Just as he stuffed the 2 maids into the bag, the third prince returned, having underestimated Chen Luo. Seeing his flustered state, Chen Luo used void displacement again to send him packing. Enraged, the third prince could only watch as Chen Luo led him to another place. Chen Luo surveyed the palace, thinking that the third prince must be of high status, and the items within must be quite valuable. He then decided to pack up everything in the third prince's palace and take it with him, looting everything from music boxes to tea sets, even the wall paintings. He scratched his head, realizing it took so much effort to take things one by one, and that he had been short-sighted. Then he used his void ability to directly pack up the third prince's entire estate and take it all away. The third prince's manor, along with the surrounding earth, was lifted into the air and vanished into the void, leaving the third prince furious upon his return. He ordered Chen Luo to stop immediately, but Chen Luo ignored him, further enraging him. Chen Luo turned back and stuck out his tongue, saying his vow was making things difficult. Then he used void displacement again, making the third prince disappear once more. The third prince, transported to another location by Chen Luo, pondered, "Damn it, this time I'll strike directly." Then he turned and flew back to the palace. But when he arrived, he wondered, "Where's my house?" He turned around, calling out to his 2 sisters, but received no reply, and wondered where his violet rock mount was. Finding nothing left, he coughed up blood in a fit of rage, his resolve to kill Chen Luo only hardening. Chen Luo carried a large sack, whistling as he walked. Although this shopping spree was to his liking, he was a wanted man in the Wuji Empire, and soon the entire universe would be after him. But then he scoffed. A rogue like him feared no one, and he wanted to see who dared to arrest him. One day later, on Happy Planet, an emergency announcement blared. The Thunder Empire's third prince's palace had been robbed. The culprit, known to wield space powers, not only stole a large quantity of the treasured fusion bloodgrass, but also destroyed the third prince's palace and brutally murdered his concubines. The villain's cruel methods and shameless behavior have shocked everyone, and the Empire's guards have issued an S-Class wanted order for the culprit. Here is the culprit's information. After hearing the announcement, Chen Luo thought to himself, "They call that stealing? I clearly robbed him right in front of his face. Who are they looking down on?" An empire-wide alert went out with Chen Luo's identity and face. Male, age unknown, a space attribute user with 2 laws, void travel and space teleportation, making him an excellent escape artist, but with extremely weak attack power. The third prince is offering a reward of 2 billion purple crystals for the capture of the villain, Chen Luo. Chen Luo thought to himself, "That's a lot of money. Makes me want to turn myself in." As the announcement fades, those around Tran Lac stare intently at him. A Class S wanted criminal is walking among them. "Everyone follow me, let's catch him." "Are you blinded by money? He's a god level with 2 laws. That's right. A king level like you shouldn't even think about catching a god level." Meanwhile, Chen Luo noticed the fear on the faces of those around him and thought, "If I can't be loved, being feared as a demon isn't so bad either." He stopped at a stall and ordered 1 of everything. The stall owner was shocked and terrified. Stammering, she said, I don't dare sell things to you. You're a bad person. If I do business with you, I'll be shut down." Hearing this, Chen Luo asked, "So, if I don't pay, does that still count as selling?" Leaving the owner annoyed. Then, Chen Luo declared he was there for a free meal and ordered her to get cooking, or else he'd promote her, gesturing as if to behead her. Half an hour later, the owner set out a table full of dishes, and Chen Luo praised the shrimp as crispy and fragrant. He glanced at the owner, who was on the verge of tears, looking pitiful. He couldn't bring himself to bully someone like that. Then he tossed a few crystals into her hand, surprising her. He then left the restaurant, complimenting her skills, which were not bad at all. The owner watched him go, thinking she hadn't earned a single spirit stone in 10 years. "He gave me 5 crystals, and someone who pays after eating can't be all bad. He's clearly a good person." As Chen Luo left the restaurant, he saw the crowd gathered around. He'd eaten and drank his fill, and no one came to arrest him. If this is their efficiency, they're just trash. Using his void ability, he decides to check out Tai To. In the distance, atop a mountain, a figure in black robes greets Tam Than Vuong, wondering why he was summoned. The third prince turned to ask, "Hao Ling, how are your injuries?" This man in black is a god-level powerhouse with 3 laws of darkness and 1 law of origin. Hao Ling reported, "The disaster half a month ago was truly terrifying. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I would have surely perished. Now, thanks to you, I have fully recovered." The third prince patted Hao Ling's shoulder, glad to hear he'd recovered, explaining he needed help with something. At dusk on the Shizu planet, there were many trees and castles. Chen Luo shouts, "Shizu, get out here!" Just thinking about the lies he's encountered recently, all caused by Shizu, Chen Luo is furious. Even though he can't beat Shizu right now, a fight to vent his anger would be good. An old woman opened the door, her face irritated, and shouted, "Who's the blind fool making noise in front of the Luo family residence?" He looked at the scale of Shizu's house, worthy of an elf family. These servants are all very good-looking, and when the time comes, he'll pack them all up and bring them back to marry the single members of his group. The head housekeeper recognized Chen Luo with surprise, wondering why he was here, since he was a wanted thief. Chen Luo loudly demanded to know where Shizu was, but the housekeeper apologized. He reports that Shizu has been out for 4 hours, and if Chen Luo has business, he can wait for Shizu to return. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt it was a coincidence, so he decided to go inside and wait. But in his heart, he thought he might as well take something while he's at it. Entering Shizu's house, he found it more sparse than he imagined. Had Shizu taken all the valuables with him? His bad habits resurfacing, he gathered energy in his hands, deciding to destroy the place, since anything Shizu didn't value was worthless to him. Meanwhile, the city lord oversaw his family moving things, ordering them to quickly finish building the palace for the third prince, so they could all receive their rewards sooner than expected. But suddenly, an alarm blared. He checked the communicator, wondering about the sudden alarm, and was shocked to see Chen Luo destroying his home on the monitor. This infuriated Shuzu, but he was powerless. If Chen Luo dared to destroy even the third prince's house, what was his own in comparison? He decided to complain to the third prince and report Chen Luo's location, then contacted the third prince directly. "Your Highness, Tran Lak is at my home right now, and he's destroying it." Upon hearing the report, the third prince realized Tran Lak had found Thaitu's home. He also told Black Spirit, who was furious at the boy's lawlessness, and decided to teach Chen Luo a lesson. The third prince tried to dissuade Black Spirit, advising patience until he'd gathered enough henchmen to deal with Chen Luo. But Black Spirit couldn't wait any longer. Arrogantly believing that even with Chen Luo's spatial abilities, a successful strike combined with the curse rule would guarantee victory. Hearing this, the third prince agreed that even if they couldn't kill Chen Luo, the curse would still inflict significant damage. He permitted He Ling to fight Chen Luo, but stressed the importance of safety first. With the third prince's permission, He Ling quickly flew away. After destroying the experiment facility, Tran Lak thought about his plans. He needed to find god-tier metal to create armor and enhance his defenses, but first, he should examine the loot he'd acquired. Suddenly, a voice cried out from inside the bag. "Hoo-hoo, let us out." Chen Luo then opened the sack, releasing the two maids of the third prince, who must know a lot about his belongings. Chen Luo looked at them kindly and said, "Don't be mad at me. I remember you too. One is called Nan Nan, and the other is Man Man, right?" One of them cursed at Chen Luo, asking if he had a death wish, daring to rob from them, the third prince's people, and the other chimed in. Chen Luo looked at them and said, "I can rob his entire house right in front of him. So do you think I'd be afraid?" He showed them the black S-Class wanted order for his capture, saying, "See this? In the third prince's eyes, you're already dead. Your survival is an embarrassment to him, so even if you're rescued, he'll kill you. Understand?" Hearing this, the two burst into tears, realizing they'd been abandoned. Chen Luo then asked if they would follow him, assuring them that with his abilities they would be safe. But they were still hesitant, unsure of what to do. Chen Luo gave them time to think, but first they needed to help him with something. He then presented the strange treasures he'd stolen from the third prince's palace, saying the item in this brocade box was definitely extraordinary, and asked if they knew what it was or what it did. Looking at the glowing green object in the box, they identified it as fusion bloodgrass, surprised he managed to steal it. They explained that the third prince said it could help fuse crystal containers for ability implantation, assisting in ability fusion, which made Chen Luo think. If his space-time abilities merged, wouldn't that be useful? He then asks them how to use it, but they don't know. They point to something else. Enlightenment tea, a tea that helps one comprehend the laws. The third prince always had them brew it for him, and luckily Chen Luo had all the tools and hot water he needed, so he asked them to show him how. 20 minutes later, he was still waiting, watching them brew the tea, wondering why their technique seemed so elaborate, hoping they could hurry up. One of them offers Chen Luo a cup of tea with both hands, telling him to relax his mind as he drinks. Chen Luo takes the steaming cup, brings it to his lips, and closes his eyes, appearing to savor the moment. After drinking the tea, he felt a sense of wonder, realizing it could truly help him enter a state of clarity and enhance his comprehension. Then he closed his eyes to feel the tea's effects, wondering if he could comprehend the laws in this state, when suddenly a strange sensation made him stop. A strange energy appears, and Chen Luo guesses that the fourth law has arrived. A green energy envelops Chen Luo, and he enters a state of cultivation, surprising the two below. What puzzled Chen Luo was why this time it was a different spatial defense law, not some kind of attack, which made Chen Luo feel confused. But she felt that if Chen Luo continued like this, he would comprehend all the laws of space sooner or later. The two maids exchanged thoughts. Serving someone was still serving, so they decided to follow Chen Luo to live decently, because if they returned, they would only face death. When Chen Luo discovers the fourth law, he lands on the ground, and the two maids respectfully congratulate him. It seems they've made up their minds and are ready to follow him. Seeing them hesitate, Chen Luo asked them to make him another cup of tea. She then asked where this enlightenment opportunity came from. The maid, Nam Nam, said she heard it was taken from a divine tree cultivated by a certain natural god-level master. Hearing this, Chen Luo thought he might be able to take the whole tree. Then he wondered, who could be skilled enough to grow a divine tree? Little did the third prince's maids know, Chen Luo decided to investigate himself, thinking such a treasure shouldn't be enjoyed alone. He'd let Mila and the others have some when they reached their key moment of enlightenment. Inside the alternate dimension, Mila was cultivating, having just broken through to a new level. Mifan, outside, noticed and asked if she had reached the demigod level, to which Mila confirmed. Then Mifan offered a red fruit, believing it would benefit Mila, urging her to eat it. The fruit seemed to have a mind of its own, thinking, "So I'm finally going to be eaten? Good, I won't have to live in fear anymore. Release me." Seeing this, Mila took the red fruit, put it in her mouth, and bit down, as the fruit released a fragrant aroma. Suddenly, Chen Lo was stunned, realizing that Mila had ascended to the demigod level within the space. Seeing this, he quickly opened the ability space to find Mila, surprising the two people outside. They wondered how Chen Lo could enter, since no living thing should be allowed in the space. Once inside, Chen Lo immediately asked Mili if she felt like she had ascended to the demigod level. Mira replies that she thought she could ascend to godhood with her resurrection skill, but unfortunately, she couldn't. Outside, Mifan suggests that Mira might have a special attribute. Listen, Mila doesn't know any attacks, only healing, but her effects are better than anyone else's. Mila Ling also speculates. Could it be that Mila possesses the law of life? Hearing this, Mila, who was holding Chen Luo's hand, was also surprised. Miling continued to flip through the book and study it, finding records related to the laws of life in the book Yitaman left behind, saying that it was a variation of the light element, a variation that was purely therapeutic beyond compare. Even if the target has only a drop of blood left, she can bring them back from the brink of death. But this power is innate, not acquired through effort. Hearing this, Chen Luo wondered if Mila was a variant of the light system, a life system. Chen Luo believes Mila is indeed a life type, just as Mifan predicted, and once she becomes a god, even death will hold no fear for him. Suddenly, Mifan asked if Chen Luo had vaguely figured out how to use time freeze before, to which Chen Luo confirmed that he had grasped the method. Hearing this, Mila praised him, but reminded Chen Luo to keep this ability hidden for now. She had a feeling that in about a month, an extremely important item like the sour fruit would appear, something that could increase lifespan, but with even greater effect. Mifan believes that Miluo's upgrade requires something with a massive amount of life force, adding that it would not only benefit Miluo, but also indirectly benefit him if he had it now. Revealing his time-freezing ability would make it difficult to obtain. Hearing this, Chen Luo replied, "Okay, I understand." Stepping out of the spatial dimension, Chen Luo instructed his maids to prepare tea, then pack up before noticing two figures hurtling towards him from above. As the two descended, he wondered, being gods, how many laws did they possess? The two were known as Baldy Locke and Golden Claw, and they were here because Tran Lack was a wanted criminal. Hearing this, Chen Luo thought, these two fools also want the ability to break space, but I'm not afraid. They attacked Chen Luo, laughing arrogantly, saying that now that space is broken, a space-type person like him can't do anything, and the 2-star coins are in their hands. Luckily, even if someone came to stop them, they wouldn't be able to. This guy has angered Chen Luo, who threatens them, saying if they don't leave now, their homes will be forfeit. But Baldy is still arrogant, saying he has no chance and will be sent back to Sky Continent today. He and his accomplice were smug, saying, "He doesn't even know where our house is. How could he possibly find it?" The other chimed in, "Don't take it seriously. He's probably just scared and making weird threats." Enraged, Chen Luo raised 2 fingers, promising to teach them a lesson, flicking them away, vowing to seize their homes and satisfy their desires. He then told the 2 maids that he remembered confiscating a scroll containing information on all levels of gods when he seized the 3rd prince's home, and asked them to translate the information of those 2 men. The 2 maids held hands and agreed, with one of them saying that since he was wanted, his real face was too recognizable. "I'm good at disguises. To avoid further complications, would you like me to—" Hearing this, Chen Luo agreed, while the other continued to sift through the information on the 2 from before. Half an hour later, the maid finally finished Chen Luo's disguise. Chen felt incredibly handsome, unrecognizable to anyone. The other maid reported the specific information of the 2 targets, adding that simply changing his face wouldn't evade the warrant, as dozens of satellites constantly scanned faces on this planet. These satellites can scan faces and even detect the target's power level, making it nearly impossible for a god like you to avoid detection. They continued, explaining that an unknown god entering would trigger a power scan, and the detection of void traversal or space displacement would immediately identify him. Hearing this, Chen Luo reassured them, patting their heads and saying that he would use a counter-strategy. After all, the wanted notice only mentioned that he had 2 laws, void traversal and space displacement, but he could freely reveal his 2 defensive laws. He then decided that seizing the homes of those two divine ranks could wait. He needed to visit planet No Tung first. He felt sorry for the two maids and decided to let them rest in his special dimension. He considered opening a space passage to planet No Tung, but that would reveal his identity too easily, so he would have to spend a little more time traveling there by spaceship. Half a month later, on planet No Tung, a spaceship enters orbit, and the first place Chen Luo visits is the armor registration office. There were many gods lining up to register, making him think No Tung's business was pretty good. Then, Chen Luo guessed that No Tung must have some masterpiece on display somewhere, and he would strike after investigating carefully. Suddenly, a green-haired man approached Chen Luo, saying he looked unfamiliar, and that they'd never met before. Unsure of the man's intentions, Chen Luo smiled faintly. "How strange. I've never met you either. You're not Chen Luo in disguise, are you?" Leaving the green-haired man speechless. Hearing the name Chen Luo, many people turned around, searching. "Chen Luo? Is Chen Luo here? Where's Han?" Then, looking back at their conversation, they thought, "This isn't Chen Luo, is it? Isn't that little Liuzi? I remember little Liuzi was still in line here when Chen Luo was wanted." "That's right, what a waste of excitement." "Big brother, you can't just say things like that. People will die. Don't try to harm me." The green-haired man panicked, while Chen Luo, in disguise, smiled. "Just kidding, why are you so timid?" Then he thought, "Look at how confident and arrogant the real deal is." The green-haired man said, "Brother, you look new here, like you've just ascended to godhood. I'd like to be friends. More friends means more opportunities." Han and Chen Luo shook hands, and Han introduced himself as Sa Erjite de Kun, but since he was the sixth in his family, everyone called him Lao Liu. Chen Luo made up a fake name and introduced himself as Wan Lingui. Seeing the green-haired man's enthusiasm, Chen Luo thought, making friends with Chen Luo will indeed bring more opportunities. "Opportunities to die?" Chen Luo then asked, "How long have you been waiting in line, Lao Liu? When can we get the armor?" Lao Liu eagerly replied, "If we're lucky. He says that if you're unlucky for a decade, you might not get a turn for several decades. He was a respected boss on his planet, but now he can only wait obediently here. He laments that the armor is too expensive, and he barely scraped together enough money to buy the lowest grade armor by selling female disciples from his sect." Hearing this, Chen Luo was dumbfounded. What, he sold off the female disciples of his sect? Hearing this, Lao Lu became confident, saying that if the ancestor doesn't get stronger, how can he protect the other disciples? They were all willing, leaving Chen Luo speechless. "Master, do you have armor available?" "Money is no object," Chen Luo asked. Lao Lu's eyes lit up. "Money is no object? Big brother, do you have a way to make money? Can I follow you?" Then he grabbed Chen Luo's leg, begging that he could earn 100,000 a year, saying he was his own brother, then 200,000, saying his problems were his problems, then 500,000, saying he was the reason he was born, and finally 1,000,000, saying anyone who messed with his big brother would have to go through him. Chen Luo replied that his methods were dangerous and that someone as timid as him wouldn't be able to do it, but the other man continued to beg. He said he'd do anything for money, but whether or not he had money, it wouldn't be of much use here, as Tuo had come here last year. Old Liu witnessed firsthand that even with a large investment, it would take 10 years to get the armor. As for ready-made goods, No Tung sells whatever he makes, so there's nothing readily available. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt annoyed. A wicked thought then came to his mind, to just steal the god-tier metal from No Tung and have him make armor for himself. He'd only be released after making 10,000 of them, so he asked No Tung how many rules there were. Lao Liu guessed about 3, and that he was always arrogant. Frustrated, Tron Lak realizes that even if he captured No Tung, he couldn't contain him with 3 rules in place. Then he remembers his Rama metal, which is readily available, so he only needs No Tung to improve its shape, which should be faster. Suddenly, Lao Luke snapped his fingers, remembering that if Tran Lak wanted to pay a high price for armor, there was a chance. The Von Si Empire was about to hold a Purple Star auction. Hearing about the Purple Star auction, Tran Lak guessed there would be many good things there. Lao Lu agreed with Chen Luo, as the Zijing auction only happens once every 1,000 years, so the Empire would bring out many good items, perhaps even armor. Hearing this, Chen Luo decided to collect everything at the auction, wondering if this was the opportunity Mei Van spoke of. In a forge within Notting City, everyone watches a smith hammering a metal plate on a stone surface, their eyes filled with anticipation. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Master, it's Caroline Lao Dai on the phone. You should answer it." The smith cursed twice. "Damn it!" Then he snapped, yelling into the transmitter, "What's with the nagging?" Because of making this armor for you, my workers and I haven't had a good night's sleep or a good drink in over 100 years. You keep pushing, do you think that'll make it faster? The voice on the other end calmly replied, just a little more patience. I'm not calling to rush you, just to check on your progress. The smith retorted, I'm telling you, I'm done. Find someone else. The voice calmly called out the smith's name. Not Yun. Not Yun shot back, Caroline, how many times have you called to rush me? I've been holding back, and now with only a helmet left, you want to use that old trick to hypnotize me into speeding things up? He then raged, just because I'm silent doesn't mean I won't do anything. I'm telling you, nothing you say will work. When I say I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it. He angrily smashes the communicator, cursing his bad luck. Then he grabs a bottle and laments, I don't want to drag this out any longer. I'll just drink until I don't know up from down. Then staggering out in a drunken stupor, he declared, I want to take a walk and chase away all those gods. The gods, seeing Not-Un strolling down the street, exclaimed, Oh my God, it's Master Not-Un. Master Not-Un, greetings, I've admired you for so long. Master Not-Un, you look just like my father. In his drunken stupor, Not-Un roared, Get out of my sight for 1,000 years. No more orders, go wherever you want, just don't bother me. Chen Luo witnessed this, realizing the steady, skilled weapon maker was actually a ferocious old man. A gray-haired man protested, Master, I've been here for 30 years, and my turn is coming up. You can't just say you're not doing it anymore. That's not fair. Not-Un, enraged, smashed things, yelling, I said I'm not doing it. What are you complaining about? Do you want to be wanted? That would only get you blacklisted, unable to find work for life. The old man panicked. Master, no, Not-Un ignored him. Useless lot. No money, no power. I said I'm done. Anyone have a problem with that? Seeing this, Chen Luo thought, it seems the dwarves' hot temper and arrogance are truly hereditary. Not-Un angrily walked into his house. Chen Luo chased after him. Master Not-Un, wait! Making the old dwarf even angrier, but at the gate he was stopped by guards. Halt! This is a work area. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Chen Luo could only shout from outside. I have a piece of metal. Seeing that the metal didn't convince Not-Un, Chen Luo mentioned alcohol, saying, Master, I have good alcohol. Would you like to try some? It's from the third prince, so it's definitely not ordinary. Not-Un turned back, saying, Fine wine! What could a useless wretch like you know about fine wine? But when he caught a whiff, his eyes widened. Is that Changhua brew? He snatched the wine from Chen Luo's hand. Seeing this, Chen Luo said that he had a lot more at the third prince's place and invited Grandmaster Not-Un inside for a drink. The fine wine seemed to have an irresistible allure for Not-Un, so he invited Chen Luo into his home. There, Tran Lak followed Not-Un inside, pleading with him. He had some rare metal he wanted. Not-Un to forge into armor, but Not-Un scoffed, asking if his hands were broken or his head was kicked. As they drank, Not-Un complained that no one understood he hadn't worked in 1,000 years, while Chen Luo kept offering him more wine. Not-Un warned Chen Luo not to think a few bottles of wine would get him to work, and Chen Luo was surprised at how quickly Not-Un changed his tune faster than he could. Not-Un then asks Chen Luo how much harmony brew he has. Chen Luo still has plenty of the brew, and if Master Not-Un is willing to help, what Chen Luo will pay him will definitely be more than just a few bottles of wine. He says he has 30 million amethyst stars, considering it Not-Un's labor fee, which surprises Not-Un. Tran Lak confirms with Not-Un again that he has 30 million amethyst stars, and Not-Un stares directly at him. He spat out the word scram, implying he wouldn't take the job, thinking this brat wanted him to work for a mere 30 million purple crystals when he was in a bad mood. Then he looked at the speechless Chen Luo and laughed. Heh 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 heh. Seeing Not-Un's arrogant grin, Tran Lak seethed, wondering when he'd ever suffered such humiliation. Seeing Not-Un's condition, Chen Luo figured he was completely drunk, so he feigned politeness and held him back. Not-Un thought Chen Luo was incredibly thick-skinned, still refusing to leave after being cursed at. Chen Luo pleads with Not-Un, saying he desperately needs the armor or he'll die, all while subtly rubbing the ring. Meanwhile, Not-Un, still reeling from intoxication, muttered about needing rest as Tran Lak removed the ring from his hand, agreeing to leave him be. He then left the room, saying he wouldn't disturb Grandmaster Not-Un any longer and that he should rest. Not-Un, leaning against a chair, waved him away. Not-Un's servants rushed to help him into the room, respectfully saying, Ancestor, we will wait outside the door. Lost in his drunken stupor, Not Un collapses, ordering his subordinates to leave him. As he lies on the ground, he reaches for his other hand, only to find it bare. This shocks him awake from his drunken stupor as he realizes his spatial rings are gone. When he finally comes to, the rings on his hand are missing, along with all his possessions, including the armor made for Carolyn. Fine wines. Not Un had kept everything in those rings, and now they're gone. It turns out this was Chen Luo's doing, and Not Un is furious that the kid did this. So Not Un runs out and immediately asks his men, "You, stop! Who saw the kid who carried me in here just now? Who is he?" Not Un shouts in anger, cursing the thief who stole his ring. Those around him are shocked. Not Un's ring was stolen? If anyone is close to him, it's Old Six. Not Un points at Lao Lu and demands, "Where is he?" Lao Lu, terrified, replies, "I don't know, only that his name is Wan Lingui." Hearing the name Wan Lingui, Not Un flew into a rage, cursing, "Wan Lingui, you're not human. May your sons be born without butts and may you never die peacefully." Meanwhile, Lao Lu could only cover his head, silently weeping, blaming Wan Lingui for being so rich and for using such cruel methods. On Planet Delight, a man was giving orders to the guards. "Everyone's been working hard. Has anyone caused trouble on the planet recently?" The guards replied, "Commander Anbeck, why trouble yourself with such trivial matters? Rest assured, with us on guard, no one would dare cause trouble. Anbeck's daughter's birthday is coming up and we all want to show our appreciation." Suddenly an announcement, reporting, an unidentified god-level being has entered the planet. We have no information on this individual. Everyone is on high alert. Unidentified? Could it be someone on the wanted list? "Commander Anbeck, I'll go check it out." Hearing this, Anbeck also wanted to see what the newly arrived god was up to, since they were already here. In the Cloud Regiment's dining hall, many delicacies were laid out on the table. Unexpectedly, things were going so smoothly, and Chen Luo was enjoying his meal and resting. As Tran Lak ate and rested, he found pieces of armor. He thought about the pink armor, unsure of its level, but certain that a man like him couldn't possibly wear pink armor. He continued eating his pastry, relieved that some of the gods were quickly recovering their divine powers. As for the armor, he could always repaint it later. Suddenly, Anbeck approached Tran Lak, apologizing for the intrusion, and asked if he'd heard about the wanted spatial criminal and if he could scan him to avoid any misunderstandings. Hearing this, Chen Luo wanted to finish his meal in peace before replying, "Scan me after I'm done eating. I'm not in the mood right now." This made Anbeck suspicious of Chen Luo's identity, and he demanded that Chen Luo come with him. Enraged, Tran Lak cursed Anbeck for being a nuisance, then used void displacement in his mind. Suddenly, Anbeck vanished before everyone's eyes, causing a panic. Where did their leader go? What did he do? Chen Luo waves his hand, silencing everyone, and tells them to get lost. He sits down at the table, wondering why these god-level beings are so dedicated to their jobs that they're willing to risk their lives. He really doesn't understand what they're thinking. Maybe he should just pack up these dining halls and take them with him, so he'll always have food to eat, no matter where he is. Half an hour later, all the dining halls were stored in Chen Luo's space. When Anbeck returned, he was shocked. This was the most famous dining hall on Planet Delight, and it had just been robbed. He's got a death wish, doing whatever he pleases. Then he uses a communicator to contact the third prince directly. "Your Highness, Tran Lak has just appeared on planet Kowai Lak. I hope you can send reinforcements as soon as possible." Hearing that Chen Luo had appeared, the third prince could conveniently relay this information to Hoi Ling. After receiving the information from Anbeck, he contacted Hoi Ling directly, who was also near the planet of pleasure. Sensing Hoi Ling's good fortune, he hopes he can capture Chen Luo this time, assisting Hoi Ling with a teleportation array, the cost of which will be his responsibility. Hoi Ling pledges to bring good news to the third prince and is determined to capture Chen Luo. The third prince ends the call, believing Black Spirit can't kill Chen Luo but at least wound him, giving the prince an opening to strike the final blow. He dials a number needing to contact Senior Uncle Chu Yang. As a master of 7 spatial laws, he must know how to deal with this. On a cloud peak, the god-level spatial cultivator, Yun Chu Yang, is meditating when a maid arrives with news. The girl brought him a communication device, saying the third prince was calling, which made Chu Yang wonder what he could possibly want. On the other end of the line, the third prince said he was just calling to check in. Like a newlywed, Chu Yang cut him off, saying to get to the point as he was trying to comprehend the laws. The third prince cuts to the chase, asking if he's mastered the 8th law, void travel. But Yun Shuyang admits he's stuck. The prince asks if there are any more enlightenment opportunities that could help him master the law. The third prince was furious but dared not mention that his enlightenment ground had been plundered. He only dared to say the tea was gone, but did reveal that Chen Luo was a space-type genius, having mastered void traversal and space displacement in just 5 years, along with possessing a time attribute crystal. Hearing this, Chu Yang was taken aback by such a prodigious newcomer. He proposed that after killing Chen Luo, he would take the time crystal, and the space crystal containing the space shuttle would belong to Chu Yang, which would also benefit his control. Chu Yang smiled, a sweet deal, mutually beneficial, and he agreed. The temporary king asked when Chu Yang would arrive, to which Chu Yang replied that he would come after the auction, or if they were certain of the location of Chen Luo, they could inform him to come sooner. He added safety precautions until they met, and called in 2 more people to ensure Chen Luo's demise. So Duong jumped down saying he'd heard that the Deliman Empire had discovered the rule of destruction, spilling out into the dark side of the universe. Prince Tan recounts that the Black Spirit first discovered it, nearly losing his life despite wearing armor. The Deliman Empire now guards the location, which may contain the lost law of destruction. Speaking of Chen Luo, Chu Yang felt a tinge of regret. Such a promising spatial talent. If he could just grasp the laws of the Void Ancestor, he would keep and protect him. Within his spatial ability, after taking an entire restaurant, Chen Luo reassured the staff that he wasn't a bad guy, and that working for him would increase their salary tenfold. Wielding his wealth, Chen Luo promises his employees will be well treated, and even released in less than a century. Temptation abounds. The chefs below, eyes wide with greed, care only about the money. Where they work is irrelevant. Looking at the girl kneeling on the ground, Chen Luo said, "I remember you. You're the owner of the restaurant. Bai Mengqi Ni. How did an emperor-level cultivator like you become a restaurant owner? What's your real identity?" She replied, "It's a joint business venture by several owners. I'm just the unloved daughter of one of them. Normally, I manage the restaurant and prepare drinks, and Tran Lak thinks he's found the right person. He leans in and asks if she knows how to make hu pua to drinks. She quickly answered yes. Chen Luo then asked, "Do you know about enlightenment tea?" This question left her flustered as he pressed on, asking who had planted it. She replied that she'd heard it was planted by a big shot named Long Kim of the natural system. Not stopping there, Chen Luo asked where he lived. Mengqi wondered why he was so excited, as if he were going to rob someone. Chen Luo looked at Bai Mengqi with sparkling eyes, and she fearfully said that her father probably knew about this, or that he should release her, and she would ask for him. Seriously, Chen Luo tells Mengqi not to make excuses and just call him and ask, to which she tearfully agrees. But 10 minutes later, despite calling repeatedly, her father still won't answer, leaving Mengqi flustered and worried. Chen Luo realized she wasn't favored by her father, so he gave up. Even if he got information, he'd be suspected, and it wouldn't be good if Long Jin became wary or relocated. Mi Fan suddenly appeared, telling him he didn't need to stay inside all the time and should go out for some fresh air. But now, simply visiting important planets will expose him, so he decides to attend the auction first, then travel for leisure. Mi Fan insists he go out, and Tran Lak, sensing her reasoning, agrees. The playful Mi Fan reminds him to be careful, as getting hurt a little might be beneficial, like baiting a hook. The more she talks, the more confused he becomes. But Mi Fan pushes him on, telling him to just do as she says. Standing amidst the vast planets, he hesitated, unsure of where to go. Perhaps a visit to Richard and Sentai. On the planet of pleasure, Chen Luo cheerfully waved, saying, "Long time no see, brothers." They were surprised that this kid dared to show up in broad daylight. Ku added that since they were guards here, they'd have to act if he showed up. Tran Lak, seeing the logic, suggested a 3-way fight, after which he'd let them go, giving them a reason to tell their superiors. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appears, having anticipated Chen Luo's arrival and waited for him. He points his sword and declares that Chen Luo escaped him last time, but this time, there's no escape. Chen Luo quickly sensed another person ambushing him from behind, but he had to follow Mi Fan's plan and allow himself to be injured, as it would be to his advantage. He clenched his fist, waiting for the attacker to strike. Finally, a sword pierces through his back, and fresh blood gushes out. Even though he was prepared, he's still taken aback. Clutching the wound, he grits his teeth, thinking, "It's been a while since I've been hurt. It really does sting." Anbeck asks the attacker why he's here and if his wounds have healed. Tran Lak, with blood still on his lips, overhears the conversation and realizes Hak Lin is badly injured, meaning he can use time reversal to defeat him. He finally understood Mi Fan's intention in wanting him injured. Even if he used this power in a deserted place, no one would find out. So he pretended to spit out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Clutching his stomach, he curses the man for his cowardly sneak attack, inwardly celebrating his success. Black Spirit believes he's successfully ambushed him, and now sees an opportunity to end his life. Enduring the pain, sweat dripping, Chen Luo retrieved 3 golden pills from his chest. They looked like elixirs. He Ling recognized them as essence recovery pills and demanded to know where he got them, suspecting he stole them from the 3 princes. He Ling gloated, thinking that Chen Luo must be severely injured to take 3 pills at once. But Chen Luo smirked, knowing they'd taken the bait and his plan would succeed if they just kept chasing. In the blink of an eye, Tran Lak vanished, leaving Anbek to admire his ability to survive. Even the strongest would have trouble catching him. They both took to the skies, the Black Spirit's law still within him. As long as he wasn't too far, he could be found anywhere. Anbek offered his help, and together they would eliminate Chen Luo. Black Spirit retorts, annoyed, telling him to stay away, as Anbek's lack of stealth would only help Chen Luo escape faster. Reluctantly, Anbek retreats, wishing him luck. On Huangwu Planet, He Ling relentlessly pursues Chen Luo, whose breath grows ragged. After all, though the stabbing was feigned, the blood was real. He Ling senses his labored breathing, guessing that Chen Luo's powers are nearly depleted. Finally, he landed, and the man grinned, saying he had nowhere left to run. Here, there was no one but the 2 of them, and Chen Luo finally revealed his true self, asking if he'd heard that this man had been seriously injured recently. Hearing this, Black Spirit began to feel uneasy, annoyed, asking what he was smiling about, then quickly wiped his sword and said, "Die!" Countless grotesque figures floated before Chen Luo, looking sinister and bizarre. He quickly moved behind him, smiling as he said that he was the one who should die. And then reversed time. This guy arrived just in time for Chen Luo to test his new power, but of course, it would take some time. Black Spirit turned around, asking why he didn't continue running if he could still use Void Walk. He waved his hand, and behind him appeared a cluster of purplish-black light in the shape of a human face, looking ghastly as it mockingly asked where his confidence had gone. He said with a mocking tone that it was a pity, as he was about to die, but Chen Luo had been standing still like a statue. He dared to show off such an attack in front of him. Tran Lak calmly places his hands in front of him, and a protective shield immediately surrounds him. Black Spirit can't believe his eyes. He has a defensive law, not just 1, but 2. He begins to panic, asking if he didn't only have 2 laws. Now, suddenly, there are 4. Black Spirit cursed the 3rd prince in his heart. It wasn't 2 laws he'd mastered in 2 years, but 4. They'd made a terrible mistake. Chen Luo challenged him, asking if he was surprised, if he was happy. Black Spirit began to tremble. Though he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't possibly defeat him alone. He wondered, what kind of monster was he? Knowing he was outmatched, the cowardly Black Spirit turned to flee, hoping to warn the 3rd prince. But Tran Lak smiled, raising his hand as a small blue circle appeared. "Did I say you could run?" he asked. The void imprisonment is unleashed, catching Black Spirit off guard. He realizes now that escape won't be easy, and the situation is more difficult than he imagined. Knowing he couldn't escape, he turned back, eyes bloodshot, asking if he thought he couldn't take his life. Chen Luo smiled brightly, asking him why he ran, and to come and take his life. Black Spirit found it strange that his depleted powers seemed to be recovering, but brushed it off as a good thing. He soared into the air, saying he'd see how tough Chen Luo's mouth really was, but Chen Luo remained calm. Just a hair's breadth away, he suddenly froze, unable to move, leaving him bewildered. Chen Luo smiled, arms crossed as his time reversal began to take effect, causing the Black Spirit to cry out in pain. He slowly collapses, wondering what tricks this guy is playing, only feeling the pain slowly creeping in. Chen Luo's face darkens as he challenges him to guess what he's done, his face now looking cruel and sinister. Black Spirit felt his old wounds tearing open from within, his eyes wide with disbelief. Weren't these the wounds he sustained half a month ago? How could they be back? He couldn't understand what was happening. Black Spirit struggles to speak, recalling the 3rd prince mentioning that he possessed a spatial fragment. Could he have mastered the flow of time in such a short period? Chen Luo, with his hand in his pockets, smiles, praising him for being quite clever. Suddenly, Black Spirit's body erupts as if consumed by hundreds of fiery fingers, contorting as he screams. Chen Luo abruptly closes his eyes, sensing a miraculous sensation coursing through his body. Then he remembers and happily realizes that this must be enlightenment. The feeling he had was definitely the sensation of understanding how to reverse time. Tran Lak then slams his sword into the ground. He sat down next to the dark spirit, who was surrounded by a strange, fire-like substance that only seemed to hurt him. Tranlac quickly removed the dark spirit's spatial rings, not wanting such valuable items to be destroyed by that terrifying force. Half a minute later, the dark spirit was no more. Tranlac wondered if this was the law of fire or lightning, but he'd seen both before, and neither was this frightening. Finally, he obtained a god-tier dark crystal, and Tranlac carefully examined the stone with satisfaction. Upon returning, he ordered Manman and Nanan to prepare tea, and they respectfully obeyed. Needing to calm himself, he sat down cross-legged in a meditative posture, and tea was quickly brought to him. He began to focus on comprehending the spiritual light from before, his mind now filled with a starry sky. A stream of blue energy swirls around him as Chen Luo reaches out to grasp it. An hour later, thanks to this insight, the energy consumption of his time reversal has been reduced by 5%, and he feels amazing. But soon, Chen Luo sighed. Even with this special energy, it was not enough. His path to godhood was still far off. 2 hours later, the third prince angrily tried to contact Black Spirit, but there was still no response. He repeatedly asked if Black Spirit could hear him, but no one answered. The third prince was truly worried. 2 days had passed without a trace of Black Spirit, and no one knew where he was. Even the locator couldn't pinpoint his position. Had he entered an area with no signal, or had something unexpected happened? The third prince had countless questions, but no one could explain Black Spirit's disappearance. The last time Black Spirit contacted him, he was with Anbek, so the third prince decided to call Anbek for information. But Anbei said that He Ling thought he was a hindrance and sent him away. So he doesn't know either. Even more uneasy, the third prince replied to Dagai, then hung up. He had a headache and held his forehead, reassuring himself that He Ling must have just gone into some forbidden area and that's why he couldn't be contacted. He didn't believe that Chen Luo alone could deal with He Ling. In the dimension, Mivan, Mila, and Chen Luo were talking when a loud bark startled him. It was the Dharma King, and they all turned to see the dog ascending to godhood. Chen Luo is saddened that it can't directly ascend to godhood. Ever since leaving Earth, it hasn't had a chance to fight. Like a dog locked in a cage, he sighs inwardly. Suddenly, an image of a certain mutated beast appears in his mind, and an idea sparks. He recalled that the thunder powers of the Manmo were equivalent to the Dharma King. Chen Luo quickly gave it the crystal, telling it to absorb it, as it would help with its ascension. The Dharma King obeyed. Unbeknownst to him, his powers were escaping his body, drawn into a blue circle, leaving him bewildered. He followed them, only to witness a scene that left him speechless. 4 or 5 young men with brightly colored hair are ganging up on someone, joining forces to fight the laws of thunder and lightning. Tranlac is pale and still trying to process everything, standing frozen as he watches them. So this is why the Dharma King couldn't become a god. All the laws were restricted outside the dimension and couldn't enter. He then called the Dharma King over and told him to quickly go outside. Suddenly, something evilly laughed and lunged toward the Black King, announcing its arrival. He, like Chen Luo earlier, was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. In that instant, the Law King was struck by lightning, staggering and twitching. Chen Luo watched with joyful anticipation as the Law King was enveloped in lightning, as if it had become the lightning itself. 13 minutes later, the Magic King finally ascended to godhood, his face now more human-like. Overjoyed, Chen Luo embraced him, promising a feast prepared by Ming Qi's cooking club to celebrate the Magic King's divine transformation, a joyous occasion for all. Amidst the cheerful feasting, the Dharma King suddenly reveals a carefully considered request that requires Tranlac's approval. It wishes to venture out and experience the world, a proposition that takes Tranlac by surprise. It continued, saying that his enemies were growing stronger, and even if he were released, he wouldn't be a match for them. He didn't want to cause trouble, so would he just hide forever and not help his master? Stunned by the proposal, Chen Luo wondered if he could still stubbornly keep her in his dimension after she'd said so much. He glanced at Mi Fan, who was happily munching on fish, wondering if the Dharma King would be in danger outside. Could Mi Fan foresee what would happen? Seeing Tranlac's reaction, Fap Vuong insisted it was his decision. So why was he looking at her? The Holy King firmly states that she believes destiny is in everyone's hands, and this is her choice, one that no one can stop. It's the first time that Chen Luo has seen her so resolute, and he's taken aback. She bows her head, reassuring him that no one knows of their relationship, so he shouldn't worry, and that she won't be as reckless as he is, so everything will be fine. Chen Luo mutters that he'll let this dog go out as she wishes. but she has to wear this. He hastily gathered his things, surprised to see the usually jovial Dharma King so serious and determined for the first time. But the Dharma King pushed back, refusing, saying that while Chen Luo could owe him, he couldn't owe Chen Luo too much. Chen Luo agrees, still stunned by how much the little dog has grown. He hugs the Dharma King tightly one last time, reminding him to be careful, and the king grunts in understanding. Naden shouts, asking Caroline why she's calling, and Caroline replies that she just wants to ask about her armor. Noten retorted that he already told her that his iron armor was stolen by a bastard named Wan Lingyi. Caroline sniffled. But on this side, Caroline was floating, her face blank, not understanding anything. Only hearing the other side add that if she was so good, she should go find the thief and not bother him anymore. The girl was still dazed when someone came up from behind and called her name. She quickly turned around and recognized Egan, who continued, saying she always came here very early whenever enlightenment fruit needed to be picked. Then he pointed to the person in yellow, introducing him as Yuri, his adopted son from Earth. He also introduced Caroline to Yuri, saying that this 18-year-old has spiritual powers, and among the god tiers, she's definitely in the top 3. Startled, she wonders if Yuri is Egan's adopted son, as he looks just like him. Egan asks Caroline to teach Yuri, who also has spiritual powers, a few things when she has time, and in 2 months, when the tea tree grows leaves, he'll give her a larger share. She quickly apologized and refused, saying she wasn't in the mood to teach anyone and that he should find someone else. The uncle was curious, and Caroline sighed, saying that the idiot Not Ung had his spatial ring stolen. Not Ung got robbed? The uncle is surprised. What chaos. I heard the third prince's mansion was also robbed by someone named Tran Lak. Hearing the name Tran Lak, Yuri is startled. Yuri guesses if it's the leader Tran Lak from Starfire City when she was still on Earth. She had contact with him a few times before, but she didn't expect him to be causing trouble among the stars. So Caroline knew about this too, that Tran Lak possesses space warp and void traversal, making him a master of escape. From afar, a loud voice calls out, "Lord Aegon, I've finally found you." The uncle recognizes him as the Vonzi Empire's attendant, the one he discussed the Enlightenment encounter with. He added that he brought the people he promised, and the uncle looked at the person next to him in amazement, wondering if it could be. Everyone, especially Yuri, was shocked. The person next to the servant looked just like him. It turned out that the uncle had asked the Vonzi Empire to help him find his son. He added that, sadly, the old man's son had passed away, but not before leaving behind his bloodline. The young man before them, named Owen. The old man approached and clasped his hands, exclaiming, "My son, I've finally found you." Yuri is uneasy. Her foster father's flesh and blood has come to his door, and this is not good news for her. A month later, Chen Luo sits at the table and asks Bai Mengqi if there's any more fire cloud steak, but Mengqi apologizes, saying it's all gone. Chen Luo casually replies that he can just buy more, asking where she gets her supplies. Mengqi explains that the ingredients are hard to come by, but she knows a steak shop. The main course is fire cloud steak, from the shop that used to compete with her and call her a bastard. As Tran Lak eats, he asks where she got it, and she replies that it's not easy to get from the Pleasure Planet's Van Doon restaurants. She thought to herself that with Chen Luo's appearance, only ruin remained. If my shop is gone, you won't fare any better. Sometime later, under a starry night with a crescent moon, somewhere. Inside the restaurant, Anbek DNG is celebrating his daughter Alice's birthday, the three of them enjoying a happy meal as she savors the fiery cloud steak. Suddenly, a loud voice startled Anbek. "Where is your manager?" A voice that sounded familiar. Indeed, it was Tran Lak, and he wondered why Tran Lak, who was being hunted by the Hak Lin, was here. Standing in the middle of the restaurant, Tran Lak shouts for the manager, but the staff recognize him as a wanted criminal. Calmly, Tran Lak asks if they know where the steak is. The panicked employee cries out, "Lord Anbek, save us." Anbek turns purple, annoyed that he's drawn Chen Luo's attention, who recognizes him as the one who revealed the injured wraith spirit. Tran Lak smiles amiably at Anbek, saying he can't leave without thanking him. He approaches Anbek, extending his hand in greeting, leaving Anbek somewhat flustered. The employee behind Anbek cried out for him to catch Tran Lak, but Anbek grimaced, thinking if he could catch him, would he need to be told? In the blink of an eye, the two were in a room. Tran Lak released Anbek, surprised they'd meet here. Back at the restaurant, the employee was shocked and panicked. They were just here, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished. How bizarre. Tran Lak wondered, "I heard you've been looking for me lately?" He replied, "You robbed me. Isn't it normal for me to look for you?" Anbek added that if they left now, he'd pretend he didn't see them. Tranlach raised his voice, saying that wasn't enough. He wanted Anbek to pretend he didn't see him in the future as well. Anbek agreed and sat down to face Tranlach. Outside, voices shouted that Tranlach, the notorious criminal, was surrounded and should surrender immediately. The men rushed in, seeing the scene before them, and wondered what was going on. A mouse befriending a cat? Looking back at the crowd, Tranlach told Anbek to show his sincerity, and he immediately told them to leave. Confused, the men wondered how they could just leave when the serial killer was right in front of them. Anbek slammed the table and roared, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Seeing this, the group quickly turned and left, and Chenluo laughed, saying they were good brothers and thanking Anbek. "I've fulfilled your request, so you can leave now, right?" Tranlach insists he hasn't eaten, and it's rude to send guests away unfed, startling Anbek's family. Tranlach takes a plate of fire cloud steak from Alice, causing her to cry and call him a bad guy. With a sly grin, Tranlach claimed he was doing it for her own good, afraid she'd get fat. Pure bullying of a child. Anbek then asked, having eaten, what he really wanted, and what happened to Hak Lin. Tran recounts how, after Hailing chased him, a black hole appeared and he tossed Hailing into it, never to be seen again. Anbek suspects it was a spatial pathway like the Dark Star Guard, explaining why they couldn't contact him. Before leaving, Chenluo asks when Aegon's home and the Enlightenment fruit will be available again. Anbek guesses what Chenluo is after, advising him not to go as the Three Kings are after him, and robbing Aegon will bring the wrath of the Empire and Aegon's powerful acquaintances. For him, anyone's home is just a matter of spatial teleportation. Anbek whispers Aegon's address and that the Enlightenment field will mature in about a month. Chuckling to himself, Tranlach thought, "Aegon has prepared a feast of enlightenment for me." He turned to wave goodbye to Anbek, inviting the family to continue their meal while he raided the kitchen. In the kitchen, Tranlach displayed his skills, ransacking everything in sight, much to the chef's fear. He grabbed a large bag of goods, saying he wouldn't take anything for free, and placed a credit card on the table. The card has no password, so you can scan it to get the money. Don't forget to make something new for Anbek's family. Tranlach went out to the main hall, intending to ask Anbek again, but the table was empty, not a soul in sight. Perhaps he scared him. Chenluo wonders if Anbek has 5 rules, which is why he should avoid him. Back then, Chenluo, hands in his pockets, hated the world and had no equal. Chenluo returns and sits opposite Mifan. Even though he has the information and can steal, if the encounter doesn't resonate, his genes won't develop. Mifan tells him to forget about it and reminds him of the auction in 10 days, saying he needs to focus because she senses something important there, and there's even a god-level certification. Tran was surprised and doubtful. Mifan felt he would be inspired by someone of the space elements, so when he met this person, he shouldn't run away, or he wouldn't have the chance to learn. Chenluo wonders if it's a space-type big shot, and if he doesn't run, won't it be too dangerous? Mifan firmly states that with the 4 laws Chenluo possesses, no one can kill him in a short period of time. Chenluo grinned in agreement, and Mifan added that the auction was being held in the capital of the Von Sea Star, urging him to quickly complete the entry procedures on the artificial planet. In the east of the Imperial City, Chenluo, disguised as Ji Day, went to the work area to complete the entry procedures. The clerk couldn't find any information on him and asked what system he was. Chenluo evasively said he'd ascended to godhood in a secluded homeland 5,000 years ago and was a space system user. The clerk adjusted his glasses. Hearing space system made him want to scan Chenluo's laws. Happy to oblige, Tranlach. Seeing 2 defensive laws and deciding he wasn't the three-eyed king's thief, he asked Tranlach his purpose for coming. Chenluo replied that he was there to attend the auction, broaden his horizons, and make friends with other god-level beings. The staff nodded, saying he could pass the review, and reminded him that the entry badge was his ID, and he needed to wear it when going out. He then handed him a badge, warning him not to cause trouble in the Imperial City, and especially not to start fights. Chenluo smiled, took the badge, and pinned it to his chest, saying he was a very reasonable person. The auction house in the capital was a massive and majestic complex of Western-style buildings, with a fountain in the center of the courtyard, and Tranlach approached the staff for an introductory booklet. He opened it to see what treasures it held. 100 reversion pills, 20 sets of armor and weapons, records of the Great Master's insights into the laws, 30 god-level crystals, 500 grams of enlightenment tea, and a fire spirit, a divine object containing the fire of the universe, capable of elevating a fire-type god and granting them immortality. Its spirit and color resemble a god-level item with a law, but it can't gain the law's favor. He recalled Granny Fawn's words about something similar to the vermilion fruit that could increase lifespan, but with much better effects. Tran Lak wondered if this was what Granny Fan was talking about. But in this bounty duel, items are delivered immediately after a successful bid, not at the end. Chen Luo could try to steal a few items, but that would throw the whole event into chaos, and he wouldn't be able to get much. But he couldn't just rob everyone after the auction either. He wanted everything now, which was a real headache. In the Vanzai Empire's imperial palace, two elders stood before the third prince. They stood there, instructing that this time the star auction would be overseen by the third prince, and as his first time organizing, there could be no mistakes. The third prince bowed, promising to prepare everything perfectly, leaving no room for error. The two elders praised his talent, but reminded him that becoming a great emperor also required ability. This is his chance to prove himself. The elder gives him a spatial ring containing an auction item. Items that couldn't be placed elsewhere were stored in the vault, and he was instructed to transport everything to the auction without fail. As the third prince put on the ring, a voice called out, asking if he could handle the task. It was the second prince, mocking him for having his home invaded and doubting his ability to organize the upcoming auction. If he couldn't do it, he'd gladly take over. The third prince explained that the audacious thief only succeeded because he wasn't home, but the second prince scoffed, saying the rumor he heard was that the thief ransacked his home right in front of him. The second prince chuckled. Wouldn't robbed be a more accurate term than trespassed? To have a third prince of the empire robbed right in front of him is simply laughable. The third prince retorted angrily, "Nonsense. You believe rumors that someone with two laws could rob me in broad daylight? What's your brain even for?" The first prince chuckled, feigning pity, saying that rumor or not, the truth was that someone had ransacked his home. The second prince chimed in, agreeing with his elder brother. The grand prince added that this amethyst auction concerned the empire's reputation, and the Delaman Empire's eldest princess would be attending, so perhaps the third prince was too young to handle it and should relinquish responsibility to him. Beneath the magnificent royal suite, the princes vie for the auction's rights, with the third prince vowing to ensure its success. The second prince adds fuel to the fire, questioning what happens if the item is lost. To this, the third prince firmly declares that if the item is lost, so is he, promising a truly captivating auction. As he walked the halls, Chen Luo overheard people discussing the cost of renting a room. 10,000 purple crystals a night was simply too expensive, but many are willing to pay that much to network and expand their connections. Chen Luo thinks to himself that even 10,000 a night is too expensive. These low-level gods are too poor. He went to the front desk and only dared to rent the lowest-level room, trying to appear humble even though he could afford a higher one. In the hallway, Tran Lak saw a crowd gathered together, someone asking Mint Rabbit how much a 50-tel package of Enlightenment tea could fetch at auction. So everyone's gathering around Silver Rabbit. He tells the crowd that based on his experience hosting previous auctions, 50 liang of Enlightenment tea could fetch around 50 to 100 million, depending on the mood of the big shots. Hearing this, Chen Luo wondered if this Mint Rabbit was in charge of the auction. He asked if he knew who was in charge this time, and he replied that it was the third prince. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt like he was in a tight spot, running into the third prince again. He boasted that he and the first prince had a good relationship, and if the first prince were in charge, he would be the one in charge this time. But unfortunately, it wasn't the first prince. As they spoke, he hinted that he was hungry, but everyone around him immediately scattered, and no one offered him a bite. No respect for the elderly. It truly angered him. There stood Chen Luo, richer than the rest, for whom a meal was nothing. He turned to Mint Hair and said, "Come with me, I'll treat you for 10 days straight." The man immediately stood up, smiling. "You're a generous one. Let's go." The two of them went to the table, and Chen Luo, in true rich guy fashion, picked 3 dishes and then ordered everything else on the menu. Meeting such a generous person, Mint Rabbit offered to answer any questions about the auction items. Cunningly, Tran Lak says they'll discuss that later and brings out 2 bottles of wine first. Half an hour later, with the alcohol flowing, Tran Lak asks if the auction is heavily guarded. Mint Rabbit reveals that the mastermind will carry the storage items, while the rest will be loaded onto vehicles. Tran Lak sits there, deducing that Tom Than Vuong will carry the storage items, and living things will be transported by vehicles. The rabbit continues, saying the goods will arrive an hour early through the back door, and the third prince will do a patrol as Chen Luo continues to flatter him. At the entrance to the imperial city, the third prince meets Han's uncle, Chu Yang. He immediately asked if they had news of Chen Luo, and the third prince replied that Chen Luo had recently been seen outside planet Kuai Lak, and that Anbai had been threatened by Han. The third prince confidently smiled, saying that the imperial city's strict inspections combined with the upcoming auction made it impossible for Chen Luo to sneak in. He'll go along, curious as to why Tran Lok used the void address to travel. Hearing this, So Duong's guard, Thiet Quyen, said that Tran Lok was right in front of him, yet he didn't dare capture Bok. What a useless guy. If it were him, he would definitely beat Han to a pulp. Xiaoyang warns against overconfidence, but Tiquan reveals that Grand Elder Thui Luan, who can freeze time, has been invited. Han retorts that if time is frozen, Tran Lok won't be able to hit him. Xiaoyang realizes that with Tui Luan present, Tran Lok will have a hard time escaping this predicament. As the third prince confirmed this, a dark shadow suddenly loomed over Han. It was the Delaman Empire's ship, an enormous vessel descending onto the field. Third prince kneels before the ship, respectfully welcoming the esteemed Princess Afra. The princess emerges, radiating an intimidating aura, and says, "We meet again, you old dog." The princess asked if he'd ever heard of someone called the Thunder King, but he'd only heard of Pain and War Kings, never a Thunder King. She then revealed that the Thunder King hadn't offended her, but a friend of hers in the three divine relics, and she was intrigued by his immense talent. The princess turned back, adding that if he hadn't heard of him, he probably hadn't become a god yet. The third prince respectfully replied that he would try to find the Thunder Dharma King and inform her when he did. At the auction hall that day, Chen Luo chose a favorable spot near the window with a clear view below. Below, a large vehicle escorted by 2 red cars arrives, likely carrying the auction items. Knowing the danger, Chen Luo dons armor, preparing to strike. Chen Luo grabs the item, and with a flick of his fingers, a series of void waves appear around him. He quickly rummages through the pile, his eyes lighting up as he retrieves what he was looking for. A true professional indeed. Sensing the familiar anomaly, the third prince immediately informs Ruilun of Chen Luo's arrival, and from within the trailing vehicle he makes his move. Tran Lok suddenly felt his body slow down, as if something was affecting him. Behind him, a hazy figure of an old Lok was manipulating time. It was Tui Luan, Truong Lok. In midair, Chen Luo waves at the third prince, beckoning him to come closer, and the third prince is shocked to see Chen Luo unharmed. Chen Luo then uses Void Shift again, sighing as he closes in on the third prince, a familiar scene, when suddenly, another time-freezing attack. Behind Chen Luo, the first rays of dawn appear, confirming his complexity in their eyes. Chen Luo realizes a god-level being with lost rules is hindering his work and unleashes the power of the void behind him. With time still frozen, Tran Lok casually retrieves the auctioned items. He taunts, "Let the universe hunt me. Who dares face me?" Then he slaps Tam Than Vuong, who spits blood. People thought it was over, and the news of Third Prince's misfortune would spread quickly. Tran Lak looked over, a bit doubtful, wondering if this person used void traversal to return, so he must be the person Ma Fa mentioned, a space-type god who could inspire him. With a face ashen as a chopping board, Tran Lak surveyed his surroundings, realizing the danger of so many god-level beings, and knew he had to seize the moment to escape. He stomped his foot, activating Void Walk. Tran Lak wanted to escape first, and then hide to observe the situation, but Van So Duong wasn't about to let him achieve his goal so easily. The third prince regained his senses, realizing he'd lost both face and treasure in front of everyone. Chen Luo used Void Walk to appear high in the sky, sighing in relief, seemingly safe at last. But in a flash, Yun Chu Yang appeared behind him, startling Chen Luo. How could he keep up? Chen Luo continued to use Void Walk, wanting to see how long his pursuer could keep up. But no matter how he moved, the man stayed right behind him, and he had no idea how. Could it be that he's been marked? Tran Lak stopped, turned around, and asked how he was able to pinpoint his location. Yun Chuang smiled confidently, saying that in 5 years I mastered 2 laws, a rare talent, but it's a pity I'm still too green to escape my grasp. Chen Luo found his tone arrogant. He can use unlimited void travel, so he guesses that the man is pinpointing his location using some spatial element that needs to be verified. Chen Luo continues to move, but Yun Chu Yang relentlessly pursues, saying, "I told you, you can't escape." As he moved, Chen Luo glanced back, realizing something. Each movement left a faint trail in the air. So he was following those trails to track his movements, but strangely, there's nothing behind him. Realizing his void walk was being predicted, Tran Lak stopped, prompting Van Zoduong to gloat, asking if he was giving up. Chen Luo laughs, saying he stopped to thank him for teaching him, but Yun Shuyang is confused, wondering what he taught him. A spatial shift sends Chen Luo soaring, and Yun Shuyang is shocked, wondering why there's no spatial trail this time. Suspended in midair, Chen Luo receives a notification. His mastery of void traversal has reached 100%. He looks up to see streaks of blue light. His great god recognition has arrived. Images of spatial laws surround Chen Luo, perhaps appearing to make them easier for him to see. Seeing this, Yun Su-yang couldn't help but sigh. That's the great god certification, as 1,000 questions raced through his mind. Turns out, erasing the comma-shaped trajectory in space was the final step to becoming a great god. He only said it in jest, but Chen Luo actually learned it. The third prince and his group finally caught up, all astonished by Chen Luo's great god certification. The third prince is furious, wondering what gives him the right to receive that. He blames himself, thinking that even though the time crystal is rare, with his status he could have obtained it from a low-level life form if he had persisted. So why did he have to take it from Chen Luo? He remembered that Shuisu had told him that Chen Luo had a time-based crystal, which is why he attacked him. This time, he was killed by that Shuisu. The man in black behind Princess Zhang whispered to her to wait until everything was over and try to win him over at all costs. The princess nodded. Chen Luo remained suspended in the air as the crowd below received the announcement. The great gods of space have certified him. Furthermore, Chen Luo will receive an additional 1,000,000 years of life and a space spirit. Its functions are as follows. First, it greatly reduces the energy consumption of spatial abilities. Second, it replaces energy consumption with energy reserves and increases the rate of energy recovery. And third, it increases harmony with spatial forces, reducing the difficulty of comprehending the rules. Chen Luo realized this was a good thing, but it didn't directly increase his combat ability, nor could it enhance his mental strength or physique. Below, they discuss the 1,000,000-year lifespan, but more importantly, the space spirit, which will boost combat power and make mastering other laws much easier. The third prince realizes that Tranlak's future achievements will surpass his own, but he can't stop him now. What about his plans? Pointing at Chen Luo, he roared that Chen Luo had used the time mirror to steal all the auction items, showing no respect for the capital, and intended to use this to make the capital deal with Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Is my benefactor, His Highness the Third Prince, also here? Thanks to my comprehension of the origin talent, I was able to break through so quickly, infuriating him." Unable to remain calm, the third prince lunged at Chen Luo, only to be stopped by a sudden voice. Almost instantly, he was frozen before Chen Luo, shocking him. Chen Luo was puzzled, wondering who had acted so quickly. It was the great Emperor Loi Tat Duke, who knew this would attract his attention. He's the last of the royal bloodline, gifted, and over 2,000,000 years old. Tranlak and the Emperor locked eyes, and he wondered if this was the Emperor of the Vosi Empire, an ice elemental, and if he had the power to kill him. The Emperor looked at the third prince, thinking he was finished, his spirit broken by this Chen Luo, and that even with great talent he would struggle to improve. The Emperor raised his hand and declared that from this day forward, Li Xian would be stripped of his title as prince. The ice shattered as the Emperor declared that Li Xian would be demoted to a commoner, his prince's token and armor revoked. A black-clad attendant respectfully added that Chen Luo had already seized Li Xian's ring. Lei Sa-Tede announced that he knew the feud between him and Lisen was Lisen's fault, and although he caused turmoil in the empire, he was willing to let bygones be bygones, rescinding the warrant for Chen Luo's arrest. The great emperor added that the empire's tenet is that all things return to one, and he can pretend that everything never happened, and at the same time he agreed to grant him the position of marquis. Would he agree to join the empire? Surprised, Tranlak realizes the emperor isn't angry but wants to recruit him, a true master of intrigue. Tranlak muses that he doesn't lack money and can acquire treasures himself, so a mere marquis position is hardly tempting. This is clearly an unfavorable exchange. Looking for a way to refuse gracefully, Chen Luo told the emperor that his offer was unexpected, and he needed time to think. The emperor agreed and allowed him to take 2 more treasures from the auction. He urged Chen Luo to think fast, and then vanished, leaving Chen Luo pondering his next move, wondering just how powerful this quick-moving emperor really was. Chen Luo realizes the great emperor's light is a light-type ability, making him a dual-ability user. But he earned these items through his own strength. How could he simply give them away? Chen Luo refused them all, understanding their desire for these items as well as the emperor's proposal, but gave the excuse that he needed a quiet place to think before leaving. Chen Luo privately thanked Yun Shuyang for helping him with the void travel deficiencies, then signaled for a private meeting, hoping he'd understand his intentions. About 20 minutes later, on another planet, Yun Shuyang wondered why Chen Luo had deliberately left a trail to meet him privately. Chen Luo respectfully clasped his hands, grateful for the guidance, and asked for his esteemed name. likely recalling Mi Fan's instructions. He didn't hide his name, Yun Chuyang, and Chen Luo added that his foundation was insufficient after ascending to godhood, hoping for some guidance. Paying respects first is always wise, so Chen Luo offers a purple card containing 1 billion amethyst stars as tuition. He waves it away saying he can't be called master, or he'd be beaten to death for teaching a liar. Chen Luo was slightly disappointed, but Yun Chuyang added that he didn't want Chen Luo to call him teacher, but he could still teach him. Hearing this, Chen Luo was overjoyed and asked if it was true. He wanted him to teach him void traversal, and Chen Luo agreed, seeing it as a mutually beneficial partnership, figuring he could learn it on his own anyway. Yun Chuyang added that void traversal was the only one of the 8 great space laws that he hadn't mastered. Mastering all 8 space laws and uniting them could lead to a transformation. He asks him to take out the crystal robe from the auction items, which can record images that you can enter. When he starts speaking, channel your energy into the crystal robe to begin recording. He begins by saying void walking is your strength, and to save face, he'll start with 2 types of defensive laws. Tran Lock has increased by 20 points, and Seduong says next will be the space augmentation. This involves direction and order. The problem lies within space. He then conjures a purple dimension before him, dividing his space into 7 dimensions, meaning even if Chen Luo entered, he wouldn't find the hidden object. Once mastered, this spatial ability becomes incredibly robust. Looking inside Yun Chuyang's dimension is like gazing into a labyrinth of endless layers. Once inside, you'd never find your way out. Currently, when comparing spatial abilities, Chen Luo's is like a shack, while Yun Chuyang's is like a skyscraper. Truly worlds apart. Chen Luo raised his hand, indicating that he wanted to hear about attack rules next. Yun Chuyang agreed, stating that there are 3 types of attack rules: dimensional space, buried space, and penetrating space. Moreover, he knows a way to quickly grasp the rules of attack. He conjures a massive golden sword, and Chen Luo hastily asks what that way is. Yun Chuyang replies simply, "Endure the attack," meaning stand still, take the hit, and don't retaliate. While he takes the hits, the attack patterns will be transferred into his body. Nothing beats having the patterns left inside you, which will help Chen Luo comprehend them faster. Chen Luo is wary. This might be a good method, but what if he uses the opportunity to kill him? So he asks Senior Yang to demonstrate it first. Yang agrees, wielding his sword with both hands, explaining that while spatial power is far stronger than other elements, its weakness lies in its unpredictability. But just as he said that, a dimensional blade suddenly pierced towards Chen Luo from behind, shocking him. He explained further that this was not pure dimensional power, but also combined with the power of spatial augmentation, and that he had released this dimensional blade to other spatial layers. It was because Chen Luo wasn't focused and hadn't grasped the spatial augmentation, so he wasn't alert. By the time the blade appeared, it was too late. Chen Luo gradually realized that while augmented attacks don't have offensive power, they are indeed very effective. To demonstrate his ultimate move, shattering Heaven's Frame, for Chen Luo, Chuyang combines 3 spatial laws, but he can't make too much noise, or others will notice, so the skill is somewhat diminished. Though invisible, Chen Luo could feel the terrifying power emanating from Chuyang's hand as he swung the dimensional sword, unleashing the heaven-shaking strike. Even though it was suppressed, that attack was terrifying. If he went all out, what would happen? Seeing such power, Chen Luo wanted to learn it, asking Chuyang to use all 3 laws to attack him one by one, not forgetting to ask him to go easy, lest he hurt me badly. So Duong swung his sword, and Tran Lok stood still, taking the blow. If Mifam didn't warn him, it meant he was fine. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He had to be brave. A purple void strikes towards Chen Luo, who is surrounded by a circle of blue spatial defense. Chuyang wonders why he's defending, as it will only make him attack harder, but Chen Luo scratches his head, saying it's a natural reaction, and tells him to continue. But he continues to leave Yun Chuyang bruised, and Chen Luo quickly explains that he didn't mean to. Chuyang's attacks keep landing, and Chen Luo can only stand there and take it. After a while, Suyang asked how he felt. Though a bit sore, he could still take it, so he told him to continue with the next rule. After taking a beating, Chen Luo had enough pain, and Suyang stopped, saying that was all he knew and had taught him. Now it's Tran Lok's turn to teach him, using void travel while reminding So Duong to try and feel it. Half an hour later, So Duong felt he understood a little bit of elementary thinking, but Tran Lok immediately had him learning advanced concepts. The sheer volume of knowledge overwhelmed him, leaving Chen Luo unsure of what to do. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Chen Luo offered to continue teaching, but the man declined, saying he needed some quiet time to sort things out. While sitting next to him, Tranlak seized the opportunity to begin comprehending the laws, starting with spatial assistance. Half a day later, Chu Yang looked annoyed, scratching his head. Void walking was indeed not simple, and he'd think about it later if he had time. As he pondered when to sit down and comprehend, he noticed Chen Luo beside him. The difference in talent is truly vast. He felt inferior to the young man before him. The more he learned, the worse he became. While Chen Luo had grasped another law in less than a day, releasing a blue aura of space from within. Then, this aura enveloped Chen Luo, making him suddenly aware of something touching him. Opening his eyes, he saw it was the law of space lending a hand. Chen Luo seemed annoyed by the interruption, but it promised it wouldn't happen again, as this was its only visit. Yun Shouyang couldn't believe Chen Luo had mastered 5 rules in just 6 years. Chen Luo was confident that with enough time, he could master them all. Shouyang realized that given enough time, Chen Luo could surpass Lei Saidi, but then Chen Luo curiously asked what kind of person Lei Said was. Yun Shouyang began to recount that about 8 years ago, a god-level being possessed divine herbs, but refused to hand them over. Upon receiving this news, Lei Saidi sent dozens of ships to the god's home planet. The entire homeworld and other related inhabited planets were annihilated, and an innocent god was implicated. Indeed, a king's wrath brings rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Chen Luo wondered why such a cold-blooded person would be so lenient, especially after his actions were a direct slap in the face to the Vanzi Empire. Perhaps being made a marquis is a ploy to keep him complacent before ambushing him. Chen Luo inquires about the great emperor's strength, but Chu Yang isn't sure, only knowing that he hasn't had a worthy opponent in many years. But according to his observations, the great emperor definitely has at least 12 laws, which surprised Chen Luo since the space system only has 8 laws. Chu Yang explained that it was because he had dual abilities and the number of laws could be as high as 13 or 14, truly terrifying. He reveals that he also has 8 rules, 7 spatial and 1 physical. Chen Luo wonders which part of his body Chu Yang awakened. Of course, he wouldn't reveal such a secret. Tranlak is so cunning, even thinking that part is hemorrhoids. How perverted. As the sun sets in the distance, having explained all he could, So Duong bids farewell, warning Tranlak never to speak of what happened today. Chen Luo nods in agreement, still needling him out of spite. Chu Yang, a little naive, has a headache, regretting it already. He affirms that they'll be strangers if they meet again. But if forced to fight, he'll leave Luo an escape route. Chen Luo was about to brag about holding back, but Chu Yang patted his shoulder and laughed, saying he couldn't even attack, let alone fight him. What a joke. Chen Luo's pride was wounded, and he was fuming, but he couldn't do anything because he was right. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Yang turned to look at Chen Luo and bid him farewell. Chen Luo wondered why he was hopping around like that, only to realize Chu Yang was practicing void walking. What a clown. Turns out he forgot how to use void traversal, so Duong covers his face in embarrassment, creating a purple void gate to leave. Tranlak stands there, thinking that it's only a matter of time before So Duong masters the rules of attack. Once he grasps the dimensional laws, that guy is as good as dead. Tranlak figures that since the Enlightenment fruit is almost ready, he might as well head to Egan's planet to prepare, but he's torn between taking all the leaves or uprooting the whole tree. Using the Void Shuttle, Tranlak arrived on planet Egan in short order, finding himself before a vast T-hill. Tranlak landed, grateful that he had mastered spatial support, allowing him to remain in deeper space, undetectable unless a god-level spatial system user sensed his movements. Looking at the T-hill with so many plants, he doesn't know which one is the Enlightenment tree. Should he go back and ask Anpest what it looks like? Suddenly, he notices a flower on the other side emitting a faint light, attracting his attention and startling him. Standing out amongst the other flowers, its appearance alone was extraordinary. This flower was definitely not ordinary. Drawn in by its uniqueness, Chen Luo stood transfixed, staring at it. After staring at the flower for a long time, Chen Luo suddenly realized something. This flower possesses the power to accelerate time, and he lost over 500 years of lifespan just by looking at it a few times. Chen Luo wondered what was going on, and Mifan said that she felt this petal would soon be of great use, and he should pluck one. Mifan solemnly added, "Be sure not to take the whole flower. Just one petal is enough, and be careful not to damage the flower, or the consequences will be severe." Chen Luo agreed, though a bit worried. If Mifan said so, what's losing 100 years of lifespan? He had to pluck it. Chenlo carefully used his void skill to approach the flower, reaching out to pluck it, but a wave of pressure made him groan. Carefully plucking a petal as Mifan instructed, he finally obtained it. Just being near it for 4 or 5 seconds cost him tens of thousands of years of lifespan. Chenlo asked Mifan what the flower did, but she didn't know, only that it could temporarily grant him immunity to the power of time. Chenlo felt drawn to the flower, but since he couldn't take the whole thing, he decided to find the enlightenment tree first. Wandering through the garden in search of the enlightenment tree, he's startled by a sign. Before him stands a tall tree with the words, "Enlightenment Tree," at its base. After all that searching, it was right in front of him. It seems this is it, emitting a faint fragrance. As Tran Lak circles the tree, he wonders how an intruder like him could go unnoticed, and why Aegon seems so unprepared, even providing a sign as if he wanted to be found. While he examines the tree, a figure watches from inside the house, a sinister smile on their face. It's Caroline. She observes Chen Luo and whispers, "He's here." Chen Luo senses something amiss, wondering how she could have found him so deep within the spatial layer. Chen Luo quickly teleported away, unsure how the girl had found him, but knew it was unsafe to linger. Arriving at another spot in the garden, he surmised that this area of Aegon's seemed to have the most stable environment, and perhaps the Enlightenment tea tree was nearby. Looking at the tree to his left, he notices a resemblance between its leaves and those of the Enlightenment tea tree. Approaching, a wide smile spreads across his face. The shape, the scent, the feeling. It's just like the Enlightenment tea tree. With that thought, he reached out and plucked 2 leaves in quick succession, not stopping. A moment later, holding a box full of leaves, Chen Luo laughed with joy. "With this much, I can drink for half a year." Looking back in the box, he's shocked to see only a few leaves left, wondering where his Enlightenment tea went. Chen Luo throws the box to the ground, realizing he must have unconsciously fallen into a mental illusion. Thinking of the girl from before, he's certain a skilled mental system user is here. Could it be her? Chen Luo scratches his head, wondering if just a little bit of his concoction triggered such an elaborate illusion as a precaution. In the distance, Yuri's voice echoes as he carries faster and faster. Before Tran Lak stands a young man carrying 2 buckets, and he wonders why Yuri is here. Looking at Yuri, just as he was about to grab someone for information, what a coincidence. In the blink of an eye, Tran Lak kicked Yuri in the butt, pushing him into the space gate. 20 minutes later, Chen Luo learned that Yuri had accepted Aegon as his foster father. A dizzying turn of events. Foster father, what a joke. He's not even as good as an animal compared to when I found my king on Jinghu. Yuri clung to Chen Luo's leg, weeping, "Brother, have mercy and save me. If this continues, I'll really become a pig for Aegon to slaughter." Chen Luo patted his shoulder, reassuring him. "Earthlings are all one family. If someone bullies you, I'll help you get revenge." Yuri tearfully thanked his brother, but despite his sobs, he was quite clear-headed, knowing that Tran Lak never did anything without some benefit or contribution. Yuri sobs, saying that if Tran Lak wants the Enlightenment tea tree, he knows how to enter the illusion without being noticed, and offers to lead the way, which Tran Lak happily accepts. Yuri is quite cunning. If Aegon finds out he led Tran Lak in, it won't end well, so he might as well act first and dump this dirty water on Vuan. Since they look alike, all they need to do is swap clothes. Vuan is asleep under the tree. Tran Lak uses Void Walk to take Yuri to the garden, where he points to a distant tree, the Enlightenment tea tree. He had observed that it could grow very well without any nurturing. In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo appeared at the tree, uprooting it with force, thinking that having an inside agent made things much easier. Before leaving, Yuri suggests that he and Chen Luo meet Vuan, wanting to twist his memories and make him take the blame. Chen Luo is surprised, wondering if he's capable of such powerful memory manipulation. Yuri smiles, saying that twisting the will of a useless person is easy. Chen Luo agreed and took Yuri to the tree where Vuan was sleeping. But Yuri rushed forward with a knife, leaving Chen Luo stunned. Suddenly, Yuri delivers a powerful blow to Vuan's stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Chen Luo is stunned, asking why he killed him when he was only supposed to distort his memories, as Chen Luo only came to steal things, not to kill anyone. Yuri reveals that he killed Vuan, allowing the deceased body's soul to escape. Tran Lak is furious, realizing this will ruin his reputation. Yuri explains that without Vuan, he's the only son who can take the blame for Chen Luo, and asks if he can continue to be his spy. Chen Luo agrees, telling Yuri to be a good spy as Aegon has many good intentions, and there's no need to rush in dealing with him. Chen Luo asks about the glowing flower, and Yuri replies that it's a spider lily that has existed for a long time in the Wuxi Empire, cultivated in Engine, and no one dares to approach it, and he doesn't know its effects. Chen Luo pats him on the shoulder and tells him that his first task is to find out the secrets of this flower and to report anything important to him immediately and not to forget his mission. Chen Luo sends Wan's body into the void, warning Yuri that if he doesn't behave, he'll resurrect Wan just to kill him again. He leaves Yuri standing there and vanishes. Half an hour later, Aegon grieved for his precious Enlightenment tea tree and his descendants, while Yuri comforted him, saying his health was more important. The great emperor then asked Yuri if he knew where he went wrong, and when Yuri hesitated, the emperor added that he erred by hiding the true extent of Tranlak's power for the sake of appearances. Holding his scepter, he struck it down, adding that if they had joined forces as an empire, then Chen Luo would have been dead long ago. The crowd murmurs that for the sake of the empire's reputation, Chen Luo cannot be spared, but his void walking is too unpredictable to control, and even time stop is ineffective, making him difficult to catch. The second prince believes the elder's plan is impossible, as finding a master of time manipulation would take too long. The grand prince wonders why it took so long if So Yang can teleport. The second prince replies that it's possible. But where is Yunchu? Didn't he also suddenly disappear? As he sat listening to the scolding, a communication device behind Li Xian suddenly beeped. The voice on the other end said, "We've arrived at the coordinates you provided for the third prince, but there's nothing here. We're questioning whether this is really Chen Luo's home." The great emperor asked if he'd sent people to Chen Luo's home planet, and Li Xian confirmed they had, months ago, but he didn't expect them to arrive so late. The great emperor mused that even an apex predator has fears, and perhaps his homeland is Chen Luo's weakness. Emperor Luther thinks the best course of action is to send more people to Tranlak's home planet to find his weaknesses while continuing to attack him and take advantage of the situation. As everyone discusses how to deal with Tranlak, someone runs in to report. He reports to the great emperor that the mermaid queen, Olivia, seems to be nearing the end of her life, a revelation that surprises the emperor. He adds that, according to a reliable source, they have yet to find a successor with sufficiently potent blood, which is truly regrettable. The emperor ordered Olivia to be watched, and for the search for the missing Yun Suyang to intensify. Meanwhile, in his dimension, Chen Luo relentlessly attacked the tree. He declared this was his territory, and to survive, they had to listen to him, offering enlightenment fruit, or else. The tea tree obediently agreed to bear fruit. Indeed, force was the best way to negotiate. Chen Luo demanded 10 pounds a day, but the tea tree tearfully said it couldn't be done. It negotiated with Chen Luo to produce 30 pounds first, then 50 pounds per month, as that was its limit, and he agreed to that for now. Mi Fan then announced that Mi Ling had just ascended to demigod status, which was indeed good news, and Chen Luo ordered Bai Mengqi to be told that a celebration party would be held for her tonight. There's more good news, it says. Now use spatial teleportation and head straight west. Mi Fan senses a great opportunity awaits him, and upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately departs. On an island called Bang Hon Lai, someone stood before the Grand Tower, instructing, "After I leave, don't panic. I have some good friends who will take care of the merfolk for me." So that's Queen Olivia of the merfolk, who possesses 8 ice laws and 2 lightning laws, and Loi Tot Duke owes her a favor, so the merfolk can ask the Void Empire for help in times of danger. However, if Lei Sade couldn't wait for the Bianhua flowers to bloom and increase his lifespan, he wouldn't live much longer. She knew better than to think it would be that easy. 2 merfolk must have similar bloodline talents to transfer the throne. She had begun preparations 10,000 years ago, but still hadn't found a suitable candidate. The attendant begs for fate to deliver a suitable successor, offering 10,000 years of her own life in exchange, when a light appears from above. It's actually Nguongsong falling, crying and cursing Tranlak as a scoundrel. 3 minutes earlier, in Chen Luo's dimension, Mi Fan said that a great opportunity awaited him there, but he couldn't get too close, so he asked Nguongsong to go down instead. Mi Fan added that she shouldn't mention knowing Chen Luo. If anyone asked, she should say she was thrown down by a sandworm. Looking at the height, Nguongsong was a little scared. No wonder Nguongsong called him a jerk. Chen Luo kicked her down. She landed right in the middle of the platform where everyone was gathered, screaming at the top of her lungs. As she fell, Nguongsong cursed Tranlak for the cheap shot. Olivia, seeing her, happily ordered her aide to bring the girl over, sensing something about her presence. Surprised, Nguongsong wondered where she was, surrounded by so many of her kind, as Queen Olivia rejoiced that her bloodline was even purer than her own. An ice-type master, just shy of demigod status, a perfect heir. Bless the merfolk. The queen kissed Nguongsong's cheek, asking how she came to be here. Wide-eyed, she replied, My name is Nguang Swang, and the insectoids threw me down. The queen soothed her. Don't be afraid, my child. We are not the deep ones. I will protect you. Then the queen presented Nguang Swang and declared, This is she. Nguang Swang will be my successor. Someone tried to dissuade the queen, suggesting a more thorough investigation, saying that Nguang Swang's appearance was too strange, and there might be a problem, but the queen dismissed it, saying there was no time. Suddenly missing the crybaby girl, Tran Lak felt a pang, but Mi Fan added that it was for Nguang Swang's own good, sensing that after Nguang Swang, Mi Lin, and Mi Lap ascended to godhood, it would be its turn. Chen Luo didn't expect Mi Fan's ascension to godhood to rely on others, and holding the fish, Mi Fan sensed danger approaching the Pope. Chen Luo worriedly asked what was happening, but Mi Fan replied that it was the kind of danger that came with great rewards and its current abilities couldn't determine the specifics, not even whether he would survive. Chen Luo didn't know what to do. With the Pope's personality, he definitely wouldn't turn back, Mi Fan said. He could leave a reminder, inform him of the situations, but the choice should still be left to the Pope. The Delaman Empire, a vast city nestled against a colossal mountain. The Dharma King sighed, asking the eldest princess how she managed to find him in reality. She replies that it was thanks to a friend's help, congratulating him on becoming a god-level being with 2 laws, and welcomes him to the Delaman Empire, as a voice calls out from the castle, announcing her return. The Long Princess introduced the two, revealing him as her younger brother, Aedes. The Archmage then inquired about the younger brother's strength. The princess replied that her brother is a prodigious genius in their family, possessing 3 laws, to which the Law King wondered, if a Put has 7 laws of the flesh, how can her brother be considered a genius with only 3? Unless she's like Haiji, obsessed with her younger brother, the princess says the Thunder King is very powerful, and wonders if her brother would like to compete with him. He indifferently says he's not interested and doesn't want to waste his energy, and if there's nothing else, he'll return to the palace first. The princess quickly apologized, saying he was focused on self-improvement. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Delaman Empire, Addis was training. His time freeze had reached a critical point, but the law of time still eluded him, and he felt something was wrong. Adfu approaches the boy, having just returned from the Law of Destruction, to see how his grandson's training is progressing. The boy rises and asks how it went, to which Adfu replies that the central location is a bottomless abyss that he finds dangerous, but the Law of Destruction is neathing. You are our hope. The time element. He wonders why his wind element skills have become divine, yet the law of time remains unchanged, with no progress. Perhaps his exceptional talent requires a challenge. The prince has always been closely guarded, and no one knows he possesses the time element, so the laws haven't arrived yet. The emperor worries that his son still has tribulations to face, and if he can't withstand them, he'll die young, so he plans to ask Zilalan, who has the ability to foresee the future. Before leaving, he told Ngan to stay and cultivate, assuring him that he would investigate the situation. On planet Z Luolan, a fishing float bobbed gently on the water's surface. So it turns out Z Luolan was fishing, with the 2 by her side. Dao Fu arrived and greeted them. Luolan turned and said, Dao Fu, I've been waiting for you. So he was the second cause and effect she had initially drawn in. Waiting for me? Did you foresee my arrival to seek your opinion on my grandson's tribulation? He asks. She replies, Indeed, and I can give you the answer. His tribulation is none other than Chen Luo. Dao Fu wondered why Luochen was his grandson's tribulation, as Afra had mentioned his name upon returning home. Zilalan said he would know upon his return, and Dao Fu turned to leave. Luolan smirks, watching Dao Fu leave, knowing that even with his stronger laws he's still subject to her machinations. 7 parts karma, 3 parts deceit, these 2 paths of cause and effect are about to intertwine. Lalan smugly anticipates the alliance of 2 great empires and how she'll witness Luo Chen's demise. Meanwhile, a fierce battle unfolds at the head of the Delaman Empire. The High Priest is being lifted off the ground by someone with 4 laws, and he realizes that brute force isn't the way to go. He's no match for him. Princess Afra is worried. She followed the High Priest's request to find him a strong opponent, but it seems she went too far. She yells for the High Priest to give up and admit defeat. With a determined look, the magic envoy refuses to surrender, grabbing his opponent's wrist, then unleashing a barrage of lightning, trapping him in a thunderous exchange. The space swap allowed the Dharma King to escape his opponent's grasp and fly into the air, replacing him with deadly lightning. The eldest princess, witnessing this, was astonished and exclaimed how impressive the Dharma King was. Fap Vuong returns to Afra, who notes that he only escaped, not won, but that it's still impressive, and that he seems to have a knack for running away. This reminds Fap Vuong of Tran, and he wonders if he's been influenced by him. The princess suggests that with his incredible talent, finding the #1 master of the lightning element could help him improve, and the king asks in surprise who that might be. The grand princess happily replies that it's Dao Fu, her grandfather. Inside the Colosseum, Dao Fu tells the Dharma King that he's heard he's a genius and asks him to demonstrate his mastery of the lightning element. Dao Fu then demonstrated a technique, creating countless violet lightning bolts behind him, followed by numerous apparitions of himself, leaving Fa Wang in awe, unable to discern the real Dao Fu. He then demonstrated the law of furious thunder, a mental attack, unleashing a series of deadly thunderbolts that terrified the Dharma King. A series of thunderbolts appeared behind the Dharma King, and Dao Fu continued, "This is the law of rushing thunder, and only you can master it. By fusing it with other laws, our lightning attacks can truly become too fast to react to." And as he said this, a lightning strike hit the Dharma King's back. Dao Fu instructed him to start there, slowly absorb it, and return in a year, at which point he would assess his comprehension and decide whether to continue guiding him. As night falls, the Dharma King ponders that he hasn't checked in with Tranlac in days, so he decides to open the game. As soon as he does, he receives a danger warning from Mi Fan. Opening the message, he sees the words, "Lord King, you are in danger." Lord King replies, "Thank you for the warning, but I'm not going anywhere. My progress is faster here, so what's a little danger?" When his strength has improved significantly, it will be time for him to return as an assassin. The Magic King smiled. "Just wait. And when the order is given to provide a spatial passage, I will be the most terrifying, fastest assassin." Chenlo opens the message from the Dharma King, his face twisting slightly. He refused to return after all, so he'll let him choose. Chenluo slowly exits the game, thinking that he hopes the Dharma King won't cause any trouble for the Delaman Empire in the future. Suspended in space, Tranlac knows his urgent mission is to master the power of the demonic refinement dimension and grasp its laws. And he recalls that Lisen's files mentioned a god named Cat Tui, perfect for sparring and training. Following Lisen's intel, Tranlac travels to Cathay's home planet, hoping to find the god-level being in this region. Soon, Tranlac stands before a house, sees a father playing with his 2 children, and asks, "Are you Cathay?" The father gaped in astonishment. "Aren't you Chen Luo, the wanted criminal?" Chen Luo admitted, "That's right, now come with me." He grabbed the man's collar, causing him to panic and ask what he wanted. Before the children's horrified eyes, Tranlac used void travel to take the father away. Moments later, on a deserted planet, a blaze hurtled towards them at terrifying speed. Ji-Roy asked why he was being targeted, saying he'd done nothing wrong. Chenlo chuckled, saying not to worry, he just wanted to spar a little. Before Ji-Roy could prepare, Chenlo drew a dimensional sword and slashed, sending him into a panic. "Let's talk this over," he thought, knowing he'd be dead soon, facing a master with 4 laws. Cat Tui frantically raised his arms, shouting, "Wait, please, just listen to me." Chenlo wonders why, no matter how much dimensional power he uses, he doesn't improve. He recalls what Chu Yang said about understanding laws being related to personality. Back then, So Duong also said that timid people easily grasp the law of defense, while brave people easily grasp the law of attack. So he must change his personality to become stronger in order to easily obtain the law of attack. You might not believe it, but your emotions greatly influence the laws you can comprehend. Hearing this, Chen Luo was understandably confused, so Yang continued, explaining that when you're terrified, you're more likely to grasp life-saving skills. When rage peaks, the law of attack is realized. Intense emotions trigger a special state. So Duong suggests that if he can't grasp the law of attack, he should try facing Lei in a mock battle while consumed by extreme anger. Chenlo could only scratch his head, feeling like he was torturing himself. Looking back, what she said made sense, but he didn't know how to enter a state of extreme rage. He doesn't know how to create a situation that would enrage him, and thinking of the Law King, he's no longer here. Chenlo closes his eyes, pondering how to grasp the attack rule, confusing the Karthi. Opening his eyes, he wonders if he was the one who killed the Dharma King. The acolytes panicked, wondering why he was looking at them with such frightening eyes. Was this really just a sparring match? Then, the dimensional blade swung again, this time looking far more lethal, while the acolytes were still in shock. Chenlo roars, unleashing a devastating attack on Gathui, who cries out in terror, fearing for his life as the earth explodes around him, a truly destructive force. Chenlo floats in the air, surrounded by a golden circle protecting him, as Geshui wonders why he can't break through. Perhaps without the power of the law, even the strongest dimensional power has its limits. Before Chenlo could react, a law rushed towards him from behind. As they say, When one makes a sacrifice to the heavens, the protagonist's power greatly increases. 4 tiny figures appeared around Tranlac, jumping and cheering, "The big boss is here! Attack! Become stronger!" Karthi, on the other hand, was stunned. He didn't just realize the law when he hit me? And wasn't it rumored that he had 4 laws? How did he get 6 in the blink of an eye? The Cathars turned to flee, realizing they can't fight 6 laws with only 2. But before they can escape, Chen Luo uses Void Flow to pull them back, saying, "Don't run. You helped me understand the law of attack, and I haven't thanked you properly yet." The dwarf clasped his hands, begging to be spared the gratitude and allowed to leave, but Chen Luo replied, "Don't be so sad. Besides harvesting, I have plenty of good things for you." After the Dharma King left home, his puppies were restless, choosing to come to the dog-headed planet to help them find mates. "Ah." Chen Luo put his arm around him and asked if he was interested in marrying me, so we could fly together. Geshuai, still in shock, wondered what the advantages were. On the Minotaur planet, a beautiful fortress stands on an icy island as the queen's figure fades away, telling Nguang Xuang that she hopes her strength will lead to better relations between the races. With those words, the queen's entire being merged into Nguang Xuang, who reflected that despite knowing her for only a day, her selfless actions and passing on to the next generation were truly heartwarming. Upon completion, Nguang Xuang was immediately promoted to demigod. The surrounding Minotaurs marveled that Nguang Xuang had comprehended 100% of the queen's magic, adding that whether she could become a god depended on her comprehension. Indeed, Nguang Xuang could become a god soon. Meanwhile, a scheming Minotaur believes that Nguang Xuang will surely become the next Minotaur queen, and as the only male Minotaur, he just needs an opportunity with her to rise to the top. Around Nguang Xuang are streaks of blue ice, and a piece of mystic ice plunges from above. Everyone is shocked by the ice magic, not expecting Nguang Xuang to become a god. Meanwhile, as everyone is eating together, Mifan suddenly senses something. Mila asks what's going on, and Mifan replies that it's good news. Nguang Xuang has become a god, and her own abilities have increased as well. Mifan then stands up, telling everyone to eat first, as she's going to verify her abilities, while Meline thinks to herself that Nguang Xuang has actually become a god. Now that Nguang Xuang has become a god, Mifan's abilities have greatly increased, allowing her to create something from nothing. A wondrous scene for Tranlac to comprehend magic. Since Tranlac is struggling to grasp the magic of time, she'll try to create a time-based zone for him. With that, she closed her eyes and began. A pink light emanating around her. Though altering fate required her power, it was worth it for Chen Luo, and she opened her eyes wide with excitement. About 20 minutes later, Mifan completed it, creating a time acceleration vortex to the south based on what she knew. Chen Luo saw Mifan come out and asked if she was okay, wondering why she had returned to her room after only a few bites of food. Mifan tells Chen Luo to head south immediately, as she has prepared a surprise for him, a time acceleration vortex that won't last long, so he must leave at once. In front of Chen Luo was a massive vortex, likely the accelerated time vortex Mifan had mentioned. Chenlock recalls that only this area had accelerated time recently, and now Mifan has created one as well. Chenlock reaches out to touch the vortex, never expecting a time acceleration zone with a flow rate of about 30,000 times. It's enormous. Stepping inside, he thought this was a pleasant surprise. 2 days later, aboard a spaceship in the void, Caroline lamented her month-long efforts amounted to nothing. Working hard, she didn't get any enlightenment tea, that hateful Tranlac. Looking out the spaceship door, she was startled. What was this white light? She spots a figure within the light, and it's none other than Chen Luo, seemingly in a state of comprehension. Caroline unleashes her spiritual mark, thinking that fate is on her side, as this mark will lock Chen Luo down. Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something was amiss. Then Caroline appeared before him, calling out sweetly, "Brother Chen Luo," startling him. The girl acts cute, saying it's a coincidence to meet him here, but secretly thinks she's marked him and can sell him off when needed. Tranlac looks her over, complimenting her smooth skin, wondering what treasures she might have. Caroline held up her empty hands, saying, "Brother Tranlac, what are you looking at? I wouldn't dare wear spatial rings. You know I can stop time." The girl then grabbed Tranlac's arm, acting cute, and asked, "You have all the enlightenment tea, right?" She was secretly pleased, thinking, who could resist such a cute girl like me? But then, Chen Luo suddenly realized, oh no, why am I letting someone hold my arm? With that, he used Void Walk to retreat, realizing this Lolita was a bit dangerous. She was surprised that her hypnotic powers suddenly failed, but how could he see through her hypnosis with only 4 laws? Meanwhile, Chen Luo thought about how powerful the mental system was, remembering she had 6 laws. Should he fight her to practice his skills? She stood there, still asking for 2 caddies of enlightenment sausage. Chen Luo crossed his arms and replied, "I risked my life to get it, so if you say you'll give it to me, you have to follow through." Caroline wondered if he meant that. She then acted shy, saying, "If it's from Brother Chen Luo, then of course," leaving Chen Luo speechless. What nonsense is he thinking? As he says this, Tranlac unleashes a void attack towards Caroline, who recognizes it as a dimensional blade, but she doesn't bother to dodge, standing still. Suddenly, the dimensional blade flies back towards Tranlac, as she says, "I didn't expect you to comprehend the law of dimensions." As Tranlac parries, he praises his opponent's mental strength, able to control his attacks and turn them against him. Tranlac continues his assault as she asks if he now possesses 5 laws. Chen Luo unleashed 5 dimensional blades at Caroline, but she remained calm. Suddenly, golden-orange light emanated from her, dissolving the attack, and she declared it was all useless. Her appearance begins to change, no longer a Lolita, and she adds that no matter how you attack, it's useless against her. A scythe appears in her hand, aimed at Chen Luo, and she says, "If you think you can fight me one-on-one, then I'll grant your wish." Pink armor. Tranlac recalls the armor he stole from Note On. Could it be Caroline's? Caroline swings her scythe, and a black and red light appears behind her as she yells, "Eat this!" Chen Luo repeatedly uses Void Walk to evade, but Caroline says, "Don't waste your energy avoiding me. I've already left a spiritual mark on you. If I want to, I can lock onto you, even at the ends of the earth." She continues to attack Chen Luo relentlessly. Chen Luo used Time Stop, freezing Caroline in midair, thinking, "Do you think I can't handle you?" Caroline thought, "How dare you use such a dirty trick on me?" Chen Luo then snatched the scythe from her hands. He then slapped her across the face, saying he'd been too lenient. He kicked her again, telling her to get out of his sight, showing no respect for beauty. The blow stung, and Caroline tried to negotiate, saying, "I can't do anything to you, and you can't do anything to me. Give me 5 pounds of enlightenment tea, and I'll help you remove the mark." But Tranlac replied sternly, "Since when have I been threatened by others?" Suddenly, the scythe in Chen Luo's hand became unruly, and 2 eerie eyes appeared on its blade. Caroline's voice echoed, "Chen Luo, do you really think you can just take it, and it'll be yours? Once it's in my hands, it's mine." Chen Luo creates a void portal and throws the scythe in, saying it can't escape unless it has the power of 3 laws. Seeing his actions, she panics, wondering what abilities Chen Luo possesses. Fear begins to creep across Caroline's face. He can control her scythe, robbing her of her connection to it. Chen Luo raises his hand, saying not to be angry, as he also wants her armor. Rushing towards her, Chen Luo tells her to say goodbye to her armor, snatching it away with a fleeting spatial gait, leaving Caroline stunned. She furiously demands why he's acting so recklessly, wasting his spatial abilities. But Tranlac smirks, asking if her torn dress was a poor defensive tool. With a snap of his fingers, he strips Caroline of her clothing, leaving her exposed and enraged. Chen Luo brazenly laughs and runs off, saying goodbye now that he's gotten what he wanted. Meanwhile, in the Adao Fuqin Palace, the great emperor of the Vanxi Empire arrives, and Lao Ka welcomes Lei Sade, his friend, who has finally arrived. He heard that Lao Ge discovered the aura of the law of destruction, and he admits it's true, that Hakuryu got caught in the sound of the law of destruction exploding and couldn't get out. So he went there. But he's already dealt with those lingering effects. The center is a bottomless abyss, and if he's not mistaken, the law of destruction lies within. Of course, he's not ready to die yet, so he won't risk checking it out, which is why he's asking if the soon-to-arrive Loitat Duke wants to give it a try. Hearing its name, he knew it was untouchable, and he plotted to lure that greedy fool in first. Even Lei Said wouldn't dare go down there, so would he. Lao Ge wanted to witness Chen Luo's death to be at ease, and Lei Said agreed, but unfortunately, Chen Luo's location was not easy to pinpoint. Upon receiving the news, he informed Lao Ge that Caroline had left a spiritual mark on Chen Luo's body, making it possible to locate him at any time. He was like a fish back in water, laughing with Old Bro. It seemed heaven was helping him. Old Bro was eager to contact Caroline, who tearfully recounted how greedy and lustful Chen Luo had stripped her bare and stolen everything. She offered to provide his location, asking them to help her recover her stolen belongings. With Caroline's timely intel, pinpointing Chen Luo's location was no longer difficult, and since Caroline said he was greedy and lecherous, Lei Sate had a plan. Lao Zhe plans to send Tranlac a tempting lure, believing they can easily kill him without mobilizing their forces, and the one chosen to seduce him is the alluring Madame Dana. Dana possesses 6 laws, and Lao Ka willingly provides her with his bloodthirsty red poison. He's confident that Dana's poison, combined with his own, doubles the danger. Lao Sa is confident in the poison, certain it will kill Chen Luo. 3 days later, Chen Luo is still working on reversing time. The energy circle fades as Chen Luo successfully masters another time reversal skill. After 3 sleepless days of relentless effort, he uses time reversal to successfully erase Caroline's spiritual imprint. This success marks a historic breakthrough in his time powers, truly a stroke of genius. Then, he hears crying in the distance. In the distance, a girl weeps with her head bowed, or rather, it's Dana, sent by Lei Sad. She continues her pitiful act, and Chen Luo wonders why a woman is here. Is she injured? As Dana turned, she was startled, asking who was approaching. He could tell from her aura that she was a god-level being. Her presence here made him suspicious, as something felt strange. Dana screamed again. "Stay away! Don't come any closer!" She was about to unleash a new seductive move, but before she could finish, Chen Luo sighed and turned to leave. Dana was stunned. He's really leaving? Was the intel wrong? This Chen Luo doesn't seem like a lecherous person. Chen Luo walked away, whistling a tune. Foiled again, Dana moves to Plan B, recognizing a familiar face. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Chen Luo." She feigns distress, begging for help. "I know you're strong. Please save me." "Can you help me?" Unprompted, she claims a god-level being with 2 laws injured her and stole her husband, leading to her current state, begging for help to rescue him, offering anything in return, even servitude for 10,000 years. But his sharp mind sees through the deception. Q points out that she's up to no good, trying to trick him into rescuing her lover so she can ambush him. Dina is stunned. How could he be so smart? She only wanted to seduce him. His scrutiny left her speechless. Her seduction failed, and he wasn't the lecher she'd hoped for. Still feigning innocence, she offered herself to him, promising no resistance if he'd only proceed. He barraged her with questions about her husband, the insect race, his age, attributes, level, and how long he lasts. The barrage left Dina speechless, wondering what kind of terrifying words these were. Chenlo smirks. She couldn't answer his questions, and with that level of intelligence, she wouldn't be able to fool him. Her face darkens. As a deadly beauty, she's killed countless people. How could she let him humiliate her like this? Now this is a transformation, from a pitiful girl to a venomous fiend. Tranlac glanced at her. Just moments ago, a beautiful servant, now a monster. Tranlac's good guy instincts kick in, as Dina unleashes a horde of grotesque spiders, screaming for his death. The 3 spiders transformed into colossal monsters right before him. Calmly observing, Chen Luo realized she was a summoner, capable of creating so many creatures. Chen Luo magically dons his armor, amused, but as the Void Monarch, he's best at dealing with summoners, a natural counter. His target now is her armor. It's definitely a good item. Dana commanded her venomous horde to advance, then watched in confusion as her armor vanished. She screamed, covering herself, as her massive poison legion was no match for his teleportation. Chen Luo stared at his fingers, plotting something. Chen Luo has kindly teleported Dina on a trip to another planet. She screams, telling him to stay away. Chen Luo reassured her not to be afraid, that he would show her a great treasure. A stream of purple energy was unleashed by Dina, the law of dissolution. Such petty tricks are no match for his talent. He stops time itself, then strikes Dina head-on with his sword. Her body heats up, steam rising, sweat pouring down her face in a pathetic display. He's surprised. A normal god-level being would be dead by now. She's stronger than he thought, no matter if at first you don't succeed. Dana raises a hand, summoning all her power to unleash a rain of poison, but the attack proves useless against him. Tranlac's skills are too much for her. He suggests they change locations to play. Losing, and then calling for help, Dana yells for Shouyang to stop hiding and come save her. Hearing the familiar name, Senior Brother Chu Yang, could Yun Chu Yang be nearby? Did Yun Chu Yang bring Dana here to kill him? But then he thought, Yun Chu Yang has no reason to kill him. It must be that Lei Said asked him to bring Dana to use a honey trap, which he couldn't refuse. Dana cries out for help, but he knows Yun Chu Yang is his master and won't appear. She begs him to stop, offering to serve him for 10,000 years, but he accuses her of trying to seduce him and ruin his relationship with Mila. Look at yourself, reeking of filth, killing all the plants around you. Don't they have lives? Today, I, Chen Luo, will act as heaven's agent and slay Dana with my sword. She refuses to accept it, and her response will make your life a living hell. She'll make sure you die. Chen Luo ends her rambling and sends her to meet the devil. The cave explodes, but Mi Fan didn't warn him of any danger, so it should be fine if he doesn't dodge. Sometimes you don't know your potential until you push yourself to the limit, and if I get hurt, I can just use time reversal to recover, and I still haven't been poisoned. In that case, Chen Luo will use this armor to practice time reversal. Dana's head, the only thing left after the explosion, rolls to Chen Luo's feet. Truly a good person, still wanting to contribute before death. 2 days later, Chen Luo didn't fall for the seduction trap. During their fight, Chen Luo used Void Walk and Dana gave chase. Wen Chuyang couldn't keep up, and he doesn't know what happened after that. But Dana likely didn't survive. Lao Ge dismissed him. Whether Old G and Thad misjudged or Dinah slipped up, they can't send anyone else to use his plan to lure Chen Luo. Thad asks what his plan is. The source of all this trouble for Chen Luo is Shisu, and it was because Shisu wanted to use Li Xian to kill Chen Luo that things have come to this point. But since Sadie stripped Li Sen of his title as third prince, his whereabouts have been unknown, all because Lao Ge agreed to harbor him, hiding him in the Delaman Empire, and only now does he realize that Chen Luo is with Lao Ge. Indeed, it's a good strategy. For Chen Luo, Shisu is the best bait. In his dimension, a letter arrives inviting him to help them explore the depths of the Annihilation rules. To repay him, they not only revealed the news of the Law of Destruction, but also prepared 3 gifts for him. First, time sand. Second, 300 million purple crystals. And third, a space attribute staff made from rare space magic stones, which would greatly increase the power of a space attribute god. Reading these conditions, Chen Luo was a little tempted. It was indeed a tempting gift. He asked Mi Fan for her opinion on whether he would be in danger, and she said he should be fine to go. But she also reminded him that she had told him before that the Magic King was in danger, and she felt that danger was approaching. Furthermore, he wondered if the Law King's presence in the Delaman Empire was related to this, and decided to go there immediately. Cut to the Delaman Empire's training grounds. A fierce battle unfolds as the Holy Emperor uses the laws of lightning, creating bolts to strike his opponent, landing with a triumphant laugh. That was great. Afra approaches him, praising his quick mastery of the lightning rule, calling him a true genius, and he asks why she's there. Her father keeps talking about wanting him as a disciple, but now there's a chance to prove himself. She hopes he'll contribute, making it easier to speak on his behalf later, prompting him to ask what that entails. Afra reveals that her father invited Chen Luo to help, and he agreed to come tomorrow, delighting Fa Wang at the prospect of meeting De Go. She then revealed that her father actually intended to take action against Tran Lag, a statement that stunned the Dharma King, who wondered where they got the confidence to deal with Big Dog. He inquired further about their plan, wondering why they would target the Great Hound, who, to his knowledge, had done nothing to offend them. Afra told him not to worry. They had their own way of dealing with him, and he simply needed to follow her instructions and strike at Chen Luo when the time was right. Though outwardly agreeing, the Dharma King plots his escape. The next day, at Delaman Empire's bottomless trial hall, A4 appears. But isn't he confined to the Imperial Palace? The High Priest had been in the Delaman Empire for so long, yet he still didn't know what A4's abilities were. Truly mysterious. Could he be the weapon against the Great One? They approached a deep pit, inside which was a mysterious vortex leading to the deep space. Someone reports that he's here, watching them from the depths of space, and Afra whispers to him, "When he's restrained, strike immediately." The Magic King understands, but why are they targeting him? Because he's a threat to the prince, and I'm a threat to the Delaman Empire. The Magic King hesitates, wondering if these people are telling the truth. How could Degok, who's never been here, threaten the Delaman Empire or her brother? He suspects a trap and warns her not to fall for it. The High Priest suddenly turned and slapped Afra across the face, hoping to escalate the chaos and send a clear signal. Confused, she turned to call out to the High Priest, but he shouted that there was an ambush. An ambush here. The old man rushes to him, blaming him. "You dare ruin my plans, kid?" The High Priest is now desperately close to being sucked into the abyss. The Magic King falls into the abyss, vowing death to all upon his return, and just like that, he vanishes from this world. Suddenly, lightning orbs appear around the Law King, surrounding him with energy that doesn't seem to harm him. A moment later, the Dharma King fell painfully to the ground. He had finally arrived. Let's see if he could fly out. The Magic King tries to fly away, but something appears. What is this? Is he trapped here forever? A voice echoes telling him to stop struggling, that he can leave if he passes the test. Confused, he wonders who's speaking, as the voice urges him to accept the information and learn everything. Something strikes him in the face, and images flood his mind. A voice echoes, "I was born to destroy. I am destruction. I am wrath. The will to destroy will never fade. I will return." A sinister laugh echoes through the cave as the law of destruction announces its return. It seems no one has grasped the law of destruction because this being wants to destroy the world and has been paralyzed and put into a deep sleep by other laws. The voice echoes again. "I am a very special law, dependent on others. If the two merge and you pass my test, my power will be yours alone. Only an unwavering will can prevail. Only you can destroy your own will, for destruction is also recreation. Endure, and you will be reborn. Fail, and I will await your next incarnation." Pain begins to consume the body of the Dharma King, who grits his teeth, his mind screaming, "My children, my wife. I told you, none of you will live." The vengeful voice only intensifies his agony. Using his reason, the Dharma King reminds himself that he is a dog-slaughtering fiend, telling the Great Ball to wait, that he'll get used to the pain with just a little more, trying to calm himself. Unable to bear it, the Dharma King collapses to the ground, shouting for the frequency to increase, that he's almost out. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Chenlo and Mifan watched over the Dharma King, and Chenlo wondered why he couldn't sense him at all. Had he disappeared into some special space? Mifan reassured him that she didn't sense any danger to Fa Wang, but feared he was enduring great suffering. Chenluo is relieved that he's okay, but as for the one who pushed the Dharma King, he pauses and vows to deal with him personally, never backing down when his people are bullied. Chenluo quickly flew to investigate, discovering dimensional power on this man. He was staring at something. He secretly rejoiced that the plan hadn't failed, and was surprised that the man had taken the initiative to appear. As soon as he finished thinking, he launched an attack. The old man dodged and shattered the attack, sneering at the lack of talent. He then turned to a D4, who quickly responded. The old man lifted D4 up, telling him to act quickly and decisively when the time came, and D4 responded blankly that he understood. The old faker then stretched out his hands, channeling internal energy and combining it with the law. The long-haired blonde also steps up to help his leader, evilly thinking that Chenluo shouldn't blame him for being cruel, but blame the fact that he didn't drink the offered toast, and instead prefer to forfeit. D4 freezes time, immobilizing Chenluo, and he cheers happily when he sees that he can't move. "Okay, I did it. I froze him. Hurry." His eyes were blank, but you could still see AD4's excitement. The old man seized the opportunity, gathering spiritual energy into a punch and charging to take Chenluo's life. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in Chenluo's hand, shaped like a tiny ribbon. The long-haired blonde recognized it instantly. This aura, it was the spider lily. He was shocked, his movements becoming stiff. For some reason, AD4's time stop was easily nullified, and Chenluo smiled at him. Then, he rushed to AD4's side, while the old imposter still couldn't understand how he avoided his attack. This is beyond the rules. He should be standing still. Tranlok grabs AD4 by the scruff of his neck like a little rabbit, but AD4 tries to stay calm. His urgent mission now is to escape Tranlok's control. He tries to freeze time again, quickly escaping Chenluo's grasp, who lets go, giving him a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, he freezes himself to break free. This guy's smarter than he looks. Surprised by this new discovery, Chenlei realizes he never knew time could be frozen like that, and silently thanks his opponent. But this is still a futile struggle. He's determined to take AD4 today, and no one can stop him. With that thought, he flies towards his target. The old geezer is still proud that his grandson escaped from such a powerful foe. He raises his hand as lightning strikes. This is the Elder Luo's wrath of lightning. Purple lightning bolts begin to appear, growing from small sparks into spiderweb-like patterns, enough to terrify any ordinary person. Surrounded by the lightning, Chenlo thinks to himself that this stubborn old man is indeed terrifying. The blonde man used his dazzling light powers to aid the old man, and Chenlo realized they were trying to take AD4 while he was distracted. He dodged 4 lightning strikes at once, thinking they wouldn't get away with who he was after. Indeed, the lightning strikes are devastating, tearing everything apart, but it can all be repaired with time reversal. It seems that Chenluo has met his match, struggling to defeat them with just the power of space. He would have to use more of his time powers. These guys were supposedly old, so let's see how they handle accelerated aging. The blonde knew exactly what he was planning, asking if he intended to use the power of the spider lily to speed up time. He then took flight, declaring that Chenluo's acceleration was useless against him. Chenluo wondered if he was bluffing, or if he had some powerful treasure to block his time powers, and carefully observed his opponent. They faced off, the blonde taunting him to stop jumping around and fight like a real man, while Chenluo retorted, daring him to come and try. Quickly, the blonde's light pierced through him, Tranlac standing there to receive the blow, analyzing the sensation like a judge, showing no fear or panic. The blonde is shocked that he didn't dodge, mouth agape in surprise, but he quickly unleashes an even stronger blow towards Chenluo, who stands there, analyzing. If he wasn't mistaken, the man's power was a combination of space and time. He hadn't dodged the attack earlier, not out of arrogance, but because it was unnecessary, and a wicked smile crept across his face. For some reason, he was now fluctuating within the atmosphere, and Tranlac was enjoying the sensation. Meanwhile, the blonde guy wondered why he couldn't hit him, even though he was right in front of him, and the old man wondered if it was a clone illusion technique. Suddenly, Tranlac appeared before the old man, asking if he hadn't said Tranlac only knew how to run. The old man immediately attacked, but Tranlac simply stood there, arms crossed, watching him struggle. Chenluo taunts him, asking what he can do now that he's not running and is standing still, but the old man stubbornly continues his futile attacks. It turns out that A4's attack earlier inadvertently gave him the idea that he could also use the power of space and time on himself, and he smiles to himself in satisfaction. Combining these two skills creates a hidden dimension within the body, meaning only attacks that transcend time can harm him. The old man, frustrated by his futile attacks, angrily demands he face him head-on. With arms crossed, Tranlac mocked the two old men, saying they should be ashamed to speak to a mere 20-year-old like that after living for who knows how long. Then he snapped his fingers, and both men screamed and vanished. After dealing with those two imposters, he immediately appeared before the kid who had previously frozen time to escape. But now, dealing with him would be much easier. Just as Chenluo predicted, DC couldn't use his old tricks against his power over space and time, and his time-stopping ability was quickly nullified. Chenluo grabbed him again, cheerfully telling him to behave or he'd smash his head in. DC snarled in frustration, struggling with all his might, but it was all in vain. Desi begged him not to kill him, promising to tell him anything he wanted, saying his father loved him very much. Annoyed by his crying, Chenluo quickly threw him into the vortex of time and space. Seeing how troublesome his time abilities are, he can't be killed here quickly, so he'll just have to be taken somewhere else to be killed. Who told him to anger me? Chenluo turns to see that Shisu is still tied up here. He unleashes a burst of energy, obliterating the group, leaving Shisu stunned. Tranlac swiftly approaches him, grabbing Shisu's collar with glee, and says, "My old friend, we meet again." Reunited with Chenluo, Shisu was terrified, as if seeing a ghost, and stammered for his release. At that moment, the two old men arrived, and the white-haired elder, upon seeing him, shouted his name, causing Chenluo to turn and smile. He grabbed Shisuo, then politely thanked them for the gift, saying he was leaving and waved goodbye to the two elders. The white-haired elder, seeing his grandson captured, panicked and said he wouldn't get away with this, but Chenluo ignored him and vanished. He takes Shisu to the desert, throwing him violently to the ground. Shisu cries out that it was all Ziluolan's doing. She told him to kill him. Chenluo asks seriously who Ziluolan is and why she wants him to hurt him. Shisu says Ziluolan is a bitch, an evil woman who likes to turn people into her pawns. She was the legendary system of cause and effect. Before Shisu became a god, she already was one. He continued, saying that he relied on space-time manipulation to ascend to godhood, and although his strength wasn't great, he didn't want to be dependent on others. So, upon learning about Ziluolan, he quickly brought generous gifts to meet her. Ziluolan never met anyone, but she agreed to meet him, and at that moment Shisu thought this was the beginning of his good fortune, but later realized that his nightmare began here. He had connections and a powerful backer, so every day was a good day. Knowing her abilities, he often begged her to reveal his future karma, and she told him that he would be harmed by Chenluo. Just then, the Bada family sent word, and he believed it without hesitation, personally delivering their divine artifact to Earth. Unbeknownst to him how Chenluo had withstood the divine being, he feared retribution and decided to strike first. With tears welling, he looked at Chenluo and said sincerely, "I'm about to leave. Can you tell him, knowing my personality, if I would have dealt with him for bringing the time-traveling divine being to me?" Chenluo bluntly said he was wrong, and that he wouldn't do that. On the contrary, he would be thanking him. He continued, saying that after leaving the space passage, the Bada spirit had become useless, and he had easily defeated him and taken the crystal. Then he collapsed to the ground, crying and acting like a child. Annoyed by his whining, Tranlac kicked him and asked how strong Ziluolan really was. Su said she was so weak he could take her down with a slap. Sobbing, he continued, saying that she could revive, and at most, in a few decades, she could live again. And whoever harmed Ziluolan would suffer a terrible fate. Even if they sent someone else to harm her, the instigator would still suffer the same consequence. Chenluo wondered if there was no way to break this ability, and Thaitu told him that the three kings and a Dao palace wanted to harm him because of Zilalan. Chenluo was annoyed and finally understood. She was the mastermind all along. He pointed at Thitu and asked what would happen if he took down that woman. He said that if Tu hated Zilalan, then he should just deal with her, pouring all his hatred into making her suffer. Tu was shocked. Tu clenched his fist with determination, saying that since he wouldn't live long anyway, there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly a voice cried out, "No, you can't let Tu act." Tranlac was surprised. It was Mi Pham, emerging from the portal to explain that harming her now would backfire on Tranlac. But even if Zilalan revives after becoming a god, the backlash will be minimal. Don't rush. Mi Pham senses that Chenluo can suppress that wicked girl. Chenluo looked at the smiling Mi Pham and suddenly remembered, she is fate itself. How could she be weaker than karma? Hearing her words, his heart eased a little. Annoyed, he turned his anger on Thito, kicking him into the spatial vortex, telling him to stay put, that he would handle Ziluolan, and if he dared cause trouble, he would destroy him. Then he reached into the vortex, pulled DC out, tears still fresh on his face. Suddenly, Tranlac slapped him, causing him to scream in terror. After the slap, he burst into tears, begging Tranlac for mercy, promising to tell his grandfather not to harm him, and vowing that the Delaman Empire would never provoke him again. He didn't expect him to scream so pathetically. Chenluo couldn't help but think the child's mentality was too weak. He raised his hand again to strike, and DC, terrified, held up 2 fingers to the sky, begging and pleading in every way possible, wailing even louder as he spoke. But a blow still landed mercilessly, and the terrified prince covered his face to brace for the impact as Mi Pham stopped him just in time, saying she felt it was best not to take his life. But if they spare him, what about the humiliation the Dharma King suffered when he was thrown into the abyss? He still wasn't ready to give up, but Mi Pham continued to give reasons why it would be beneficial to spare DC. And besides, the Dharma King's life wasn't in danger. Chenluo finally listened to her and stopped using his magic, while DC was still terrified, closing his eyes to avoid the attack. Unable to harm him, but still wanting to vent his anger for the sake of the Dharma King, he fiercely kicked the brat in the butt, telling him to get lost and tell Adolfo that this was all Ziluolan's doing. Watching the fleeing emperor too, he asked Mi Pham, with a bitter taste in his mouth, if it would be okay to just get a little revenge on Tu Lalan since he couldn't directly kill her. He really can't stand not getting even. Mi Pham says that it would be a problem for others, but as long as he doesn't endanger her life or seriously injure her, it'll be fine. Satisfied, he clenches his fists, telling Mi Pham to prepare some waste in the bathroom, and then they'll go see Zilalan. In a humble thatched hut, Ziluolan sits fishing, calculating that the karma she created for Chenluo has reached a critical stage. She muses that if Chenluo were a temporal anomaly, she wouldn't have suffered such a severe backlash when she initially created karma for him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from underwater, declaring that those with inferior fates must suffer, and no one can stand above him. A declaration that startled Zilalan. It was Shu Su's voice, and she realized she'd been betrayed. But how could he dare? Moreover, Lalan senses that Shu Su seems to have arrived. In the sky, Chenluo appears, hovering, and Lalan shouts that she knows Shu Su has told this hateful person everything, asking if he's eager to assassinate her. Zilan continues to provoke him, saying that Chenluo is just a coward. She's standing here for him to deal with as he pleases, and if he doesn't have the guts, he should get lost. Chenluo thinks she's very brave, daring to challenge him to harm her, only to be countered. Chenluo tells her to relax. He didn't come to harm her and never intended to. After all, taking her life would be too easy, and with that, Chenluo raises his hand. A massive pile of waste is hurled toward Zilan Lan, who realizes what's coming just in time to panic. After all, no girl could stand to be covered in something so disgusting, and she flees, screaming and covering her face. But who is Chenluo to let her escape so easily? A rain of filth poured down on Zi Lanlin, freezing her in horror as she struggled to flee. Chenluo said this was the reason he came all this way, just to help her fertilize the land. Lanlan cursed and scolded, but Chenluo happily pretended not to hear anything, shamelessly asking if she wanted more, and he would grant her wish. And with that, the filth rained down, and Zi Lanlan couldn't help but vomit. Having taken his revenge, Chenluo happily returned home, feeling that this was even more satisfying than taking her life. But as soon as he arrived, Milei frantically delivered terrible news. It turns out the Snake Queen had been captured, and the Von Chui Empire released a video that Milak rushed to show him. Tranlak watched in shock. The Snake Queen was bound and brutally beaten, and in the video she told Tranlak that they were doing this to force his hand. He tensely watched the video, recalling all the great sacrifices she had made for him and everyone there. He knew it was a trap, but he couldn't ignore her danger, especially since she was suffering this calamity because of him, and he immediately teleported. Mifan was surprised that he ran off as soon as he heard the news, not even asking if it was safe to go. Chenluo firmly replied that he had to go, or his heart wouldn't be at peace. Mifan predicts a 98% success rate, meaning this is truly dangerous, Chenluo thinks to himself. He arrives quickly, and before Lexia can even speak, he demands her release. But there he was, much to the king's surprise, who thought the man had no feelings for the woman. The king rose and declared that Chenluo would not leave here alive. Calmly, Chenluo reasoned that he had no irreconcilable grudges with the empire. At most, he'd only roughed up Lei Zairan a bit. Chenluo stepped in front of the king, stating that if he released the snake woman now, they'd be even. He smiled benevolently, agreeing that he didn't want to be enemies with him, and that he could come get the snake woman directly from the heart of the capital. The people wondered why their emperor was letting him go so easily. Chenluo also felt it was too simple, and was a bit uneasy. But he couldn't just stand there and doubt, so he turned to leave, warning that if Han dared to play tricks, he would bury his entire Volzi empire. The king smirks, thinking he should enjoy his arrogance while it lasts, because the deadly virus hidden on the snake woman will soon put an end to it. In the heart of the capital, the snake woman is chained to a massive iron pillar, beaten and bruised. One of them orders the soldiers not to move and to let him take the snake woman. Seeing him, she can't hold back her tears, wondering if she should be grateful or regretful to have a friend like him. With a pained smile, Chenluo apologizes for getting her involved, but she wonders why the emperor let him take her so easily. Just as he thought that, he suddenly understood something from the serpent woman's body, turned back to look at the king, and said, "Lothar, I'll remember this feud." He was also smiling as he watched him, but the important thing now was to get out of here first, and then Chenluo picked up the serpent woman and flew away. On a deserted planet, Chenluo collapses to the ground, unsure if this method will accelerate the epiphyllum's time. Seeing him like this, the snake woman can't help but worry, anxiously asking what's wrong, but Chenluo gestures for her to be quiet and not disturb him. Chenluo sits cross-legged and begins to meditate. For him, this crisis is also an opportunity. Once he overcomes the spider lily, he will become the god of time. Mifan's voice rings in his ears, urging him to quickly open his spatial ability so Miluo can help him. Milei and Mifan have arrived to help, and Milei's life-extending abilities can be used to help Chenluo resist, as Mifan quickly instructs. Milei quickly agrees and raises her hands to begin using her powers. Their hands intertwined and a green light began to emanate, flowing into his body as the snake mother watched anxiously, hoping they could withstand this trial. All was silent as everyone focused on the pair, standing guard, unaware of the presence watching them from above. At the Imperial Palace, Boji reported to the Emperor that Chen Luo was on planet EDM-126, according to life detection scans. Upon hearing this, he immediately ordered the nearby god tiers to gather and join him in taking Chen Luo's life. A command met with a resounding chorus of obedience, revealing his relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, beside the Emperor, Chu Yang secretly pondered the Emperor's use of the Lycoris radiata against him, wondering about the current situation, as he was the only seed and the hope of the entire space system. Lei Seder ordered his men to create a space portal to take him there. But Xiao Yang knew that if he arrived, Chen Luo's chances of survival were slim. Damn it. For the future of the space system, I can't help him do this. I don't know what he's planning. But a sinister smile quickly emerges. The teleportation is complete, inviting the Great Emperor to enter. Today, he will be the brave one. The Great Emperor's men enter, and as Xu Yang deliberately lags behind, watching Shujia, he has intentionally misdirected the spatial teleportation to buy Chen Luo time to escape. As they let their guard down, he quickly escaped the space. Having betrayed Senza, Chu Yang would be a wanderer of the universe from now on, but he seemed very pleased with his decision. Meanwhile, the great emperor, lost and confused, angrily demands to know where Yun Shuyang is, but he's long gone, and the great emperor fumes, vowing that Yun Shuyang won't get away with this. Betrayed and enraged, he retrieves a triangular object and contacts someone named Adolf for urgent assistance, his frustration evident. Meanwhile, DC, seeing his grandfather's tension, asks about the situation, to which the old man sighs, blaming Chen Luo for causing trouble. But then he remembers DC telling his grandfather that he has mastered the power of time. What does that mean? DC says it's not time manipulation, but time acceleration. The old man, Doga, is overjoyed, because if he can master how to turn back time in the future, their whole family can live forever. But for now, the grandfather and grandson must find Chen Luo and see him off. And with that, the old man took the lead. Half an hour later, the two ships arrived at Chen Luo's supposed location. One of them orders the other to use the stellar bird cannon, not to harm the god-level being, but only to cause a distraction as ordered. From afar, Mi Ling's group detects the arrival of strangers. Sa Mao was about to intervene, but Mi Ling was one step ahead, insisting that she alone could handle it due to her injuries. She flew up and set their ships ablaze, triggering alarms inside. Quickly, Mi Ling's flames sent two ships crashing to the ground, and unsatisfied, she used her power to detonate everything. Samu stood by, watching worriedly, as Mi Fan reassured him that Mi Ling was now a god and could resolve these matters in minutes. Suddenly, Mi Fan flinched, furious that she had spoken too soon, as that ice cream freak was trying to force the use of causal power. But no, Mila is still healing Tranlap, and they've been sitting there for a while now. An hour later, Mila is saddened, her face covered in sweat, her energy completely depleted. But she perseveres, willing to sacrifice her lifespan for him, and Mili closes her eyes to continue. Chen Li opens his eyes, saying there's no need. He's already healed, and pulls his hand away from Mili. But she held his hand tightly, happily saying that it was hard to get him once, so let her try her best. Chen Lap's face changed, turning angry, thinking that if he didn't avenge this debt with that damned emperor, he wouldn't be Chen Lap. Quickly, Mila began to age rapidly, her face wrinkling, and a distressed Chen Lap tried to stop her, but couldn't. Suddenly, Mi Fan saw something in the sky and happily exclaimed, "Look, it's the rule of life." Seeing this, Chen Lap was overjoyed. Mila had ascended to godhood. Quickly, the wrinkles on her face disappeared, and her hair returned to black. But unexpectedly, Mi Fan began to change, and Tranlap asked suspiciously. She happily explained that after following him for so long, she had witnessed the rise and fall of many gods, and now was the perfect time. Mi Fan smiles, saying her own luck is theoretically about to arrive, while Mila's hair has grown longer, her body fuller, the transformation complete, and she appears to have matured. Mi Fan calls out to Chen Lap, who rushes to her side, asking if she's all right. She says slowly that he should slow down the time rule modification, while she will summon the complete time rule to modify him on its own. Chen La is surprised because he didn't think there was another way, like a great god being rewarded with many stars, and he asks curiously. Mi Fan says it's just a little faster. Suddenly, a red beam appears, surprising Chen Li. The tiny clock-headed imp snidely says this is a favor, warning that the reward for understanding the reversal of time will be small, as Mi Fan thinks she's finally become a god, and it's time to deal with that pretentious karma woman, while Chen Lap absorbs his new power. In Ziluolan's abode, she roars in disbelief, questioning how this could possibly be happening to her. Her face rapidly shifts between youth and decrepitude, but she senses that the god of destiny has been born. Ziluolan drags her tired, aged body across the ground, panting. She's unwilling to accept it, crying out that she did so much, so how could Mi Fan still become a god? Fate standing above cause and effect is just a rumor. I won't lose to you. I can turn the tables. At this point, Ziluolan resembled nothing so much as a witch. Something indescribable descended upon her, and she panicked, unsure of what it was. Quickly, the laws were stripped from Lalan's body, leaving her even more decrepit than before. She wept and begged for her laws back, but it was no use. Mi Fan gleefully mocked her defiance, while Chen Luo was still not finished. Mi Fan tells him she has to escape because she's a god of destiny, not someone who possesses the laws of destiny, leaving Chen Luo confused. But Mi Fan lazily said a few words, refusing to explain, telling him to just finish reforming the laws, then quickly entered the vortex and disappeared. An hour later, Chen Luo was exhausted. After all, it had been so long. Finally, the two crystal cores begin to merge. 3 beams of light swirl around him, But this isn't what startles Chen Luo. He cried out in despair, becoming a time god, and instead of congratulations, he's struck by lightning. Exhausted, Chen Luo collapsed, refusing to believe it. But he felt a unique power flowing through him, and as he closed his eyes, he sensed that merging them wouldn't be easy. But suddenly the process halts, leaving a portion that refuses to merge, leaving Chen Luo puzzled. He wonders if it's because their comprehension levels are incompatible. Dejected, he barely sits up before someone arrives to bother him, declaring that his end has come. This man, Day 2, points at him, listing all the things he did to Han. Han boasts about becoming the god of time and revels in Chen Luo's miserable state, tormented by the liquorus radiata, while DC believes Chen Luo is no match for him now. The old man sensed something was off. The spider lily's effect should be accelerating time, so why was he so badly injured? But judging by his miserable state, he hasn't fully become a god of time yet, so the ambush was a success. Desai urged Han to let him handle Chen Luo himself, as the more cautious often do. He said that both of them should strike at once, fearing complications if they waited any longer. Listening to them, Chen Luo felt helpless. Were they underestimating him? He chuckled, then used his power to reverse time, restoring everything to its former state. He asked Odyssey if he thought letting Han go was so Han could come back for revenge. Seeing him like that, the two men were dumbfounded. But as Mifan said, letting Han go actually had its uses. Just when he needed to understand time stopping, Han brought the time crystal, having become a god, right to him. Chen Luo smiles wickedly as Ada's rushes forward, desperate to end him, while Han, confident in his newfound godlike power over time, freezes time itself. Seeing him standing still, the old man seized the opportunity, gathering his spiritual power and rushing forward. But just as he got close, Chen Luo cheerfully revealed that he was only tricking Han, then unleashed the void imprisonment, sending the old man into a panic. But before he could speak, he was erased from existence, leaving ADC bewildered. Now, Tran Lak has decided to end this ungrateful wretch, ADC, and a circle of blue light wraps around Han. With a wave, Han flew back, drawn to the allure of the time crystal. A blow landed, and Ades spat blood as he asked Han if he had any last words. Han, once again acting cowardly, burst into tears, admitting he'd been too loud and begging for forgiveness, promising again never to lay a hand on him. Soon after, Luo returned, realizing he wasn't controlled by Odyssey at all, and loudly asked Chen Luo if his spacetime had become a god. Luo still refused to believe that he had become a god of time and space, then ordered Odyssey to fight back, but Han could only cry and say that he couldn't do it. Chen Luo smiled and said that since he came back so quickly, he should have the opportunity to watch him send off his grandson, followed by time freezing, which made him stand still. The old man was shocked that Chen Luo also knew how to use time stop, staring in disbelief with no one to answer his questions. Quickly changing his expression, Chen Luo set his sights on Odyssey, a perfect opportunity to test his time powers, and with a wave of his hand, a flash of light erupted. A Day 2 could only dodge instinctively, unable to retaliate, as a vortex formed around Han's hand. But this surprised Tran Lak. Gone? How could this be? This also made him feel awkward and confused. Adis fell to the ground, weeping and clutching the stump where his arm used to be, begging Han to save him. Chen Luo realized the power of his space-time ability, but he didn't yet know how to use it, and was still pretending to ponder. Caught off guard, Chen Luo could only curse as he was ambushed and struck. The old man had broken free from the time freeze and used this opportunity to escape with his grandson. He fell to the ground, watching them leave. The old man was strong. Time suspension only held him for a moment. He wouldn't let them escape so easily. With a cruel smile, he asked where they thought they were going, then unleashed spatial tracking. A4 was quickly recaptured, and he broke down in tears. The man was good for nothing but crying. Forced to kneel before Chen Luo, A4 begged for mercy, promising he wouldn't dare do it again. Growing bored with his antics, Chen Luo points out that he said the same thing last time. Without another word, Chen Luo plunges his sword into A4's hand, eliciting a scream of pain. This time, he understood more about how to use space-time abilities. He hadn't done it correctly before, which only made one of A4's arms disappear. He pressed down harder, and A4 cried out in pain, begging for mercy. Chen Luo was still analyzing and learning from his experiments on this kid, so he didn't care how loud he screamed. Fine. I'll spare you, so you can leave quickly. The tip of the sword touched A4's head, and he thought to himself that he never expected the day he became a god would also be the day his soul left his body. The long sword plunged deeper into his head, halfway in, and Chen Luo took A4's life with ease. not even standing properly. Finally, the Emperor's crystal was in his hands, and Chenlo happily retrieved the 2 blue crystals. The old man returned to find his grandson collapsed on the ground, crying out in despair. His good grandson, who had only recently become a god, a rare occurrence in history, now murdered. Weeping, he called out Tranlok's name, his face a mask of despair and rage. It was clear his grandson was his greatest hope. Overcome with rage, the old man roared that he would take Chenlo's life, rapidly gathering his power. His magic thickened with his fury. Chenlo found it interesting that the old man possessed dual affinities, lightning and darkness. No wonder he had some skill. The old man demands Chenluo's life, but he scoffs, sword in hand, asking if the old man alone thinks he can take him. Still, old Ginger is spicier, and with 15 assembled laws, he's not to be trifled with. Both kick off and fly into the air. Lightning crackles around the old man as he roars the boy's name. Tranlok stumbles, realizing this may be a fight to the death with a Dao Fu, but it will be worth it for the sake of his space-time powers. But first he must absorb ADC's essence to see if he can grasp time freeze, gritting his teeth to resist. A Dao Fu, enraged, unleashes even stronger attacks, refusing to believe he can evade forever. Barrages of lightning strike out, disorienting Chenluo. The old man is truly stubborn. He must find a way to break through. Finally deciding to counterattack, he unleashed the primal trial blade, sending thousands of powerful blue blades towards a Dao Fu, who raised his hands to the sky and roared, quickly burying Tranlok's attacks. Still unwilling to lose, the old man unleashed another lightning strike, and a D2 began to use the art of cloning. 1, 2, then many clones appeared. Chenluo thought to himself, does this old man think more people means a higher chance of hitting him? He scoffed, calling the old man naive, as a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Chenluo retaliated, creating a massive explosion that sent rocks flying as a Dao Fu shielded his face. Han was surprised by his power, wondering how he could possibly hit Chenluo. He continued to swing his sword, though his attacks were like a breeze, but Chenluo believed that if he chipped away enough, he could grind him to dust. But this sparring partner is too good, giving him plenty of chances to test his new powers. Although the fight is difficult, it's also very interesting. The battle lasts for half an hour when suddenly a red light engulfs Tranlok. An unexpected situation that surprises him. So, the law of burial has appeared at this moment, surprising a Dao Fu, but it's actually good, as in this state he can avoid all attacks and rest a bit, Chenluo calculates. A Dao Fu has his own thoughts, so what if he's mastered the law of burial? Lacey Day is on his way, and once the law reformation is complete, his end will come. From the sky, a dark purple cloud descends, not containing another law, but Chenluo senses that this doesn't belong to him. The old man rejoices, for this is the law of the origin of darkness. In his extreme rage, he finally broke through, laughing and thanking Chenluo. A Dao Fu roars that this is the old one's 8th law, which, while not helping much against Chenluo, will grant him a large reward of lifespan from the law of darkness. With a smile, Tranlok asked what he was so smug about, reminding him that time was supreme as he reached out and used his spiritual power. With a flick of his hand, he sent the source of darkness back to where it came from, shocking a Dao Fu who realized he was reversing time. The old man was furious, unable to believe what he was seeing, as Chenluo playfully mocked him, asking why he wasn't laughing anymore. Suddenly, everything was engulfed in darkness, the complete law of darkness, and Chenluo panicked, his hair standing on end, realizing the old man was bullying the young. A voice echoed from the shadows saying he dared to reverse the law's descent. Tranlok began to worry. The law of darkness was truly terrifying, and his abilities were useless. The voice continued, saying that since he had broken the rules, disaster was inevitable. Our hero nervously apologizes, promising not to do it again, but the voice repeats its warning. He didn't realize he'd disrupted the old man's restructuring of the rules. Despite his apology, the voice demands a price. Losing patience, Chenluo asks if they're really not going to show any respect. He angrily points to the sky, saying he's not afraid of that thing, and if it comes to it, they can fight. He can't back down now and must continue to fight. Tranlok begins to summon his power, gritting his teeth as he thinks back to when he was on Earth and called upon the 6th brother of his previous life. But now he can only rely on the support of his future self, because he is a god now, and surely he will be better in the future. He struggled against fate, determined to live, to make it, as he roared and focused his power. Finally, he succeeded in opening a path of light, eagerly awaiting his future self. but emerging from time was a gloomy young man. Jogea didn't seem very strong, but please don't be my past self. Suddenly, an ominous feeling arose. Tranlak looked dejected and lifeless, but upon seeing the newcomer, he agreed to let it go. But only this once. Tranlak excitedly smirked, knowing he had succeeded. Suddenly, he coughed violently. This fusion not only exhausted his energy, but also caused the crystal fusion site to rupture beyond his limits. With a flick of his fingers, the darkness retreated, initiating the opening of the temple and the breaking of the seal. Finally, the darkness receded, revealing a clear sky, and Chen Luo marveled at how powerful his future self was, banishing the source of darkness with a flick of the wrist. But then Chen Luo himself vanished, surprised by the sudden departure. But then he suddenly vanished as well, leaving Adao Fu bewildered and clueless, standing there in stunned silence. He was transported to a strange planet, surrounded by lush greenery that seemed pristine. Lost and confused, Tranlak had no idea where he'd been taken. Mother Pham appeared, saying that wherever he was, at least he was safe, because if he'd stayed to fight Loi Tak Duke and the old man, things wouldn't have ended well. Mother Fan says the time is ripe, and it's time to bring back Ngan Swang. Tranlak agrees to follow her lead. Meanwhile, on another planet, Adao Fu is still standing there dumbfounded, unaware of Tranlak's whereabouts. And the law of dark singing seems to no longer exist either, as Loi Tak Duke asks his old brother where Tranlak is. Adao Fu angrily retorts that it was because Loi Tak Duke stubbornly used spider lilies on Tranlak that he not only didn't die, but evolved into a god. He didn't want to believe what he was hearing from his elder brother. The old man said they didn't have much time left, and if they wanted to recover, they would need the tears of the Mermaid Queen. Luo Zoda knew it was the best divine object, but he only had 3 drops left. He presented 3 shimmering, pearl-like orbs and announced that he'd heard the Mermaid Queen had been born. The Taoist priest said that survival is paramount, urging them to invite her. Chen Lo emerged from the void, but before he could fully step out, he heard Nguang Swang crying and demanding beef stew with tomatoes. Homesick, the girl wanted to return home, and the more she spoke, the louder Nguang Swang wailed, so he kicked her in the butt. Furious, Nguang Swang turned around and shouted, "Who dares provoke me at a time like this?" Seeing Chen Luo, she pointed and shouted, "You tomato beef stew!" He was speechless. "You silly fish, my name is Chen Luo." Chen Luo affectionately pinched Nguang Swang's cheeks, noting she seemed unhappy and had lost weight. The mermaid, now in her element, sobbed even harder, begging for tomato-braised beef. Her tears fell, turning into large, round pearls, which Tranlak picked up and carefully examined, not forgetting to mention that he had ordered the chef to prepare food for her, which would be served shortly. Now that Nguang Swang has reached godhood, he wonders if her tears will be any more effective. A servant knocked on Yin Shuang's door, saying that people from the Vanzi Empire had arrived, claiming to be under the emperor's orders to invite her over, and when the servant opened the door, she saw Chen Luo standing there, and their queen crying on the bed, making her think that he was bullying her, causing their queen to cry in distress. The servant happily tells Locke that they're about to take their queen away. Yin Shuang confirms with a smile that she's about to be taken away, and that she'll continue to protect the merfolk when she's stronger. Then, the two bid them farewell. The maid stomped her foot in anger, yelling at Luo to call for someone to quickly report to the emperor. A month later, Lotus Duke's subordinates tracked Yun Shuyang down to his hiding place. He couldn't believe that after 100,000 years of friendship, this guy was sent to capture him. He shouted, asking if he still considered him a friend, as Yun Shuyang's offense against the emperor had affected him. He lamented that after Chu Yang fled, Lotus Duke took his anger out on him with beatings and torture, never imagining the emperor could be so cruel. But all Yun Shuyang could do was apologize, as he had been too hasty. But the other man quickly cheered up and whispered that Yun Shuyang was now rich, and that Loi Tak Duke wanted him to beg. Shuyang was surprised. How had he become rich? Herman explained that Chen Lo's power had suddenly surged, forcing him to prepare, and that he realized he was wrong to send him to find Chu Yang, wanting him to be the mediator, adding that only he had the face for this. Herman explained that because Tranlak was Yun Shuyang's disciple, and his disciple had done something so shocking, he would also benefit. Yun Shuyang thought back to when Tranlak was poisoned by the spider lily, and he didn't think he would make it. He suddenly realizes the only explanation for such a surge in power is that Chen Luo has become a god, and he exclaims in disbelief that it's too incredible. He thinks proudly of Chen Luo, the first person he's ever heard of becoming a god in this era, and even forcing the lotus virtue to seek peace. For someone like that to call So Duang Master is too much for him. He happily punches Herman, thanking him for the good news, losing control and causing his friend to spit blood. But whether or not he gets to beg for peace depends on whether this disciple agrees. At the Vanzi Empire's imperial palace, the ministers buzzed with discussion, shocked that in just half a year, Chen Luo had become so powerful that no one in the empire could do anything to him. After all, the people suffer the most in war. Soon enough, Chen Luo appeared, hovering in the air, and upon seeing the third prince bound and kneeling, he mocked him mercilessly. The third prince could only express his anger through his eyes. Meeting Chen Luo was the biggest mistake of his life, but ultimately, it was his fault. Before the emperor could finish, Chen Luo interrupted, laughing. "Is that all?" He then says that he can take anyone's life if he wants, and when Chen Luo says he wants the great emperor's life, Luo Said says he'll give it to him. But if he dies, a secret will go with him to the grave. What could that secret be? Loitat Duke turns and flies away, telling him to follow, but Tranlak warns him not to stray from the game. At the Green Province homeland, they both looked down from above as he told him to take a good look. Then, Loitat Duke reached out and set the place ablaze. He says he didn't create this desert, so who will bear the punishment? Loitat Duke says nature doesn't care who's responsible. Everyone will face retribution. Just like your homeland, the guilty party is someone else, but you and your people suffer. Chen Luo still doesn't understand what he's implying. He wonders if the destruction of nature continues to increase, affecting the entire universe, what will the punishment be? Chen Luo realizes that Losad is talking about the laws of nature. He says that whether it's nature or the source of law, once it's destroyed, everyone will be punished. This is why he and Daofu have never had a large-scale conflict, especially since before the source of the law, living beings are also a kind of natural resource. They won't punish all living things, but all sources of destruction will be eliminated. Loisad explained slowly, adding that he had to ensure that he and the god of fate would never attack the two empires again. He spoke to him with great sincerity, recalling O'Brien and E.T. Man's battles destroyed his homeland, and he asks if he wants to cause war everywhere and become the person he hates most. Chen Luo smirked, realizing Sengza was skilled indeed, even resorting to morality to sway him. He told him he wasn't noble, but promised not to interfere with their countries for 100 years, though he really just needed time to explore his space-time abilities. Tranlak makes this promise, knowing that once he masters all the laws, it's only a matter of time before he strikes. With negotiations done, they return to the main topic. Today, Chen Luo is still determined to take his life. As soon as he finishes speaking, he points his finger at Lei Saidi and begins to accelerate time and space. But he was already prepared for this, so he didn't intend to resist. He couldn't let fate continue to favor him. Furthermore, he had calculated that only by falling would his prior preparations take effect. What scheme had he devised? Leisad broke something purple in his hand as a signal. Quickly, he began to age rapidly, his skin sagging and wrinkling. Leisatede marveled at the power of time itself. Something fast and heavy fell from the sky, kicking up dust and smoke. Adaofu and Lei Said's men arrived, but it was too late. He lay on the ground, no longer breathing. Satsud's subordinate told the old man not to grieve too much, as he didn't intend to live any longer anyway. But his emperor wanted him to know that he had dealt with fate. Adaofu is shocked. Could the old one be right about attacking the god of fate? Finally, the old one understands why Lei Said insisted on speaking with Chen Luo and forbade him from following. So he feared his brother would be drawn into this vortex of fate and punished alongside him. Adaofu silently grieved, blaming him. On a distant planet, the people of the Vansi Empire plead with the god of destiny to spare them, for this is a war of gods and they simply wish to live. As Lei Saide's subordinates prepare to act, it becomes clear that he had secretly planned all of this before his last breath. No wonder he said he dealt with fate. The subordinate orders the operation to begin. It seems they're bombs, dropped upon the people of the empire. He's using this to make his citizens misunderstand fate. Only their resentment can summon the origin of destiny, allowing them to eliminate the thorn in their side. Soon the land was filled with lamentations as people cried out, wondering what they had done to deserve such suffering. In the Green Province, something appeared in the sky, introducing itself as the source of destiny. Chenlo wonders why the origin of fate is black, as the dark energy proclaims that those with ill intentions towards fate will not be forgiven, and the sound of 10,000 curses echoes around them. Lightning strikes down in a frenzy as A. Daofu looks up, realizing the slaughter of those involved and the punishment of those who killed others has begun. Under the source of fate, they are nothing but ants. The old man, now terrified, scurries away from Lei Seder's corpse, truly fearing implication. Mifan begins to feel pain and fear, sensing the arrival of the source of fate, even though she's done nothing wrong. The source of fate demands that Chen Luo hand Mi Fan over for judgment, but Chen Luo intends to see what verdict is delivered before dealing with him. Chen Luo takes Mi Fan's hand, her eyes still wet with fear, and she pleads with him to speak fairly on her behalf, as she did nothing to deserve this reckoning. Chen Luo had already created a protective circle around them, as the source of fate declared that while she wasn't the cause, she was the reason. A fate god shouldn't exist, and the malice of those who resented fate was directed at her, so the verdict was to take away Mi Fan's power of fate. This is the judgment the source of fate has for her. Mi Fan clasps her hands together, trembling with fear. Tran Lak can't stand seeing his woman being pushed around like this, and he shouts a warning at the source of fate. Mi Fan, worried that he'll get into trouble, tries to stop him, saying she doesn't need this power. Mi Fan willingly relinquishes her power. He dares to bully his Mi Fan, so he charges forward while she tries to hold him back. But from the villain's words, Chen Luo has learned the truth. The source of darkness has not been destroyed, only dormant, just as he suspected. It never truly disappeared. He angrily surmises that this source cannot be destroyed. Seeing Mi Fan still sadly crying, Chen Luo tried to cheer her up, saying he could create another one if she liked, but Mi Fan kept crying, wishing she still had the power of fate so she could help Chen Luo. Unable to hold back her tears, the little cat confessed she didn't want to become like the Mirror Frost, a useless burden only good for eating. She feared that if she became useless, Tran Lak would no longer like her and would treat her like a pet. He reassured her that even before her powers manifested, he cherished her, often held her close, and that with or without her abilities, he would always adore his little cat. But now it's better. Cry when sad, laugh when happy. He feels this is more like a girl. Mi Fan, touched, meows, "Hold me." He happily scooped her up, just like the cat she used to be. With Mi Fan on his shoulders, he thought to himself that no matter what, he'd always carry her. But with her inherent worries, Mi Fan asks what she should do next, bringing up the laws of thermodynamics so fate can't help Chen Luo anymore. But he innocently says he doesn't know, and she should ask someone else. Back on land, an emergency meeting is called, and Chen Luo explains the situation, deciding against pursuing a Daofu for the safety of Mi Fan. Mi Fan suggests they return to Earth, as the village has never felt like home to them. Chen Luo agreed, as returning was now simple and would give everyone time to calm down. On the yacht, they were on their way home, the scenery becoming more and more like the memories they held. It's even better that there don't seem to be any zombies or mutated creatures around. Chen Luo figures the other members must have wiped them out. Standing before a towering helix-shaped building, he felt embarrassed seeing a statue of himself smiling, inscribed with the words, "Earth Hero Tran Lak." Down the bustling street, a cheerful girl sold fried chicken. In a research institute, everyone diligently records what happens when body temperature and humidity increase. The purple-haired man instructs them to be wary of zombies, even in safety, as they can still devour humans at any time. After so long away, Chen Luo felt a pang of awkwardness, but with a smile he announced his return, thinking that though things had changed, this was still home. He wished these happy times could last forever, free from the struggles against the two empires and free from hatred. At the villa, Chen Luo sits at the head of the table for a welcome-back feast, smiling, but his mind is still racing, knowing he can't stop now. The tree may wish to be still, but the wind never ceases. If he wants peace now, the two empires won't allow it. So he must fight for Earth. For everyone. He can't stop moving forward.